that you can't be a skeptic because you believe the lie to be true. And you're not skeptic about the situation because you think it's true. So I think what you
That's
stated
silly
there,
because skeptics can be wrong and believe incorrect things.
but no, but see, that's why you try to label it that way because then in your position, see, it's a little tactic you got. You're not smooth there, but you're not slick. You're trying to compare it to being. Oh no, well, we got to be skeptics, right? Because you're a skeptic. You're trying to put that on me because then in the same breath you can say, "And skeptics are wrong." Ha ha ha.
Being
Like, you're not
skeptical,
smooth, brother. You're
being
not slick.
skeptical is a state of mind and thought
Okay, yeah,
pattern,
but
not a series of conclusions.
you no, but you yourself said, and skeptics can be wrong, right? So when you say that, this is the reason why. Have you ever heard the term? Have you ever heard the term, like, you pit you underhand a ball to you so you can slam it out the park? You kind of do that for yourself. Like, you set yourself up to slam it out the park and then run a home run victory lap. But so when you say, "Oh yeah, so we're not skeptics," you're making it seem like I'm the skeptic, and then in the same breath you say, "And skeptics can be wrong," and then with that breath you can say, "And by the way, you're wrong."
Yeah, but
Because
you're not even doing the skeptical bit, right? You are, I'd say, selectively skeptical, right? Where when it comes to when globalists speak, you might
well,
exhibit some skepticism about what they're saying, but when it comes to when Nathan speaks, I mean, you struggle to recall a time you've ever thought he was wrong. And
no.
I could recall about 20
It
things
was
I
so
thought he
long,
was wrong
bro.
about.
It was
They were
so.
quite benign.
It was probably about satellites in the sky. Probably, but it was
Probably.
so long ago. We've had a lot of conversations, and I don't specifically remember the argument, but I do remember telling him "fuck you," and then, and him, like, berating
I'm
me
not
on the
asking you
show.
to disagree on his conclusions. I mean, just like how he argues things. I mean, like, for instance, earlier, right? Argument from ignorance. I mean, I think the thinking reasonable person will know that he didn't actually articulate that fallacy, accuse that fallacy accurately, because I wasn't saying that because you can't know, therefore it's true. It was that he can't say you can't go there because he doesn't know or doesn't make claims on it, allegedly.
Well, I mean, his ways are. I mean, it's his show, dude. Like, he's.
Yeah, but like that's just an example of him being wrong that you could have picked up on, but like a few hours ago. And I imagine if he can make little tiny errors like that, right? There's probably several more errors that you probably
See there.
experienced that you could
Hold on, Jacko.
recall.
Hold on. See how you are? I swear to God, you are filled with tactics. Do you get paid to do this? You got a lot of
Yeah,
tactics.
and that's just
What
like
you're
literally
doing,
Venmoing me right now.
what you're doing is once again, you're underhanding this out.
Listen. Chill.
You're hot micing
I
up
just
right
want to
now.
put this out there. I just want to put this out there. This rhetoric that people
I can't understand you. Yeah, your mic's all weird.
He's probably telling you not to jump the gun on calling somebody paid.
No. Well, hold on though. Hold on. The reason why is because, once again, all he's doing is he's setting it up to where he could discredit Nathan, and he literally in his own sentence said, "And if he could be wrong once, then he could be wrong." See, he sets himself up. Jekyll, I swear to God, you think you're smooth, bro. You constantly set yourself up so that way you can come with a backhanded compliment at the end of it. And I'm just pointing you out, bro. I'm just calling you out. You slowly are trying to do. You're trying to what's the word I'm looking for? I already said it.
Why
You're
are you so
discrediting
skeptical?
him.
You're so skeptical about. You're so
no,
skeptical about what Jekyll's doing, but then you can't even name one time Nathan Oakley said something wrong.
okay. I'm that's not the point though. That's not the point I'm making.
I'll give it to you, Apocryphon. It could be the most benign thing ever. It could be like he was wrong. It's actually not chicken. It was. It wasn't a chicken. It was a turkey. I don't mind what it is.
Yeah, during the show, Nathan Oakley was wrong. He was taking it upon himself that the issue was him. He was like, "Listen, Adam Meekin's microphone may be wrong. It may be all my fault, guys. I could be the bad guy here." But he was dead wrong. It wasn't his fault. Adam
right.
Meekin
That's
set up the mic. and he's a
Yeah,
saint. This Nathan Oakley for putting that on his shoulders
your
as his
priest,
responsibility.
dude. He's your priest. Nathan Oakley is the flat Earth priest.
yeah, you can believe what you want, but it still doesn't take away from the fact that what he is trying to tell you guys, though, is the truth, and you're just not accepting it.
Yeah, I'll grant you that. I'll grant you that. But I think, like, again, the point isn't to say that Nathan Oakley's wrong that the Earth isn't flat, right? The point is to say that when you said to us, we're indoctrinated, we don't question things, we're not skeptical, right? And then I just ask you, I mean, this is one guy, right? That you watch frequently, I imagine, right? And you can't really tell me when he's wrong. I mean, that sounds like you're
we're on Discord
doing exactly what you're accusing us of.
So it's like, oh, Oakley's on Discord and we're on Discord. Let's go over to see what Oakley's doing. He's not a guy we don't. Nobody can. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I didn't come to the flat Earth through Oakley. Maybe some people did.
A lot of people did, I think.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, here's the thing, though, Jekyll.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong. Nobody almost did with Nathan. That was only debating. People were coming there to listen to debates. Everybody realized that is not before Nathan.
I've spoke to a few people on here who approached Nathan first.
It was other people. It was Matt Powell and it was the Eric Dubay. Yeah, it was not Nathan. Then other people realized that themselves.
Yeah, and I would contest to that. And Sasha, I would contest to that because I think I even told you, Jekyll.
I mean, attest
that. Because I found Nathan Oakley's show through the algorithm that YouTube put it on my suggested page after watching Eric Dubay. So I would agree with Sasha.
Okay. Maybe it was your second flat earther that you approached. I don't know. It doesn't really matter if he's first or second. Either way.
But it was not, man. It was so many other
second,
people.
third, fourth. It matters.
Who knows? Who knows? It must maybe.
What matters is he listens to him a lot now, right?
No, what matters was the arguments, man. In all the time, it was not Nathan. All that names, Jaron, even Eric Dubay. It's a name. They made us some fucking shits about him or he himself also. But at the end, it was only argument. I don't care about all of them.
To save myself from repeating myself, what do you think, Trig? Do you think Pokerphon is skeptical towards Nathan Oakley?
Absolutely.
Well, the overarching point is that none of us. So, like I've made this statement before, right? Like we come into this Discord debate not to get our minds made up. We already have our minds made up. We're just coming in to argue it now.
Yeah, I agree. But when I say that, people say that I'm not here to be an open-minded person. When I say that, yeah, I always say, look, I come in, I say, look, I'm not going to lie to you. You're probably not going to make me a flat earther, right? I'm here to hear the arguments, right? Not to really think about whether or not my mind's going to be changed, right?
Well,
I get chastised for that, right?
That's a lie. You don't come here to hear them. You come here to
destroy them. Yeah, you're right.
I got a phone call right when I said that. You don't come here to hear them. You come here to debate them. You don't come here to listen.
Well, I'm listening. I can't really destroy them if I don't listen to them.
Well, you can't destroy them anyway. It's the truth. I mean, here's the thing, though. Here's the point. Talk about the skepticism. I was skeptic first of flat Earth because I believed in the globe. I was fully indoctrinated, loved it. I already told you the story. So, if anything, I want to hear the story.
I want to hear the story.
I was skeptic about flat Earth.
I want to hear the story.
No,
come on.
It's been told many times.
Do you want to be an astronaut, and then you're like, shit, I can't be an astronaut, so I have to think the Earth is flat now? So.
Yeah, it's exactly what happened. Trigonometry, exactly.
It's funny how you all have the same like coming of age story to the flat Earth. It's like I wanted to be an astronaut just like you,
and I took this test and I failed.
So I have to cope by saying the Earth is flat.
I'm not from USA. I didn't have that story. For me, it was like this flat Earth. It's a fucking stupid idea. Who can even know that Earth is flat? That's so ridiculous. That's
what Jekyll's saying.
Yeah, that was my
same story.
Yeah, that doesn't mean astronauts or whatever. It was idea about flat Earth.
I used to have dreams about being in space as a little boy. You know, it's kind of like that.
Not that bullshit story. The story was this: if you mention the flat Earth, that was stupid for all of us.
Yeah, I never. Okay, just to clear the air, like. Dude, I never wanted to fucking be an astronaut. I was just fucking being sarcastic with trigonometry. I was just going along.
Hold on. Right, but we can't be saying every single person who came from the proposition of flat Earth dismissed it as stupid initially, because that's not true. There's plenty of people who took it seriously, right?
Yeah, no, I took it seriously. Like in a way. Like I said, I never approached it as these guys are fucking retards. I said, what are these? I said, to myself, what is making these guys think that the Earth is flat? And then I didn't search for rebuttals against it. I said, what's the best argument for it? And then when you hear things, right, like what will you have to implement in order to determine whether the Earth is flat or curving? The tools and the instruments and the methods you have to apply. That you're going to need a flat Earth for that.
Are
And
you
that was
telling me,
before
no tanks?
Nathan Oakley.
You need
Are you
flat
telling me
Earth.
you didn't research the rebuttals to the flat Earth argument?
No, I searched for my own. Yeah.
Yeah, but you didn't research the rebuttals for him.
Not some random guy on YouTube. Like I would say, okay, what's the best argument for curvature within bridge building? Like
So if it
like,
wasn't some random guy,
architects who build bridges. Yeah, not like I didn't go see what Craig had to say or McToon. I'm not like let me hear what these guys have to say.
Yeah, because all
Right?
they're gonna say anyways, tanks, is they're gonna use lies to prove the lies, so there's no point in even going that route.
that's not skeptical at all. That's just saying, well, I can't even look at it because I know it's just a lie.
No. What it is that you can use then. Okay, so
What?
imagine this. Imagine this. You hear the truth, right? That you didn't know was the truth, because remember, the globe was the truth, and the indoctrination of it. The globe is the truth. But then you hear the truth, which goes against that position of it being a globe. Then using logical, your mind and your brain and critical thinking and your personal experience. Like for instance, I started looking into. Wait. I started asking my bosses and surveyors on the job sites, hey, when did you guys look into, how many times you count for curvature of the earth? And
how many times do you count for the curvature of the Earth
then,
of the 50
and
feet
then,
of the building
and
we're
then,
building? Oh shit,
and,
the Earth is
and then,
flat.
and then the fact is you learn that no one's doing that. But then you come into a Discord and you hear someone preaching, everybody does this. This is how we do it. And then you're like, but that's not reality though, because in the real world, where all these guys on here that never fucking picked up a hammer or a crowbar or whatever
What we're
fucking
saying is the
tool a
tradesmen
man has
make the
made.
world. You're saying tradesmen make the
It is
scientific
a lot
world.
easier for a tradesman who implements these tools in
It's
everyday
kind of
life
weird, man.
to and be able to use math, etc. within these tools to understand that this is what's necessary.
Exactly.
I mean, and you can go check with like the guy. What I'm saying is, you go check the stories of the guys who say they did it. You don't go ask McToon what Alberuni did. You go look up the papers and what Alberuni claims that he did to measure the circumference of the Earth. You can go out and you don't need to go to McToon. That would be pathetic if that's where you have.
Yeah, dude. In other words, if you're trying to find the primary source document and experts, you should never arrive at McToon.
To be fair, I will say in rebuttal to that, and this is not meant to be condescending, right? Because it's true for me, it'll be true for everyone else. Some topics, right, you do need someone to hold your hand, right, and interpret what's just happened, right, when you've read this original source. Sometimes you need that, right? To just read the original source and draw your own conclusions. Sometimes your ability to draw those conclusions, given limited understanding, right? You're not actually going to get the right answer.
Isn't that like an appeal though to authority? Like, oh, they know, they're smarter than me, or they know better. But what if you have a guy who, like, he gets it, but just because he disagrees with who you think is telling the truth, then you're gonna discredit him? Like, oh no, you need your hand. You need one
we
of
do.
my guys to hold your hand because you don't understand it.
Well, it's the sense like if you take these pieces of information, you need to orient them towards like a more wider sort of scope. Like you need people to walk you through what you've just seen. Sometimes, not all the time. So I mean,
The primary source
would say not all the
typically
time.
includes an abstract, and
But that's part of
abstract
being a
would be
critical
equivalent
thinker.
the abstract would be equivalent to the guy holding your hand. So most of these primary sources include a abstract article, which is the guy holding your hand.
Yeah. Just to be clear, some people need it more than others, right? Some people are very good at critically thinking, right? And they're very, they can draw their own conclusions pretty well about topics they have at least a decent base work of knowledge on. Other people aren't so good at that, so they do need someone to assist, right?
Okay, Jekyll, think of it this way, okay? I'm trying to assist you, trigonometry, and all the other guys that still think that bridges are built with curves and the curvature of the Earth in mind. I'm trying to hold your guys' hands. Like, come on,
Wait, how
little
many bridges
guys.
have you built,
Here's
sir?
the truth. That isn't reality. Okay,
I don't
that's
think I don't.
not the way we do it.
But let's just.
But because you don't believe that I'm telling you the truth, because you have your core belief in the lie, you're not going to listen to what I'm saying. Does that make
Apocryphon. Let's again. We're going to have to test this out. Apocryphon. What's critical thinking?
It's when you're actually going to use your brain and look at all the different ways of how you can solve something or you can come to a conclusion. I don't know the pure definition, but I know what it is, though.
I mean, I'll give you your basically that, right? Where it's where you effectively analyze information and form judgments based on evidence and reasoning, right?
All these different scenarios.
But one part of critical thinking will be your ability to weigh up viewpoints and be aware of different contexts of arguments. So, like, if you're going to have an argument with someone and they say to you, I've never researched the counter arguments and that's how I came into flat earth, you're going to at the very beginning know that they never use any critical thinking skills to get there. And if I know that, then I know that this person probably isn't the best person to hold my hand.
Well, hold on though, because you can't say that once they are seeing, because let's say you're saying, oh, they didn't look at the rebut of it, but they can still look into the truth of it and then start analyzing it themselves and realizing how this makes perfect sense, how it is the truth, because then you can just recall the nonsense lie and then say, oh wait, that's a lie then. So
I can tell you that.
I would say that's kind of a form of critical thinking. Sorry, go ahead, Ryan.
Yeah, so for example, for almost 10 years now, I constantly have to correct flat earthers who claim if the earth was curved, they'd have to take the curve into account for bridges. Right? So if globe earther comes in and says they have to do it, I smack them around like a chump. Flat earther comes in after that and says, oh, but they would have to account for it. And so they need to equally be smacked around like a chump. Because when you do research into the actual structures that are built and the mechanical nature of how they place them, any idea of the curve at that scale would be irrelevant. So it's a moot point for both people. You can't use it as proof for or against. You can only debunk the other person's claim in attempt to using it as proof.
The best proof about that, I would say, is that look at a very, very long bridge spanned across water, and you'll see that bridge will have curve in it, obviously for the integrity, structural integrity, but then you'll see the water just perfectly horizontally flat, and then I mean,
it's flat.
If that's not enough proof for you, I don't know, you might be a little too far.
Have you measured it flat? How do you know it's flat? Have you took a level out there and measured the whole ocean?
It's better to use navigation rather than bridges to.
Navigation. Bacon's here.
Further.
Oh no,
yeah.
Bacon's here.
Yeah, that's not gonna get into there.
Yeah.
So navigation itself, all navigation requires a flat Earth. So
you don't want to make that
thousands of miles you're dealing with there in navigation. The bridge is only whatever.
Does anyone appreciate the price?
10 miles or whatever. Not even 5 miles or 2 miles.
It doesn't matter if it's 1 inch. There's going to be curvature.
Yeah, but have you measured that it was flat?
I mean, 1 mile. So you're saying that one end.
Well, it is measured flat
lower
using
than the
navigation.
other end of the bridge.
Oh no!
Anything to say?
The Nathan Oakley brainworm is taking over.
That's very topical. Because we're talking about
ad-hom fallacy then. Okay.
Wait, what? Ad-hom?
Yeah. So I mean, do you have a sloped bridge where one end of the 1 mile bridge is 8 inches lower than the other end of the mile?
Well, I want to
do
do celestial navigation tanks
in the middle. Do you have a 4 inch higher hump in the middle?
Bacon's literally salivating over here.
Yeah.
Listen, Bacon made an app, and he did a good job, and he's a good guy. But he's obsessed with this topic.
Stuck in his
I can't deny it.
Mathematical world.
The ironic thing about this argumentation, though, there might be a couple flat earthers that they agreed with the argument from the get-go, and they didn't counter research. But on the Glober side, I would say the majority of Globers did not do proper investigation into flat Earth, and they never questioned their paradigm even from the get-go. So,
True. Good point.
I got a
Exactly.
question for the flat earthers. If you send up, let's say you live on the east coast of North America and you send up a drone with a telescopic lens attached to it at night, and when it gets to its highest point that a drone can go, and you focus in on England, wouldn't you be able to see the lights of England, like the lights in London?
No, the whatever it is too small. I mean, I don't know. I don't even know these exact locations, right? But you have angular resolution, the attenuation of light. You have the atmosphere, the opacity of the atmosphere. The soup of the atmosphere, it gets too thick, you can't see things through it due to some of these issues. So also, like, when you get further away from something, it appears to decrease in angular size, get smaller and smaller and smaller until it vanishes
I think you mean
into something called the vanishing point. This is just like for every, for it's kind of all encompassing, right? And then we call that vanishing point, right? It's like a point
Are you able to
is not
calculate the
something
vanishing
that's,
point?
yeah. So like a
Can you
point, no,
calculate?
you can't calculate a point. That's what I was going to say. So a
What?
point is something that does. A point does not exist in geometry and reality. It's just a
Point
placeholder.
doesn't
It's not
exist in
actually real. You have to extend a line from
So
point to point to actually make that,
what the hell?
to bring it into something, into reality. A point is just a
Points don't exist in
placeholder. So what we
geometry.
see is, right, yeah. So, well, look it up. And then, so what we call that line is, we call that line the horizon. Right.
Very.
You know what, Tanks, just to piggyback on that for him, Catholic. By the way, I haven't seen you for a long time, Catholic traditionalist. Been years. But I would say also, like, you're saying going up and looking across the sky, but it's kind of like the same thing like in water. You can only see so far in water too. And you would think, like, well, if the water's clear, shouldn't you just be seeing like for miles and miles and miles? Because like looking through glass, right? Like it should be clear. But no, there is also things as small as they are. There's things that the way light's not going to infinitely just travel through that water, and there will be a point where you can no longer see. So I'm just saying, like, you can
Yeah.
kind of compare to that.
On that, I actually looked at, I don't have, I mean, this is, again, I checked all this stuff out years ago to compare it and test it, etc. I can't remember the number, but it's something crazy. Like, what's the longest observed distance under the ocean water? It's like 300 feet. It's like very short. I can't remember. I might be exaggerating, but I might be right on. It's very short.
Yeah.
You'd be amazed. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I mean you can't even see the other side in a pool, like a public pool. You know, the really big, large pools, not Olympic size, but maybe like a really good size. Sometimes you can't even see the other side underwater from that, and you're not even like 50 yards away. That's pretty interesting.
And the height of the drone would be in reference to sea level.
Yeah, like the thing that you could say to test, right? Like, oh, this would test the globe is 2 points, right? The globe likes to talk about like one line, like being vertical from the center of the earth, right? The thing that you have to test in reality is 2 points, right? So now if you put your drone up straight in the air, right? Go ahead and test it, right? And then I stand 2 feet away from you, and we go up straight in a perfectly ideal vertical line. What's the distance at the top of the drones? And you're going to find out that it's always going to be the same distance.
Daz Studio, could you tell Bacon how the Earth's measured flat? Daz Studio 68.
And so, and like the implication of that line, right? Like two
to Polaris.
Yeah, the implications of like two sides of that of a rectangular building, right? One having a different vertical than the other, right? Even though it's only a few hundred feet apart. The implications of that being the case is that one side would be tilted and one side would be vertical. But that's just not the case. When you go up an elevator, not one side of the elevator is different than the other. They follow the same vertical line, right? But like a vertical line in geometry doesn't have any depth, but in reality we have depth.
What's your independent variable?
Oof.
The number 13 button on the elevator.
That's your independent variable. Do you change the number 13 button?
It's not even there.
So it's not an independent variable?
Hey, that's a good point too. By the way, talking about columns being built vertically in the globe world, they will say, "Oh, they're going to diverge from each other," but actually, no, they don't. And elevator would be a really good point, especially the higher you go. Uh, in a 70-story in downtown LA, like those you know, we do the vertical the columns for the inside. Then local 12 comes in, the elevator guys, then they actually put the elevator. But we do the steel for them within the elevator, what do you call that? The shafts. Uh and you're right. You make sure they're fucking level, like, and they have, and especially with elevators, bro. You have to have it tits, like,
Dude, elevators do not prove a flat Earth. Let's
no,
just
no. I'm
move
just saying.
swiftly on.
Hold on, Jekyll. I'm just saying that's a good point because if these poles, if you're measuring vertical, like let's say, like, yeah, you're 10 feet across, right, for the opening of the elevator, right, of the shaft. Like, then if one tube is on one side and one tube is on the other side, and you're gonna make them vertical all the way up for 60 stories, like, in your world, the two top verticals would be wider across than the base of it. But that's
How
not the
much wider?
reality, bro.
How much wider in our world?
Oh my god.
It wouldn't
Yeah,
matter.
Here we go. Here we
I have
go with the
no idea.
bullshit. Here we go with the
Could we test
bullshit. The fact is, Scott, they're not wider. And then
How much wider would we expect them to be?
how do we expect numbers, angles, degrees? You guys are full of shit, bro. Just
I know. So you have no idea what you're talking
I guess
about.
you're clocking in, Scott. I guess it's
You're
your time.
rejecting an assertion that you have no idea
It's
what you're
good
talking
talking to you,
about.
Jackal. You're probably
Earth
going to
is
take a
flat
lunch break or something. Maybe
elevators.
it's Scott's time.
Wow.
I think one of the best arguments against a globe Earth, or I guess
Is elevators.
evidence of a flat Earth
Yeah,
in
literally
favor of a flat
elevators.
Earth would be infrared photography.
Really?
Because
Let's see it.
as you're utilizing a longer wavelength, it's not as subject to refraction as like visible spectrum, which is much more likely to curve and bend and warp and whatnot. So infrared should actually physically be escaping the curve of the Earth and then shooting off into the sky. But what we actually see is just more land and further distance, because
Video.
on the globe, you actually have to appeal to refraction in the visible spectrum because it is lossy and it carries the image around a physical obstruction, whereas infrared, it's supposed to shoot off of that physical obstruction.
All right.
But instead,
Post your J. Tolan video.
It actually just reveals more land beyond.
Is that the video where he's like 1,200 nautical miles away, and then he just like assumes that he sees the
No. Just think about the principle real quick.
All right, so
when you
let's see
have
the
visible
video.
spectrum, it's a shorter wavelength. It's more subject to refraction. It carries the image around the physical curve
I know,
because you
this is
never
the
actually
first
see
time
the
I've heard
curve.
it, dude. This isn't the first time I've heard it. I get what you're
Hold
trying
on.
to say.
It sounds like they're being very skeptical and honest with this
No,
approach.
I've
It
already
sounds like
heard
they're
it.
both
I've
being
already
very
heard it.
honest.
If he
Go
wants
ahead,
to
guys.
do it, waste his
It
time.
is
You've
a
already made up
direct
your mind.
refutation to your physical obstruction. So it literally cannot. They cannot
And he
equally
doesn't
exist.
get it, and
There's
he
only
won't
one other
believe it.
answer.
Oh, I just want to see an observation.
He doesn't
do it.
accept the truth, Briggs. That you got to understand.
Listen.
Trigonometry. He's like a minion of Scott now. Like, they're kind of like, one or two
I
peas in the pod.
posted for you. There is in voice chat. It's a one of 20.
Is that in Bolivia?
Jackal. We can go in some another direction if you want.
The flat world.
No, we
All
can go
right.
in direction. Fuck off with that fucking bullshit.
RJ Tolan video.
Yeah,
Can you
Craig
fuck
is
off
turning
with that
into a
bullshit
Scott, bro.
in future, Jackal? Can you fuck off with that bullshit in future with
Why are you
me?
so angry?
Tolan doesn't have a
I'm
monopoly
telling you,
on
can you
infrared
fuck off with
technology.
that bullshit
Just letting
in
you know.
future? I'm asking you. If you cannot fuck off, we will speak like this.
What did he say?
Yep.
I'm saying, can you fuck off with that bullshit high
How am I
school speaking, please?
Too far. Can I see Bolivia in this image?
Can you fuck off in the jumping without balloons?
Can I see Bolivia from
Can
Mount
you
Wilson?
can you fuck
Right.
off in jumpings without balloons?
What?
Can you fuck
Can
off
I,
in
if I go
jumpings
on a
without?
balloon?
Did I post to Jay Tolan? You wanted
Yeah.
something
If I go
from
on the
Jay?
balloon, can I see
Did I
Bolivia
post
from
it?
Mount
Is
Wilson?
it written? Is it written something there on the top of the video? Where is that? Is it some kind of mountain Wilson or is it Bolivia? Are you arsehole? Can you tell me?
I can't see
Is
Bolivia
it
in this
that
image. I
fucking
think you're
shit
lying.
Bolivia? Is it
You
that
said you could see
Bolivia?
Bolivia in the image, dude.
I said that.
All
When
right,
I said that.
Sasha, they just
When
got
I
done
said
getting
that.
beat up by Oakley, and now they're trying to like vent and just be cool and joke around and fuck around. They're not trying to really be
No,
serious.
but it's all right, man. But why they're you know it's all right, but
They're not listening. They're not really
I
listening at
am
all.
listening. I've already
La
heard.
la 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 la.
Look, infrared, if anything, should reveal the physical obstruction, not more land, is what I'm saying. It is a physical impossibility for it to be doing other than showing us more land. So that means that the Earth is not a globe. It just directly.
Is it? So can you calculate how far we
Exactly.
should be seeing in this image?
It should be less. It should be less.
Is that a number?
Refraction is the mechanism that you guys
Less is a
use
good
to
number, though.
explain seeing around a physical obstruction. Once we remove some of that refraction, it should be showing the obstruction. It does not do that.
What's the should be less number? What is that equal to? Is that like 2 pi, 3 pi? I don't know. If we're talking about circles.
You're such a prick.
No, what does less mean, dude? You can't say this is proof of flat Earth.
You don't know what less means?
Hold on.
Really?
This is proof of flat Earth.
You don't know what less means?
And then when I ask how far should I be seeing if the Earth is a globe with a given radius, you say, it should be less.
No, okay. But you don't grasp though. You can't grasp that the fact that it should be less.
What does that mean,
dude?
What does less mean?
So you don't get it.
What is the
So
number
you
for
honestly
that?
don't get it.
What is the number for less?
That's crazy, bro.
The unverified globe claim would be about 3% less, but they're not actually calculating the actual medium itself. Okay, they're making a presumption using math and their refraction calculations, but they're not actually measuring the medium in order to make that calculation. So regardless, it should be less. Should be showing the obstruction.
Can you falsify that mathematically the same way that?
Can you falsify my reasoning?
Yeah, less isn't a number, dude. You can't say we should see more.
We don't live in a number, dude. We don't live in a number.
That's crazy, bro.
Wow. Whenever it comes to
They
math,
don't-
just run away.
Trig, they don't try to figure out the world. They just, have feelings. They have feelings, and it's good enough for them.
I feel I see too far.
Yeah.
Like what?
No, we actually
It should be enough. It should be enough.
By far.
But that's fine. But that's that's kind of disingenuous to his question. Qualitatively, he has a point. If visible spectrum refracts more, right, and allow you to see further, then something that refracts less should allow you to see less far, not more far. It makes perfect sense. Now, it's a fair critique to say I'd like you to quantify that, but it's not fair to dismiss the point entirely because he can't quantify it. I mean, let me ask you this question. Are you guys capable of engaging a hypothetical? Not.
Sure.
All right, so what we would have to mathematically falsify it since we're using a mathematical model of Earth that we're going off of. Right?
Oh, the Black Swan debunks the globe math.
Did it?
Yeah.
Which image? The edited
So
one?
no horizon can be further on a globe. No horizon can be further than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Not according to our
which
model.
is about 3 miles.
Not according to our model.
Observer.
Is that the edited version?
Not according to us.
Yeah. I mean,
So according to the globe model, which is
not according to our model,
being
no.
debunked. Mm.
That's according to your globe model, where
There's
you have
no
Your globe model's not our globe model.
That's the globe model's 1.2 times.
There's no globe model.
So what's the what's the circumference then if it's not 24,901 miles on your globe?
We're not disagreeing with the circumference. Yeah, we're not disagreeing with the circumference. There are more and less nuanced models. If you were using one that has no atmosphere, then that's not our model.
It's not our model.
So it breaks down to about 8 inches per mile square, yeah?
As studios, look at the image.
1.2 times the square. So you're saying the circumference is not
Look at the image I pinged you.
24,901.
Look
What's
at
the
image
circumference then? If it's not ancient, if it doesn't work out to 24901, then what is it then?
You've been deceived. The Black Swan is edited. You've been deceived.
So what's the circumference if it's not 24901?
Trying to say how the Black Swan isn't proof of your flat piece of world, and I'm trying to show you.
No, you said you're claiming a different globe.
No,
measurement.
we're claiming the same globe, same measurement.
You're claiming different. So what's the circumference then?
But you're not even really asking the question, are you?
What's the circumference then if it's not 24901 miles?
It is that number.
Oh my goodness,
We
dude!
agree.
Listen,
That's a circumference.
friend.
Yes, which breaks down to
everyone. Okay, listen. Everyone
You don't even know your
conceded
own
what the
maths, dude.
circumference is. It's irrelevant. Everyone just conceded what the circumference is. Now progress the argument, please, so we don't have to just listen to the circumference 500 times.
Well, remember, Scott. We can just say more or less. We don't have to actually quantify anything. We can just say more or less. It should be more. I feel like it should be
So
more.
your globe breaks down to 8 inches per mile square, or 1.2 times the observer's height in feet from an observer.
I just feel like it should be more.
That's your globe.
Should you see more with
Black
radar?
Swan.
Or the question is, why are you telling us what we believe?
Flat Earth. Radar requires a flat Earth.
Should you see more with radar?
You're basically debunking your own globe math there, dude.
No, you just don't understand what we're saying.
No, that's
Look at the side chat.
That's not our globe.
That's Studios. Look at the side chat and look at the image of the unedited Black Swan. Look at the
when you actually, it's really cool when globers actually deny their own belief, like
It's
math,
not our
like
belief.
the globe math. Yeah,
you don't get to say what our belief is. That's not the way we know.
Yes, I do.
That's not the way it works.
We can look up the globe circumference and what it breaks down to.
You said we got to move beyond that.
Yeah.
We already agreed.
And how the globe works out.
And
we've already agreed on that.
These applications are
So what does
these
it break down
technologies
to
are
then?
specific to application. You see more because there's no obstruction. That's the real fucking problem.
We
That's
see
the
more.
point.
What is?
That's
Can you
right.
quantify more?
1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We see further than that. We see beyond the geometric limit of the globe.
Once you bring in seeing, you have to bring in refraction.
What's refraction?
It's part of seeing.
Okay, so you're making an argument for the Black Swan. You don't even know what refraction is.
Average flat Earth debate.
I'm asking you what refraction is. The person who said refraction, what's that?
It's the bending of light.
The bending of light.
Yes.
Around a globe?
Around whatever. It's the bending of light. It doesn't matter if it's going around something or not. It just
you guys can't be serious.
So we can see land from beyond the curve.
Yes.
Because of refraction.
Yes. It's really not that hard a concept to grasp.
So it's funny that this discovery was only
hard.
made in 2015. It's quite funny that
just because it's the first time you heard it does not mean it's the first time.
No, it's about this idea of
I think people know about
holograms.
refraction long before 2016.
Refraction creates holograms from behind a physical obstruction, does it? I don't think so.
There's no holograms.
What would you call it then? If you can see an object, a projection of an object that actually isn't there, what would you call it?
Do you know when
I'm
you
pretty
see
sure
an
you have
object,
been on
it's always
school.
a projection?
You just
Go ahead,
deny
Barry.
I'm sure you've
everything.
seen
You
on
deny your
school.
own model. You deny your own math. You deny...
No, I deny that you understand what
Yes,
we're
you do.
saying. I deny that you understand what we've said.
Oh, you
That's
don't
what I deny.
understand.
You don't.
Mhm.
Oh, have you ever
Clear.
put something inside of a glass of water and see its position shifted? You call that a hologram? If you
Yeah, I
call
guess
that a
that's a
hologram, then sure.
Yeah, that's when you put something in the water. Talking about things in the air.
Still
Yeah?
refraction.
Not in the water. So it's...
I know, but it's still refraction.
It's refraction both ways. In both cases, you're dealing with refraction. The only difference is one, you're dealing with separate mediums. The other, you're dealing with a gradient of refractive index.
Yep.
Refraction would make things harder to see with distance.
Nope.
Not
Nothing to do with
easy
how you
to
see. It just bends the light.
That has nothing to do with refraction.
It
That has to do
refracts
with
the
light
light.
attenuation.
Direct.
See, notice
It
how
refracts
Bacon and I
light.
agree on everything, and we have the same model, and you disagree with us, and you're the one telling us that we disregard our own model. But Bacon and I understand our model, and we understand you don't understand it.
What model? You haven't got one.
Okay,
You
a
say
sphere with an atmosphere.
you say nah to your own model.
No, it's not our model.
No,
you're saying.
no, we say nah to what you think our model is.
Yeah.
We say nah to what you think our model is, which is a globe with no atmosphere. We say nah to
when you look at a rainbow, the red ribbon is always on the top of the rainbow because it is a longer spectrum of light. It is a shorter wavelength. It goes further. It should be revealing the physical obstruction instead of revealing the land beyond it. Okay, you guys can't argue anything against it because it actually fits your paradigm, except that the observation shows more land. Now, if that were true with radar, you would have a huge dead zone in the middle of the radar reading, which you don't have. It shows granular reading.
They won't get that
much
rigged.
further than
I don't
visible.
understand about radar.
They're not smart enough to understand that. They're stuck.
That is so funny.
You're not smart enough to understand your own globe math.
No, you're not understanding. You're not smart enough to understand our math. No, we understand our math just fine. You don't understand our math.
Oh, you don't understand. No,
Yeah.
I've spelled out your math for you and how it's been debunked, and you've just gone nah.
No,
what is it
if you
then?
understood our math, we wouldn't be telling you you're wrong all the time.
Oh, I do understand.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask a question. Are apparent locations in your field of view necessarily physical locations in free space? Yes or no?
No.
Anyone can answer.
No.
Okay, no. So, all right. So you've answered. So the other guy who was contending with you, what's the answer? I find it troubling that the answer is not forthcoming. I find it troubling that the answer is not forthcoming. Although I could be, misinterpreting the silence.
Daz Studio, he's talking to you. If you're not,
sorry, asking me.
Yeah.
Well, are you the one who's contending with? I mean, come on, dude. Are apparent locations in your field of view necessary physical locations in free space? Yes or no?
Apparent locations? No, they wouldn't be.
Right. So just because you see something,
it's relevant.
Right, but that means necessarily that just because you see something, that where you think it is or where you're claiming it is, geometrically, isn't necessarily true. Correct? Could be true, but it's not necessarily true, right?
I'd agree.
It's not a trick question.
I think
submit
he's
the fact
actually
that you
engaged
can't.
in the conversation.
Yeah, but to be
we can
fair,
see
I
the
submit
horizon,
that.
But the
Look,
apparent
listen,
the
dude.
horizon is
apparent. I know. I understand, dude. That's irrelevant from the fact that you were asked a blatant, simple question, and it doesn't seem like you're just. I don't know, man. It's like pulling teeth or something.
Well, if I see a ship, it's there. May not exact. I mean,
What do you mean by? What do you mean by there? What do you mean by there? Yeah, but what do you mean by the word there? Listen, I recognize that you're befuddled, and I think it's because you've never ever thought of the implications of the logic.
No. You're just not answering. You're not asking a very intelligent question, there, dude. It's not relevant.
No, I'm actually asking the most important question.
It's like if you see a building, is it there?
What do you?
What does there mean? Give me a break, man.
Yeah, what does there mean? Tell me, what does there mean?
What does there mean? Why don't you look it up?
Yeah.
What do you think there means?
No, you tell me. Look, you're using it. I want to know how you're using it.
You need to prove that we can see things from behind a curve. So that's your claim. You need to prove it.
Dude.
Listen,
I can show you.
You need to prove that. It's like if I can see a building, I can see a boat.
This is problematic.
It's there. I can see because it's there, not because it's not there. Yeah.
Dude, I could take a mag dome. Do you know what a mag dome is? A magnification dome. It's a paperweight on the desk that people use all the time. You know what those are?
Yep.
I could take one of those and I could put it on the corner of a building and I could look through one end of it and I can see around the corner.
Right.
Right. So I've just proven you could see around something. Unequivocally. Unequivocally. There's no rebuttal.
With a
direct demonstration.
With a what? What? Yeah, I can see around corners with those bubble mirrors, dude.
No, with a mag dome. So it's not using reflection. It's using. Okay, let me ask you this question. What mechanism, when it comes to light, does a magnification dome, which is hemispherical, there's not actually a true dome, right? In a sense, like it's solid. So you could call it a dome shape. And it's made of material. And it uses a fundamental principle to enhance and redirect the light. What's that fundamental principle called?
Not sure, dude. What you're talking about?
I'm going with refraction.
But if I see a ship, it's there, and then you say, "What's there?" Well, where the ship
That's what I mean, dude. So let me ask this question: if I put the mag dome on the corner and I can see something on the opposite side of the corner, when I use the word "there," am I saying that the ship is in the mag dome? So the word "there" does have contextual meaning in this case. It has to be parsed out with what you mean by it.
Yeah, I'm just talking about just with, just seeing straight with the naked eye, not through a mag dome or whatever.
Right. So man, I forgot homeboy's name. Scott. In Scott's worldview, okay, that you're attempting to critique, is there something that he believes in that exists that could act, at least in some functional way, similar to the mag dome? Yes or no? Now, I'm not asking you to agree that this is true or not. I'm just asking you to agree if that's part of his worldview or not. So if you can't simply answer the question, then that proves Scott's point that you have no idea what his position is.
No, I'd agree that he believes that. He believes that he can see things from behind the curve through whatever bending light or whatever. Sure, that's his belief. That's fine.
Right. So if the two of you agree that the physical locations of the objects must remain constant, right, because of object permanence, right, and the uniformitarian assumption that objects just don't vanish out of reality, then it's not fair that after you both agree to that, to then tell him that that means his view that there's something other at play is automatically negated, right? You have to disprove that other point severally. You can't just agree on the geometry of the situation, right? Does that make sense?
I don't think he's ever debated.
I guess so.
Right. So now that, like I said before, now that we've all agreed, just chill for a sec. Now that we've all agreed what the alleged dimensions and the physical locations of these objects are, we're now talking about what we see. And what we see involves something greater than physical locations. It involves light, which is another topic that must be addressed in its own right. So my point with saying all that is, it's so boring to just hear you both agree, essentially, that the Earth's geometry and Scott's worldview is such, and then completely ignore the other part. Because let me tell you, friend, to be frank, that's very disingenuous. You may not realize that that's how it's coming off, but that's exactly how it comes off. You're basically denying him his own worldview to critique his worldview, which is not an internal critique, it's an external critique. So you're not accurately critiquing his worldview, right?
No, he can believe whatever he likes, and I can absolutely debunk it, destroy it, if I like to. He can believe whatever he likes, whether it's proven or not.
Okay, so the other guy was talking about light and the nature of refraction, that if a certain wavelength of light should refract less, if the other wavelength is showing you more, then a less refractive wavelength should show you less. That makes sense, right? To you, I would think. So I would submit that that guy is in the wheelhouse of the point, right, of what the contention is. And contention is what we see, right? Because rest assured, nobody actually sees objects exactly as they physically are, right, dimensionally. That would require a non-angular field of view, which you don't possess. So it's actually the case in your regular daily life that many objects do not represent themselves as the dimensions that they are physically, right? In other words, you look at a rectangle, one side looks longer than the other because it's skewed to your perspective. That doesn't mean it's physically changed its size. So if you said, I see it as it is, you'd be wrong.
All right, so
Dude, I'm not.
Anyway,
Go ahead.
still for that new circumference there, dude. The correct circumference, the correct globe math.
All right, so the math here.
You said nah. So what's your what does it break down to? So miles. Tell the circumference. What does it break down inches per mile square? And at what when do objects disappear over the edge? Can you tell us that? How far away the horizon is, roughly?
I can't hear anybody.
Yeah, tell me what the refraction index is for that day, and I'll tell you how far the horizon should be.
Okay,
so nothing. Okay. No
just
worries.
real quick, guys.
As
just
per usual.
We need another refraction index.
Am I must be muted or something. Look.
I can hear you.
Okay, so
yeah, I can hear you, dude.
A radar wave can go up to a whole meter. Okay, and when we're talking about nanometers, that is 1/1000th of the size. Okay, so infrared goes up to 700 nanometers or so. All right, so you can do the math on that if you want, but we're talking in the scale of billions. All right, so when you're using radar, you're seeing something or you're reading something that is much more true to scale. All right, now if that were true, these waves would be shooting off of the physical obstruction, not reading beyond the physical obstruction. It would be reading the atmosphere. It'd be reading the air. It'd be shooting off into space, right? Am I full of it? I don't think so.
Have you?
Visible
I
light,
agree, dude.
visible light is even more sensitive. It's very hard. See, visible light it's very finicky. It doesn't really want to go very far. Okay, it's very hard to get visible light to go straight. Now they use infrared and radar for targeting and for reading things way, way off into the distance. Now, if you guys were saying that was hugging the curve of the Earth, okay, the way that the wave propagates, it would be revealing a huge gap of reading in the middle. It'd be shooting off the obstruction, and then due to refraction, it would be arcing off into the distance, very far, probably off into space. Okay, it would not be effective. There would be no application for that. The reason there is application, and that it doesn't read any physical curving, because it's more true to scale. It's seeing through the haze. It's seeing through everything that is visibly obstructing, because visible light is very lossy. Doesn't want to go straight very much. Okay. These things empirically evident that there is no physical obstruction. There's just no, you can't have it both ways. There's no way around the argument. We see more because it is more true to scale. It's actually just more land right in front of us. In the scale of billions. That's how much more granular these waves are. They go much, much further.
Yeah, and
What
that
do you mean the
kind of
waves go
reminds me.
further?
That kind of reminds me also along the lines of what AI was saying earlier, talking about how you're seeing like this thing around the corner, but it's you're not you're seeing almost like a reflection of it. I guess you're not actually looking at it. So like if it was a target and you put your scope on it and you lit it up to target it to give a position for that rocket to hit it, then using the radar and their system, the lidar, um, um, you're you're going to hit a physical thing, not a reflection of it or a mirage of it or this atmospheric lensing of it. Like you're gonna hit the physical target. So you can't just say, oh, this target that is 150 miles away, but because the light bent over the curve and now you're able to see it because the light's bending and it's bringing it up into your view. Well, then that won't work in military because they're hitting physical things, not images that are floating in the sky.
Yeah, and to explain it away, you know what they do?
Not
They
exist?
call it
Doesn't refraction not
no,
exist on
no,
a
no.
platter?
Actually, they do
Not
have
saying that.
an excuse for this. It's
What are you
called
saying then?
super refraction. Super refraction. Actually, because it doesn't actually fit the principles of your model, they have to basically push on this model on there to make sense of it. It's called super refraction. It still doesn't work either way because there would still be a massive gap in the middle of your reading. There would be no such thing as radar. It wouldn't work.
Right.
Microwaves are immensely
I don't see any
longer
reason why it
than
wouldn't work.
visible light or infrared.
Why again wouldn't it work?
That's kind of like using a tangent in celestial navigation. It's going to give you a ground position in space, not on the ground. So yeah, that's a good point.
Really want to get into
Radar, radar wouldn't work as it is on a globe.
Why not? You guys aren't making any sense.
You just explained it really well.
Oh my God! Hold on, just real quick. Hold on, Des.
Because all of the problems that Apocryphon
Hold on, Des.
mentioned would be a
Hold on,
problem
Scott.
regardless of the shape of the Earth, right?
Scott,
if you
hold
have
on.
refraction and you're targeting something, it's not going to be where you expect it to be. Refraction exists in both worlds.
Okay,
Does
Scott,
it not?
hold on. Okay, you asked.
Just try to answer my question, actually,
Okay,
instead of diverting.
Scott.
Answer the question I asked, Apocryphon.
You asked.
Can you answer the question I asked?
We're still waiting for a citation that refraction causes holograms, bro. And we're still waiting for your circumference.
Do you guys not have refraction in a flat Earth?
Scott, well, I'd appreciate you stop running interference and just let people speak. You can have your turn.
Well, I'd appreciate someone trying to answer a question every now and then.
Scott, you asked what everything that he just said. All you can do is say, you're not making any sense. And then you go off into this realm of you guys don't believe refraction exists? ? Like, dude, we did not say refraction. It's like you missed the fucking whole forest through the trees, bro. Like you are if you look up that definition, they should put your face next to it. Like this is what that means. He just gave you a very good explanation of radar and the way it works and this and that. And all you can say is, you're not making no sense. You don't believe in refraction? What?
Everything he said is a problem in both worlds.
No, actually, no.
There's no issue on a flat surface because that's what's actually revealed. What's actually revealed is a reading all the way to the end of its diminished wave.
Exactly. Like it's only a problem in your world, or maybe it's a problem.
What's the difference?
What's the difference of what?
Yeah,
the difference is that your model is not what it shows.
How does radar work in a flat Earth, and how does it work on a globe Earth, and what's the difference?
No. See, that's a stupid question. Radar works. Doesn't matter the shape. It just works.
I agree.
The problem though, is you in your paradigm, it wouldn't work because
Why not?
the way it works is exactly how he just said it 10 minutes ago. Did you not hear?
I did.
Okay, then you're just stuck on stupid. I'm gonna mute myself. You and Trick, you guys you frustrate me, bro, and that's what you
I
do.
know.
That's what you pay to do.
I know. It's hard for you to explain what you don't understand. I get that.
You can fuck off, and I swear to God, I wish you were in front of me right now, bro. I swear to God.
Would we resort to violence if we were in person? Is that the best you have, man?
Listen, it's going to be my only warning, okay?
Thank you.
Although threats of violence are forbidden, now on, violence are also forbidden, and I'm just going to straight up ban whoever does it indiscriminately with no questions asked. That's the way it's going to be from now on because I'm sick of it. It's a freaking retarded way to argue. Capiche?
Yeah, just to sum it up, there was nothing that I said was violent. So get that right.
Okay, one more time. Any connotation I'm going to assume is a threat, and I'm going to ban indiscriminately. So I could care less about anyone else's opinion of what they did. I'm just going to judge it as such and ban them anyway. So they can A, take that internally and be smart about the way they act from now on, or B, I don't know, get banned, I guess.
Wait, you did say you weren't going to talk to him, so maybe he's partial to you, and that was a threat.
Self-ban.
See, I actually like banning people. It makes me happy, so I'm all for it.
That's because you're afraid of your opinion being challenged.
You gotta ban yourself, AI. You just threatened me.
Colin.
What does me liking banning people have to do with my views?
Yeah, but anyways, I was just looking for a clarification on the difference in the way radar works on a globe Earth versus a flat Earth, and with regard to refraction and how refraction affects radar in one paradigm and not the other. I don't think that was too much to ask.
They don't understand your question.
That's the problem, is that you guys don't actually verify the mediums in which you're accounting for this refraction. You're just applying the calculation to make sense of the problem that you guys face, because the application itself doesn't actually show what you guys hope that this physical curve of the Earth would be. So you apply these principles without any verification.
How does that affect radar? You're talking about radar.
How does what affect radar?
You're talking
radar
about refraction in a whole with regard to radar and something.
All right, well, I don't know if you need sleep or coffee, but you just don't sound like you're with it, so I'm not going to engage.
That's fair enough. Can't explain
radar
what you tried to
requires
say,
horizontal baseline.
Why does the radar require horizontal baseline?
It just does.
Why?
It just does isms are coming from Nathan Oakley today, or?
Yeah, they're just parroting something they heard someone else say. They don't know why, though.
What's radar? Have you ever seen a radar screen?
I've never seen a radar
around.
What's
I've never seen radar.
What's your independent?
I didn't think so. Yeah, I didn't think so. I didn't think you'd seen radar because you obviously haven't seen radar.
Yeah, what's your independent variable?
For radar?
Mm-hmm. Now, what's your independent variable for radar?
Okay.
Yeah, okay. Is that your independent variable?
So, yeah, radar's a thing, dude. Have you seen a radar screen go around?
We agree. Why does it need a flat Earth?
Have you seen radar?
Have you scientifically verified this, or is this just something you made up?
Come on, Trig.
Radar? No, I didn't make up radar, dude.
What's your independent variable, sir?
Have you seen a radar screen? You seen it go around? It's kind of like, have you ever got a really long stick, right? A flat stick, about, I don't know, 2 meters?
Yes, I know radar is a thing. I'm just using your logic, dude.
Yeah. And then you go around, it's kind of like, and then you sweep around and make a circle with the stick on the sand, right? On the flat sand.
I wouldn't say this.
Right? It's kind of like that, isn't it?
No.
It's like that, isn't it? How it goes
it's
around.
nothing like that. That's what you think it is?
Exactly like that.
No, it's nothing like that.
You haven't seen it, so how would you know?
Let me explain how radar actually works for you, just for you.
But you haven't seen it, so how would you know? But that's how it visually is represented.
We know what it looks like on the screen.
Oh yeah,
I'm literally playing around with the simulation of the AN APQ 120 right now. So, how much do you know about radar?
Simulation.
Yeah, same thing that the US.
Radar. That other guy explained it really well. How it wouldn't work, how it doesn't work on the globe, how it requires horizontal.
How does it require horizontal?
Like a compass requires horizontal.
Horizontally. God, dude, these guys are
like GPS requires
horizontally.
horizontal.
What do you mean?
Radar travels in straight lines, bro. Radar travels in straight lines. If you don't, do you know that? Yes or no?
Does visible light
do you know that? Yes or no? Do you know that radar travels in straight lines? Yes or no?
Still subject to refraction, so I wouldn't say it travels in straight lines.
Okay, so then once again, you're back to you think radar is going to bend and curve 1,000 miles away from its a signal. Got it. Yeah, you guys you think you can see the back of your own heads, bro? If the refraction was right, that's what's wrong with you guys.
Can you falsify that? Can you falsify? I mean, it is falsifiable. Can you falsify
so you
that?
think you can see the back of your head? Got it.
Hey, could you falsify
That's
that?
all I need to know, bro.
Radar?
That's all you need to know.
Can you falsify how radar couldn't work on a globe mathematically, since radar is fundamentally mathematical, an operation?
I'd like that other guy to explain it because he did a really good job. Basically,
yeah, he did a real good job. Riggs broke it down for them, but they didn't see it. There's no point though, because he said it already. It went one ear, and now they're filled with questions like, how does it work? Even though they just heard how it works, they reset like in 10 seconds. They reset, and now they're back to saying,
you just don't know you're talking about, Epoch. You're literally a bumbling idiot.
See, this was crazy, bro. This was crazy.
He's just a bumbling idiot, man.
No.
I mean, are you asking how the radio works, or what are you asking?
You know what, bro? He did explain it. But you are saying,
did you explain how radar works fundamentally, Riggs? No, you didn't.
But what is an answer that's good for you? I'd like to hear your.
Oh my god, dude, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy.
Epoch, shut the fuck up.
Oh, AI, I feel threatened. Can you ban him? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, go ahead and Steelman how it works. Tell me what's good enough for you.
Yeah, tell me how it fundamentally works, like an operation, not just like something horizontal, because it doesn't rely on horizontals.
No, it doesn't matter what the shape of the Earth is. The argumentation itself reveals the answer. So go ahead and Steelman what you think it should be. Let me know. You've got the model up, right? The APQ 120.
Yeah.
You've got the simulation. Go ahead and tell me. Steelman it. What are you asking? You're asking how the radio electronics work?
No, I was just asking. Well, Apoc is a bumbling moron and thought that he could explain something which he couldn't.
Yeah, you're diverting. Go ahead.
No. So, I would agree. If you were to model the Earth with no atmosphere, yeah, radar would be a little bit weird. I would agree. So, why are we trying to model the Earth without an atmosphere to describe radar?
Yeah, I never said that. I never said it wasn't subject to refraction. I'm saying that the mediums that it's traveling through are unverified, and the only way that you can actually make sense of it is to apply a refractive mechanism that basically is a slider until it works, and then you model it from there.
Do you have like a citation of this where they do this?
Do you?
No, it's not my claim.
I mean, can you show me where they've actually measured the atmosphere?
It wasn't my claim.
From a 300 mile distance?
It wasn't.
Because radar reads over 300 miles.
Yeah, it does.
Do you know of any measurement of the atmosphere over 300 miles?
I don't think it's measured.
It's not. It doesn't exist. Let me tell you, it doesn't.
Hey, let me Let me validate for that other homeboy that in the years that I've done this, almost without fail, they just go to a Earth curve calculator and just keep scaling refraction until they get the result that they want.
But they're not. They're not looking. They're not bouncing radar returns off of stuff on the ground from 300 miles away. You know that, right?
That's not the point. I'm just validating that it is the case that people X post hoc, right? That's all.
Actually they do.
Yeah. Okay. Well, how do they do that?
They do.
They
you
do.
said that they don't. They use it over 300 miles. They absolutely use radar over 300 miles. Yes.
Citation for targets on the ground. For targets on the ground.
For targets on the ground, probably not.
Oh, okay, yeah. 300 miles, definitely.
Yeah.
You can see stuff 300 miles.
Yeah, I mean, from the ground, you're probably looking from 1 to 200 miles. But from the sky, like through like an F-15 or something like that, you get over 300 miles easily.
Yeah, yeah.
It doesn't escape the point, though. The point is that when you have a longer wavelength, okay, we're talking in scales of billions times longer than like visible spectrum. Okay, what you're doing is you're revealing a more true to scale observation. And if that were true, then you could see the physical curve of the Earth empirically. There's no way around that. Like the technology itself is absolutely capable of reading this supposed edge of the Earth. Problem is the technology would be ineffective after it because it'd shoot off into the sky.
Shoot off from the sky. Do you know how radar works?
Yeah, because if it's a globe, it shoots off into the sky.
Most of it shoots off into the sky. It doesn't all. Most of it does not return back. Right? Would you agree?
Can you meet me where my argument is?
No, because I disagree.
Can you visual?
You're saying that radar.
How are you disagreeing? Go ahead.
You're making the claim that most radar waves that come out of the radar just don't shoot off into the sky. That's what they do. The only returns they get back are from the targets or from ground clutter. So, yeah, I would disagree.
I don't disagree that they scatter off into the sky. What I'm saying is your line of sight would be off the edge of the globe into space. It's a different argument. I'm not saying that they don't scatter.
So how would we know if they weren't going off into space, if they're scattering and not coming back to the radar dish?
How would we know they weren't going off into space? Well, they would be applicable, which they are. And they're applicable beyond the physical curve, which shows that it's not there.
So what you're telling me is that the radar waves that don't come back to the dish, you're somehow getting information from those to verify that the Earth isn't, or that the Earth is flat?
The fact that you're getting information granularly across the whole expanse shows that the physical obstruction doesn't exist.
Are you able to provide like a demonstration of like any sort of demonstration where there must be a physical obstruction in the way, like if the Earth is a globe?
What would be good enough for you?
I don't know. I'll take anything really.
You'll take anything really.
Just real quick, Riggs. Anything beyond 150 miles is classified on the ground surface of radar. But it's up to 150 miles. Everything beyond that is classified. But they say that it's up to 250 to 300 miles easily. Ground, not or I mean along the sea, should we say? So I heard you earlier be asked that, and then he was like, "Oh, is that from the sky or from the ground?" But to answer you as well, Trig, it's 150 miles. That's known that what they will give us. But then anything beyond that is classified.
Yeah, go look at the radar technology itself. It has to do with microwaves. Okay, what you'll see distinctly is that it sees through the haze, it sees through the refraction, it sees through all the obstruction of which you might even call the horizon in some instances with visible light. Okay, that would not be possible. That would not be possible if there was actually a physical curve there.
That's just not true.
It is argumentatively true in principle.
There's no reason why you can't see something hundreds upon hundreds of kilometers away, because
if you're appealing to refraction, but then you have to use a shorter wavelength.
Even with zero refraction, dude. Even if you said that there was no refraction affecting the microwaves, you still haven't provided a source where you shouldn't be able to see.
You just annihilated your own point there. Even with the physical obstruction, you don't need shorter wavelength. You know, shorter wavelength is the mechanism of which you're allowed to see around a physical curve. You do realize
So I'm
that.
saying that hundreds of kilometers away,
And you don't need that, but you can still see beyond it. Are you a fucking magician?
with a given radius of 6371 kilometers, it doesn't matter. You can still see that far. It's not being blocked yet. You would have to be thousands of kilometers away. If you're observing like a target that's kilometers up in the air and you're kilometers up in the air, you can see hundreds of kilometers. No biggie.
Yeah, I'm not talking about up in the air, bro.
Oh,
Look,
so you're
if you
saying
say
radars
if you're
looking at other radars from hundreds of kilometers away?
if you're saying you can be on the ground level, okay, and you can use radar and you can see beyond a curve, then you'd have to provide me the mechanism. Because
So
by principle, by the definition of radar, you're basically escaping all this visible obstruction, okay, and the refractive properties of the atmosphere.
All right, so show me
to an extent.
Show me a radar that's capable of observing that far, ground-based radar. Why is he muted?
You got server muted? No way.
Damn.
He wasn't doing anything wrong.
Yeah, I don't get.
But
that was interesting. Way to kill the conversation, I guess.
Wow. Maybe
He
he's
got
banned.
muted,
Maybe
really.
he's banned. Maybe he's banned from somewhere else, and he's not supposed to be in the server at all. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't check.
Interesting. That could be, huh?
Yeah, I was waiting for a demonstration. You just wasn't able to. Give me his magic radar.
Ironic that you said that, being that you're the one that has the magic radar that can see over a globe. You're just full of it,
It
bro.
doesn't even.
You're
It's.
full
I
of
don't
it.
even have to invoke. I don't even have to invoke refraction, APOC. Hundreds
Yeah,
of
it shows a
kilometers.
ball-shaped radar screen with the lines going around it. The hand on the radar screen is straight, right?
Wait, did you just say bowl-shaped radar?
Yeah.
He's gonna
Do you
show
think,
you the Doppler.
What are we in the 70s? Do you think
Show
that's
us
how
the ball-shaped radar.
I'm gonna show you the Dopplers,
dude. Are we in the 70s?
Show us the ball with the
Yeah, are
with
we in
the
the
bent
70s?
hand on the radar going
Trig.
around the ball.
Uh-huh.
Stop for a second to try to understand what he's saying. Try
No,
to think what he's thinking.
It's just nonsense.
I get that, but he thinks because it's on a flat screen,
Straight?
it requires a flat Earth.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay. Do you know the different mechanisms of how you can display radar, like O scope and B scope?
It's the hand is straight though, isn't it?
What?
It's a straight line, isn't it? The hand that goes around the radar screen? It's straight, isn't it?
The hand in
Or is
question?
Is it straight or is it bent?
What are you talking about, man?
Talking about that little line that circles around a radar
Oh yeah,
screen.
you haven't. Yeah, I forgot you haven't seen a radar screen before. Sorry.
And that line is straight. I know.
I'm just trying not to like make him seem stupid, because if that's what he's trying to say, like that's just absurd. That's profound. It really is.
So is it?
That's like saying if the Earth is curved, why isn't my bed curved? Like what the fuck?
The Earth is curved. You'd be measuring it, and you'd be observing it as a globe, not flat.
You realize that radars don't observe the ground. Well, when you're looking at air-to-air targets, you're not observing the ground. You're trying to observe no ground clutter, right? That screen is just an indication of distance, and the targets are on those distance bars, right? You know that?
So the line that goes around is straight. It's horizontal, right?
So the distance bars are not the ground, dude. So what happens if I was on a C-scope radar, a C-scope radar display? What would that look like on a flat Earth? If your claim is that
I was going to look up the range. What's the range of a radar? Like, how far is the does it go out from the sender? Do you know that off the top of your head?
what the hell
Roughly?
is all dependent on what system you're using.
I've seen claims up to 740 kilometers.
740 kilometers. Oh yeah.
I mean, AWACS can see a lot further than that.
Hmm.
If the Earth was flat, AWACS wouldn't be a thing.
How so?
If I was a military,
and if Earth were spherical, how much drop would be on 740 kilometers?
Yep. So
Well, the airplanes would have to be like 100,000 feet in the air.
That doesn't important, man.
So which system are we using? Because like we can't just say the radar in
The
question.
line of sight system.
Yep. So if I am observing a target,
how you can have line of sight on the
shut the fuck up, Bolivian dude. Come on. All right.
Yeah, it still requires horizontal.
Shut the fuck up.
If I'm observing,
I'm asking you a question.
And
how
it's
you
a stupid question. I'm not talking to you, dude. We're having a conversation before you interrupted. You're just interrupting now. All right, no fighter aircraft or aircraft in general is going to be using ground or air-to-ground radar to acquire targets over 700 miles away. The only time you can acquire targets that far is if they're flying nearly co-altitude with you or higher.
Well, I think the point is that that it requires a horizontal. It treats
right,
it
so
as
the screen is flat, therefore
it doesn't take.
flat.
Well, the system doesn't take any curvature into account, does it?
Why would it?
Because you think you live on a ball.
If the Earth was a sphere, why would the radar have to look like a ball? If that's what you're trying to say.
Why would it have to account for Earth being a ball?
Here's a good question.
Because the ship on the 50, can I tell you? Because of the ship on the 50 miles, it's under the water, and radar cannot go under the water. Do you understand that?
Yep. So, in what situation am I going to be using an air-to-air radar to acquire targets on the ground from over 700 miles away, Bolivian?
Did I say something about that?
Yeah, you're making claims about stuff far away and acquiring them with air-to-air
okay,
radar.
I was in military. There is a ship on 30 miles. I shoot on ship on 30 miles. I don't calculate
you're an infantryman.
Okay.
You're an infantryman, dude.
Yeah.
You don't know anything about these systems.
I was in military, man. You was in military, trigonometry, man?
No, but I bet you're an infantryman.
No. Okay, I was anti-aircraft shooting the targets on the air on the ground. Can you tell me now how is that working? Because you was not in military.
What do you mean? How is it working?
How I shoot the target with my weapon on the ground and in the air, and what I need to account for. And can you tell me more about that? Because you was not in army.
What system are you using?
I was using the old weapon, anti-aircraft M74 Yugoslavian weapon. Yeah.
Oh, so shit stuff. Okay.
Yeah, shit stuff. What we were accounting on? Can you tell me? Because you was not in military.
So your shit Bolivian air-to-air systems.
Not in Bolivia. I was in Yugoslavian military. In anti-aircraft. Not in Bolivian military.
Yeah, with like 70-year-old Soviet air-to-air systems.
Bro, stop trying to discredit him, bro. I mean, how do Globers
in
the
90s, I didn't use the weapon. I didn't use the
AI.
I didn't use
take care of Trig, bro.
Yeah,
like,
he's thinking that he's going to
bro?
need to account for curvature over 30 nautical miles of distance when he's using his shit Soviet radar systems. Like, come on, dude. That's even if you can acquire a target with those things.
There is no radar system. I was speaking only about weapon without radar system.
Oh, so you aren't even using air.
Not even using radar system. Can you imagine?
All right, so you're basically just eyeballing it, is what you're saying, and you're like, well,
no, I'm just being military, shooting the targets. You know,
yeah,
I didn't
30
shoot
miles
the target.
away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, what weapon system are you using?
Jesus Christ! It's I don't know fucking name. M74.
He's saying that he shot a hell of a long way and didn't have to account for curvature.
Man, only one question. Only one question for you. Only one question for you.
Okay.
Only one question for you. Only one question for you. Why I never account on the curvature and rotation of the Earth when I was in military? That's my question.
When you were firing a mortar with a max range of 6.4
yeah,
kilometers.
why we never touch that? Why we never touch that question in any of I don't know lectures? In any of that,
shooting over like 3 miles of distance. Do you think you're like some sort of elite mortarman? You're literally like the simplest non-infantry job on the field, dude.
Are you saying that during Second World War there was not the way that the ship can shoot to another ship on 30 miles?
The M74 is a mortar, a 120 millimeter mortar that shoots like 6 kilometers.
How much was the distance, the longest distance from the ship to the ship?
Were you in World War II?
I'm asking you. I was not.
No, I was not in World War II.
Okay. Can we find out how much the longest distance is between two ships with the missile?
But you made the claim about your shitty little Yugoslavian.
I make the claim that I never account on the curvature or the rotation of the air, especially for the rotation, especially for the rotation of the air. That would be most important because there is aeroplane who is accounting on the rotation of the Earth. And now I need to shoot that aeroplane what is accounting on the rotation without me accounting.
Over 3 miles.
Doesn't matter. That aeroplane is coming from nowhere and all the time accounting, you know? I need to count on that.
So the globe that you think in your head isn't the real one, right? Like you don't have to account for stuff over 3 miles, especially with your...
The globe, what I think that it is, it should be outside in reality, shown like a spherical, like a geometry.
Yeah, you're just making stuff up. Yeah.
No, like a basketball has, you know. Basketball has the size, and you have the size, and you can measure it, and it's that size. Basketball is not 20 meters radius ball. It's a ball with how much? 2 feet radius or something like that, and that's the ball size of basketball. The size of the Earth is that's what it is, you know. That means that 10 miles. If you see flat, it cannot be flat on the real globe, this globe, 3,959. It could be on bigger ball, that 10 miles flat. Yeah.
Yep. So your 3 mile mortar,
If radius is something like a 30, about 40,000 miles or 200,000 miles, then maybe yes, because the slope will be so small. If sphere is so big, you know, then you need more distances for the drop.
Yeah, so there's basically no drop over 3 miles with your shitty Yugoslavia.
There is no drop over distance on 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, or 50
You weren't shooting 20 miles with this mortar. That's just a lie.
Man, there is observation also, not only weapons, and I'm showing you that there is no such a thing like a drop over distance that you account on.
You brought an anecdote of a Yugoslavian mortar that you used to shoot 3 miles.
Can you post like this? Find one military where they using the weapon and using all calculation about refraction and the curvature and the rotation of the Earth.
That wasn't my claim. That's your claim.
That should be because if Earth is spherical, it must be there.
Don't try and make me make claims for you. It's weird, man. I don't need to make.
Can I make one claim, only one claim?
Yep.
If I see the flat surface in reality, I could call that surface flat. If I see the curved surface in reality, I can call and measure and see if that. Then I will call that surface curved. If I don't measure the surface curve and I measure the surface flat, I will call that surface flat. If
How do
I
you know
see
it's
10
curved?
miles, how I know that it's
Sure, if
curved?
you don't trust the government, sure, you can say that.
It should to drop all in a distance if it's curved.
How do you know that though? Like, how can you verify?
How I know that? Do you know what is sphere?
Do I know what a sphere is? Yes.
Yeah. Take the finger on the sphere and go around the sphere, and you will see that with distance your finger will drop down.
Is that what I have to do with the Earth to know that it's curved or not?
If Earth is sphere, it will do the same thing. Every sphere, it doesn't matter on the ping pong ball or whatever a sphere you want to do it, it will do the same thing. You will have drop over distance.
Yeah. So like, I have to run my finger.
Now, questions for you. Can you have a flat surface on a sphere?
Yeah, I would say a very flat surface. Yeah.
No, you cannot.
All right. I'm gonna post something in the side chat
Do
for
you
you.
know that you said one ridiculous things? You said that you can have flat surface on the sphere.
Yep. Look inside chat, and you're gonna be blown away. Your mind's literally gonna explode. Look inside chat. Which one is a sphere and which one isn't a sphere?
I see one. The left one is a one line on the coordinate system, and the second one is two parabolas. One is going down, and second one, and one is going up. That I see on the screen. I don't see the sphere on the screen.
What if I
And
told you?
you cannot put
told you?
you cannot even put the sphere on the screen because it's not possible. You need to have like a geometrical object, not like a 2D stuff.
Yeah. What if I told you that that left image was taken from that sphere?
If I told you, if I now post you the okay, look at this. Now I will post.
That's from a sphere, man. That's
Okay.
a apparent straight line on a sphere
Is it that Earth?
or a circle.
Is it that
Yep, it has
Earth?
the radius of Earth. Yeah, it has the radius of Earth.
Is it that Earth? Is that presentation of the Earth?
Yep, 6,377 kilometer
Okay,
radius.
where is Bolivia? Where is Bolivia there?
Jekyll. I don't know. Jekyll can draw it for you.
Does Earth has continents? Can you show me one continent on your photo?
No, because it's a mathematical.
That means that is not presentation of the Earth. That's some kind of diagram.
Wow.
Is it that presentation of the Earth, or is some kind of diagram? No, I'm asking
you how to use.
No, man.
Training you how to use the
M47. Can you answer me honestly? Can you answer me honestly? Is it that this presentation of the Earth on some diagram with coordinates and lines or something like that?
Yeah, it's a radius. It has the radius of the Earth.
Is it that presentation of the Earth, or is it that lines on the paper?
So let me ask you a question. So when they were training you how to use your M74 mortar, and they gave you a field manual, and it didn't include the wind, or the grass in the picture of the mortar.
They include the wind. They include.
You were like,
I will tell you.
this shit
I
is
will
garbage.
tell you.
I don't know how
I
to
will
use
tell
it.
you.
It
I will tell you what they include. I will.
Earth.
Yeah. They include the wind, and they include. You know what? Not only that, they include also the speed of. Can I finish? They include also the speed of aeroplane and angular psi in the sky of the aeroplane. Also that. Can you imagine?
Do they include the grass in the oceans?
The aeroplane in the sky. It's not the same. On the 1 mile and on the 10 miles.
Were there clouds in the pictures, or were you not? Were you like, oh, there's no clouds in the pictures? I can't.
No, man. Let's go back. Let's go back to your presentation of the Earth. That means look, people. That what he presented. That line. One is go vertical. That blue one, and that two parabolas. That means that Earth is spherical. That means that now water and oceans are curving because that diagram showing. Is that correct?
No, it wasn't trying to prove that oceans curve or anything. It was just trying to prove that you can't have what appears to be a straight line on a curved surface.
You cannot have sea level on the sea.
What is sea level?
Sea level is 0 point level.
No, it's just a mean altitude.
Mean altitude, okay. And how much altitude we have on the Atlantic Ocean?
We don't measure mean sea level by the Atlantic Ocean. We measure it by the sum of all the oceans.
Okay, how we measure elevation?
We measure it from the distance of the Earth.
From the distance of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay, how you measure that?
From the ground.
From the ground where?
Wherever you are. Like a radar altimeter or something, you get radar returns from the ground.
And when you get some results, what is the results? Liters, meters, or what?
Meters.
And what that meters means?
A distance.
To the center of the Earth?
No, the altitude that you are above the surface of the Earth, not the center. But
of the
if you
surface
add
of the Earth. What if you are in the middle of the continent and you are 2,000 meters above what?
Which is level.
Is it level?
If you are in the middle of
level, horizontal plane, yes.
Is it horizontal?
If you're in the middle of continent, that means you are 2,000 meters from the center of the Earth or from the sea level?
Have you verified that it's flat?
When you are in the center of the continent, are you 2,000 meters from the sea level or from the center of the Earth?
You're 2,000 meters plus 6,371 6,371.
Oh, really? We are measuring like that. We dig the hole to the molten iron core, and then we add the elevation. Is that correct?
If you wanted to do it that way, yeah, you could.
And how we dig that hole to measure to the center and to add elevation?
We got a bunch of Bolivians, and we paid them $1 an hour, and they dug down the center of the Earth.
Why we in Croatia, for example, that elevation translated calling the height above the sea level. Why we call it like that?
Sea level, quote unquote, sea level is just a mean.
Yeah, we calling that elevation. The elevation calling the height above the sea level.
Do you think?
Translated. I'm thinking. I'm translating you how we are saying the elevation. What that means.
So mean sea level doesn't mean level.
Croatian language is not good for proving the level.
It's probably not good for anything other than talking to other Croatians.
Is it only English language for proving sea level? That sea level mean level.
What is level? Can you define level?
Horizontal, plane,
flat, pancake-like.
Flat.
Yeah. So is the Earth not flat then? If I have curves and bumps all over it, can I get a horizontal from a hill? If I'm standing on a hill?
In reference to sea level, yeah.
Reference to sea is so a sea level, or is it just a number? I think that's going to be.
What number is sea level?
It's just the
level is level, dude. Sea level is level.
The mountain number is 2,000, and what is the sea level number?
Sea level is just the average of like a.
And what is the number of sea level?
Water from heights.
And what is
the average level?
Can you say the number of sea level?
Looks like the mean sea level rose about 20 centimeters from 2005. Why is the sea level rising?
Okay, good.
Shouldn't
like in Holland.
Flat thing?
Like in Holland, you know.
Whatever coastal body you're near, and then you would do
under sea level.
Looks like at
Hello, what are we talking about?
Earth being flat.
We are talking about
how the government's hiding from us.
So are we discussing that the Earth is flat?
No, we're measuring
what do you think the government is hiding from us?
Oh, you mean the government is hiding that Earth is actually flat?
Yeah, they're hiding something.
Who's this guy who shows up and hijacks the conversation?
Because the truth can be difficult for people, right?
You know, there's different types of sea levels, right? There's local mean sea level, there's relative sea level, there's global mean sea level.
But where is curved water? That's the question. Not where is the sea level. Everything is level.
When you hear level, your brain just like starts. Your brain just starts to go. Oh, level equals flat. It must be. It must be flat.
It does.
It does.
All right. So why is there multiple different sea levels, man? Why is there multiple sea levels? Why don't we just use
Why is not one curve there? Only one. What sphere is necessary?
I don't know, man. That's not my claim.
I know it's not your claim. It's heliocentric claim. It's not that you wrote a heliocentric model. Do you understand that? It's not your claim.
What's absolute sea level then? What's absolute sea level?
Are you claiming that? Did you make a claim that the radius is 3,950? Is that your source?
No, I make a claim that it's 6,371 kilometers.
No, you didn't make that claim, man. You didn't do that. That was Al-Biruni. What are you saying?
No, I make the claim it's 6,371 kilometers.
No, that was not you, because if that was you, we will speak about you now. That was Al-Biruni.
I'm dumbfounded that you don't know that there's multiple types of sea level. It's not just
There's different levels. Yeah, and the mean sea level is the average level, which is
if you have a
horizontal.
if you have a
you're
lake,
saying is that the mean flatness is the average mean flatness. Is what you're trying to say.
Man, listen this. If you have a lake on the
Hold on, what are you trying to say? This is going to sound very
very important. This is very important. If you have a lake on the mountain, it's not the same level like the sea level. Do you understand that? We know.
So does that account for the water having waves? Does that account for sea level?
No, that's account for the curvature waves.
What? I didn't bring up curvature. I'm just trying to steal man.
No, you bring the waves. You bring the waves.
What? I just want to know how the mean levelness is level. That's what you're trying to. That's what you mean when you say, well,
I don't know level. That is philosophy, man. You for the level, you need at least 20 years of the philosophy that you can understand what is level. I think. Apparently, yes. Because man, if you don't understand what is level, I don't know. Go to university and study 20 years and find out what the fuck can level be. I need to.
Bacon. What is level?
No, just check the dictionary. That's all I really need to do.
Bacon. What does level mean?
At least 6 different definitions I could give.
Exactly.
Can I have a context first?
I'm trying to explain how there's multiple types of sea level, and it's not just some sort of magical reference that we use. It's
right.
Mean sea level, absolute sea level, local sea level.
Not curved.
Yeah, what it?
That's
just
not curved. So level, not curved.
Not curved. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, level, not curved.
Yep. Not.
Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Well,
that's yet to be
level. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's measured level. It's measured flat.
Nathan Oakley brainworm? Measured flat?
Oh, an ad hoc then.
No, you were making an argument, therefore it's not an ad hoc.
Yeah, it's, no, that's not that's an ad hoc.
No, it's not. You were
It's
making
just an ad hoc.
I'm not attacking your argument because you weren't making one.
I was.
Therefore, it's not an ad hoc. No, you weren't.
Yep. Earth is measured flat. Celestial navigation requires flat plane.
It was an ad hoc.
GPS.
We brought Nathan into
same with air travel.
An ad hoc.
Proves a flat Earth.
An ad hoc requires an argument to attack. He wasn't making an argument.
No, you're attacking the person, not the argument.
Hey, Des, can you demonstrate just a single example of the claim you just made? That for navigation, the Earth is treated as a flat plane. Do you have a single example that a position of an navigator is solved by treating Earth as a flat plane?
Yes,
or just saying
Adriatic,
that?
Yes, Bacon. Adriatic Sea.
To measure the angle, to measure an elevation angle, near a flat plane.
I understand that claim, but you're saying navigation uses it, right? So you mean you're treating Earth as flat to get your position. Is that true?
That's right.
Okay, let me see that. Because I hear this being claimed all the time. I've never seen this demonstrated.
Yeah, I've never seen a 90-degree with a curve either.
That's not what I'm asking for. Is there anyone that found their position?
So elevation angle requires a horizontal baseline.
Okay, but the elevation angle itself doesn't tell you where you are alone, right? To know where you are, you just don't measure an angle. You do stuff with it, right?
Yeah, but you need the flat Earth to measure the angle in the first instance.
Sure, but you're
just
saying
that to establish the horizontal baseline to measure the angle from. So you're measuring it for in some instances, hundreds or thousands of miles.
Need to account for weather as well.
Using a horizontal baseline of the right triangle.
Okay, but how do people get their position using that? What does the angle tell them about where they are?
So the distance is calculated from the angle.
Okay. And then what?
Holy shit.
Yeah. And then what?
It's looking it up.
Hey, Google.
Yeah. He's messaging Nathan Oakley right
Hey,
now.
Siri.
Like, shit, Nathan, help me out.
Well, I thought Nathan Oakley had explained beyond that part as well, actually. Even though it's all wrong.
Just did.
But pretty sure I heard him explain many times.
Okay, so
yeah.
How do you do celestial navigation on a globe?
The way celestial navigation is done. You first find the GP of the stars, you add the sidereal hour angle of them to the Greenwich hour angle of Aries. That gives you the longitude of the GP. You use the declination for the latitude. And you have to find where, using the zenith angle as a radius, where the circle of equality to intersect. One way you can do that is by simply drawing them on the surface of the sphere and getting the coordinates of the intersection. But no one does that, even though that's something that it's demonstrably works. What they do is they first compute the elevation angle of the stars based on their estimated position. They compare it to the angle they read. They compute the azimuth of the GPs, and they plot all of that in the same plotting chart, right? And then they read the coordinates from all those intersections. But I think that there's a lot of stuff in this process that we didn't look into, like how you do the computations I just mentioned. What's the math used to get everything I just mentioned, right? Is that math compatible with a flat plane? Is that math compatible with the sphere? Well, I derived that math from a sphere, so I can make the positive claim that it does comport with the sphere, and it doesn't comport with the plane. But you're saying otherwise. You're saying navigators treat Earth as flat, right? So you must have found a different method.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let me see the
circles
method you
of
found. Treat Earth. Go ahead.
The circles of equal altitude are flat for
they're on the same plane.
Thousands of miles in all directions.
You're saying they're on the same plane?
The circles of equal elevation.
Yeah, you think they're all on the same
It's
plane?
one plane, yeah. This is what equal elevation means.
Okay, so if you draw them on the same plane, they should intersect where you are, right? You're still Googling it?
Did he disconnect?
I think he's still looking it up.
Heading over to flatearth.org. Get the sources.
No, dude.
Okay. So let's say you're right. Those circles are on the same plane. So we can simply draw those three circles on
equal elevation.
Yeah, sure. So we can draw those circles on a plane and find where they intersect, right? That's where you are. That doesn't work.
Pulling flat Earth teeth.
Can only work on a
Just says it again.
Can only work on a flat Earth, dude.
Okay, let's see. Let's see an example. Show an example where that works. And then I'll show an example where the globe works. Find one example where that works, I'll be a flat earther. At least if that works for other.
There's lots of videos on celestial navigation on YouTube. There's like thousands of them. They can never look at one of them.
There are two types. There are two types of videos on on celestial navigation on YouTube. One is the ones that explain the method. The other is the ones that come from flat earthers, right? I'm asking for the method. So either I'm going to find videos that do explain the method and they're not from flat earthers, or I am going to find videos from flat earthers but they don't explain the method. So I'm trying
So
to
you agree
get
it's
both
an
things at
elevation
once.
angle, right? You agree it's an elevation angle, right?
Yeah, I'm
So
giving you
measuring
all
elevation angles.
yeah, I'm giving you all the
Is that right? You
assumptions
agree
you
with
want.
that?
Yeah, I'll give you that for the sake of the argument.
For the sake of the argument.
Yeah.
So
we're
so you don't
we're on
agree
flat
that
Earth.
it's an elevation angle. I'm pretty sure you heard you say elevation angle.
Yeah, they said it many times. So we're on flat Earth.
But you didn't mean elevation angle.
I did. So we're on flat Earth. We're on flat Earth.
So
we're measuring elevation angles to stars.
So so on a globe, you're measuring an elevation angle. Is that right?
Yeah. You could do that as well. Yeah.
You can do that as well.
Yeah, you can read an elevation angle on flat Earth and on a globe Earth and whatever Earth you are. You can always measure an elevation.
But you are using an elevation angle on a globe to do your global celestial navigation. Is that right?
It's just called celestial navigation, but yes.
Okay. So elevation angle requires horizontal baseline. It's not curved.
Yeah, the horizontal plane of the observer. Correct. The horizontal plane of the observer isn't curved.
Yeah.
Yes, that's a horizontal
and your
plane of the
distance
observer.
is measured. Your distance is measured along that adjacent. Now it could be hundreds or thousands of miles horizontal.
No. The
Yes,
distance is on the surface. The distance on the surface. It's not on the horizontal.
The surface is measured horizontal.
Not with an elevation angle.
Along the adjacent, which is horizontal.
Okay, yeah, I'll give you that, right? So we're in a flat
Earth. Right triangle. The base of a right triangle is horizontal, isn't it?
Okay, so you also think there's a right triangle between you, the GP, and the star. Is that it?
That's right. That's correct.
Okay, congratulations. Your triangle contradicts trigonometry.
Celestial navigation is not trig, dude. Different method.
Well, a triangle has trig, right? So trig applies to triangles. If you have a triangle, then trig applies to it. If it doesn't apply, that's not a triangle.
Trig applies to a triangle when using trig. Celestial navigation is not trigonometry. Yeah.
Okay, trig applies to any
trigonometry to a triangle, not trig. We're applying celestial navigation using a triangle. We're not using trigonometry.
How are you using that triangle? What are you doing with that triangle? Well, what are you doing with that triangle? What is being used for in celestial navigation?
Yeah, so we're not using trig in celestial navigation.
Okay, sure.
Right?
Then what are we doing with that triangle?
So we're doing the method is celestial navigation, not trig, right?
Sure.
Trig.
Yeah. What we do with the triangle?
You don't do trig on when you're doing celestial navigation, right? It's a separate method, isn't it?
You said that
know what
3
trig
times.
Is, but I'll give you that.
You have no idea what you have no idea what you're talking about, bro. But anyway, and yeah, I've
right. Okay, what do you do with the triangle? What is the triangle for? What's the purpose of the triangle in navigation?
So to measure the angle to the star.
Okay, and what do you do with that angle?
Which
you didn't tell me.
Requires an elevation angle requires horizontal.
Sure. Yeah, I got that
part. So
part.
it's calculated by subtracting from 90.
Oh.
And multiplying by 60.
Right.
Did you hear that?
Awesome. Yes.
What did I just
doesn't
say?
make sense with a triangle. You said you subtract the angle from 90, then you multiply by 60, right? That gives you
the angle.
It gives you the distance to the GP of the star, right?
That's right.
And that's the radius of the circle of equal altitude, right?
What's that?
And that gives you the radius of the circle of equal altitude, right?
The radius, correct? Yeah, the circle. Yeah, correct.
Awesome. Now, how you get your location using it?
Baby flat earthers.
Just explained it, dude.
No, you explain me how to get a distance. Right? That doesn't tell me where I am. I have to do some extra work to find my location, right? All I know so far is how far I am from that GP. And I don't do that just for one GP, right? I do that for 2, 3, 4, right?
Oh, yeah. So then you draw it out on a map, right?
What map?
Which is flat.
What map?
I believe it's the transverse Mercator map.
Oh, you draw the circles on the Mercator?
You draw the circles on a flat map, yeah.
Yeah, but you said
but then
we do that on the Mercator, right?
The distance is calculated flat, dude. Horizontal.
Yeah. Let's try that.
Use your right triangle.
I can actually test this right now. So I have a sample.
So
Example here.
So you're kind of stuck with the flat Earth here, dude. When you're doing navigation, you're stuck with it. Earth being measured flat.
Oh, let me try. Let me try out the thing you just
the
way you just explained.
Same with air travel. You know when planes don't take into account any curvature or rotation. They fly thousands of miles. They fly. What's Australia to New York is 20 hours. And there's no accounting for any curvature or any rotation at all.
Can we stick to the subject?
So like navigating on the ground, you need a flat, non-rotating Earth.
What if you just kept going in one direction in an airplane?
Same with GPS. It uses a Cartesian grid, which is flat. There's no curve.
Hey, I'm doing the thing you mentioned. So I'm
so
drawing the circles of equal. Can you hear me, or you're just like going non-stop, so you don't get back to the subject?
He's just not listening.
Yeah, so you're drawing them flat on a flat map, yeah?
Transverse Mercator.
Yes, the Mercator, exactly. I'll share my screen. You see what I'm doing. So I got the 3 circles on the Mercator here, and this is not looking good, right? The circles are there's one circle is in one side of the map, the other is in the other side of the map. They don't even touch here, right? Is that what I should be doing? Drawing circles on the Mercator? Don't think he's looking at my screen.
Yeah, he's a baby flat earther, man.
What happens if you just keep flying in one direction in an airplane? What is the belief there? Do you just like hit a wall or something? Like, has anybody tried flying a plane in the same direction all around or on the flat?
Hey, Don,
whatever.
Why don't you come out and hang out for a little while before you start asking questions that have been asked 1,000 times?
What is the answer to that? I'm just curious.
But there was a conversation already in existence. Don't be rude.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It is a good question, regardless, though.
Yeah. So why when I do the thing? I'm not sure if he's still here. Is he still here? Yes.
Can you hear me?
He's still here. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, why when I use the Mercator to draw the circles? Like, why this isn't working? I'm trying to make this work. Okay, this looks better.
You can't have equal elevation on the globe.
Yeah, as you see, the intersections, they are like hundreds of miles away from each other, right? Which one of those intersections should I pick?
They're concentric circles.
The circles of equal altitude are not concentric circles. They don't share the same center. Each one has a different center, right?
No, hang on, dude.
Get it up. Yeah, yes.
I'll have to double check that. But no, they're concentric circles, dude. They don't cross over like that. That's weird.
See,
so
this
you
is
have
the
North Pole in the middle with Polaris above it, and the circles of equal altitude go a concentric outwards from that. Yeah.
So now the Mercator then, right? Now I think I have to switch this map to
the
the
Mercator. Hang on. Oh, I couldn't be looking up. But yeah, it's concentric circles going out from the center with the Polaris, North Pole, right? So equal elevation. You can't have equal elevation on a globe. It's ridiculous. But regardless, you need a flat Earth to measure the angle.
The irony is you can only have equal elevation on a globe. You cannot have it on a flat Earth. It's impossible.
That's ridiculous.
Try
equal elevation.
Try it.
You know what you're talking about.
Yeah, try it.
The Earth is flat.
Hey man, don't let Scott Mackey start cooking you guys here, man. Glober has been
I just gone
crazy recently.
But yes, circle, two-dimensional.
Do you understand what I said before?
Circles.
Yo, if you try doing what you described, it doesn't work, right? You get hundreds of miles of air, sometimes thousands of miles. The way you explain how celestial navigation works doesn't work. And you don't know that because you haven't tried it, right? You just saying what someone else said, right?
Yeah, it can only work on the flat Earth, dude. You need the elevation angle.
Okay, but I'm trying on flat Earth.
So you're misinterpreting what equal elevation means.
What does it mean then?
This is what all flat earthers started out as. Like there was a point where Alpha was like this, and then they just had to cope for everything.
What does
doesn't
equal
mean
elevation
all,
mean,
bro?
What does it mean?
Equal.
Right, we got equal.
Look at
what does it mean though?
Elevation.
Look at
right. No part higher or lower than the other. Equal. Flat.
What do you think elevation means in this context?
Well, elevation is in reference to sea level.
No.
No, that's the elevation angle.
When you're measuring an angle to the stars, it's you need a horizontal to measure the angle.
Yeah, but why is a circle of equal altitude called circle of equal altitude?
Sea level, that's why.
Because it's equal altitude.
Yeah, what does that mean?
It's a flat plane. Doesn't mean curve.
No. What does it mean for the circle to be equal altitude?
I put a picture in the chat. Did you see it?
I know you guys have problems with circles, and you need to. What's a circle?
We're not the ones who have the problems,
what's
man.
What's a triangle? And what's equal mean? And we can have flat. We can flat only works on a ball.
What?
Bro, these are arguments, man. You know, this is the reason why. This is the reason why people becoming flat earthers. Because
there's
of these
barely any
ridiculous
left.
arguments.
What are you talking about?
Because
there's no
let's not go down this path.
this flat means curved kind of argument and all this sort of stuff.
No, nobody ever said flat means curved.
You said equal means you can only get equal elevation on a ball.
On a globe, yes.
Ball is,
this is correct.
yeah, a globe is curved. A globe is not equal elevation. Is it?
We agree.
So you're full of contradictions and doublespeak.
No, you're just full of not understanding.
Yes, not understanding. Mm.
Hey, Bacon, I don't want to steal your thunder, but can I show Daz how celestial navigation actually works?
Oh, this is Professor. Yeah, are you going to show me a GP
I'll
for space?
Can I show you how celestial navigation actually works?
Yes.
So you don't know what equal means, right?
Would you like to learn? Would you like to learn how it actually works? I can show you in probably 5 minutes.
Yeah, no. From someone who would fail.
Would you like to learn something today?
Geometry.
Would you like to learn something today?
From you? No, nothing. There's nothing I can learn from you, bro, because you're retarded.
Oh, okay. So you don't
level is curved. No.
So you don't want to understand how things actually work. You want to keep to your notion. You want to keep to your notion of whatever you need to be true.
Yeah, it's
I can show you how it actually works.
Dude. No, you can show me with the cartoon. You can show me with the cartoon.
I can show you the model of the actual thing. What do you have?
Mm-hmm.
What do you have to demonstrate how celestial navigation works?
Show us how you measure an elevation angle from the curve.
Okay, but we don't need elevation angles. We just need zenith angles. Celestial navigation works off zenith angles, not elevation angles.
So you're wrong there.
How am I wrong there? What angle do we use to calculate the distance from the GP?
So the angle.
What angle do we use to calculate distance from the GP?
I was answering. An elevation angle. An elevation angle to measure the angle to the star.
No, you don't.
Yeah? Yes, you do.
Okay, so what do you do with that elevation
angle? You don't know what you prove you don't know what celestial navigation is.
What do you do with that elevation angle to get the distance from the GP?
So celestial navigation uses elevation angles. You're wrong.
What do you do with the elevation angle to get the distance to the GP?
Or you're willfully ignorant. One or the other.
What do you do? You have no idea, do you?
No, you have no idea. I've proven that you have no idea.
What do you do?
You have nothing. You just have lines on a ball. You have nothing.
With the elevation angle.
Dumb questions.
I know. Questions that you can't answer are by definition dumb questions. I get that.
Damn, dude.
So what do you do with the elevation angle to get the distance from the GP? Come on, man. You can answer this one, right? It's not that
I think
far.
he answered
You don't know what an elevation angle is, bro. You're claiming that
let's say we get an elevation angle. What do we do with it to get the distance from the GP?
You look right to the center of the Earth.
What do we do with it?
Are you using elevation angles in celestial navigation?
What do you do with that angle once you get it?
But you agree we are using
we don't need them.
Angles,
no,
right?
we don't need them.
No? Okay.
Correct. We don't need
that's
them.
incorrect. Yeah, that's
why?
Incorrect.
Tell me why it's incorrect.
Why?
Yeah.
Because that's the method of celestial navigation uses.
Okay, so what do we do?
Elevation angles.
Navigation. Okay, what do we do with that angle?
You're completely ignorant of celestial
navigation. We get
navigation.
an elevation angle and then do what? Come on, man. How is this not embarrassing for you?
So,
simple question.
So you agree that an elevation angle is used in celestial navigation, right?
I agree it can be. Doesn't have to be.
That has to be.
Why?
It only uses elevation angle. Because that's the method.
It have to be.
What's the method? Tell me what the method is.
One silence, guys.
Go ahead. Look it up. Look it up.
So,
I'll give you time. Tell me what the method is.
Measuring elevation angles to start with?
No, the method of celestial navigation. What do you do with that elevation angle? What's the method that requires it?
Now you're saying that elevation angles aren't used.
Just tell me what the method is.
Are you straw manning him? He clearly did not say that.
Just tell me what the method is. Prove you know it.
So, yeah, I'm trying to teach you, dude. You're a bit slow.
I know. Go ahead. Tell me what the method is.
You're
Teach
very
me.
slow. Yeah,
Teach
you're very
me.
slow.
What's the method?
And you keep
That's
talking.
the one that hasn't answered the question in like 20 years.
Are you really this dense, or is this just a game you play?
No. I'm trying to figure out if you're this dense.
Okay, so you're figuring out if I'm this dense by not being able to answer a question.
So,
okay.
So
interesting
the
way to go
method,
about that.
So the method of celestial navigation requires you to measure an elevation angle. That's what you're doing.
And
you measure an elevation angle.
And what's step 2?
The star, say Polaris, right?
Okay. Yep.
Which requires horizontal.
Okay.
Yep. That's
Step
what
2.
a sextant does. Measures
Step 2.
Angles.
Okay. Step 2.
Yep. So you agree?
Step
that
2.
We're using elevation angles. Now you don't agree that we're using elevation angles.
We can. We don't have to, but step 2.
We can. We don't have to.
Just move to step 2. Come on, man. You can do it. You can do it.
So
let's all cheer him on. Step 2. Step 2.
No, you're ignorant.
Step 2.
You don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea what celestial navigation is.
Step 2.
And you can do blah, blah, blah. You're not a professor.
I have faith in you. Step 2. Look it up, man.
So you can't even get past.
Just Google it. Google it.
You can't
step
even get
2.
You can't even get past basically step 1, bro.
Okay, I'm not. Okay, let's pretend.
You have no
I agree
idea.
With you. Let's say. Okay,
no, you have no idea.
I'll agree with you. I'll agree with you. It's a flat Earth. You need a horizontal baseline. Okay, what's the next step?
Yeah, welcome to flat Earth.
Okay,
welcome.
Yeah. Nice to be here. What do I do next? What do I do next?
So you're not even getting past the just the basic.
I agree with you. It's a flat Earth. It's a flat Earth. You need a flat. You need a flat baseline. To
no,
get
it's not agreeing with me or not, bro. You need to agree with.
All right, fine, but whatever. I agree with whoever came up with it. You need a flat baseline to get elevation angle.
Yeah,
we got the elevation angle. What do we do now?
That's right.
What do we do now?
So the elevation angle required a
flat Earth. I got you. Yes. Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Next step.
So
next step. Next step.
Okay. Okay. Next step.
So, say 600 miles from the GP.
We don't know that. We're trying to figure that out, right? We don't know how far we are.
But that's measured flat.
Okay, fine. It's measured flat. But we don't know how far we are right now. We're trying to figure that out, right? Based on we have an elevation angle, and we need to figure out our distance from the GP. How do we do that?
So you calculate the elevation angle.
Okay, we get the elevation
angle. That gives you a distance. Yeah.
Okay, how do we do that? What do we do to convert it to a distance?
That gives you a distance, right?
How?
Along the adjacent.
What's the equation
of the elevation angle?
What's the equation? We have an elevation angle, and we need to translate it to a distance. What equation do we do?
Well, you already answered that one, don't you remember?
I know.
Like
I
half
wanted
an
to
hour
say
ago?
it again.
So you get minus the angle from 90.
You do what? You minus it? You minus it from what?
Subtract the angle from 90.
And what does that give you?
And multiply it by 60.
And what does that give you? If you subtract that the elevation angle from 90, what does that give you? What do we call that angle? You can look it up. Go ahead.
Was it the co-angle?
When we subtract the elevation angle from 90,
yes, so you subtract it from 90.
We get what's called a zenith angle.
Yeah, that requires flat Earth too. Yeah, it requires flat Earth too.
Okay,
and then you got your.
If we can get vertical without reference, if we can get vertical without reference to a horizon, can we get a zenith angle?
What?
No, you need a horizontal to get an angle. Dude.
Why? Why do we need a horizontal to get a zenith angle?
What's
because that angle's two straight lines.
Yes, I know. And
one
the
is
vertical
Earth.
is a straight line, right? Is the vertical a straight line?
So angle's two straight lines,
Is vertical a straight line?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we have
Straight
vertical as one of our lines, and we have the star as the other of our lines, do we have two straight lines?
What?
No.
Why not?
Where's the starting point?
Wait, you agreed vertical is a straight line. That's straight line 1.
Yeah.
And we have our line to the star.
That's not an angle.
Straight line 2.
No, that's not an. No, it's not an angle.
Those are two straight lines.
Zero angle. It's an angle.
Those are two straight lines, are they not?
No, it depends on where you're starting from. So if you're starting at 0, 0, and you have a straight line going from 0, 0 straight up in the air, and go, that's our point of reference. Then you go, I got a star over there. I got a star over there. Where's the star and where's your point of reference? So
can we let Daz scramble for a while? Daz, whatever, Daz Studio, because he's about to realize that we can get the angle that we need simply from a vertical and there's star point.
What star point? Which star?
Dude, if you weren't involved in the conversation, please wait till you get up to speed.
I'm getting up to speed.
No, I was going to ask the same question.
Get up to speed by interrupting the existing conversation.
I just asked you which star, mate. I'm trying to get up to speed.
The star you're using as your GP.
Let's go with Arcturus.
What?
We can go with Polaris. But we were using Polaris. We have Polaris. We have an angle from our vertical. We have a line of sight to Polaris.
There is no angle from a vertical.
That's just the stupidest fucking thing I have ever heard. Of course there is. How stupid are you?
Just say there's a vertical that goes for 5 meters, right? It all depends. The angle all depends on where on that vertical you're starting from. So you could be at 0 meters on that vertical, or you could be at 5 meters on that vertical, right?
And it's always the same angle to the Polaris.
It's never the same.
It's always the same angle to Polaris.
It's never.
It's always the same.
Hey guys,
from vertical.
If you got a stick in front of you,
Well, if they know what an angle is,
and the stick goes for 5 meters,
I know what an angle.
And you start on one side of the stick, and then you point to the sun, and then you get to the other end of the stick, and you point at the sun. Those two things are different.
It's going to be the same angle. Try it. Dude, it's going to be the same angle.
You're right. No, I apologize. They're going to be the same angle.
Well, if you really can't understand that, you have mental issues.
Mate, I just agreed with you.
You have cognitive deficiencies if you can't understand how that's true.
I just agree with you. You have mental deficiencies when you can't understand a person agreeing with you.
Okay, but anyways, Daz, we have two. Yeah, you interrupted our conversation, but Daz, we have two straight lines, right? We have a vertical straight line that we can measure from a plumb line or any other thing hanging down, and we have a straight line to our Polaris, right? Come on, Daz Studio. Try to save you. I'm not gonna let him.
Yep.
Daz is trying to run. He's getting pressed right
now. I do. I get it, mate. You're right. He's right, guys. Daz. He's
right. So we have a zenith angle without ever measuring anything using horizon.
Is that you, fucking Starbucks? Sounds like you, Starbucks. But anyway, kick on.
I guess as Daz is looking up some stuff, trying to.
He's not. He doesn't need to. He doesn't need to. We all believe what you say.
I don't think he does. Well, then I prove my point. I don't need a elevation angle to do celestial navigation. I can use it, but I don't need it.
Dishlosh? Is that a word? Dishlosh.
Yeah, dishlosh is definitely a word.
What does it mean?
No idea what you're talking about, man.
Well, you just said dishlosh is a word, and you said it twice.
I'm not sure I did.
I think you did, mate. Actually, you didn't say it. You're right. You didn't say it.
I wonder what you're trying to achieve right now. I come here because I'm interested in the psychology and what people are trying to do. I'm really curious. I'm really curious what you're trying to achieve right now.
Well,
what are you trying? What's your goal? What's your goal right now?
Well,
what's your goal right now?
To shit on your face. So
why? How does that make you feel?
Why
better?
not? It makes me feel really good.
I know. I'm really curious why.
Can you explain the difference between psychology and physics? And
geometry?
No, I'm not
Okay,
going to
so
play that
okay,
particular
okay.
game
So
right now.
you came here, you come here to figure out psychology, but why are you talking about fucking like angles and straight lines and
Because that's how
geometry
we
and physics, mate?
that's how
is that
I was
how you
trained.
figure out what psychology is?
Yeah, that's how I figure out how people think.
How do you
I
think?
ask them
How do you
questions.
think? Oh, really? I don't know. How do you think the length of a meter has to do with psychology? Please explain.
Well, it helps them understand how people think about things. Yeah,
that's a good answer. I'm just here to shit on you, mate. I apologize. I can leave if you want me to. Do you want me to leave?
I don't give a fuck what you do, man.
Cool.
I would appreciate if you stopped interrupting I would appreciate it if you stopped interrupting my conversation.
Who are you talking to, mate? The guy you're talking to is gone. Dax or whatever
No,
his name was.
he's right there. He's on mute right now. He's sitting right there on
He's
mute.
gone, mate. Don't worry. You're talking to me now, mate.
Well, then okay, then I'll just put myself on mute because you're uninteresting.
Good. Do it then, mate.
All right.
Fucking pussy. What a fucking idiot. So I only came in here because I always wondered why this place had so many people in it. 24/7 flat earther. And then I realised most of them fucking muted and left. And they don't know how to log off. That's why there's so many people in here. Fucking hell. And this motherfucker's making up words and making up fucking angles and talking about philosophy and psychology and fucking physics.
Yeah, he's using all those big words, isn't he? It's so difficult, right?
Everything in one fucking sentence. What a fucking moron. And then when it gets too hard, he fucking mutes himself. What a fucking loser. You must find that weird. I'm not even sure if you're listening to those you are.
So Matt Nuclear needs to know how you know the Earth is a globe. Explain it to Matt Nuclear.
Well, most of you guys are fucking unflat earthers, whatever that means. If you want to piss on him, piss on him.
I don't think Matt Nuclear.
Stop asking him proper questions and just piss on him. Fucking hell.
I don't think you're gonna sell him the globe with that. Away he goes.
The Earth is a globe, everybody. The Earth is curving.
You got any evidence for that?
Nope. Outside.
Well, apparently, everybody found him as boring as I did.
Yep.
Anyways, the Earth isn't flat.
We all at least agree that Bevites are the cringiest people in this debate.
I could agree to that.
Finally.
Yeah.
Something we can agree on.
Gotta have something. Yep.
Just baffles me that all the space programs of all the countries would be able to keep this together to hide the globe or hide the flat Earth.
Well, how would you validate or verify any of the information they give you?
I mean, I just think it's amazing that if this is the case, they could pull that off.
Yeah, so how would you validate or verify any of the information they give you?
Guess that's a wrap. Who could
Say
possibly
it again? I mean, I don't have anything to say other than what I just said.
So how would you validate or verify any of the information they give you?
But what I mean, I can't validate it. That's for sure.
Yeah, so they just all agree with each other, and you can't prove them wrong. So yeah, it's up to you whether you believe it or not, I guess.
But think of it this way: how many people are in on this process that are able to hide all this information from country to country, and everybody can stay on the same plan?
You tell
So
me.
how are you
That baffles me.
Again, how are you going to validate or verify any of the information? It's not hard
It doesn't matter.
hide. It does matter. It's very easy to hide information that no one can validate or verify.
Not a single person has came out and said it's a lie.
Again, you're not answering the question. It's very easy to hide information that nobody can validate or verify.
Fucking people are stupid.
I mean, nobody could possibly fool him. So
your
he must
fucking
have
microphone's fucked, mate. So do something better.
Yours is fucked. I'm hearing your voice through yours. Your microphone must be fucked.
Don't worry, mate. You will get over it. I believe in you. I think you have the emotional strength to recover from it.
Recover from what, mate?
From my shit microphone.
Okay.
Well, I mean, you just seemed like you were crying about it, so I thought maybe you were emotionally affected.
I'm not crying about it at all, mate.
All right, well, we can move on then.
No, we can't.
God, no wonder you were mused. Absolute moron.
Well, no, we can't move on from it because you think it's very important.
You're the one who cried about it.
I didn't cry about it.
Then
you
we can move on.
Cried about it, mate. No.
You're still crying about it.
Why did you think I was crying about it?
You're still whining about it.
No, I'm asking you a question about why you thought that I was crying about it.
Because you were whining.
I wasn't.
No one else cares.
Do you get this, mate? No one gives a shit regardless.
Why did you bring it up then?
I didn't. You did.
No, I didn't.
You brought it up fucking 4 times so far.
Can someone mute this guy? He's just here to waste everyone's time. Fucking idiot.
You fucking stupid.
Yeah, bye.
Oh, I can hear you fine, dude.
I know. So anyway, no one can verify or validate information from space agencies. Therefore, even if they all agree, it doesn't fucking matter. We can move on.
So what about, is there anybody that's came out and tried to speak on, let's say the Earth is flat, and they tried to speak on the truth? Is there anybody that's came out and tried to release this information?
I mean, us. Or if you're talking about whistleblowers, yeah, there've been a few whistleblowers. But I mean, you wouldn't believe them anyway. So, you know.
I mean, my question is, has there been anybody that has done that?
Yeah, but again, it comes down to whether you believe that information.
I mean, it's more of just being able to listen to people that have been from NASA or some other space program that have came out and said, hey, this is...
Thank you. I was talking about... My feeling is that you're just going to believe what you want to believe anyway, so this line of questioning is pointless.
It's not about what I believe. It's about society and everybody else. You shouldn't care what I believe.
I don't care what you believe, but we're talking about a general sense
it's more
of
about
how they would...
what is going to bring the truth out. How do we make society know the truth?
Yeah, the easiest way to get people to understand what's true and what's false is to get them thinking logically and understanding that an appeal to authority isn't actually an appeal to evidence. So when you say, for instance, oh, but all these space agencies, therefore Earth's a globe, it's a rubbish argument. Anyway, I've got to call off. I'll see you guys later.
I mean, I think Dom made a good call earlier with how could anybody possibly fool him? I mean, he sure has his wits about him. So I'm sold now. That's all I needed to hear. That's it. Thanks, guys.
It's a wrap.
Yeah, that's what I've been looking for. We're good to go.
Why does Old Haas always post that GIF in the chat? Who even is that guy? Someone that works for NASA or something?
It's an American hero, Buzz Aldrin.
Yeah, what do you mean, who is that guy?
I have no idea who that is.
That's the second guy to step foot on the moon. Come on, man.
Oh.
O is right.
But you see how Matt doesn't even know who he is? I wouldn't recognize him either.
I don't fucking have a clue who that is.
Yeah, because we don't worship these people. They're not important to us.
You rejected that janky story from the 70s. I get it.
It actually speaks to us, though, Scott. It just shows that we're not actually going out worshiping these dudes or just listening to whatever they say. Because I have no fucking clue who that is.
Yeah, you guys have shed. Yeah, you shed the previous story that was used to dupe the previous generations.
I think he's an American hero, but
dude, I am the previous generation. Come on.
Yeah, and you don't like Alan Shepard's stunts. That's the moon golfer nuclear.
Yeah. What are your thoughts about moon buggies, old ass?
I think they're funny. I'd like to drive around in one of those. Maybe I can get maybe I can mod a Cybertruck into one of those things.
Me and you got to go to space one time, man. One day, you know. We got to see it for ourselves.
Do you think there would be a flat earther that goes undercover to work for NASA and kind of dig into this stuff?
That'd actually be a cool. That'd be a cool thing you could do. Yeah, go undercover, pretend you think the Earth is a globe, and
Yeah,
the NASA.
I mean, then they end up in space and be able to figure out what's going on out there.
You have to be an astronaut to end up in space. I mean, hundreds of thousands of people work for NASA. Only a handful of them ever get to space.
Yeah, someone has to produce that disgusting dehydrated Neapolitan ice cream, don't they? That dehydrated ice cream doesn't make itself.
Yeah, wait, where'd you get that from? Dehydrated ice cream?
The souvenir shop at all the space museums.
Yeah, space is fake, guys. Sorry, can't have a vacuum next to gas pressure, so no space.
Oh, that's a major league issue right there.
Who is that guy? That's a good one. That's rich.
I think I actually have a clue who that is.
Have you ever heard of this? One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Have you ever heard that one? You ever?
Yeah,
Is that new to you?
You know what? Since you're old, old Hostard, you're like 60 years old, right? You're like around that age. So can you explain to me why they talk
I listened to the moon landing on the radio next to the fireplace. Yep. They brought me in some splitting wood outside the cabin, and we listened to it. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. For
holy shit, man. So why do they talk like that? Why didn't they talk like normal and shit? What's up with that accent?
They were on the moon.
But you know he blew his line, right?
This dude's hilarious, man. What the
Now Scott's back with this. Now he's back with the myth. What he actually said when he I've heard he's blown the lines, but yeah,
he said wrong. He was supposed to say one small step for a man, and he left out the A, which makes the statement kind of weird. He flubbed his line, his only line in the whole script, and he flubbed
it. Alan Shepard, he shanked his golf balls, and Neil flubbed his lines, and then Buzz was just laughing the whole time, and Matt's like, "Who the hell's that?"
Yeah, you think they could have done a second take? One small step for a man, one giant leap for mankind.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense to say one small step for man, because man and mankind are the same. You have to put the A in there in order for it to be different, and he blew it.
It's hilarious,
loser.
Yeah, he should have said. He should have spoken the third person just for you, Scott. One small step for Neil. Well, why would he say Neil if he's stepping? If he's taking a step, why would he say Neil? You see?
No, but the point is that line was scripted, right?
His name, his entire name seems scripted. Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin.
He rehearsed that line. He did it a few times, and he blew it live.
Yeah, and then Michael Collins, he really blew it when they got back. He tried to talk for the guys who were on the moon of what they saw, and Neil had to kick him under the table. Remember that? When Michael Collins said, "Hey, I don't recall seeing any stars." Well, you weren't on the moon, goofball. The question wasn't for you, Michael.
Yeah. One small step for man. Damn, dude.
Yeah, if they would have just sent Neil up there, sent Neil back to ride the dune buggies, sent Neil by himself to play golf, he would have riddled everyone for here to eternity. It's the goofballs
So
they
why
sent
did they
with them,
talk
but
like
Matt
that?
doesn't even know who they are. Probably because Kennedy wrote the speech. Why does Rice play Texas? Not because it's easy, because it's hard.
Oh man.
Yeah, and
So where did they fix
they found
the?
his moon speeches and they just used them. They say, hey, this is pretty good. Why does Rice play Texas?
Where did they find room on the lunar lander for the moon buggy?
Yeah, they just folded that Wrangler right up, the Willie. But yeah, they even had to turn the golf balls into contraband. But yeah, they have to know exactly how much we're carrying up to the moon. But every astronaut brings along contraband. We got one guy turning soil samplers into four irons. No wonder why you guys have forgotten about these chaps.
I'd be really curious to know what you actually meant by that. Every astronaut brings contraband. Brings it where?
On the rocket.
Oh, so they went on a rocket.
What do you think? He 3D printed? He 3D.
Well, I have no idea what you think. How far do you think these people went on this rocket? And why would they bring contraband on the
I bet
rocket?
they went on a slide. I bet they went on a slide to a little bunker and did crossword puzzles for a week.
Okay, and they brought contraband for that. Why would they do that? That wouldn't make any sense. What would motivate them to bring contraband when they're not going to the actual
Why
moon?
would they tell us that every little gram needs to be accounted for and then brag about their contraband?
And why would they bring contraband if they're not going anywhere?
Because that's their stunt.
Oh, okay.
That's the little play they put on for their little lodge. They say, "Hey, I'm going to go play golf up there."
And so
you're going to have to bring those Titleists as contraband, and you're going to have to bring a golf club. Well, I'm just going to turn the soil sampler into a golf club. Don't worry, guys, you got this. Why? Because these guys are arrogant little punks, and they had no idea that we would be privy to the footage in this day and age. They had no clue.
But did he actually turn a soil sampler into a golf club?
Look, now you're starting to sound like the Bible, Scott. I mean, I don't know. Did he?
I don't know. I'm just trying to think how you see. I'm trying to figure out how you see this. Because it seems to me you believe contradictory things.
Scott,
you simultaneously believe they went to the moon but didn't go to the moon. Which one is it?
I could turn a soil sampler. Listen, I could turn a dog shit scooper into a 2-iron if I wanted to.
Okay, but do you think they did?
Did they do it on the moon?
Yes.
No, Scott.
Did they do it anywhere? Did he
Remember,
do it anywhere?
you don't care about this story. Remember, you don't care about this outdated story. Well, Anthony Kiedis answered that.
I mean, why would he make up a story about turning something from one thing to another?
Why would they lie?
No, why would they do that particular story?
Because they're a bunch of jesters. They're prideful little shits.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they do. They pull stunts.
I see. Okay, so they just make up any story because they think it's entertaining.
Yeah, the government's hiding it.
That's right. Why did they walk backwards and clap their hands in circles with capes and robes and hoods on? They're entertained by it.
Okay.
They're goofballs.
Okay, they're goofballs.
Have you ever heard of Duper's Delight?
Wait! Stop!
No, I've not. But that doesn't.
that doesn't explain as to a possibility as to why they take delight in duping.
But I'm curious about the particular dupes they choose to do, and it seems
well,
kind of odd.
it turns out they jumped the shark. They had no idea that we would still have access to this narrative, let alone the footage.
Wait. They didn't think that
This was the early 70s. Yeah, they didn't realize. They thought. Well, I can't speak for them, but they could not have foreseen us having all the footage still to this day.
Really? Wow.
Really?
Okay.
So when does NASA say they'll go back to the moon?
Well, they said they didn't. You watch the Artemis stunt?
No.
Okay. Well,
when do they say the next time that they will go to the moon?
I said the Artemis stunt. They're already primed and ready to go and testing it out and doing tests.
So did they have anything to prove the Earth is a globe when they go? Would there be any evidence to change minds in here? What would they need to do to, per se, debunk the flat Earth mind?
Well, probably hope that everyone recesses back to the late 60s, early 70s, oh by jingo gullibility. But they can't do that, so that's why Scott wants us to forget all the stories.
Aren't we going to the moon again in 1997?
I don't care if you remember the stories. You're the one who only talks about the stories, man, not me.
No, Matt Nuclear said, "Who's that guy?"
Yeah, because he didn't care about the stories.
You wanted him to never know, Scott. You wanted him to never know who the second guy on the moon was. Isn't that funny?
Wait. You said I wanted him to never know?
That's right. Didn't you say? Isn't it funny? Isn't it funny that Matt Nuclear didn't even know? You said. Well, now he knows.
No, I said.
Really, he's been living under a rock. What?
I pointed out that Matt doesn't know who he is, which indicates that Matt doesn't care who he is, which indicates that Matt is not swayed by that particular story.
No, Matt said that NASA is his father. Scott, you must have not been here when Matt told us that NASA was his father.
I missed that part, and I'm sure.
Yeah, I guess so. You missed that day.
I'm sure he was very sincere when he was saying it, not being the least bit sarcastic. Yeah, because Matt is never sarcastic, never.
So when he asked who that guy was, i.e., Buzz Aldrin, that was his. You knew that to be sincere, because that kind of sounded sarcastic, to be honest. NGL. Well, what has he been living under a rock?
He's been living under calcified wood.
Yeah, no one tell Matt about the Dutch petrified wood story. Goodness gracious.
And aren't we supposed to go to the moon again in 1997?
Who knows? Who cares? You have to remember, Matt's 17 years old. What did you know at 17 years old? I know I didn't know shit. There was a lot more than I ever did at 17, so.
Yeah, by then I already knew there was a lot of funny business going on with that, with the Apollo images that they had provided the early 70s Americans.
Yeah, we actually don't need to debunk the moon landings when we can just debunk space itself. It's gas pressure needs a container, as per natural law of entropy.
Hey, you're back with more bad arguments.
There he
Good.
is. He is
That's
back.
that's natural law, and you know it's a waste of time to even try and debunk it. Without sounding
Yeah,
silly.
because it's not natural law.
So is Scott like our jester or something here? Like he wears the little funny looking hat? The court jester?
I could put one on if you'd like.
You know what?
But yeah, there's no natural law saying we can't have gravity holding down gas particles.
Yeah, gas expands in all directions. It doesn't have a downward vector.
Yeah, there's no law saying that there is universal gravitational mass is attracting mass also.
Well, what he's Scott, to be clear, Scott is saying that that gas does do what you're saying, correct? But there's something else at work as well. So gas, natural law for it to move in all directions is correct. Yeah.
Yes, gas particles will continue in the direction in which they are currently moving until some force acts on them to change their direction. It's very simple.
No, until it hits the walls of the container or another gas particle. That's gas law.
Until some force changes their direction.
Has anybody watched NASA try to rocket into the sky?
Until it hits another gas molecule or the walls of the container.
The level of your ignorance is profound. That's not true, though.
Yeah, way to be projecting. So it's a fact that gas does not have the intrinsic tendency to contract to a focal point. You're a liar.
No one said that, though. So
okay, so then there's only the tendency for gas to expand in all directions, not contract to a focal point.
What's a gas, Gregory?
Okay, so you're going to whistle past the fact I just said?
No, because it made no sense. Because you don't even know what a gas is. So what you said made no sense.
Really, I don't know what a gas is. You're just being dishonest. You're trying to whistle past the critique.
What a gas is, then you realize the thing you just said made no sense.
You're trying to scrutinize me.
There's no critique. It was nonsense.
Right, you didn't have a...
What's a gas, Gregory?
Yeah, you're just whistling past the fact I just said.
What's a gas?
You're just persevering to scrutinize me and whistle past the fact.
You don't know, do you?
He's dodging.
What's a gas?
Yeah, Scott is dodging the critique I just said. That's why he's persevering to scrutinize me.
What's a gas?
Go look it up, since you don't know what a gas is.
I already know what a gas is.
I don't need to give you basic physics lessons.
I know. You have no idea, do you?
So tell me what a gas is.
Is a gas anything more than particles in motion?
Scott, go look up the dictionary definition if you're that uptight.
Is there anything more to a gas than particles in motion, i.e., having existing momentum?
I thought everybody.
That's the fallacy of ambiguity. That's not distinctive of gas. All particles of all states of matter are particles in motion. You fool.
But is gas anything more than that?
Right, so you whistle past the critique I just said. It's the fallacy of ambiguity. If that's your definition, then it's not distinctive of gas.
I didn't say it's my definition of gas. I asked you if gas is anything more than that.
That's the property of all matter in all states. And what you said is the fallacy of ambiguity.
Whatever. Is it anything more than that?
Right, so just arbitrarily hand wave the critique with Vince
blah, 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 blah. Is it anything more than that?
Right, now he's reduced down to childhood churlish antics now. This is what he does.
You're dodging.
This is how you can't answer a simple question. You never can. Because you don't understand anything about the world. What's a gas?
So anyways, besides his projection, he's obviously trying to ambiguate the fact
that
I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify.
Contract to a focal point. He's just being a liar.
I'm trying to clarify. You're trying, well, I don't know what you're trying to do. Trying to save your world.
Of course you don't, because you're a reprobate. You don't care about knowledge.
Oh, I'm a reprobate. All right. Good to know, man.
Yeah, so anyways, that's the point. He's trying to whistle past the fact that gas expands in all directions. It doesn't have an intrinsic tendency to contract to a focal point.
It doesn't.
Show me a gas that has the intrinsic tendency to contract to a focal point.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
every gas.
now you're
Saturn.
contradicting your earlier statement, though, Scott, where
The
you said there's no
atmosphere.
violation of gas laws because gas does move in all directions in a straight line, but then something else acts on it. So now you are going back on your initial assertion that you weren't going to violate.
I said there's nothing about any law that says gas cannot be contained by gravity.
He just appealed to the atmosphere as a supposed instance of gas contracting to a focal point. So way to just beg the question where you special plead for your cosmology, right? Even though the fact that the atmosphere has pressure and it's pressing outwardly as it's expanding.
Yeah, that's because gravity's pulling down every particle.
So it's pressing because it's being pulled. It's pressing outward because it's being pulled in. Way to contradict yourself.
It's not pressing outwards.
Yeah, so you believe for no good reason.
No, that is good reason.
Yeah, so
now
now
you don't
it is,
understand,
but
it's not
now
my problem.
it's back to violating natural gas law. Now it is violating natural gas law now.
What's the natural gas law?
Yeah, the one that you stated earlier that you agreed with, that it moves in a straight line away from a central point.
Until a force acts on it, which changes its direction. You got to.
Right, which you don't have.
Yes, we have gravity.
Yeah, which you don't have.
Gravity.
No, you don't have it. I've already deductively refuted your mass attracting mass and your bendy spacetime, so you don't have the entity that is supposedly contracting the gas to a focal point. Nice try.
But we do.
Yeah, way to contradict me again with no good reason.
Well, you just gibberish. You don't say anything worth contradicting. So.
Yeah, some more appeal to incredulity fallacy and invincible ignorance.
Well, you're just making shit up. So.
Some more canards and not an argument.
Well, you can continue to make shit up if you want. I don't know what it serves.
Some more canards and not an argument.
He's basically just saying, no, you're wrong.
That's all he does. He doesn't have an argument. He doesn't know the
That's
issues.
what I'm saying you're saying, Gregory.
No, you're wrong.
You don't have any answer other than that.
Yeah, so I'm about to post the deductive argument again. So let's watch you squirm.
That's a long essay. Can you summarize it, Gregory?
Yeah, mass attracting mass and bendy spacetime are unverifiable because you can't manipulate the independent variable to verify that it's the cause of the effect, which is the independent variable, the dependent variable, and they necessarily imply absurdities where it's either everything is disintegrating away from one another, we don't live in that world, or everything is clumped into one humongous mass, we don't live in that world either, or everything is absolutely idle, we don't live in that world either. So that's the deductive refutation as it concerns mass attracting mass. And lastly, as it concerns bendy spacetime, it's also unverifiable for the same reason I just said. You can't manipulate the independent variable to know that it's the cause in any experiment, and it's a fallacious reification of the abstract entities which are space and time.
Thoughts on that, Scott?
He's not much of a thinker, so you're not going to get a lot of words into that question.
Yeah, I went over this with him before. We went over this stupid little proof he has in first, sentence is contradictory and first wrong. But he doesn't understand how it's wrong.
Identify the first sentence. What's the first sentence that you're talking about? You can't even do that. Doesn't know what he's talking about.
Sorry, I didn't.
Mr. Gregory?
You want to go over your first sentence again? We'll repeat the same nonsense that we did before. Let's go. Let's read up. Where does Gregory have?
Carry your burden. Identify the first sentence you're talking about.
I know. I'm going to. Hold on. So you're either going to appeal to Newtonian, Cavendishian matter attracting matter, universal gravitation, or Einstein, GR, and SR, bendy space, universal gravitation. No, I won't.
Okay, so what gravitation are you appealing to then?
Doesn't matter. Don't need to appeal to either.
So you're not going to identify the premise that you're supposed to be defending?
I don't need to.
No, so you don't need to give an argument to justify believing the premise you believe is true. That's just arbitrary. You don't have a justification.
All I need to do is show mass attracting mass. That's it, period.
Oh, so you do affirm mass attracting mass. You don't deny mass attracting mass. You just affirmed it.
Yep.
Yeah, so the deductive refutation I just said against mass attracting mass.
But it doesn't matter why they do.
That's an irrelevant retort. I just refuted mass attracting mass by reductio ad absurdum argumentum.
No, you didn't. You didn't come close.
Okay, a justified negation retort.
So I don't need to appeal to either Newton or Einstein to show that it's a fact that masses attract mass. I just don't need to.
Okay, so then what else are you appealing to?
So if you appeal to the former, you're appealing. So I'm not appealing to the former, so we can skip that.
Okay, you're contradicting yourself. You just appealed to mass attracting mass, and now you're denying that you're appealing to mass attracting mass. You're contradicting yourself. Make up your mind.
No, I'm not appealing to either Newton or Einstein.
So what are you appealing to then?
I'm not appealing to an explanation.
He's appealing to that he needs that to be the case, because of natural gas law. I mean, you need something in the opposite vector.
No, he's going to deny it. He's inconsistent and double-minded. That's why he's double speaking right now. He's simultaneously denying mass attracting mass and affirming it. So what are you appealing to if you deny mass attracting mass, Scott?
I don't need an explanation of why mass attracts mass to observe it.
Okay, so you're just going to be arbitrary. So you don't have an argument to justify believing that premise. You're just going to believe it.
Well, I can observe it. That's the justification.
But you haven't observed it, and nor have you given any argument to demonstrate that you have observed it.
I don't need an argument to. You can't give an argument.
So
to
it's just being arbitrary again.
No, you observe something. If I see a cat walking down the street, if I see a cat walking down the street, I don't need an argument to observe the cat walking down the street. I just see it.
You're tacitly begging the question. You're tacitly begging the question that your observation of the presence of the atmosphere is strongly inductively indicative that there's mass attracting mass.
No, I'm not even close to that yet.
Okay, so then you're not being coherent nor specific.
No, I'm just not there yet in the argument.
Okay, so can you get there already?
No, because you don't shut up.
Okay, so you're incompetent.
If that's what you need to believe in order to maintain your
so he hasn't given an argument yet. Right? He's yet to give an argument. He's explicitly denied that he's going to give an argument at least 5 times.
No, I just demonstrated. So you said, so either I'm going to appeal to Newton, and I'm not.
Okay, so then you don't have an argument then.
That first paragraph is wrong.
So then you don't have an argument then.
I'm not going to appeal to either.
So then you don't have an argument then.
But I think
you should beat up Bacon and Scott at the same time.
Yeah, I'm not going to make an argument. Haha, I like, dude, you just conceded that you're not even going to make an argument.
No, I'm going to make an observation.
Right, so not an argument.
And I'm going to
because observation is not an argument, right?
Exactly. Observation is not an argument. Correct.
Exactly. Observation is not an argument. So you don't have a justification to believe that mass attracts mass or anything else.
I don't need an argument for a justification. There's all kinds of justifications.
So you don't agree with consensus, Scott? You don't agree with consensus?
Doesn't matter whether I agree.
I don't need an argument for a justification. So in other words, I'm going to be arbitrary.
No.
My sheer belief justifies believing it.
There are other forms of justification.
Like what?
You should know this.
You can drop a rock on the ground.
Seeing things.
Yeah, seeing things is not an argument, Scott. You're an idiot.
No, but it's a justification. Which is
justification.
No, it's not a justification.
It is a justification.
A justification is an argument. Observation is not an argument, so it's not justification. You're an
no
idiot.
argument needed.
But you're wrong.
Right, unjustified negation retort.
Observations are justifications. Everybody understands this.
When you appeal to observation, that's a type of argument, Scott. You're an idiot.
No, it's not. It's not.
So when you appeal to something that's not an instance of saying an argument to support a concluding premise.
No, of course not.
You're an idiot. You don't know what an argument is.
He's got a lot of name calling, doesn't he?
He does do a lot of name calling, yes. That's what he's good at. He's not good at reasoning.
You're a patent idiot. You're pretending to know better than me while you literally deny by definition what an argument is. You think appealing to an observation is not an instance of a type of argument.
What type of argument is it? How is it an inductive
appealing
argument?
To observation or any empirical data is an instance of an inductive argument. So yes, it is an argument, which is a type of justification.
I see a cat on the street. What's the argument?
You haven't said a concluding premise. So you
I
haven't
know.
said an argument when you just said that predication.
Exactly.
Oh, so
This
then
is
you're
your
appealing to a
jingle.
non-argument then, which doesn't justify your belief then.
It's not an argument.
Right, so then you don't have a justification then.
I have a justification of believing there's a cat on the street.
Dude, you'd have
Yeah, you're just obviously so ignorant on logic.
Yeah.
You have no idea how self-defeating your pattern of argumentation is. You're literally appealing to a non-argument as an argument to justify believing the premise is true.
I said it wasn't an argument. You don't need arguments.
I know
for
that you're appealing to a non-argument as an argument to justify believing the premise is true. You're an idiot.
What premise am I believing is true?
So now you have amnesia.
No, your mind is scrambled, man. Sorry.
So another canard, not an argument.
You're just all over the place.
So another canard and not an argument.
Do I need an argument for a justification?
If you wish to demonstrate that you know the premise is true, then yes, especially coming from the man who supposedly believes that justified true belief is the constituents of knowledge.
Yeah. If I see a cat on the street, I know there's a cat on the street, right?
In that instance, sure, that would be an instance of an inductive argument.
What's the argument that there's a cat on the street?
Appealing to the empirical data of visually detecting that there's a cat on the street to justify believing the predication, which is the conclusion. There's a cat on the street, Scott.
There's no argument. It's just observation.
You're an idiot. You're just going in circles.
No, nobody would call that an argument.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. He literally does not know the difference between the different types of argument and justification, where the appeal to observing a cat or observing anything or empirically detecting anything is a type of inductive argument.
No, it's not.
I don't want you to define cat for me though, Scott. But can you define like attraction, like attract? What is that definition?
Yeah, you put two objects with mass next to each other, and they will exhibit some kind of
attract. Like
I just did. They will exhibit a force pulling towards each other. You will be able to measure that force. That's what I define by attract.
That's not science, though. It's a parlor trick.
No, it is science.
I mean, that's not
the Cavendish.
You guys don't define what science is.
Scientists okay, so I'm gonna put a scale on the floor.
Yeah, we can.
Right, and
But you don't.
Measure the attraction.
Nobody cares what you think science is.
The Earth to the scale, or is this a one-way attraction or a two-way attraction?
What are you talking about?
I'm going to put the scale upside down on the floor. Like, I usually weigh myself on it, but I'm going to flip it upside down onto the floor, and I'm going to see what the reading is of the Earth pushing up onto the scale because it's mass attracting. I mean, that's like you're begging the question, but I just want to test it out.
What are you measuring?
I'm not getting mass attracting mass. It's something you say I should observe. So I flip my scale upside down.
Where's the mass? What are the masses?
Whatever you want, pick one. I don't know.
You pick one. It's your example.
I got a scale on one hand, and now you pick the other one.
No, you pick it. It's your example.
All right, a bowling ball and a scale. So I'm going to take the scale.
Okay, so a bowling ball on the ground? Where's the bowling ball?
It's on the ground. Now I'm going to take the scale. I'm going to flip it upside down. I'm going to balance it on top of the bowling ball, and I'm going to walk away. And then I'm going to read. I want to read the scale. I'm going to sit there and watch it until the bowling ball attracts up to the scale.
We don't expect that.
Okay, so no mass attracting mass. All right.
No, it is mass attracting mass. It's just there are multiple forces involved. There's a gravitational force created by the Earth, and then there's an attraction of the scale to the bowling ball. And the attraction down from the Earth is much stronger than the attraction up to the scale. Doesn't mean the attraction doesn't exist. It just doesn't.
It's
just not enough to overcome the downward force.
You have a multitude of forces at play in the world that nullify and make it impossible to empirically detect mass attracting mass. Congratulations, you defeated your own premise.
Yet we do.
Yeah, yet you haven't. You haven't done what is logically required to verify that supposed hypothesis.
We can set up experiments where the other forces are counteracted by things. You put it on a torsion wire, and so the force of gravity is countered by the torsion wire itself pulling back up, and so then all you have is the lateral forces.
Yeah, which is not logically required to verify the concluding premise, which is your hypothesis.
The gravitational force is countered by the force of the torsion wire.
Which is not logically required to verify your hypothesis. You haven't done what is logically required to verify your hypothesis.
You don't get to decide what's logically required, man.
I'm not being arbitrary. You are. I've already said the deductive argument that necessarily proves my premise is true is logically sound.
You think you have, but you haven't.
You haven't refuted it yet.
There's nothing to refute. You haven't said anything.
Yeah, now you just deny that I said an argument. There, given that I said an argument, there is something to refute. You can't refute it, and you haven't refuted it. So,
if I hang two balls of some mass from a torsion wire, and I balance those two balls, and I put two other balls next to them, and there is a deflection caused by the introduction of the two balls, have I demonstrated anything?
No.
Why not?
You haven't demonstrated the premise you're supposed to be verifying.
Have I demonstrated anything?
Yeah, you demonstrated that you've done an action, which is a truism and irrelevant to the issue.
And if there's a deflection and I move those balls away and the deflection stops, I put the balls back and I reintroduce the deflection, have I demonstrated anything?
Which is a truism. Yes, you're saying a truism. You're abandoning the premise you're supposed to be verifying. This is the Mott and Bailey fallacy. You're abandoning the more controversial position of trying to verify that mass attracts mass to the less controversial position that you demonstrated an ambiguous something.
And you're running away.
No, I just directly addressed your stupid ass appeal to have I addressed something.
You're doing everything you can to make
you're
sure
saying canards is not an argument.
Yes, I know. I think, and the entire world thinks, and most of the world thinks, that I have demonstrated something when I do that.
Yeah, you can't prognosticate the thoughts of the entire world, nor even another single person. So you just lied.
Well,
and that's also a building majority fallacy, even if you did do that.
Okay, so how did I not demonstrate something?
Because you didn't actually manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of matter.
I introduced the mass.
Yeah, you didn't manipulate the independent variable, which is the sheer existence of mass.
That's not the independent variable.
That is the independent variable. You don't know your own position.
No, the independent variable is the little ball I put next to the other one.
Yeah, the ball being a ball. In other words, the ball existing, the matter existing, the sheer existence of matter.
Yep.
Yeah, so that is the independent variable, the sheer existence of matter. You didn't manipulate that.
Don't have to.
So you're being arbitrary.
No, it's not arbitrary.
Unless you have a justification to say that's not the independent variable, when it is explicitly the independent variable when you state the very hypothesis.
The independent variable is the mass of the ball.
Right, the matter, the sheer existence of the matter, right? So that is the independent variable, not the independent variable. That is the independent variable. And you haven't manipulated it.
Yes, I did. I put it next to the other one.
No, you didn't manipulate the existence of the matter. No, you didn't.
Don't have to.
You're being arbitrary again.
No, you're just being stupid.
You're being arbitrary again.
You're being stupid.
You're being arbitrary again.
All right, we've had enough of that back and forth. But do you at least acknowledge? Do you just at least acknowledge that the balls deflect? Can anybody here acknowledge that the balls deflect? Yes or no? We got it. I guess that's a no. Nobody can even acknowledge simple reality. Very interesting.
You just demonstrated your very low acumen, how you interpret silence as an instance of saying no.
Simple reality.
Yes, silence. That's literally an appeal to silence fallacy. No one spoke, therefore people deny that you can acknowledge the deflection. That's the appeal to silence fallacy. You're an idiot.
Okay, whatever. Do the balls deflect or do they not?
So anyways, besides his digression and attempt to deflect from the fact that he's been exposed again, moving on to the next subject.
Because you control the room. No, you don't.
Yeah, because you control the room, right? As you try to deflect from the refutation I just said to you again.
No, I'm willing to talk
to
I'm willing to talk to Daz and see if he'll agree with me that the balls deflect or not. Because you don't want to.
No, I don't believe they do.
Why not?
You don't. It's not science.
Well, wait, whether science or not, do the balls deflect?
No, you're claiming science. Claiming it's an experiment.
I'm asking a simple question: do the balls deflect?
Well, I don't believe they do.
Why do you? How did you come to that conclusion?
That's look. Anecdotal evidence is that
What have
nothing
you
happens.
seen?
Right?
What have you seen that
But
leads you to that conclusion?
you're claiming it's an experiment, a scientific experiment.
No.
Right?
Let's forget that. We'll just say, do the balls deflect or not?
Let's forget that.
You want to jump ahead. I get that, because you don't want to answer the simple question of whether or not.
No. I'm going back to the start here, because you're claiming science.
The irony, you hear that? He's accusing you of deflecting while he deflected from my deductive refutation that I said several times, which he denied with invincible ignorance. The irony.
Whatever. So anyways, Daz. So, okay, let's go. Why is it not science? What does it need to do to be science in your mind?
So what's the observed natural phenomena?
Masses attracting masses.
Begging the question. That's not the observation.
It's begging the question. You're assuming your outcome.
No.
You didn't observe mass attracting mass. You observed things falling or moving.
No, we think we observe mass attracting mass all the time, and then we do this little experiment to see exactly how hard they pull on each other. Because the Cavendish wasn't
which is not logically required to verify the hypothesis.
Dude, can you not keep your mouth shut for like 2 minutes?
The irony of you saying that rhetorical, belligerent, contentious question.
Whatever, dude.
So you haven't done what's logically required to verify the hypothesis.
Yeah, the Cavendish experiment was not designed to prove that masses attract mass. It was designed to show how hard it pulls on. It was trying to derive the gravitational constant.
Right. So you haven't appealed to what is logically required to verify the hypothesis.
Yeah, because we are. The rest of the world already knew that mass attracted mass.
They just already knew. They just already knew.
They did. Yes.
They just knew. They just knew. They didn't do an experiment to verify their hypothesis. Right.
No, exactly. We don't need to do an experiment to show that.
No, definitely no experiment.
Exactly. They didn't do an experiment, so they haven't done what is logically required to demonstrate that they know the hypothesis is true. Thanks for your concession.
So no scientific evidence of gravity. Thanks.
Hey,
good job,
What
Daz.
what would you require for scientific evidence of something, Daz? What's a good
Manipulating
scientific
the independent variable.
Okay, give me an example of a good scientific experiment.
Manipulating the heat to show that the heat is going to boil the water.
Okay, give me another one.
Manipulating the grasp of the ball to show that letting it go will cause it to fall.
Okay, so letting it go causes it to fall?
Yeah.
So it's the letting go that causes it to fall.
Well, it's going to catalyze the motion, sure. So I gave you some examples, so what's your point?
So when I let go of a helium balloon and it doesn't fall, what do we do?
And? That was the instance of the catalyst of it rising.
You said the letting go.
And?
Okay, so when I have a helium balloon in my house that I got from a party and it's against the ceiling and I wait 10 days and it's on the floor.
Okay, so now you're just going to obfuscate the issue, dude. Obviously, there are different types of objects in the world in different types of mediums, so
okay,
you don't need to go through this truism.
So
just belaboring the point, just filibustering.
Do you have any actual science? So right now we have heating water as science, and we have dropping a ball as science. How far does your science go, Gregory? What else can we learn from science? I know. Tell me what more we can learn from science.
It's an ambiguous question and meaningless.
I know, because you don't want to answer because you don't have an answer.
Yeah, it's just an ambiguous question.
I just want to know what Gregory. I just want to know what Gregory thinks is good science.
Yeah, it's an ambiguous question.
You don't even know, do you? You never thought about it.
Yeah, it's an ambiguous question. You don't know. You don't
All
know what you mean by the question. It's ambiguous.
All you've done in your entire life is said what isn't something. You never actually thought about what is something.
You could have been just specified what you meant by the question, but you refused to do that because you don't even know what you mean.
You have no idea what a good scientific experiment looks like, do you?
So another canard for no good reason.
Except to demonstrate that you have no idea what you're talking about.
So continue
you never
the same
thought about
canard.
it. I bet if I got a scientist in the room, they could come up with in an instant what a good scientific experiment looks like, and they can prove a good example of a scientific experiment. Like I would say that when Watson and Crick,
Good job.
I would say that when they discovered DNA, the double helix whole thing, that was good science.
Was that an instance of finding a cause and an effect?
I don't know. Would you say that's good
You don't
science
know
or
what
not?
you're talking about. So DNA is not relevant to the issue.
Would you say the discovery of DNA as the causal mechanism for our entire biological makeup was a good scientific discovery?
No.
Okay. Nicely, if we're on the same page. Now I know where you stand. You reject all of science. I get it.
No, I don't reject all of science. What you said was categorically erroneous. It wasn't an instance of ascertaining a cause and an effect. You're an idiot.
So what's a good example of a good science?
I've already told you.
You told me water boiling.
You're just repeating the questions ad infinitum.
Yeah, you told me you had heat to water as good science.
And you're about to continue to repeat the questions ad nauseum rather than not doing that.
And you told me dropping the ball is good science. Do you have any other good science?
Yeah, you're just extenuating the length of questions. You're just trying to ask me as many questions as possible. You're trying to prove that I don't know what science is, that I don't know what the causation inquiry method is, and I obviously do. So you failed. So I know what the causation inquiry method is. I know what causation is. I've already demonstrated and given you some examples, so you don't need to keep multiplying questions that no one else really wants to hear you ask.
I know it hurts, Gregory. I get it.
Yeah, so we came to the conclusion of the matter.
I know it hurts.
Yeah, nice try. You're posturing.
All you have to do is release the fear.
Nice try at posturing.
It'll be okay. Just release the fear, man. You're very scared.
Science, you're just begging the question.
Okay, Daz, what is good science? Give me a good scientific experiment. Give me one good
the question, dude.
Give me one good thing that scientists have demonstrated. Tell me one thing.
Still waiting for you to observe natural phenomenon.
Tell me one thing that science has demonstrated, Daz.
Yeah. So you said mass attracting mass is your
you really don't
phenomenon
know anything,
of mass attracting mass. Yeah.
Can you come up with one good scientific experiment for me so we can have something
begging the
to
question,
talk about?
dude.
I know, because you don't know what science is, and so when I give you good, when I show you good science, you don't understand why it's good science because you don't know what good science is.
Yeah, you're posturing. Nice try. That doesn't refute anything.
Yeah, it shows that Daz does not know what good science is.
Are you supposed to be proving
objective true premises in a logically valid argument? You haven't done what is logically required to demonstrate that you know your beliefs are true.
Daz can't name a single example of good science, which demonstrates he doesn't know what it is.
You don't know what it is. You think it's begging
in other
the
words,
question.
either you're just digressing to an irrelevant issue, even if he doesn't know what science is, or you're building up to a two-quote fallacy. You don't know your position. Your position is false, and mine is true. That's a two-quote fallacy and or the fallacy of irrelevance.
I would say the discovery of trisomy 21, I think it is, as the cause of the symptoms of Down syndrome was really good science. To see that there are three chromosomes of the three copies of the chromosome 21 that is present in every Down syndrome sufferer, I guess you'd call it, is good science. Would you guys agree that's good science?
Listen, I like that.
Do you guys agree that's good science?
Yeah, listen, that's not bad. That's not bad. I think I like that. I like any scientific experiment that shows that what people call a fetus is actually just a stage in a baby's life of a human being, and any science that tests that.
It's amazing how you guys can't even agree to the simplest of reality.
It's amazing how you persevere to deflect from the fact that your position is not empirically verifiable.
Is the discovery of trisomy 21 as the cause of Down syndrome good science?
I don't
How
know
was
anything
it
about
discovered?
it.
Did they use a scientific process or did they stumble upon it?
It's not something you're going to stumble on.
Okay.
I wasn't, to answer your question directly, I wasn't there to watch how they did it.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay, so you don't know yourself about what they
don't
supposedly
really
did to verify that this is the cause. So you just conceded to your ignorance. Thanks.
Well, I'm pretty sure I know how they verified it's the cause. They looked at every person. Yes, they looked at every person who has Down syndrome, and they found trisomy 21, and they looked at every person that doesn't have Down syndrome. They found trisomy 21 wasn't present, and they have a what's called a correlation of one, and they concluded that is the cause of Down syndrome.
That correlation.
So they didn't do an experiment.
That is the experiment.
That's not an experiment. That's an observation and a correlation. It's not a manipulation of the independent variable. No, it's not an experiment.
Yes, guys. We don't know. We don't know
need
whether
to
the
do
time
that for
or the
good
tona,
science.
blah blah blah, is an effect or the cause. Now it could be just another effect from the initial underlying cause. So now, no, I don't like it now. Now I'm off the liking it board.
Yeah, I don't like Scott's misidentification of it being science in the sense of causation inquiry method. That's what I don't like.
Then you guys are rejecting all of science because that's how.
No, we're
all
rejecting
of
your
science
misidentification of that which is not a causation inquiry method.
Name one thing that doesn't work that way in science.
The question doesn't make any sense.
I know. Name
Right, so
one
you asked a
thing.
nonsensical question. Great job.
Name one thing in science that doesn't require correlation.
Ask a question that makes sense.
I just did. That makes perfect sense to anybody who understands English.
They all require.
You said a different question. What is your question now?
They all require correlation, right?
And
now, why is it not sufficient when you have sufficient numbers or you have a sufficient sample size and you have found no contradictory data points of trisomy 21 causing Down syndrome?
you're obfuscating the issue. I already said the critique. You're just repeating yourself ad infinitum to distract from the fact that I just said the critique. You have misidentified this as an instance of experimentation in the sense of manipulating the independent variable. This was not an instance of a causation inquiry. This was an instance of an observation of correlation.
I say it was a demonstration of good science not needing to manipulate the independent variable. You can let nature. Nature manipulate it for you, and then you can look at what happens.
Are they
when
removing
nature,
that tricyclotrops to and then finding that when they remove it, they don't have they don't have Down syndrome? Are they manipulating
it? Remove it. They can't remove it.
Okay, so therefore what? Okay. All that being said, look, therefore what?
Therefore, it's good science.
No, I think it's bad science now.
Of irrelevance.
Because what I'm finding is that the only thing
denying
that you
all
can do now is
science.
you can either no, all you can do, it's not good, right? As in morally good, because now all you can do is decide whether to keep the baby or not, right? You can't remove that triceratops. You can only decide now whether to abort or keep. Based on that.
All Scott has done is just digress to a different subject. It's not relevant to causation, nor is it relevant to cosmology.
Well, it's exactly relevant to causation. You do not need to be able to manipulate the independent variable. You can let nature do that for you, and you can look at what happens when nature manipulates that, when nature changes it, and then you can look at what changes.
Yeah. So sadly now, according to this thing that you put forth, Scott, we don't know whether we're killing babies who don't have Down syndrome or do, or now
it has nothing to do with abortions. Come on, focus, Stanks. You can do it.
So what is it? What action is taken in this process? You identify the triceratops. And then what? You either have the baby or you don't because you can't remove it, you said.
Okay.
He just said let nature do it. So number one, he's reified and personified nature. And secondly, he's begs the question where he begs the question as concerning how he knows that this particular thing was the cause.
I just told you how I know it's the cause because it's a one-to-one correlation.
Is the researcher nature?
No, but the manipulator of the variable's nature, and scientists allow that all the time.
What you said is incorrect because the manipulation of an independent variable must involve the active intervention of the researcher.
No.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
No, it does not.
Yeah,
you haven't done what is necessary to verify that it's the independent variable. You haven't done that.
Yeah, you're the one arguing with universities about this, not us.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because what I just read was a direct quote from my citation that I posted in the side chat. So that's what you're arguing with, not me. Take it up with them.
And if I can point you to other things that says we can let nature do the manipulation, would you accept it?
So a mood appeal to a hypothetical.
Citation then.
No, Larry's posted a couple of times the geo thing about geology, right? You just let nature do the manipulation and you look at the differences.
Maybe go find it. The geo thing, whatever. Maybe just go find it.
Yeah, which is not an instance of you doing what is necessary for you to verify and know that the independent variable is whatever you suppose it to be.
But so what you guys are saying is that the discovery of trisomy 21 is not good science.
It's not an instance of demonstrating that they know what the cause is.
Not my question, man.
Yeah, your question is irrelevant from the critique.
Is it good science?
It's irrelevant to the critique.
Whatever, dude. Is it good
sounds
science?
it sounds like it's leading to immoral decisions and giving somebody a concrete idea that this is what's causing future Down syndrome, and then taking action to cause immoral decisions from there. So it's super bad science.
Is it
good science in the sense that is it an instance of verifying the cause of the supposed dependent variable? No, it's not, because he didn't manipulate the independent variable.
I know he keeps pointing out.
The entire scientific community
I'm
disagrees with you.
I'm definitely conflating good science being
Appeal to majority
morally good.
fallacy.
I just want to keep pointing out that his belief that this is good science is actually leading to immoral decisions. Now you're executing lives, not knowing what's causing Down syndrome in babies.
Yeah, you can add that to the list of critiques. You can do that. Yeah.
Couldn't get any worse of an example, Scott. I mean, it was like awful on every front.
Yeah. So your question's been answered. Don't ask it again.
What you should have said, Scott, is that
maybe it was a great example of not science, which is what he keeps arguing for as science. So in a way, maybe it was a perfect example.
But the entire scientific community thinks it's really good science.
What do you mean the entire scientific community? Just excluding the members of the so-called community that directly disagree with you, that have already been brought to your attention, and so then you can just go on and say all of them.
Who should define what science
invincible
is?
Ignorance. Yeah.
I would say the scientific community gets to define what science is.
Okay, but I just
brought
you a citation from the quote scientific community, and you rejected it, and then you went on to say the entire scientific community disagrees with that.
Okay, so independent variable is what is varied during the experiment.
I didn't hear you.
So we got one here that says the independent variable is what is varied during the experiment. Is varied does not mean the experiment has to vary it. Notice the passive voice in there?
Oh,
and
right.
so if you let time, you can let time vary it for you.
It is what the investigator thinks will affect the dependent variable. And you just chose that one citation. I provided a bunch of others that say that it does have to require the active intervention of the researcher.
Yeah.
There's another one right above it that you just glanced over. Your claim is that the entire scientific community, and it seems that you come to that conclusion just by ignoring members of the so-called scientific community who just don't disagree or don't agree with your conclusion.
Well, how about if I
take a look at this also? He tried to pick it apart as though it doesn't necessarily imply that this is the only way that science is, but obviously he's ignoring the fact that this is a distinct predication, and anything that's contradicting it would be false. So if it is X, it is the manipulation of the independent variable, then that which is not that is not science or not CIM.
So, can any experiment use time as an independent variable?
Can't manipulate it.
You can't manipulate time.
Oh, so every experiment uses time as an independent variable. I mean, the amount of time that took to get from A to B is a bad science.
I just told you. You're just repeating the very thing I just asked. I just answered. You can't manipulate time. You can't manipulate time.
I agree.
So therefore, it's not an experiment.
Yeah, and what's your observed phenomenon? What are you testing the cause of?
Doesn't matter. Can time be an independent
variable? It does
variable?
matter. Is time the cause?
Wait, you can't manipulate time?
No, you can't. Obviously, this is beyond controversy.
Have you tried?
Gregory, have you ever heard of time dilation? Or?
Of course, I've heard of that ontologically absurd doctrine where you reify time.
In that case,
in
that case, time would be the cause of everything.
Well, time is the cause of.
It does play a role in lots of things. Yes.
Time doesn't have any causal power, so no, it's not the independent variable of anything.
Yeah.
Are you waiting for this clown, Matt?
Well,
really?
cause is a necessary precondition for everything. So.
Thanks for the truism, Scott. I mean, Matt.
Yeah. Time is the cause of everything.
You guys are just rejecting all of science.
You're rejecting your metaphysically absurd doctrine that you have no verification, no justification for.
So basically what you do is you just ignore anybody who disagrees with you, and then you say, everybody agrees with me.
Yep, just that easy. It's called arbitrarity.
No, I guarantee if I got the people who wrote these,
Well, that's what you did. I mean, I just posted several citations directly disagreeing with what you claimed. and then you just went on to claim that they all still agree with you after you
Okay,
had.
I'll go look at this. I'll be back. I'll mute up. I'll read these experiments, and
Oh, you're gonna actually do some research this time? Oh, I
yeah,
see.
yeah. They'll probably be right in here. I'll bet money that there's something in here that says that they don't need to do this. Watch.
Yeah,
I'll come back.
You're gonna be good at betting on this issue. Very bad inductive inference skills.
Of course, it's
You
gonna.
can find
it's gonna
something in there
say.
to twist to your favor.
Brothers, I got it. I figured it out. Have you ever heard the truism that it's 5 o'clock somewhere?
Yep.
So, therefore, it was 5 o'clock when they found the Triceratops. Therefore, the Triceratops is the cause of autism, but it's actually 5 o'clock that's the cause.
The time.
Time heals all wounds. It's the best medicine.
Is it time that heals wounds, or yeah, but is it time that heals wounds, or is it your body actually metabolizing and moving nutrients and all of those things? Is it the time, or is it the other thing?
Damn, time's just stealing all the credit here for other people's work.
It's the time.
If none of those, right? Well, if none of those metabolism type processes are happening, then regardless of the amount of time, you wouldn't be healed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's kind of like
causal plagiarism.
Yeah. And now I will agree that a correlation of time, all events occur with time, and that's a correlation of 1. So therefore, everything is caused by time, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Oh, so AI agrees with me. Thank you, AI.
So why do we need experiments then? We already know. We already know then that time causes everything. So what do we need an experiment for?
Do you disagree with AI right there, or do you agree with them?
Well, I mean, dude, if
agree
you
that
come
you
to
just
my
reduced your position to absurdity. Yeah.
Yeah, so if you come to my hospital and you need a surgery, what we do is we put you in a bed and we set the alarm for 5 hours later. Because the surgery takes 5 hours, but if we just let you sit there for 5 hours, it'll also cause you to heal.
Yeah, but time's the actual cause, right? Not the surgery. So we'll just let the clock roll.
I mean, time can heal wounds, just not big.
Listen. If you guys want some shares in my HMO before I go public, now's the time. I'm about to break it down, bro. I'm gonna cure cancer, bro.
That was the time. It's great.
Time.
This is great,
time doesn't have any matter nor any causal power, so yeah.
Time solves all.
So wait, time doesn't have any causal power?
None.
What happens if time stops? What happens if the ability of different reference frames stops right now?
It's a loaded question fallacy. Time can't stop.
I'm saying if it does, theoretically, what happens?
It's an impossible hypothetical.
Yes, but can things happen?
No, dude. Time is a made-up thing, so you can't.
Well,
stop
no, time is
that,
like the actual time is not made up. It's an actual thing.
It's a seriously, dude. The only time is
keep in mind.
You don't study ontology. This is what happens.
Of course we have, like Timbo. Of course we have concepts of everything, but time, as in like actual time, is an actual thing.
Yeah. But let me ask you this question.
Entity itself, time is abstractly real. It's an abstract entity.
Let me ask you this question though: if time gets dirty, is it better to use Tide or Gain to wash it? No, I'm being serious now. I'm being serious now because everybody shows me these space-time bed sheets that are supposed to be existing out there, and I was just wondering if God ever has to put them in the laundry and what detergent he uses.
I was just listening.
I'm hella mad AI.
Yeah, I was just listening on the live stream, and I heard Matt ask, "What happens if time stops?"
Yeah.
Nothing happens. Time stopped. What the hell's wrong with you?
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that means that time does have causal power, then, though, right?
No.
Oh my
We're just
God.
entertaining your impossible hypothetical.
It is a hypothetical after all.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hypothetical that begins with an impossibility. Yeah.
Never know, man.
But I do know deductively.
Like you said, I do know deductively.
Yeah. Now that we have a firm grasp on the obvious. All these reifications of abstract entities, it's foolish. This is what happens when you don't study ontology.
Hey, Indio, did you know that science can be good or bad? It's good science and bad science.
So you can either whoop science or you can, give
That'd be
science
subjective,
PlayStation
wouldn't it?
privileges.
Wouldn't that be subjective? Sort of.
If you don't have
What
a
would you
standard
consider
to appeal
bad
to.
science?
If you don't have a standard to evaluate by.
Like what would you consider bad science, right?
I actually have the definitive answer from the official ledger of the Secretary of the Advancement of Science. And here's what he said in his 2023 symposium letter. Good science is necessarily that science which, in the year that you're in, recurs a fiscal promise for the next year. In other words, as long as I'm making money, that's good science.
Whatever is financially expedient is good science. So much for being benign, sublime, just naive, just pure-hearted. Oh, I just want to know. I just want to know. Oh,
And I know
those
that
Christians, they're
deductively.
just so bigoted and mean. I just want to know.
And I know that deductively.
Deductively, of course. Deductively, of course.
Well, especially this
That
guy
was
that
really
AI
hilarious.
talked about with the deductibles that he can get with his financial benefits.
The majority that people normally appeal to, if they yield no results, they have to fabricate them so that they continue to keep their funding.
Oh, you mean like LIGO? You mean like LIGO? Where they were going to get canned, and then all of a sudden they came up with some crap?
Mm.
Yeah, interesting.
Things that made you go,
I think we should just leave it up to Gregory. I think he's the arbiter of truth. So
You don't want to do that.
Come on, man. I think at least deductively, right? You're the arbiter of truth. Deductively.
If I was the arbiter of truth, I wouldn't need deduction.
Ooh.
As if it's an insult.
That's real philosophy.
India.
As if it's an insult. Like he's figuring things out deductively. As if that's an insult. It's not an insult.
It's really not. It's the way he said it, deductively, right?
God, now we got the tone police.
The cadence
tone,
police.
It's about the tone, man.
Dude, are you reductively altering? Are you reductively minimizing his deductively to something seductively?
Did it involve time?
And you got yes.
Was it
Without
temporally?
time, things can happen.
Do you think reality is
time,
dictated by bendy rulers and clocks that don't keep time?
Nope.
Bendy rulers and clocks that
I
don't
think
keep time.
I think reality is contingent upon the physical properties of reality.
Well, I'm asking you, are those the
That's
physical properties
tautological.
of reality?
Are those what?
Yeah, that's what.
Are
That's
those
reality is
when
contingent upon
Alex
being
falls
real.
down that
Thanks.
rabbit hole. It's like,
Come on, guys. I need
it's like
to hear
bendy
India.
rulers and clocks that don't keep time. That's exactly what it looks like. It's amazing that Matt over here thinks he's in right in between Wonderland and reality. That's what
I'm actually in reality. I'm never in
Thinks he
Wonderland.
lives in a Salvador Dali painting.
Well, I mean, India, you're leaving out lead pens I can chew on and glue I can sniff. I think that's an important part of it.
Okay, I don't know what you do for hobbies, but that's not one of mine. Or it's either one of them.
What are your hobbies, India? What do you like to do, man?
Lift weights. I'm boring.
Lift weights. India's a buff guy. Can't be buffer than Quad though.
No, I'm actually just trying not to die.
I like to police cadence in my free time.
I'm gonna tell you guys. The
all these older guys
they'll-
forget. Keep that testosterone. Sorry, India.
well, I mean, only one thing reduces all-cause mortality, and that's resistance training. So
Yeah.
all causes. So even like slipping in the bathtub, falling down the stairs, getting hit by a car, which is crazy, right?
Flexibility too, I would say as well. So strength and flexibility. Don't stretch your hammies, you get back problems.
Oh, certainly.
Are there any
What you
folks in here that
mean,
want to
man?
ask
I'm
any questions?
constantly stretching my hammies, man.
Come on,
Gregory, I'm meaning to ask you this
That's
for a while
just
now.
ham, dude. That's just ham. There's no hammies there.
Gregory, you give me some riz. Give me some riz.
Can I give you some what?
You give me some riz, like riz.
I don't swing that way. Nope.
Yeah,
I'm saying, like, can you give me riz that I can use? Like, come on. I'm saying, like, can you give me riz? All right, old dude already gave me some riz. I need some riz from Gregory, right?
Sounds a bit gay,
Hey,
man.
baby, my name is Bartholomew.
So you're gonna keep it secret from me?
I just gave you one.
What was it then?
I said, hey, baby, my name is Bartholomew.
That's the riz I'm gonna use, man. I'm gonna get
Yeah,
slapped.
change your name to Bartholomew, Matt.
Yes, of course. Wait, how do I spell that, by the way? Can someone deductively put that in the chat?
You're gonna have to change it to Bartholomew. Bartholomew.
Oh, moon. Yeah, I forgot. I'm the moon guy. I forgot. Don't worry, guys. I'm no longer gonna do the moon thing with you guys. Don't worry. No
Hello,
more
darling.
moon
My name
stuff.
is Lord Farquaad.
Oh, you mean the pictures of the moon, the drawings?
Yes, the drawings for the
Why?
3D.
Why do you use drawings? Why don't you use photographs?
Well, I actually use photographs.
Well, why don't you,
Usually.
How do you know the drawings
I use the
match
3D model.
reality?
Because of the photographs.
This is a photograph.
Because
Yeah,
one of them says it took a picture of the moon and it had an orientation from the North Pole.
He uses a 3D model of the moon that he fell asleep streaming.
Oh.
Wait, I actually fell asleep?
Yeah, streaming the 3D model of the moon.
Dude, I never fucking. Why do I never catch myself falling asleep, dude?
Matt, are you going to see the same face of the moon from the North Pole? Or are you going to see the
I don't know,
backside?
man. I don't think so. I'm in
Alright.
Florida. I never see that.
Hey, Gregory, I would like to see you start to lead a class on logic.
Y'all willing, man. Y'all willing.
No, I'm sincere.
Me too.
I think you have a lot of wisdom to share, and I think that it would be good and beneficial, even though Scott here seems to be unable to comprehend logic. I think that you do a very great job, and anybody who's sincere would also agree with that.
Thank you. Peace to you. God bless you.
Hey, man.
That side shot for Scott
That
there.
would be a no true Scotsman fallacy. You should have called that out right away, Gregory.
Old Haas, man.
Indeed, he did miss that one.
Scott thinks logic is an inconvenience.
Indio, what are your
Now I'm
thoughts
mad at
on
both
the spinning
AI
water ball
and Tanks because they said two great jokes I should have been thought of.
I didn't hear you, Matt. What?
I said, what are your thoughts on the spinning water ball chasing a dying star?
I love
a
Lord of
reference
the
to old
Rings.
Hoss.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on it?
Or is that the wrong movie?
The wrong movie?
Yeah. Spinning water ball chasing a dying star is a TV show.
It sounds like one.
Just send Bruce Willis to solve it. He's good for those projects.
Bruce Willis.
Old Haas, what are your thoughts on it? Why are we chasing a dying star?
It's
Well,
Armageddon,
that's what they
right?
told us, right? The sun's a dying star. No? Why
Wait a
are
minute. Wait a
why
minute.
are
It
we
has
doing
like
that? I mean, come on.
What is
yeah,
Officer McClane
we
gonna
have
do
about
about the Earth chasing a
we have
dying
4
star?
by the way, old Hostard, we have 4 billion years of chasing left, by the way, until it finally blows up.
4 billion years.
Okay.
Yeah, but aren't we
Oh,
on the back
really?
side of the curve? So now it's dying, right?
That's a lot of John McClane sequels.
We have a dying
And
star,
how
we
do
have a
they?
dying planet.
The sun is no
How do
longer
they
in its
know it?
prime.
How do they know it's dying anyway?
Yeah, that's what I said.
How do
Yeah.
they know it's alive?
For example, no. Check this out. For example, I seen video of a dark body approach the sun, a tether from the body attached to the sun, and it appeared to exchange something between it and the sun. Maybe it's refueling the sun for all we know. Now, rest assured, I saw it on video.
True.
You know, there's global warming. Do you guys
Have you
believe in flat warming?
have you heard the argument? But have you heard the argument? You have a what is it? A 200,000-mile radius sun, and then you have the sunspot moving from left to the apex to the right, and there's no change in the sunspot. I mean, it's moving up 200,000, closer to 200,000 miles in the rotation. What's going on with that?
Damn, man. R.I.P. Earth
I mean,
in 4 billion
you could
years.
be a sunspot guy soon, Matt.
Just back to that guy. It's actually not called global warming anymore. It's called climate change. So
Because that's not ambiguous at all.
yeah, good point.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're worried about like ice caps melting and flooding, that's only possible on a flat Earth. So if I mean, if you are worried about it, that's only possible if you have a container holding in a body of water, and then the water is being added to overflow the container.
Gotcha.
He's
So
right, you know.
people that believe
Somewhere
in a
out
globe, it's not really
from
worthy of believing in.
somewhere outside of the known volume of the container. Yeah.
Well, I need to point out it's still global warming when it's hot out. It's when it's too cold out, then it becomes climate change.
Yeah. Pick and choose. But so there's climate change every day and every night.
That's a good point. Especially in the
because
winter and the summer, right?
They redefine climate to
records
weather.
being broken. Like we're having the hottest days and stuff. Haven't they been saying that?
We've just had
yeah.
we've had the last 4 years been the coldest winters we've had, and the coldest summers we've had, and the warmest winters. So
I would collectively vote and say let's make geoengineering conspiracy again.
So much for incidentally cooking the Earth.
Yeah, let's
Well,
make geoengineering needs to be fake again, okay? People
Like the
way too much up
Kryptonians
to it.
with the world engine.
funny that greenhouse. It's funny how they pump greenhouse gases into greenhouses, to make plants grow as well. Wouldn't you say
It's
the more greenhouse gases, the more plants, the more oxygen? Wouldn't
it,
that be a logical kind of statement?
Well,
exactly.
it's funny that you say that because that is what they are measuring now. That the larger CO2 is starting to take over what greening the deserts and giving the opposite effect that they claimed would occur. So it's like the Earth that we know of, whatever parameters, is healthier than it's ever been with all this
Yeah,
CO2.
it's funny how they create these geoengineering machines and they don't even hide it. They manipulate the weather openly without even hiding it. The information is out there, but then they come around the corner and say, with all their private jets and all the houses they own all over the plane, oh yeah, you should start stopping CO2 and you should start using your bike. And you know what? Our geoengineering machines work very well. That's why we're going to call it climate change. And you're the reason for the crazy climate that we are manipulating. What a great idea, isn't it?
Well, guys,
Hopefully, it
when
can
Earth
only be the
finally ends, and
Kryptonians.
Oh, I
when Earth
broke up.
finally ends, and and our sun explodes. You know, it was great meeting all of you guys. You know, whenever
Yeah,
that
can you
happens.
tell us the modern cosmology end time story? I know what Revelations is, but even in the Muslim, I even know
I
the
don't know if
Muslim
they.
one with the Mahdi, right? But I don't know the modern scientism version of the end times. I'm sure
Yeah,
there's a
the
story.
scientist eschatology. That's a good question.
Heat death. Heat
Oh,
death.
actually, I do because it was just a lore update. Now, I read it this morning. They've changed their mind
I
about
don't
how
know
the
if they said
universe
it.
is. Bad news about how the universe is going to end. Now they updated the lore on how we're all going to die.
Oh, the universe. Well, the universe is something different. Our sun is gonna be fucked way earlier than the universe. But I'm pretty sure it's the Big Crunch theory, where they believe that if the universe keeps expanding, I don't know if this is a Big Crunch. This might be another one. But if the universe keeps expanding, stars and galaxies and things will be so far apart from each other that I don't know. Something
They've
will happen.
updated it.
And
They've
that'll be it.
updated it, man. I posted in the chat. You didn't download the DLC, man. You go download the DLC. There's a lore update.
the DLC. What is this?
Or 15.
It's like the end game expansion pack.
With some
Yeah, Big
bugs
Crunch.
still.
Yeah, the end is
Like it
the
used to be a
future is the
different
Big
boss,
Crunch.
but he
Apparently.
was like too tough. So now they nerfed the boss. So now anybody can defeat him.
Yeah, they still have some bugs in their scientism eschatology.
Yeah, so right here it said this is exactly what I was saying. So it says right here the expansion rate is too good radiation in the universe to overcome. And even though gravity can slow down the cosmic expansion, the universe continues to expand forever, leading to a heat death scenario.
Forever.
What's known as a big freeze.
Hey man,
Yeah,
just go
the
get
universe doesn't
the
want to stop
graph.
expanding, man. Someone got to stop
Right
it.
there.
Someone got to just tell it
There's
to chill out.
squiggly lines in a rectangle. That proves it.
Yeah, so they agree with my critique, right? They agree that with their supposed universal gravitation, mass attracting mass, or bending space-time, it necessarily implies that supposedly after the primeval atom expansion, everything is just going to disintegrate down to the irreducibly material particles.
Sounds plausible.
Yeah, if you believe absurdities, yeah.
Think about how
But this
silly
will
that
all
statement
happen
is, though.
in trillions of years. So.
Yeah, but bro, think about it this way. They're trying to tell you that mass can slow down something that's not mass.
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Yeah, the idea that mass attracts mass, right, doesn't apply to things that don't have mass, homie.
Yeah.
Like
Let
the
me show
very
you this
proposition
equation.
itself.
It's really
So
about
how
the
is it?
Show you this
expansion.
equation I got
How is the
here.
gravity of the sun bending the light then? Around the. How are the stars getting bent around the sun?
Stars getting bent around the
Well,
sun.
light has
Huh?
no mass, yeah? Does light have mass?
Yeah.
It does.
No.
No?
It doesn't have any mass.
So how's it getting bent
Right,
by the gravity of the sun then?
I'm pretty sure light can still be bent even though it has no mass.
What are you
That's the proof.
Are you asking me like
That's
about?
the proof of.
Are you asking me like
That's the proof of gravitational lensing, though, isn't it?
yeah, Einsteinian gravitation? Yeah, so I mean it's just
No, gravitational lensing.
all it is that massive. Yeah, all it is that massive objects just distort space-time. Basically, what it is.
General relativity.
Just basic.
Time dilation is actually another way. Like
General relativity isn't mass attracting mass. Mass
that's
attracting
not
mass
what
is
it is
Newtonian.
either. It's
Yeah. So
exactly.
general relativity explains that you have space-time with curvature, and sorry.
I don't think he was talking about general relativity though. I'm pretty sure we were on the same page. We were talking about Einsteinian gravitation, not mass attracting mass. So.
No, bro. What you meant to say was claims, not explains.
Oh.
And listen, an explanation of the claim, right, isn't an explanation of something that necessarily exists in reality.
It's just a story to go along with the claim.
But you're right, though. Mass attracts mass by virtue of mass alone means that two masses distant from each other would just move towards each other for no other reason. But
That's
depending on
Newtonian.
warping of space-time, the spending and warping of space-time requires that an object move through warped space-time in order to be relocated. So it can't move out of nothing. It has to already be in motion. So they're entirely two different mechanisms for the redirection of the object in motion, and one of them possesses the ability to start an object moving in the first instance, and the other one doesn't. And that's fundamentally why they're not the same.
In general relativity, they're always moving in a time dimension. I think that's the driving force.
I know. That's what I said.
Planets are always moving. That's why planets actually keep spinning, is because of conservation of angular momentum. They're always moving. They've always been moving.
Right. So Matt.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Matt, so if somebody told you that Einsteinian and Newtonian were exactly the same, what would you tell them?
And they're wrong.
Oh, there you go. There's the answer.
Aren't we all on board?
What do you mean by planets spinning, Matt?
No, we're not all on board with that, dude. There's schmucks that show up day in, day out that Einsteinian and Newtonian are the same thing, just different ways of thinking about it.
They're interchangeable, they say.
No, but they yield the same result in most circumstances.
Here we go. There's one of them.
Oh, that's not the same thing as what we said. Like, just because we're acknowledging they're not the same doesn't mean they would never give you the same results depending on the circumstance.
Exactly.
Well, if they gave you the same results, why are they using Einsteinian or Newtonian? When they just pick one and just use it?
Because of the rest of the sentence. They don't always give you the same results. You use one or the other when they don't give you the same results. That's when it matters which one you're picking.
So when you don't get the right result, you just change it to another, either Newtonian or Einsteinian, just to get the right.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense.
No, that's not what we do.
Not really, dude.
Not at all.
One is useful for calculation of force, depending on mass, and one is useful for more complicated equations. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Newton's fine for speeds nowhere near the speed of light. Yeah.
Yes, the average scenario, the equations of relativity reduced to Newtonian. So most situations, if you could pick either two, you get the same thing. In situations where you get different results, then you would rather pick
one is
general
wrong
relativity.
or both are wrong. Yeah.
Oh, so far it seems that every time they disagree, general relativity is the correct one.
On Earth? What about on Earth? General relativity on Earth? How does that work?
Yeah, on Earth, like
you mean
the math of satellites. Yeah, the math used
on
for
Earth, when you're using gravity on the Earth, you use Einsteinian bending or warping of space-time.
Only where the difference would not be negligible, then you pick Einstein to get more accuracy. At least so they say. I haven't verified that.
Okay.
But I'm trying to give you what the mainstream. I'm just trying to prevent you from
on
strawmanning.
every occasion, you could use Einsteinian gravity. Is that what you say?
Man, who cares? Rope hypothesis is way cooler.
Yeah, you could use general relativity everywhere you're using Newtonian. It would just be a hell lot more of work to get the same results at the end of it. So there's really no reason to do that.
If you get the same result with Newtonian, then why use Einsteinian at all?
You wouldn't where the results are the same. That was already answered to you.
So if the results are the same, you use Newtonian. If they're not the same, use Einsteinian. But you said they yield the same results.
I said where they yield the same results, you use Newtonian because it's simpler. Where they don't, if you use Newtonian, you're going to get wrong results.
Einsteinian is a really hard way to work it out. So are you using both and then saying, okay, we get the same result here?
No, you don't have to use both to know when the results are going to be different.
Why not? You have to do the equation, don't you?
No, like
Don't have to do the equation.
No, like if you're under, let's say
So
you're
how do you
trying
know
to
if
work
it's
out.
gonna be different or not?
Yeah, because we know the difference in the equations are. So we know, for example, if you're working with a bullet projectile, and your accuracy has to be within a millisecond, that's way within the boundaries of Newtonian mechanics, right? If you're not close to a massive object, or if you're not traveling close to the speed of light, then Newtonian handles it. You're just not going to use Newtonian where that's not the case. You don't really have to use both.
bro, because we always have to use those moments when we're traveling near the speed of light to figure something out, right?
That's a fair point.
No, not really.
But there are some instances where you would use in reality stuff, general relativity, right? Like if, like you said, GPS, like with GPS.
Didn't we use Einsteinian gravitation to figure out that there was a ninth planet or something? Wasn't that how we
This
did
is
it?
this is the issue. It's nothing more than doublespeak, where they acknowledge and identify the insufficiency of the one, and then jump to the other, and then once they see the insufficiency of the second, when they jump back to the first, and now they're caught in this dialectical tension where they're hopping back and forth or simultaneously affirming both insufficient theories.
Nobody's
Oh,
jumping back and
it's
forth
not true.
anywhere,
We never go back from relativity to Newtonian. There's no result where Newtonian is better than relativity to handle.
We have heard this
Just the other way
happen
around.
repeatedly, dude.
Just use,
So don't say that it didn't happen.
relativity then.
Oh, let me see it. I'm not aware of that. Can I see where that happened?
So let's remind ourselves of a very poignant summation from Mr.
I guess not.
Lewontin. Our willingness to accept, quote, our willingness to accept scientific claims that are against common sense is the key to an understanding of the real struggle between science and the supernatural. We take the side of science in spite of the patent absurdity of some of its constructs, in spite of its failure to fulfill many of its extravagant promises of health and life, in spite of the intolerance of the scientific community for unsubstantiated just so stories, because we have a prior commitment, a commitment to materialism. It is not that the methods and institutions of science somehow compel us to accept a material explanation of the phenomenal world, but on the contrary, that we are forced by our a priori adherence to material causes to create an apparatus of investigation and a set of concepts that produce material explanations, no matter how counterintuitive, no matter how mystifying to the uninitiated. Moreover, that materialism is absolute, for we cannot allow a defined foot in the door. The eminent scholar Kant Louis Beck used to say that anyone who could believe in God could believe in anything. To appeal to an omnipotent deity is to allow that at any moment the regularities of nature may be ruptured, that miracles may happen. This is why.
Did anyone follow
and that explains nobody.
That explains materialists. You're just being dishonest.
Doesn't explain me.
That explains materialists. You're just being dishonest.
Ah, boy. Wonder when you first started thinking you understood the world.
More complaints and whining.
Says the guy who always sounds like he's whining about something.
More complaints and whining.
It sounds like you two have a bit of a beef.
Hey, Gregory, can you hand me that 12-8
Nope.
Oh crap! I forgot Wonka Vision isn't invented in this universe yet.
What if I could, AI? What if I could?
I don't know. As silly as it sounds, a lot of people believe that you can transpose yourself through space and time. Right? That time and space can fold like a piece of paper, and then you can just poke a pencil through and arrive at the other side.
Fool.
Because why? Because they believe that. Well, the point is that they believe in a hierarchy. Traumatized by what?
Oh yeah, old Hosser just added me in the chat about what's it called, the son dying, and I just told him, "Don't worry, man. We won't be here to witness it. It's okay. We're all good, guys."
Oh, reply in the chat, and then AI can finish his sentence.
Oh yeah.
I was just going to say that a lot of people who claim to not believe in certain supernatural causations, when they start to talk about their quote unquote scientifically reasoned and material natural world, they have a lot of essentially supernatural beliefs within that framework that are just as fantastical.
Care to give some examples?
Yeah, I just did.
Missed it. Damn it.
It's all right. I think Matt Nuclear believes in a god, so it's fine.
Just
Possible,
because
man.
you're angry with
Possible.
God doesn't mean everyone else has to be, Jekyll.
Angry with what?
Jekyll, he's angry
Missed
with
that
God.
word also.
I don't mind if you believe in a god.
I think you've been hurt by someone in the past that was
Yeah, it was God.
religious, and you just take that as everyone who believes in God is the same as this person that hurt me in the past.
What?
What?
Never protested God ever.
Yes, you do all the time.
No.
I don't
It's one of
remember.
your arguments at one stage.
Yeah, like, I mean, if it's the case that I think like God's not necessary for all explanations, I'm kind of secular in that sense. Yeah.
Yeah, but you don't have a justification for it. You don't have any justification to believe knowledge is possible.
I remember the deductive argument that I dropped in the chat in the, what was it? Was it the atheist helpline thing? Or whatever the fucking their server is. Because, I mean, there's a few things I disagree with, and it's the one where it's like they don't think that the physical properties of the universe can account for the laws of logic. And I'm like, dude, if you believe in God, then just say that God obviously created the physical properties and that accounts for it. It's fine. No problem. You don't have to just be like, well, no, the physical properties don't do it. They don't account for it. They can't. They can't do it. Like, come on, man. You down that hill.
I'm kind of curious if anybody thinks we knew anything before we could explain these things, like the laws of logic. So can a child who can't talk about the laws of logic know anything?
Well, they know the laws of logic intuitively.
Yeah,
They
believe it or
got
not.
to
I mean, I
flesh them
think
out.
animals even know the laws of logic.
They know
Fine,
the
man.
answer to that too. Children.
All right, man. Let's not go that far.
It's not the
Know
fact
anything
that
without
it's not like
inferring by the
it's not like they
pattern, by the
remember
laws
like
of logic.
yeah, it's not
You don't.
that they remember like, oh, the laws of non-exclusive middle, and that's like it's like they have basic pattern recognition. Like they know this apple is the apple and not a TV. Like they know that. So basically, they know the
Well,
law.
they only
But
know
the
it's an
sheer,
apple because they've been told it's an apple. That's a bit different, though.
yeah, but the sheer fact that you attempt to reason with a child, right, assumes that they have an intuition to be able to understand what you mean by the types of reasoning that you're using.
Well, that would be a huge mistake to try to reason with the child because they can't reason.
If children can't reason, then none of us would
Oh
have
no,
ever gotten to this point.
grow up into it. They grow up into it. They have certain developmental
They
stages.
do. Yes, they learn to reason. So they don't start out learning, knowing how to reason.
The tabula rasa is refuted. If you begin with nothing, then you end with nothing.
Who said they began with nothing?
Okay,
Dude,
then, so then they begin with the laws of logic. You couldn't learn anything if you don't already have the ability to infer by the laws of logic.
No, their brain develops, and then they can use laws
You're
of
just being
logic. And then they
arbitrary
can reason.
again.
Just
You don't have any reason to say no. Either
why do you
children
say everything
have
is
the
arbitrary
ability to
because you don't
reason or they
understand it?
don't. If they have the ability to reason, then they have the ability to infer in any pattern, including gaining more information and comprehending more information by the laws of logic, by logical and metaphysical necessity. If they don't have the laws of logic, then they can't reason whatsoever and therefore cannot learn and become adults like you and I.
It's just not how children develop, but continue to
Actually,
be ignorant.
Right? Another unjustified negation retort.
hold on. Children actually do. Babies even reason different types of cries for different needs that they, how they ask for things from their mother. They have a
I don't
different cry
think
when they're hungry. They have a different
that's
cry fussy. They have a different cry for when they're sleepy. And
Nobody
a mother
disagrees with that. That's not reason.
So yeah, that is reason.
It's
Yeah,
not reason.
a baby can
That is
reason.
indicative of reasoning, Scott.
It is not.
That is inductively indicative of reasoning. They are communicating.
It's not the reasoning that AI was talking about where you try to logically explain why a child should or shouldn't do something.
He was talking about what Flatsy was talking about, but he said it included what
Right.
Flatsy mentioned.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, you're demonstrating that you don't know how to interpret people.
One
Your
of us
passive aggressive
can't.
ignorance.
One of us can't interpret people. This is true.
Yeah, your passive aggressive ignorance again.
Ay.
I've already said the dichotomy. So
Oh
you
no,
need to
you
make up
said
your
it.
mind.
You've already said it. Oh, it must be true then. If you said it.
Yeah, it's a deductive argument.
Deductively.
Yeah, because you say it's a deductive argument doesn't make it a deductive argument. You get that, right?
The instance of me saying a deductive argument is not an instance of me saying a deductive argument. Way to contradict yourself.
No, the instance if you saying it's a deductive argument does not make it a deductive argument. It just
For
means
the
you said
irrelevant
it was.
truism.
Listen, a deductive argument is where your wife feels better by taking your credit card shopping.
Exactly. Deductive.
No, a wife feels better when you're in a drive-through for a coffee, and the wife hands her husband her card, even though it's his bank account.
By logical and metaphysical necessity.
My goodness.
She cannot be satisfied when you do that.
She's a witch.
I'd love to have seen Gregory and he was like 12 years old.
Kill her
What
with
was his
fire.
life?
Cut out her tongue, then shoot it with fire. So anyways, the tabula rasa is refuted.
Nobody ever started tabula rasa, so I don't know what you fucking refuted.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about. You were insinuating a tabula rasa, and so I refuted it, but you're incoherent and unread about the issues.
Oh yeah, I studied psychology till as a graduate and undergraduate student. I did lots of courses in developmental psychology and educational psychology. But yeah, I have no idea what I'm talking about. You're right.
Yeah, you haven't studied metaphysics.
Yeah, you probably know a lot
This is a
more
metaphysical issue, not merely a psychological issue. When you took the psychology course, there were a bunch of metaphysical presuppositions that were not discussed during that, unless that professor was rather comprehensive and well-read on the issues.
Yeah, you know a lot more than I do, for sure.
Do you even know what the tabula rasa is?
Blank slate. Literally translated. There is no pre-established any kind of structure within a human brain. That's just wrong.
Yeah. Do you affirm the tabula rasa is true, yes or no?
No, of course not. Nobody would. That's stupid.
Okay, then. So if the tabula rasa is false, and it necessarily follows that humans at any age, including infants, born or unborn, have a mind and comprehension and the laws of logic by which they make any pattern of inference and make any communication.
No, it does not follow. No, that does not follow. Not it does. They don't need to be born. They don't need
the laws of logic.
They don't need to be born with it. They need to develop it at some point. Their brains evolve, and their brains continue to grow. Human brains.
Do you think the laws of logic begin existing?
Human brains continue to grow until we're 24 years old.
Do you think the laws of logic begin existing?
No, the laws of logic exist independent of whether any particular person gets them or understands them.
Right. So you didn't begin possessing the laws of logic. We already had them since the beginning of our existence.
Babies do not possess the capability to discern laws of logic. They do not possess the ability to understand abstract
You're
concepts.
conflating two different categories. You're talking about the descriptions of the laws of logic. Dude, get real, dude. We're talking about the laws themselves, the intrinsic nature of inference patterns, not the descriptions thereof, dude.
No, we are talking about whether babies can reason.
No, we're talking about, do they have the laws of logic in their ability to comprehend? You cannot comprehend anything without the laws of logic themselves. You don't need to know the explicit description that we adults say in verbal or textual language in order to have the laws of logic in your mind to make any comprehension of anything.
This is just you changing the topic into what you can deal with.
It's not changing the topic, dude. I'm distinguishing between your equivocation of the laws of logic, dude.
Was when you reason with kids, you XYZ. I was saying children can't reason. There's nothing to do necessarily
You're lying.
with
the fact that children learn is patently indicative that they reason, dude.
No, it's not.
Unjustified negation, retort again.
You just say shit, and what response can I have other than can you show me how the fact that they learn
I've already said the
indicates an
deductive
ability
argument,
to
dude.
reason? You say words
I've said
all
the
the time.
deductive argument at least 3 times by
Well,
now.
look, it's not universally true that
Doesn't
children
matter.
are incapable of reasoning unless you define a child as someone who's not yet capable of reasoning. I tell you for certain, I reason with my child, and he understands since he was 7, right? So obviously it's
No, at
developmental
7 they
stages, right?
start. Yes, at 7 they start. Yes.
Yeah, 5 to 7, roughly, for
Try
sure.
yeah. Try with a 4-year-old.
Yeah, they don't have those faculties fully online yet.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember back when my oldest was 4 and my youngest was 1, and
The word reason is ambiguous. We need to define it. We need to define it in sense we're saying reason.
well, anyways, we came back from we came back from trick or treating, right? And they both had a bag of candy, and I talked to my oldest, and I says, so she says she wanted one of the younger's candies, and I said maybe she just give them all to you, and she said, yeah. I tried to use the reverse psychology, a little bit of guilt trip, and it just didn't work.
Here's the
That's
thing.
what it is. You need to define what you mean by reason. You need to specify what sense you're saying the word reason. If you just say reason, you're just being ambiguous.
Yeah, think about this. Just because their emotions are overriding their ability to make the quote unquote right decision in that moment, doesn't mean they don't have the quote unquote laws built in. It's just how they're using them at that time is
The law's
underdeveloped.
built in.
Quote
Thank
unquote.
you. Thank you, Mick.
They lack the ability to understand other minds. They don't understand that other people have different experiences and haven't seen what they've seen.
Yeah,
That's patently written. Dude, you're equivocating reason, which is what Mick just agreed with me on. That's your problem.
I don't have any problem. That's okay.
Unjustified negation retort again. It's the same stupid shit with this guy.
Because it's you. And you're consistently wrong, and you constantly don't understand anything. I don't know what I can say. But they've done lots of experiments with kids. Piaget.
So you're committing fallacies because of me. Is that it?
Piaget, a lot of his proteges and subsequent proteges or proteges have made lifetimes worth of studies on children to show what they can and can't do with regard to thinking and reasoning and various levels. And people still are publishing papers on this stuff, and it's fascinating. And
Great. So you're still equivocating reason. Way to deflect from the issue.
okay, tell me what reason is, Gregory. Solve this one finally after thousands of
Reason
years
is
of philosophers.
polysemous.
Yeah,
In
good.
what sense are you saying reason?
And so after 1,000 years of philosophers trying to define what reason and good reason is, you give us the answer.
Reason is polysemous. That word is polysemous. Define what sense you're saying that word in.
I just want you to tell me what reason is. You said we need to define it.
So he's just trying to dodge his burden.
You said we need to define it. Go for it. I'm giving you,
I didn't say that. I
giving
said
you the
you
reins.
specify what sense you're saying the word reason.
Isn't that kind of what he's asking you to do?
That's what I'm asking him to do.
No, you define it.
Dedication. No, him define it. Him carry his burden.
All right, you guys both write it down on a piece of paper, put it in a hat, and then Jack will pull them both out simultaneously.
Yeah, okay.
Gregory, if I went up to a 4-year-old and I asked him, and I gave him the syllogism, all elephants are green, Dumbo's an elephant, what color is Dumbo? What do you think their response would be?
A variety of things very likely not going to be logically relevant to the syllogism you just said.
What do you think the response would be? If they could reason,
just told you.
If they are capable of reason, what would the response be?
I just told you.
You told me everything but the actual answer.
The actual answer. What's the actual answer?
They probably say who's Dumbo.
If they were capable of reason, yeah, they know Dumbo. If they are capable of reason, what would their answer be to that syllogism?
I just told you.
You didn't, though.
I did.
I know the answer. The answer that he would say is he's gray, you stupid.
That is what they would say, exactly. Dumbo is not green. He's gray. That is their response.
And You just explained an instance of this child reasoning.
No, it's not reasoning. Reasoning would be
What is it then?
accepting. Reasoning would be accepting the analogy, accepting the syllogism, and responding to the syllogism. That is what most people
The
call
Earth is a
reason.
sphere. That child would say, "No, it's flat, Dad." That'd be
Yes,
silly.
they probably would. Then they grow up, and their
And
brain
they get
develops. And
indoctrinated in the school system. Yeah.
either that, or they start to understand a more
To
complex
tell you
world.
that that elephant is green.
Either that, or they start to understand the world in a more complex way because their brains are developing, which allows them to understand
No, they
more
get
complex
told.
concepts.
They don't understand. You saying that they understand the Earth is a sphere, or they get
Yes.
told the Earth is a sphere?
Well, I understand there's a sphere. I don't know when I started understanding that, but
Irrelevance?
It was at
Question mark,
school.
Scott.
I remember definitely having a conversation with my father at one point. I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I was asking him how gravity holds things to the Earth, and he told me it's because it spins.
Are you going to
And
explain
that
the
made
relevance of your appeal to the child, Scott?
and that made no sense to me at the time. But I still remember not understanding gravity.
Are you going to
And
explain the relevance of your appeal to the child, Scott?
No, my appeal to the child was going way back to AI's assertion that you should reason, or you can reason with the child. And at a certain age, you can, and at a certain age, you can't. Before that, and every child is slightly different. They'll, develop
Right, so you're
that
still
ability to reason
equivocating
later in life.
reason.
And he actually proceeds to do the explanation after he said, no, he won't. Interesting.
He's still equivocating, like he's just stubbornly, with invincible ignorance, equivocating reason. So obviously he's trying to convey, even though he's not competent to say specifically and poignantly, that he's talking about logically sound inference rather than just any type of inference pattern.
I would say reason is the ability to take some assertion, a hypothetical possibly, or an assertion about the world, and derive deductions from it, and come to conclusions
Right, that's
from
what
that
I just
information.
said.
And children can't do that.
Right, that's what I just said. So you're just echoing me for no good reason. So I've already specified for you in what sense you're saying the word reason. So when I say that children can reason, I'm not saying that they necessarily have the ability to infer with logical soundness and explicit and poignant predications in a syllogism, you freaking moron. I'm
Then they
talking
can't
about the
reason.
sheer pattern of inference whatsoever, be it sound or not.
Then they don't reason.
Hold on,
Doesn't follow. The
Gregory.
fact that they are
Gregory, you're
reasoning
fine.
is not indicative that they are not reasoning.
Yeah, but Gregory, you're fined 2 credits for using such a commonplace insult like moron in such an eloquent series of syllables.
Thank you. I try.
I think Mick could tell us what reasoning is.
Why don't you give it a
When
shot,
you ask
Nick?
the question, what is reason? It's a tacitly presumptuous question where you think there's only one sense of the word. It's
I never asked the
polysemous.
question. I never asked that question. You did.
You did.
Sorry,
You literally
Jekyll,
asked,
I
what
know
is
I
reason? You asked
No,
it
I did
twice.
not. I never did.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Jekyll, I
he's just
know
lying again.
You can't do what, Mick?
That's sorry, I don't interrupt.
All right. Okay. No one's speaking now. You can go.
Flatsy wanted to talk a couple times. Everybody just kept freaking cutting her off.
She talked.
She didn't get to finish a sentence at all.
All right, Flatsy. I'll mute.
She wanted to speak about children, and you guys overran her.
Well, I apologize for that.
She didn't get one word out.
She got a whole sentence or two, but go ahead, Flatsy.
Oh, it's all good. I'm good.
If you wanted to complete the thought, please do, Flatsy.
That's well past it. I mean, I just wanted to say that my son was, I mean, you guys always argue that math is logic. My son was able to learn pretty simple math, but he was well versed in the variety of different simple maths. At age 4, he could already double numbers to the millions, and he figured out a lot of it on his own. Just me giving him the patterns and him following that sequence of patterns and applying it.
Thank the Lord. That's because he has a God-given ability of intellect, comprehension, so that he can learn and eventually develop and regiment his thinking to be logically sound. Yes.
Wait, who said maths is logic?
Yo, mama.
Oh, goodness.
Exactly. That's an authoritative source. So deal with it.
Self-authenticating. Above approach.
So would that imply that in order to learn, you need reasoning?
Thank you.
What if you can't learn maths? Do they lack reasoning?
Do you become a
Can't
flat
learn
earther?
math.
Who said that? Anyway, yeah. What if you can't learn maths?
See, what I find interesting is that it's the proposition. What's being proposed or was put forward by Flatsy is the idea of teaching her son how to think, right? Using the doubling of numbers as an illustration of how to get that person to actually think, not using mathematics specifically as the tool, but observing how to formulate thought. And that's what I appreciate about what she had to
Yeah.
say.
So did she teach him? Did she teach him the concept of one itself, or did she just associate a token with the concept that already existed in his faculties?
I associated a token. Well,
I
see,
mean,
if
some
it's
babies are
token,
actually like just unique and have higher intellect than others. I think.
Yeah,
It's
you
Well,
do,
also a
Matt.
thing.
that's what we're trying to get to is how do you achieve that higher intellect, right? And what Flatsy is putting forward again is just how to build the foundation of achieving higher intellect, how to formulate thought so that you can stand on your own truth and
what
speak
kind
about
of thoughts?
how you arrived at that conclusion. Please go ahead.
Thank you for letting me speak. What kind of thoughts,
Let's make
Killian?
sure we're not equivocating what we mean by intellect. Either you mean the quantity of information that you possess, or you mean the capacity to gain more information. As it concerns the latter sense, there's nothing that we can do to increase that. That's only a God-given ability. As it concerns the former, yes, we can increase more information that we have.
Think about a hard drive that's being maxed out versus a hard drive that's readily available to receive, realize what information relative, and then disperse of it accordingly versus hanging on to baggage that no longer suits the hard drive.
Killian, would you say that someone with cerebral palsy who can't, and probably for the rest of their lives will never be able to tell you what 2 + 2 is, and there's no way you can do all sorts of methods to teach them what 2 + 2 is, they'll always not understand it. Do you think they lack reasoning skills?
Are you saying all people with cerebral palsy can't do math?
No, people with cerebral palsy can't. Some people with cerebral palsy, depending on the damage level, might be able to, right? But people with them can't do that with it.
I apologize profusely because I don't have first-hand experience with it, so I can't speak
But
to.
on that premise alone, would you say that they lack
profusely.
ability to reason?
well, you would have to give we're giving you an example of a regular functioning brain that can work off of pattern recognition, and you're giving us like well, yeah, but this exception, it's almost special pleading.
No,
Right,
it's challenging the. I mean, if you think that that person can't reason, it's like it's actually it's a consistency checker, right? I'm checking for your consistency. Do you think these people lack the ability to reason?
Had a little crush on me, and he wanted to speak about something to hog some attention, to stroke his ego, to feed his little love that he has with me. So
What's
Jack,
happening right now?
sir, I'm talking about you and what I've observed of your behavior. Have a good one.
Okay.
Thanks, Kiwi.
Cheers.
Hey, what he's telling you, Jekyll, is that you're making him sexually uncomfortable, and we're going to have
right.
to re-educate you.
I might, yeah.
Now, as it concerns a direct answer to Jekyll's question, those people have reasoning capabilities. Their acumen is simply just rarely and distinctly low.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's not just about maths, so what you can do with maths, and if you can't do anything with maths, then you can still be someone who can reason.
Mm-hmm.
That's the point, right? Mathematics is the subject. However, if we can talk about the school that you're attending to learn about the different subjects, let's say there's 8 subjects on the table, 2 maybe are elective, 6 are compulsory, then you start to realize the method of teaching within the confines of those subjects, how the student can formulate thought on their own, teaching them, to quote scripture, how to fish versus just giving them fish.
All right.
However, you can
Fishy.
do
That was so
math inevitably about other subjects because you quantify all sorts of things, not just integers themselves, but all sorts of other things.
Right. Well, I mean, we know reasoning when we see it, right? Usually, we know that someone's doing some sort of pattern recognition. We can tell it's good by how they've strung together a chain of thoughts, right? Usually, that we know in more solid cases, like in mathematics. Sometimes it has to be a bit more of intersubjectively understood, like more qualitative understandings of reasoning. But I don't know if you could describe reasoning clearly, right? When put hard boundaries around it. We just know
There's
when we
various
see
types
it
of
usually.
reasoning. I mean, why can't we just acknowledge this already? There's various types of reasoning. Reason itself is polysemous.
Well, wouldn't an example of this be modus tollens? I apologize if I misquote or said the name incorrectly, but if P then Q, like
If P then Q, can you finish that one off?
Yeah,
Modus tollens?
Q, meaning
Yeah.
that you
If
observe.
P then Q, then
if you observe a again, I apologize.
Oh, you better not be trying to bring this conversation back to flat Earth, bro.
Yeah, and this is what I was about to say, right? I preface this with an apology just to get the point out. We observe a pressure, 14.7 psi, at sea level. Therefore, containment is required. Just an example. Go ahead.
wait, say that one more time. Because you were saying you were doing a modus tollens. Can you do that one more time? You said if P then Q, but it didn't sound like a modus tollens to me. That didn't.
Go ahead and correct me.
Listen, man, if P then Q,
Can you
then
hear
pressure,
Jekyll
then
salivating
air.
at the mouth to try and pounce on?
I couldn't help myself.
Yeah, lack of self-control, the deficiency in
You're
that
like
type of reasoning.
a child running around without a diaper on and you pee everywhere. I asked you before when last time we interacted to tuck your willy back in so you don't end up peeing on everybody and everybody's well, poisoning these conversations that you have. We're trying to have a conversation and you're like, I want attention. I'm gonna pee all over the lawn. Yes, Jekyll.
I mean,
This is
Jekyll set himself up with that one being the baby reindeer. So.
Oh, yeah, but how do you know? How do you know his willy's hanging out if you're not looking at his crotch?
Real?
How else could I know?
well stated. Good to see you. Hope
Yeah,
all's
let's
well.
see. Let's put that into syllogism. If aware of wiener hanging out, then looking at crotch. Looking at crotch, therefore wiener hanging out. There you go.
No, you said it the wrong way. You should have said aware wiener hanging out, therefore looking at crotch.
See, it's funny. When I spoke to it last time, I made what he had to say in relation to him poisoning people's wells with all kinds of fallacies. And that's what I'm referring to with him running around with his willy out, pissing people.
Oh, wait a minute, bro. So what you're trying to say is that he puts his phallus into the well?
Real?
Wait, that wouldn't work,
Yeah.
would it?
So that would be the fallacy. Man, that's
How
just
about
being a
that for
dick.
being fallacious?
I just want to know where he's going with it, because he said, like, that reasoning is like modus tollens is a
Oh my goodness, dude! He's trying to work up the courage to ask you out. For goodness sakes, we all know what's going on here.
Yeah, he gracefully replied to the issue about different types of reasoning and then progressed to cosmology.
Yeah, he said modus tollens, right? I don't know what modus tollens is. I need Killian to tell me.
Again,
well, he already told you, so evidently you forgot, so there's no reason to repeat it to you since you're going to forget it several minutes later.
So here, let me appeal to Gregory and ask you, Gregory, brother, can you please correct me where I was wrong in stating modus tollens as an example? If P then Q, so like, what would be the remainder of that? If we observe,
You really didn't commit an error yet. You just didn't complete the modus tollens. If you can account it being incomplete as an error, So if P, then Q, Q therefore P.
That's the other things. So
Wait,
as an
Denying
not
example of
Q.
that, if we observe a pressure, right, a pressure would would necessitate containment. That would be an example, would it not?
Oh wait, first of all, not Q. And Killian, your example was an if then, right? But we need to finish off that modus tollens, right?
yeah, to
Trying to
deny
maintain my stable foundation before I proceed to you, Jekyll. I'm sorry.
Right, yeah, okay, oh yeah, okay. Start again. Right, let's hear the whole thing then.
Self-control, Jekyll, self-control.
Yeah, I'm controlling myself, don't worry. Right, so we've got if what? If what, then what?
Weren't you listening to what Gregory
If gas pressure, then container? Was that the argument?
Are you asking for a particular modus tollens argument?
Well, what I'm saying is that if we observe a pressure, that pressure that we observe necessitates containment. It'd be a requirement of it, correct?
Right. I don't think you're going to head towards a modus tollens on this one, but continue.
Yeah. Okay, Michael's right because modus tollens is a denying the consequent, guys.
So you're if say that one more time. What's the if part? The first part of the premise.
Hey, Jekyll, instead of trying to be a dick, why don't you just explain what he's doing wrong?
Well, I mean, he's going. If you're doing a modus
but
tollens,
just stop being facetious.
Yeah, I'm going to tell him.
Fucking explain it to him then, man.
Yeah, so like if you're doing if P,
It's
then
annoying. Yeah.
Right, okay. If you're doing Killian, if you're doing if P then Q, sorry, yeah, if P then Q, then you say not Q, and your Q here sounds like it's containment. You'll be saying not containment, right? You're actually more orientating yourself towards a modus ponens. I just had to.
That wasn't that hard without being rude, was it?
And thank you for the correction, Jekyll, right? This is the idea of us engaging in discussion with one another, right? And attempting to treat one another with respect within the confines of a conversation. And if I, like I said, I apologize, preface the entire thing by apologizing if I screwed up. And to me, that would have been a valid opportunity for you to be respectful and step in and treat me as I would, like to be treated, as per you would like to be treated with respect versus trying to embarrass me. Really, it's all good, brother.
Okay, but what was your argument though? Because I mean, that's the meat of the matter, right? About containment.
Jekyll, you're making me tired for a Friday afternoon. I'm out.
Okay, sorry, never mind.
So change it to a modus ponens then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I didn't hear what he said. I keep mishearing him at the beginning. Doesn't matter if he doesn't want to talk about it. It's fine.
It doesn't really matter what the argument's called. You can just state the argument anyway. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, like I'm saying, I can't remember what he actually said.
Johnny's Law, or who gives a shit? The argument still stands. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I didn't hear what he said, is what I'm saying. Like, the actual... All I heard was the container bit at the end.
Right, 14.7 psi, 1 bar at sea level, observed.
Oh, you're saying if you observe 14 psi at sea level, then you require a container?
No, see, there was no if in that, right? This is what we observe.
Oh, my lord.
We observe something, it requires something, right?
Yeah, if you observe this, then this must be the case, or this will happen.
Not a question of this may happen. It's a question of this is the case. It's just a question of finding it or evidence of it.
Right.
Yeah, but you didn't formulate it where the two things are contingent. So basically, it's not an argument. It's just an assertion. For example, if I'm right, I'm right. Therefore, I'm right.
Well, where was
tautology?
I said AI.
Okay. Your whole argument is necessitated upon gas pressure requiring a container, right?
Correct.
So if that's not in the argument, you're just saying I see gas pressure, therefore container. Does that really answer that within the argument? Not really.
But then if you doubled back with a car tire as an example, a further example of it. We all know if you puncture a hole.
I got one for you. All objects decrease in size.
What? Say that
You
again.
ready? Oh, as objects go further away from you, they decrease in angular size. The sun doesn't decrease in angular size as it moves away from you. Therefore, the sun's not moving away from you.
Are you sure about that?
Wrong. You're wrong. There's another option. Therefore, the sun's not an object.
What?
Serious. Look, you
So
said
now
to us
specify in what sense you're saying the word object.
objects do these things. This doesn't do this thing. Therefore, it's not an object.
But you got to specify in what sense you're saying the word object, otherwise that's patently false.
I think this is where me and Gregory have always agreed, is that the sun and things that illuminate or emit light are physical.
I can infer with charitable
argument
interpretation. I can infer with charitable interpretation that when AI said the word object in that concluding premise, he's talking about a rigid or fixed material entity in a particular location in space.
Not at all. I actually don't need to know what an object is at all. It's just a sentence. So if objects do, just think about it. Think about it this way: if you're attempting to set it up as denying the consequence or whatever the heck, I forget. But anyway, so objects do this. This thing doesn't do that. Therefore, it's not an object, right?
If you say it that way, yeah. If you establish the premise that an object is this particular type of entity, then yeah. Without that qualification, then at best it would just be the fallacy of ambiguity or just a patent falsehood denying that the sun is an entity.
That is if the sun is actually moving away from you. Also,
I'd like to see the angular measurements of the sun, proving that it never changes angular size.
You got that, Matt Mooney?
You got them, Duncan? Thought I heard your voice.
Okay, Duncan, you got the proof that the sun doesn't change angular size?
Yeah, Duncan has to take over on that one. I'm not Matt Sunny, right?
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately not.
Yeah, he only does moon shit that doesn't flip upside down.
Yep. Hey man, I might become Matt Sunny. Don't test me, man. Don't test me.
Does the sun flip upside down?
Unfortunately, no. It's too big and too far, man.
Duncan, have you got those angular measurements, dude?
That you're gonna have to get from a flat plane. You know,
Yeah, sure.
As Nathan Oakley would say.
Let me get my sources. Let me get my sources and sorted out, and then I'll post them for you.
While he does that, Matt, just out of curiosity,
Still waiting for your 4 other sources from about 6 months, 3 months, 2 months, and 1 month ago.
Matt, just out of curiosity, do you think it might advance your argument if you note that turning around doesn't change the orientation of the sun?
I don't know. Maybe. Probably.
We're not going through this again, please.
That's also another thing I actually been thinking about, man. You're giving me new ideas, man. I've been philosophizing, man.
Matt's the philosophizer.
I am actually. Got a lot of ideas, yeah.
Mic are you using, Matt? Hello?
Damn.
Who are you talking to, Timbo?
I was just asking Matt what mic he's using because it's when he talks, it drowns out everyone else who's talking.
Using my computer's microphone, dude. I don't know.
That's it. Yeah, not a headset.
That's it. And
You just speaking straight into the.
no, actually, no. I'm just talking into my laptop, dude. My gaming laptop.
Wow.
Simple.
A gaming laptop. What a loser.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a GTX 1650.
I got no idea what
Yeah, that's
the fuck that is, mate. Does it build houses, apartments? And I don't know what it is.
It's a graphics card.
That.
Where's your evidence, Duncan Doff? You said you were collecting it. How long does it take?
He doesn't have any. He never has any.
nice.
Yell shit out.
It's Duncan. It's Duncan Sonny now. But
Give you a whole 10 minutes, you know. Like, where is he?
I've given him 6 months, 3 months, 2 months.
His whole tactic is to just try to overtalk you in a channel that he can just be muted in. It's pretty stupid.
That's funny. Man, Duncan is gonna, he's really coming in hard, man. He's gonna come in hard as soon as he comes in. So, guys, be prepared. Watch out.
What's this?
He's a claim stacker.
What's this Duncan fellow's argument? I missed it.
Argument? I wasn't aware he had one.
He doesn't have any.
Ah.
New one on me. I'd like to hear it.
Okay, let me.
Nice statement. I don't know if they're arguments. But...
Yeah, I was gonna say, what are his assertions / statements?
That the Earth is curved and he can do it through surveying.
Ah, okay.
But when you ask him to show you, he can't show you.
Okay. Oh, he's posted a source. Okay. All right.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm driving.
First time ever.
And Jekyll's all excited now. Put it away, Jekyll. Okay. We understand.
Now consider this as it concerns the modus tollens. With the appeal to the modus tollens as it concerns the gas pressure, like Killian was talking about earlier, if there is, what's the number? 14 point something psi at sea level, then there is a solid container containing the gas. There is no solid container containing the gas, therefore there is no 14 point whatever psi at sea level. You can say that as a reductio ad absurdum argumentum, a reduction to absurdity argument against the globe model or against that cosmological doctrine.
Seems easier to just frame it.
That's what I would define as flawed reasoning.
Ooh.
Identify the flaw.
That's pretty cool,
That's
isn't
a
it?
challenge.
Prove it.
That's a challenge.
I just gave the deductive argument, which is a reduction to absurdity argument, so I've done that.
It's established.
Right. So since you talked about math earlier, could there be any other explanation you could think of, or no?
Hang on, dude. Are you asking?
Could there be something big? I'll give you a hint. It begins with J.
Are you asking him to prove that there's not 14 psi?
So when you take the forces of gravity into calculation, and then you look at the things and why it's pressurized, it makes perfect sense. A pretty much one-to-one ratio.
Have a discourse.
Unless you can point out a flaw with the math, Unless you can point out a flaw with the
I'm waiting
math,
for you to stop
then
being
your
disruptive.
argument is flawed reasoning.
We missed the
Yeah, I'm pretty
majority of
much
what you
done now.
said, dude. You're just being disruptive.
He just talks over the top of you.
Alright, man. If you feel like that, then fair enough.
It's not just a feeling; it's an
Can you let
observation
Gregory
that was
talk then?
patently conspicuous.
Hey, Gregory, man. If you're too afraid to, answer the argument, then...
Well, I'm not, so we're waiting for you to stop being disruptive.
So what's wrong with the math, then?
What's right with the
It
math?
wasn't the issue. You're digressing to a red herring.
What's wrong with the math? Excuse me?
That's
What's
not the
right
issue.
with the
You're
math?
digressing to a red herring.
What's wrong with the math? Excuse me? Why
Okay,
doesn't
so
it
he's not
work?
going to actually engage. Literally just persevering to digress our attention to something else besides the premise in dispute.
That's a nice statement. Could you show me what's wrong with the math, please?
Now you're stuck on stupid.
Right, so does gas pressure prove that the Earth is a sphere?
No, but it doesn't disprove that it's a sphere either.
Okay, so what are we arguing about?
He said gas pressure proves that the Earth is not a sphere using the argument of the...
You didn't say that.
Yeah, that's not the issue either. Way to miss the point.
Did you not say that?
No, I didn't.
No.
We just critiqued you as attacking a straw man, so way to miss the point again.
You're not listening, man.
We were talking about
This is
a
what happens when
structure
you're
of
more
an
determined to
argument,
be
weren't we?
belligerently ignorant and condescend rather than actually engage in a discourse.
Yeah, you're just trying to come in arguing about nothing.
The container is just like really, really far away, but we live on a globe, right? The container is just like light years away. Can we still have that?
It wasn't. Do whatever you want, man.
Well, would that be?
So now that I posted the story, you're going to disagree that it does or does not change with angular size, or the fact that it... Huh? Can I explain what?
I'm not looking at it.
Sure.
Let me have a look. Right, so what did you post? sunearthtools.com.
Look at how triggered Gamma is. I don't do this with anyone else, like, ever.
Presupposing the metaphysical presumption and the interest and the difficulty of the transcendental argument in the movement and premises of writing conclusions. Therefore, the only true triune from the concretely real, mysterious, and omnibenevolent, incorrigible worldview is microscopically knowledgeable possible on the macroscopic revelation.
This effeminate coward literally went out of his way to spend several minutes of his life to make this GIF.
It wasn't made by Trig or me.
Wait, excuse me. Did you just say GIF? Do you pronounce God Jod?
What?
It's not GIF. It's GIF. Do you pronounce God Jod?
So listen to the effeminate
it is
coward literally
actually
critique me about saying a word with a different accent.
No. It's like, well, gerrymandering begins with a...
It is GIF, though.
Gerrymander.
Hello.
I would
It
say
is
GIF is a
pronounced
brand of
GIF.
peanut butter, and that begins with a J. Doesn't begin with a G.
Yeah, I know, but you look up, just look up how to say GIF. Just look it up.
Well, that would be presupposing the metaphysical presupposition and the
Yeah, but
interest.
gerrymandering begins with a
Shut the
G.
fuck up.
Gerrymandering begins with a G, so that's perfectly fine.
And that is genius.
There you go. Only geniuses say that way.
So does an alternative spelling of Jeffrey.
That's just
It's not
unjustified negation rhetoric.
genius, is it?
That is an unjustified
So does
negation.
genealogy and genus and genetics and genesis.
I have
That's
a
an
question.
unjustified negation retort.
Go ahead.
All right. I want to talk about gas pressure without a container. What does that mean?
Means you can't have. It's never been demonstrated that you can have gas pressure without a container or
All right.
containment. Yeah.
But doesn't if you put if you put a cylinder container and you put gas on it and you take the lid off and it's heavy gas, the gas will likely stay on the container. Why is that?
Yeah, but only for a short amount of time, and then it'll disperse into the atmosphere and equalize. So, and then you'll have an equal amount of pressure in the container as outside the container, because it's open to the atmosphere.
Yeah,
The heavy gas won't sit there forever. Otherwise, we'd be breathing in. At the bottom, we'd be breathing in the heaviest gas.
And consider this, right?
All
The sheer placement or displacement of the gas is secondary to the actual surrounding pressure, right? You can have a bundle of argon or sulfur hexafluoride or whatever in an open aquarium, let's say. But if you measure the pressure, I would imagine it's more or less equivalent to the surrounding area, right?
Yeah, the pattern of reasoning implies that any heavy gas would just remain there perpetually, forevermore. And then, if you pour too much in a given area, it'll just create it'll just fill the entire room or fill the entire area with immortal, immutable heavy gas. That's obviously not the case.
Yeah, and you have gas in the container. When you're asked to prove gas pressure without a container, and your example is gas in a container, which is pretty funny.
Yeah, antithetical to your concluding premise.
In your bum.
But something holds the gas down. So can we just say that the gas has weight? The force of gravity is pulling everything down.
Well, that's your burden to.
You're jumping to.
Yeah, because
jumping to
gas has a
conclusions
buoyant
there, though.
force instead of like a weight, so it'd be the opposite.
Yeah, it's a patently false and unverifiable empirical predication.
Oh no, here we go.
But if you put gas in the container and weigh it and take off the gas, put the same cylinder, it has different measures of weight. So something has weight.
Your example is using a container, though.
Yeah, and that's not how you figure out anything. If you want to figure, you wouldn't use weighing a container full of gas versus weighing it empty as weighing gas. That's weird and not the way you do it. Because
So how do you measure liquids?
I thought we only need a container to change the pressure from the ambient air pressure.
Shadow, what you're appealing to is not an instance of gas having an intrinsic tendency to contract to a focal point. Even what you're appealing to is an instance of the gas temporarily remaining in a particular given area and then eventually dissipating. That's obviously not how the atmosphere behaves.
The Atmo what? I think you mean the Atmo plane, Gregory.
It makes sense.
No, Gamma.
So how do you measure liquids? How do you measure? How do you measure water? How do you measure that? Does water have
Concerning
weight?
what property? Concerning what
water
property?
has weight.
Does water have weight?
Of course it does.
So why not gas too? So you guys don't make any sense.
I
I'm not
think
gonna
gas has weight, but the way you measure the weight in gas is like fucking. I forget how you do it, but
Well,
Yeah,
you've got to have it in a high pressure container, and a lot of the time when you pressurize gas, it turns into liquid.
Right, you're digressing to the property of weight as though you weigh gas the same way you weigh a solid or a liquid, when you obviously don't.
yeah, you don't weigh it the same way. Yeah, you don't weigh it the same way. That's another thing also. So it's
It's like okay, weigh for me gas in the atmosphere.
I can't just do that.
What do you mean? Sure, you can. You have
Yeah.
a density.
Unless I were to, I mean, not just
Hold
the
on.
gas in the atmosphere.
on.
Unless I were to if I were to
Yes,
get
you
some
can.
gas,
Matt,
I could do it. Yeah.
Matt, I can measure how much a cubic meter of atmosphere weighs at 1 meter or 0 meters in altitude.
Gas does not only press down, dude. Stop talking about weighing gas like you're weighing a solid or a liquid. That's the tacit
So
presumption in your digression to weight.
So do gases not have weight, Gregory?
That's the tacit presumption in your appeal to weight of gas. You don't weigh gas like a solid or liquid. You weigh it inside a container, not just pressing down on a scale.
There's a meal as well.
So let
sorry,
me
I
ask
think I
you
went
something
too early.
about that then. When you fill up a helium tank, does it weigh more or less?
It turns into liquid.
What happened to the new guy? Did he tap out?
Did you not hear me? When you fill up a helium tank, does it weigh more or less?
Yeah, it changes state.
No, it weighs more.
Yeah, guys, when a new guy comes in, let the new guy talk.
So why would a helium tank weigh more
Duncan.
when you fill it up with helium?
Duncan,
Because
shut
you're
up.
pressurizing it.
Let the new guy talk.
Because
We don't need to
because
hear the
gas has
stable
weight,
spiral.
but according to you guys, gas doesn't have weight. So I don't even
Yeah,
understand.
but
Never
when you
said that.
pressurize,
You're not listening.
when you pressurize
Then why
gas, it
didn't
turns into
why didn't you say yes when I
chlorine.
asked the question?
When you pressurize gas, it turns into liquid. Correct?
Can you demonstrate liquid helium by doing that? Was that your claim, Timbo?
I don't know, man.
Shut up.
You guys are really dishonest. That's all there's.
So
Shadow,
we're going
put
to
an
move on.
argument
Like I've
forward.
already addressed the error in your pattern of reasoning. You're appealing to the weight of gas as though you weigh gas in the same way you weigh a solid and or a liquid. You don't. You put it inside a container, a sealed container, and let it press along the walls, the inner walls of the container, and you measure that. That's not an instance of gas having an intrinsic
First of all,
tendency to
I
contract
get.
to a focal point.
I think we all agree that you can weigh gas, and that gas does weigh something. So from here on, do we all agree on this? What's next?
Matt, you guys stop. You guys fucking hog the microphone all the time. Let the new guy talk.
Yeah, do I need to mute all of you? What's going on?
Okay, so Shadow, you want to move on now?
If gas had weight, things in a vacuum chamber would weigh more before the air is taken out. But when the air is taken out, it actually weighs more. So therefore, the air is not being pulled down by gravity. So you can go and toss that right out. Air doesn't have weight.
Exactly, because you remove the buoyant force that the gas gives to a medium. So it would weigh more, and they tell you the something that's completely opposite of that, that somewhere that would have less gas, you'd weigh less. That's weird.
So there's no
Exactly.
verification, no demonstration of gas contracting to a focal point.
You got a response, Shadow? A follow-up question? You understand what they're saying? Sounds like agreement to me. Alright, well, you other globies can start spiraling again if Shadow's not wanting to continue.
Come on, Matt. Come on, Trig. Speak up.
Sorry, I was just creating a
Come
poll.
on, laddie.
I was just creating a poll. From the
Spinning
general
wobbling to
project.
dynamics when I went up darkness. There you go. I spoke up. Now, Gregory, do you have an active refutation to my
Do you have a
deductive
negation?
As opposed to an
argument?
inactive refutation.
Do you have a negation retort to that statement?
Exactly. Do you have a retort?
As opposed to a retard.
I'm the ignorant ass.
You know.
Gregory's
No,
the goat, guys. As much as we as much as like we enjoy his presence to an absolute amount, you know, he is indeed the goat.
who was a
Gotta give
goat?
the man credit.
I'm a sheep, not a goat.
I would agree. Yeah.
Ooh, Gregory's such a philosopher, man.
El burro
Fucking
ignoramos.
crazy, dude.
That is an ignorant ass.
I'm a sheep also, and the Lord is my shepherd.
See, Flatsy knows what I'm talking about.
Man, I thought I
Anyone
was
who is a goat is doomed.
Especially if they're
Fucking
Judas.
goat.
Wait, so are you a polytheist, Gregory?
Huh?
Are you a polytheist?
Certainly not. That's foolish.
Well, I'm just confused because like the Trinity, like they're like
Like how
three
Louis-
gods, but they're like equally God, but they're not. It's really confusing. Like you got the Father and the Son and the Holy Spirit,
No,
but they're all
Gregory
of the
would
one
never
God,
believe in
right?
something so foolish. How dare you even do that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how
Come on,
that
man.
works. Like, what happens if the Holy Spirit disagrees with the Son? What happens then? So, like a
It's not possible. So
why? Well, they're different beings or something. Magic.
They have
polytheist
perfect they have perfect perspective and reasoning. Why would they ever disagree? They're always going to come to the same conclusion.
So it's they. So it is a polytheist religion.
No.
So they're not separate. Then they're one. They're no longer a trinity, right?
they're distinct persons.
No. Holy.
One single God.
Oh, bro. The whole
Allow
word
me.
Trinity is the combination of 3 and 1, dude.
3 and 1.
Triple
I mean,
unity.
I don't know how that works.
Try this.
It's very simple. It's very simple. It's called categories.
Yeah, Trig. Here's a good example, right? Is water vapor, ice, and water different or the same, or both, or however you define it, however you're looking at it?
Yeah, they are different.
They're different, but they're the same, right? Right?
Yeah,
Are they?
water is
They're different. What? They're different modalities of the same thing, right?
No, but water doesn't have to maintain godly qualities, right?
That's
You
not
have to
what I'm
do
talking
either
I
about.
the
was going to
app
disrupt the
and then like
analogy. I
tell
just
them
knew it.
walk
Mick,
up and then or
But
he's
imagine
trying to disrupt the analogy.
not understanding. Just think about it this way, friends. Imagine not understanding that something can be plural in a different category and singular in a different category.
Yeah, he totally missed it, right? I
mean,
just
I just
mentioned that the plural person subsists the one God. It's a plurality subsisting a unity.
You are a polytheist.
Yeah, that's not what's implied. There's not multiple gods. There's only one God subsisting of 3 persons.
So then, what is the Son godly?
The SON, The Son is the God.
All right, and then is the Holy Spirit godly?
Yeah, the Father is the Father, the Son is the Son, the Holy Spirit is the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is not the Son nor the Holy Spirit. The Son is not the Father nor the Holy Spirit. The Holy Spirit is not the Father nor the Son. They are all the God.
They're all the God, but all equally individually God.
Individual persons subsisting the one single God. You just keep redacting my position, dude.
That's not polytheist to me. I'm gonna be honest.
No, you're just being dishonest. You just keep redacting my position.
That's just unjustified negation retort, Gregory.
Yeah, I say what I'm saying, and then you just say something contrary to what I'm saying, as though that's what I said, even though it's not what I said. So you're just contradicting me for no good reason, and then presuming that's my position. So you're just tacitly attacking a straw man.
I don't think I was building a straw man, Gregory.
Yeah, you're attacking a position I don't hold, as though you're refuting my position. So that's a straw man fallacy.
No, you're just a polytheist, right? You just don't know it yet.
Yeah, did it again. So he's dishonest. Can't expect too much from the reprobate.
Ooh, you're reprobate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Trig, stick with the math, man.
Why? Why should I stick with the math?
Wow.
Well, let me ask this question.
Well, he can't even do that.
I'm what?
Is it the case? Is it the case that a thing must be unequivocally one in all categories in order for it to exist in principle?
I want to hear it. Did Mick just say I'm good at math?
Of course, he dodged that question from AI.
I said it's what you're good at, supposedly, right? It's in your name.
Yeah, I would hope I know about trigonometry if my name is Trigonometry Man.
Yeah, good. So stick with it.
Wait, Trig, explain to Mick why you think trigonometry is problematic for the flat Earth.
Yeah, it's the crisis.
No, explain to AI how you don't have any justification to believe that an entity can subsist of a plurality.
It's a crisis of trigonometry in the flat Earth.
The crisis in flat Earth trigonometry, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, explain to AI why you believe that an entity cannot subsist of a plurality of entities.
Yeah, we can get back to your Trinity Unitary polytheist religion after we talk about
No,
trigonometry.
that's not the issue. No, go back to the issue, the one of the many that he was asking you about.
Yeah, AI came first, man.
You will talk about God.
Yeah, I don't.
It's not about God. It's not about theology. It's about the problem of the one and the many. So answer AI.
Yeah, but they're individuals. How do you have individual gods and not have a polytheist religion?
That's not what he asked you. Answer his question, please.
Didn't he state the question again, AI?
Does something have to be unequivocally one in all categories in order to exist?
To maintain godly qualities, yes.
Well, I mean, so the correct answer is no, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about God here, right?
No, you're just persevering to digress to another issue than what he's asking you about.
That's on.
Let me put it a different way. Is it possible that God is unlike anything He created?
Well, He made us.
The answer is yes.
Right?
Yeah, that would be possible, right? So just because our experience of being a person and an entity is one, wouldn't limit God, would it?
I mean, it would just be logically inconsistent, right? Like, how can you have?
How? Dude, it's only logically inconsistent if it's the same category.
It is.
If you have a categorical difference in which the one and many exist in separate categories, then it's not a contradiction.
Yeah, go back to my analogy about water, man. Same idea.
But water isn't godly. It doesn't have to maintain godly properties. Right?
That's not the point.
Well, dude, who are you to say what is and isn't godly properties?
Well, God can't be anything but God, right? That's a pretty big
right. So if that's the case, then what if the nature of God is that it is three persons that make up one being?
So just polytheism, but a little bit more complicated, right?
Yeah, you're just being dishonest. You think it implies polytheism and it doesn't.
That's the same
No, it's just
idea.
it's just that the nature of an Asiatic being itself is plural. That's all. That's all it means.
Yeah, Trig, what your statement is analogous to saying that ice, water, and steam are three different elements.
Yeah, it'd be silly.
But there's no justification to believe that a concretely real entity cannot subsist of a plurality of persons.
So who do I pray? Who do I pray to? Do I pray to the Father, the Son, or the Holy Spirit? If I were to pray, who do I pray to?
So, well, evidently, since you're an unbeliever, want to be atheist, you don't pray to any of them. So why are you asking us?
I just want to know, like, if I was to be a Christian, who would I pray to? Three individuals make up one God. I mean, who do I get to get?
He might be a non-unit Trinitarian Christian. You never know.
Yeah, yeah.
But he's not.
How do you know that?
He's a wannabe atheist.
What's the independent variable for that?
I'm not an atheist, Gregory.
Categorically erroneous question.
Argument. It's not a scientific argument, Jacob.
Yeah, what's your independent variable?
Yeah, exactly.
Categorically erroneous question.
All right, can we do flat Earth, the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry now?
Yeah, I think that's good because this isn't
All right.
going to go anywhere.
You can either do Mick or Killian. I want to see one of those do it.
You already asked me, man.
All right,
Yeah, I
Mick
already
it
got
is.
Mick.
Mick it is.
No, I already got Mick. I want whatever the other guy.
You already got me? Is that what you said?
No, I already got I already talked to you about the whole thing, right? We're
To
just
the issues you run into when you're not specific with your words.
What do you mean?
What I just said.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
What I just said.
Okay, that's unjustified negation retort, Gregory.
But I didn't say negation.
That's not what I said.
Well, it is anyway. So.
But you just said I said an unjustified negation retort.
That what's another Gregory?
See, I'm better at condescending than you. That's the lesson right now.
I'm an ignorant ass. That's my response.
No.
Right, Mick, you ready?
If what you were saying, Trig, was you don't want to talk to me, you're allowed to say that.
No. I didn't want to repeat the same conversation I've already had with you, right? Like that wouldn't be very entertaining for other people who are around when they heard it.
Was the conversation about what we spoke about recently, or because I thought I remembered the trigonometry crisis supposedly was the conversation was between Jekyll and I. Maybe you weren't there. I don't know.
I thought we had it before.
Well, the crisis in flat Earth trigonometry has tentacles. It extends in all areas of flat Earth.
Yeah, it's a little hint.
It's a genocide, really.
Well, I mean, think about it. From what I remember, little hint. It's a question, right?
I would never deceive.
Well, Trig's crisis in flat Earth trigonometry is a little bit different from mine.
Oh, okay, so it's different. Okay.
Wait, what's yours, Jekyll?
I don't remember. I mean, it was a long time ago.
No, it was about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, wasn't it? It was like a month ago.
Month ago is too long.
Okay.
Are you?
Yeah, but it was a one-off kind of thing, you know. It was good arguing. I liked it, but it was celestial navigation. It was celestial navigation. The question went: do you use trigonometry in celestial navigation? And
right.
The flat earthers were saying yes, and then Jedi said no. So it stopped when Jedi said no.
And you asked me, and I said no, and that was it. Right. So
I don't know about that, Mick.
I said no.
The person who said no was Jedi.
I remember. I remember you asked me. No, Jedi was probably in another conversation. You asked me, and you asked me, "Do we use trigonometry?" I said no, because you're missing one of the sides. So what is there to actually compute trigonometry on?
You're missing a side, so you can't do trigonometry.
Well, you're missing two sides actually. You only have an angle.
That's fine. I have an angle and a baseline. Why can't I do trig with that?
Okay, maybe I'm missing the. I forgot the whole thing.
I forgot what triggers.
No. I know what triggers. No, I forgot the argument.
My argument is that trigonometry exists, therefore flat Earth not real.
How so?
Polaris shouldn't be in multiple places at the same time.
Is it?
Yeah.
How so?
if I have baseline, which is the distance between the North Pole and an observer, then I change the position of the observer, and then calculate the height of Polaris, it's going to be different each time, and Polaris is going to be all over the place.
Do you have the math for that? I'd like to see it. Can't argue with it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I actually have a GIF.
Cool. Yeah, it's different than what I've heard. So maybe someone else can take it.
Oh
And
no,
so here's
that's a
the
good thing.
justification because they've done this before.
I
They
thought
don't
it was
actually
a
have any justification to say that the height is going to change when you do the height of the star. When you try to calculate for the height of the star above the flat plane, the horizontal surface of the Earth, they just conclude with it.
Well, the
Watch, you just
justification
conclude
is
with
that
it. You're not
trig
going to actually
works.
show the progression from the supporting premises to the conclusion, right? Because the only way that the height is going to change is if the Earth moves or if the star moves. But in our position, the Earth nor the star is moving. Polaris, the star is moving, so therefore the height will not change.
Interesting. And
I mean, you're also presupposing that you know these distances. You're
Yeah.
presupposing that you know these distances through all these measurements that we've made and everything that we know. Like, so one distance is a further distance from by like tracking the speed of an object or anything. I mean, it's weird how we could possibly know these distances, navigate these distances,
I am
and then
indeed
use the
presupposing that-
trigonometry with these distances and figure out that it just doesn't make sense on the flat Earth.
I am indeed presupposing that we know the distance to the North Pole. Are you disagreeing?
And if I may add, not discounting the potential error factor within the instrumentation, right?
What, of a sextant? Does sextants not work on the flat Earth?
That's not what I said.
See, they're never going to actually say the argument. They're just going to keep repeating a multitude of premises and then make a non sequitur leap to the conclusion.
You want me to explain the
Height
whole
would change
argument
if you
for
try
you,
to do
Gregory?
trigonometry upon a horizontal surface of the Earth.
You want me to do
I
a
mean,
full
do it every time.
do you use sextants to try and calculate height?
I 100% could, yeah. I could do it with buildings if I wanted to.
Okay, and then in that attempt, would you actually be able to factor in a known error range into the calculation?
Perhaps, yeah, if I knew.
Okay, is that what you did in your example?
Well, it wouldn't change. It would still be off by a significant margin. Yeah.
Okay, well, how do you define significant? If it's 3 or 4 significant figures or whatever, but you know that your error can factor that in, well, then that's not a big deal because you know where they came from, so you can adjust and set your approximation accordingly.
Well, then that means that you would have to have even more intense refraction than the globe claims. So I don't know if you want to agree that refraction like that can occur.
Where does refraction come into this?
I'm assuming you're trying to say that the height of the star is apparent and it could be
That's
changing.
not my claim at all. What I'm saying is factoring in the known error based off your instrumentation, right? You have an angle, but it looks like 1 degree, but it's actually 0.75. Well, then you know that you can factor in about a quarter of a degree, and then have that error propagate down the operations, and then you can adjust for that at the end of it, right? If you know that, well, then whatever, you can factor, then you can allow for some margin. But if you don't, well, then you're going to get supposedly accurate results that are not that don't overlap, or that they're so disjunct that you can come to a conclusion that it's wrong, but you just didn't factor in the error properly. All right.
All right. Let's see what the sextant error degree for this one. It's
the sextant or said model of a
sextant.
Okay, well, that supposes like there's only one.
This sextant. I'm saying this one, not the sextant.
Oh, this particular one. Okay. Right. It's the same argument. It's the same type of argument with the whole theodolite thing, right? We asked Scott Mackey many times. He brought this theodolite argument into play. We asked, okay, well, what model is it? He didn't know, or he didn't want to get it to us. And we said, okay, well, where are the specs? He didn't want to get them to us, right? But we know that theodolites have a certain range that's specified by the manufacturers for a reason, right? Because beyond that range,
I have it here. If you want to hear it.
Okay.
It's 20 seconds of arc is their accuracy.
Okay, so
with
so multiply that out. I don't know. I haven't done the math on this, right? But if you know that and you factor that in over whatever said thousands supposedly of miles or whatever, what does that actually blow out to, right?
No, this is measuring just like stuff in the sky, which we're saying that is at a Yep. So that's just measuring like what the angle of the arm on the sextant is, the index arm, and then the index mirror. How accurate that can be when it's compared against the measured or the observed body. So when I like align them up with the horizon mirror and the other mirror, the telescope
index mirror.
I understand that, right? So you have one angle, right, and then you have an approximate, like a range that the angle can be in based off of based off of the margin of error, right? So if you do the math on one extreme and you do the math on the other extreme, and you're trying to you're calculating the height from that angle or from these two different angles, these two results, if they don't fall within I should say, anywhere in between these two angles taken from one extreme of the error margin to the other one, that can be your allowable range, right?
Yeah.
Not to digress, Mick, but I have access to a Spectra Geospatial Focus 35, Focus 50. I have access to a Trimble S7, S5. Any procedures or tests or experiments you want me to do with my theodolite?
I have no particular requests. I'm just thinking aloud.
Oh,
right?
Bacon has a request.
Oh, Bacon's here. Bacon's here. Cool.
I do. Last time you came in, you said that you could change the setting from globe calculation to a flat plane. Have you done that yet? No.
What were you asking?
Well, Duncan, last time he came in, said he was taking readings, and then on his total station, it's got settings, calculate curvature, and you can actually turn these settings off. So I want to know whether he's actually done the observation where he turns the setting off.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You come up with whatever procedure you want me to do. If you want me to have the refraction setting turned off, if you want me to have the curvature setting off, I'm asking you to come up with the test, to come up with the experiment, and I will repeat it. Just come up with the test, come up with the procedure, and I will repeat it.
Duncan, the conversation was a month ago, and you said you were going to do it. Have you done it?
Again, yes, the conversation was over a month ago, and no one has yet sent me any test, procedures, or experiment they want me to replicate.
We spoke about it.
I'm still waiting for you to send me the experiment you want me to replicate.
Were you drunk last time we were talking?
Please send it to me.
We agreed on a procedure.
I believe Bacon is asking for one.
You don't remember that? Shut up. I'm talking. Duncan, we agreed on a procedure. Have you done that procedure yet? So you're in
We have
here
not
repeating.
we have not agreed on a procedure. You have yet to send me. You have yet to send me the procedures. That's the test. You've yet to do that.
You're in here repeating the same thing you did a month ago. We came up with a procedure, and you still haven't done it.
No, you haven't. You have not come up with a procedure.
What was the conversation we had? I just want to see if you remember it.
I offered for you guys to come up with an experiment. You give me the test. You give me the procedures. You give me the steps. And
what did we come up
have
with?
not come up with anything. You haven't come up with it. I have yet to receive
It was
the
an
test.
hour long. It was an hour-long conversation, Duncan.
You guys have yet to come up with a test or procedure for me to follow.
There you go, mate.
I have not
We came up with a procedure.
I have not received one. No, I have not. Please send it to me in direct messages if you want.
We came up with a
No,
procedure.
you have not.
Ago. Okay, so what was the conversation we had, Duncan?
I offered to use my equipment to repeat any tests
Yeah,
you would
and
like
what
to make,
and
and
what did
for
we
you guys to
and what
send
did
me
we
the
come up
tests,
with?
the procedures, and the steps, and I have yet to receive those steps or procedures.
And what did we come up with?
I have not received them. You haven't
You're
come up with it. You're not
You
listening to
know
me.
what? You're a slimy bastard, mate. You come in here repeating what we spoke about, the initial conversation. We had an hour-long conversation about what you can do, the procedure and process that you can do with your total station, and now you're in here asking the same question you did a month ago, and you haven't done anything about it.
Because I've yet to receive it. No one sent me anything.
So you need something in writing, do you?
Yeah. Yes, that would be better. For steps and
Okay.
procedures of
All
an
right.
experiment to have it in writing, absolutely that would be better.
All right.
Yes.
I'll send it to you.
Are you
Okay.
going to send it to me?
Yeah, I'll send it
So
to
he's
you.
been repeatedly equivocating the word
Thank you.
receive.
Yeah, like
Duncan
you
has
can
just been
only
repeatedly
receive things in
the word
writing, you
receive in
can't
this
receive
silly
things in
dispute.
conversation. Yeah.
No,
what
I'm
he's
not,
doing.
because I always ask for it in writing. I'm not equivocating
No,
because
you
I've
didn't.
always asked for it in
I don't think
writing.
you. I don't
Yes,
think you
I
can
have.
remember.
Yes, I have.
I think you were quite drunk then when you came in.
Yeah,
Hey,
the fact still
Okay.
remains that it was said to you, and you have yet to perform what was said to you.
can I ask you a real quick question?
I have yet to receive the procedures, the steps.
And
So
it was
no.
said to you in the voice channel, and you have yet to do the procedure that was said to you in the voice channel. That's the fact. Moving on.
Can I ask a quick question? Was anybody else aware except me that Jacob Rothschild died in February?
Really?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah,
Jacob
like
Rothschild.
I literally had like this Mandela effect feeling, like very weird,
Yeah,
because I literally didn't know that he died in February
yeah, he
at
did.
all.
I knew.
Oh.
Bro, I literally, dude, I can't imagine how many videos I've watched about this guy. That he
Yeah,
died and I don't know until now is insane.
good riddance.
Crazy. He's dead.
So, to punctuate the previous issue, are we going to stop pretending as though this sophistic, polemical retort is at all worthy of any more attention, where they do not actually demonstrate that having the angle of elevation from the observer and the angle from the base of the triangle, as it were, up to the celestial body, and the distance between the observer and the GP is going to render, imply, or
Mr. Burns.
you know, make it as though there's going to be different heights of the star. Can we stop that now?
Mr. Burns is dead.
Yes, Gregory, it's ridiculous.
All those words that they spoke, not a single explanation, not a single syllogism that explains the connection between the supporting premises about getting all those angles and distances to then all of a sudden randomly imply and render that the star is going to be at various heights. Stupid.
Yeah, waste of time.
What do you think about that, Trig? Waste of time.
Yeah. I honestly just blacked out for like 5 minutes because this conversation between Kid Darth and Timbo was pretty lame. I want to hear Bacon and him go at it about the theodolite. So I think that would be productive.
Well, everyone that has a theodolite, I'm always asking for any celestial body readings from a theodolite because those always work great. I got some from Jesse. I got his location within half a mile. I got some from Shobil, and some of the sites he gave me, I managed to spot his location within 80 meters. So whoever has a theodolite and wants to take some star readings, I'm always on board for that. So that's my request to you, Duncan Darth. Take as many sites as you can and then give me them.
I have a question. Was it Subdued that I spoke to yesterday in passing? Subdued, are you there? Was it you? We were chatting about this.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh, Wait, speak again.
I said I'm not sure. Maybe.
Yeah, I think it was you. I recognize your voice. Remember we were talking about this theodolite stuff? I mentioned Bacon came in, brought some data, and all that. You said something about that. Something about an angle, taking the angle to the ground doesn't work. It doesn't work, or something.
Not with the theodolite, anyway. They're measuring straight lines. I get,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think it was you. Okay. I don't know if you want to address that he's here, but whatever. It's your.
Not really. It's a circular argument, man. They say one thing, we say another thing.
I guess you lose, Mick.
No, it wasn't my argument to make.
You guessed wrong, Jekyll.
Was that related to whether theodolites would be accurate to sight stars? Okay, in my experience, they're insanely accurate for that.
Why don't you think they're accurate, Mick? So you can tell Bacon.
Who said they weren't accurate, man? Holy shit.
Bacon contradicting.
I'm asking if that's the claim. I'm asking if that's the claim.
And I guess it's about distance, right? Like there's a tolerance for error at certain distances with these things.
Are stars within the tolerance? Because
well, you use a theodolite to find the distance to the star?
No.
Or to find the angle to the star?
Yes.
Oh, you use a theodolite to find the angle to the star?
No, I don't. I don't have a theodolite. But the people who did gave me their angles, and I spotted their locations within a very tight margin. So I think that's a very accurate way to do that.
Yeah, because you're on a flat Earth, dude. It's simple.
Well, that contradicts my method that gave me the correct results. So I'm open to see how you can use flat Earth to get the same results, or at least consistent ones.
I don't know what you did, Eric. I'm not gonna reply to this.
Fast food restaurant.
Oh, I can show you
Same
what
logic Bacon keeps using. He's feigning ignorance. So, if you want to get an angle, then you need two straight lines. If you're trying to get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth, then it necessarily implies that the surface of the Earth is horizontal. So, if this Earth is a curved surface, then you cannot get an elevation angle up from the Earth's surface.
He's doing the Nathan Oakley. What do you reckon about that, Bacon?
Like we've been arguing about this all day, right?
Yeah, but
Why
one
can't
on one
you use
side
a
can
tangent?
show stuff, right? I mean, so
well, what
far,
do you need
only
a tangent for, though, right, dude? It's a simple angle, isn't it? An elevation angle.
Yeah, the tangent line isn't the surface of the Earth, so you're necessarily implying with that appeal that you're not getting elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth, and therefore are not actually navigating the Earth.
Does a tangent touch the surface of the Earth?
Please let Bacon respond, Duncan. Please.
Okay.
Oh no, I wasn't hearing Gregory. You're usually. Yeah, what was that? Can you say that again, Gregory?
Yeah, your appeal to the tangent line is necessarily insinuating and implying that you're getting an elevation angle from a abstract entity, not from the surface of the Earth, and therefore have failed to do celestial navigation upon the Earth and the oceans.
You're saying that if I do that, my results are gonna be a failure? If I treat that straight line as a tangent to the Earth's surface?
No, but
And
then
not the
you're
Earth's surface?
assuming that it's a curved surface, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, you fail to actually get the location. You can actually travel to the location. Just because you travel to the location doesn't mean that you didn't commit the error. You can get to the location whilst you commit the error.
Well, I'm not talking about getting to the location. I'm talking about getting my location.
Okay, good.
So I'm on
So
a
you didn't
fixed
actually calculate
location.
the location. You didn't actually
I'm on
calculate
a
the
fixed
location on the surface of the Earth.
I did. That's exactly what process
But you didn't.
does.
But you didn't. You
What do
got
you
an
mean I
elevation
didn't?
angle up from a tangent line that isn't the surface of the Earth.
Okay, that's not supposed to be the surface of the Earth.
Right. So then you're not even attempting to navigate upon the surface of the Earth, and therefore did not get the location upon the surface of the Earth. You
That
failed.
doesn't have anything to do with that. Given that
It's
the
directly
angle,
relevant, conspicuously directly relevant to the issue. Navigating the surface of the Earth, not an abstract entity.
No, given that that angle correlates to your distance to a position on Earth's surface, that's enough information about Earth's surface for you to figure out where you are. Doesn't have to be the
So
angle
when you
itself.
got the elevation angle up from the straight tangent line, you successfully navigate upon the surface of the Earth, necessarily implying that the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
There's nowhere when what I'm doing that requires it. Actually, I work under the opposite assumption.
Unjustified negation retort.
Unjustified negation.
Don't worry about it.
You just contradicted me without any good reason.
Oh, I think I've shown this already, at least twice, but I can show it
Yeah,
a
you've shown
third
your
time.
error.
I didn't
So now
show
we're just
any
gonna.
error.
So now at this rate, from this point forward, you're just gonna keep repeating yourself ad infinitum with invincible ignorance. Watch.
I can literally back up what I'm saying with a demonstrable example. All you're saying is denying that, or you're just hand waving what I'm saying.
No, I said a deductive argument in my defense and a deductive argument to expose the absurd implications and false implications of your premise.
Okay, can I see a demonstration that you can use a flat plane to get your position using circles of
You already
equality?
gave one. You already gave
Where?
one. That's what you don't realize. So
I
if you
gave
deny
one?
that the surface of the Earth is horizontal, and you affirm that the surface of the Earth is spherical, and you supposedly successfully navigated the surface of the Earth by getting an elevation angle up from a horizontal line, that necessarily implies that the Earth's surface is horizontal.
Well, that's just contradicting the very process that I applied. The circles I used are not coplanar. They're
Okay,
small
so
circles on a
regardless of your
spherical
failure
surface.
to calculate correctly, doesn't matter. You didn't actually get the location upon the surface of the Earth in that instance then.
Oh, what if my results are correct? Are you still saying
They
they're not
aren't.
correct
So
just because? How
they
do you
aren't.
determine that?
They
How
aren't.
did you
So stop
determine
saying
that?
that. Right? They aren't
That's
correct.
your
So
assumption.
stop appealing to
You
that
haven't.
hypothetical assertion. See, you did
You're
it
just
again.
claiming
Just
that.
appealing. You did it again. See, he's still doing it. Just repeating himself ad infinitum after I said the argument.
You just claim my results are incorrect. You don't even know what they
No, it's
are.
not
You haven't
claiming. I
checked them.
just exposed the absurd implications of your appeal. I gave a deductive, reductive ad absurdum argumentum. You're just pretending that I didn't say an argument.
I mean, obviously, if
After I
you're
say the
correct,
argument,
then
you
my
just repeat your
results.
premise. That's all you're doing.
Obviously, if you're correct, then my results would be wrong. But they're not wrong, and
See, you just
all
did
you're
it again.
doing. Well,
It
just
just keeps
check it.
doing it repeatedly.
Just
I
show me
actually
how
said
they're
an
wrong.
argument. I said an
Just
explicit
show me how they're
syllogism
wrong.
that is deductively true. I've already showed him. Now he's pretending like I
So,
didn't show him already.
so
It's the same
Gregory,
stupid cycle again.
I think
Right?
we
So he's
did
not
this
debating
yesterday.
anymore.
I
He's
think
just
we did
repeating
this.
himself ad nauseum.
We did this yesterday, Gregory. But is it a coincidence then that every time Bacon inputs his data, he always finds where your location is on the surface of the Earth? Is it like an accident?
Oh, he's saying those results are wrong.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's either I said.
The question is meaningless. Like, what
It's either
is that
they're
supposed to even
wrong.
mean?
It's either they're wrong because he's saying they're wrong because the method you use is wrong. But if you show him, for instance, right now, that you can find the location of the Earth with a few angles,
But he didn't.
then
Like, you're just not being consistent with the premise.
then
Stop
then
repeating
he
this to me.
then he'd
Stop
either
repeating
have
this
to
to me.
then
Stop
he'd
repeating this
either.
to me,
I'm
dude.
not repeating
Stop
anything.
repeating this to me. I
I'm not
don't need to
repeating
hear you
any.
echo
I'm
him.
not repeating
I don't need to
anything.
hear you echo him. Stop. I
I'm
don't
not
need to hear
repeating
you
him.
echo him.
I'm making my own point.
Right? Just stop.
So
You're just
if
being
you
annoying.
showed him, then either he
don't
has
need
to
to hear you
concede.
echo Bacon.
Then he'd have to
You don't.
concede that either your method is accurate or you're
Yeah, you're just
just
persevering to talk.
accidentally always getting it right.
Okay, so stop talking now. Right, we don't need to hear you echo Bacon any longer. You're just echoing him. We don't need that. The fact of the matter is that you're just not being consistent with the premises. If he's successfully getting an elevation angle up from a supposed horizontal tangent line extending from the surface of the Earth, then that necessarily implies the surface of the Earth is not a sphere and is horizontal.
Yeah, but when I use that as an assumption to get my location, then the results are inconsistent. They change every time, and they almost never match the expected results, like when you're
Just because
using
you're
angles
doing
from
it
known
wrong
locations.
doesn't mean that it's not coherent, right? Why does your
No.
horizontal line work but ours doesn't? You're literally eventually appealing to a flat Earth that's been said to you over and over again. You
Okay,
don't
it
appeal to the
works,
curved
Gregory.
surface. You get elevation angle from the horizontal tangent line supposedly extending from the curved surface. That's
All
a
right, Gregory.
flat line. So why does your flat line work but ours doesn't? You're just being hypocritical for no good reason.
No, I'm not using a flat plane for the circles of equality, right?
Is it up from the curved surface or is it up from the straight line tangent line?
I use a
He's
sphere
confused.
for the circles of equal altitude. So if I
You
try
can't
to
get
use
an
a
angle
plane,
of elevation from a curved surface, so no, you didn't. You need two straight lines intersecting at a point in order to get an angle, so no, you didn't.
Do you know what circles of equal altitude are, Gregory?
It's self-explanatory on its face. So, anyways, there's the issue.
All right. So what's your method then, Gregory? Because apparently there's your horizontal line
I already
and
said the method.
right. So you just get an angle, and you think you can find out your location from that.
So moving on.
Gregory, did you hear what I said?
So moving on.
Right. Step one.
Moving on.
You use your flat baseline to get an angle to a star. Then what do you do?
Same old shtick,
So
eh?
moving on.
Can't answer it.
It's the same old fucking bullshit.
Yeah. So you've got a flat baseline to get an angle to a star. What step 2, Gregory? What's step
your
2?
pretense of scrutiny, I'm moving past it.
You said it's the same. You said it's the same. You said it's exactly the same. Only we're assuming different things, right? Like about Bacon's
so you heard
assuming
what
the
I
globe.
said, so we can move on.
Bacon's assuming the globe. You're assuming the flat Earth, but your flat baseline works.
So you heard me, so I don't need to keep repeating myself ad nauseum, so we can move on.
But Bacon doesn't think your flat baseline works, so let's do step 1.
Right, my flat line works, but my flat line doesn't work, but his does.
Yeah, well, let's do step 2 then.
Hypocrisy.
Yeah,
it's just hypocrisy.
You use a flat baseline to get an angle to a star. What's step 2?
He's literally appealing to our position and saying when we do it, then it's not wrong, then it's not right. But when he
you haven't given us step 2.
Stupid.
All we have is the flat baseline to an angle to get an angle to a
You're
star.
obviously getting the issue.
What's step 2?
we're not doing the same thing. So when I use a sphere to intersect 3 circles, that is not the same thing as using a plane to intersect 3 circles.
It is so sad that you people just persist with these sophistic, polemical, stupid-ass retorts. So your straight line,
so sad you can't wait
is
until I'm
working,
done
but
to
our
start
straight
speaking
line is
again.
not working. So why does your straight line work and ours doesn't?
I was using a sphere, not a straight line, for the circles.
You're being
of altitude.
inconsistent. You're just hopping back and forth in your dialectical tension.
I
you say you're
showed-
not getting it up from the sphere. That's what you said several times yesterday. You're not getting up from the curved surface, and we know that. Now you're saying you are getting up from the curved surface, and that's impossible because you can't get an elevation angle up from the curved surface. Furthermore, then you appeal to the elevation angle up from the straight tangent line extending from the curved surface. So why does your straight line work, but ours doesn't?
Yeah, my straight line is not the Earth's surface. If yours is, then you're
Why
going to
does
have
it work? Why does yours work and ours doesn't?
Well, my hypothesis is because the Earth is a fucking globe. But
so
on
your
the flat
straight
Earth,
line
I
works
will.
because you're doing on a globe.
I am doing on a globe.
So is that the reason your straight line works, but ours doesn't? Even though they're both straight lines, even though they're both straight lines. I'll say it again.
Celestial navigation isn't
both straight lines.
Gregory,
I'll say it again because
celestial navigation isn't just getting a straight line.
Jekyll is shouting over me, right? I'll say it again. So we're both using a straight line, a straight plane, right? Both of us.
No.
So why does
I'm not using
yours
a plane.
straight line plane work, but ours doesn't?
I'm not using a plane. So the straight line
So
we
then you're
share.
not getting an elevation angle up from a tangent line.
I am. So the
You're
straight
being
line we
inconsistent.
share.
Either you're getting elevation up from a tangent line and therefore getting elevation angle up from a straight line plane, or you're not getting elevation up from a tangent line, which you're not getting elevation up from a straight line plane.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a line plane, right? Or we're talking about a line, or we're talking about.
I'm saying line
so
slash
the angle.
plane.
So the angle that I'm taking is from 2 lines. One is the line of sight to the star. The other is the line of sight to the horizon. Sure, I'll give you those are 2 flat lines. None of those are the Earth's surface. If under your understanding, the baseline is a line that is on the plane of the Earth's surface, then you're not doing the same thing as I am with the angle reading. Sure, we are both sharing the baseline of the angle reading.
And?
Yeah, and then we don't get the same results. So which results are working?
So what did you
Well,
actually
not
refute,
yours.
though? Because I don't hear you refuting what I said to you.
I'm exposing your straw man, because that's the point. Is not that I'm using the same plane as you are. I'm not using your plane, because if you're on a flat Earth, you're going to use a plane to draw the
So
circle.
what is the tangent line? What is the tangent line supposed to represent?
That's the baseline of the angle reading. It's just a line to the horizon.
Right. So why does your baseline work but ours doesn't?
I didn't say your baseline doesn't work. That's not where the problem of flat
Okay,
Earth
so they both right because they're both categorically the same thing,
this is
right?
why I keep saying, Gregory, we have to go to step 2. We can't just stick on step 1 and say, well, you've done celestial navigation, because you
Yeah,
haven't
great.
yet.
So they're both baseline. So they both work, correct?
So far, yeah, but the process doesn't stop there.
Right. So we're both
That's
getting it
not
from
where
a
the issue.
baseline, a straight baseline, not from a curved line.
So step 2,
Yes.
Gregory, what's step 2 for the flat Earth celestial navigation? The first one was you use the flat baseline of the Earth's surface to get an
You
angle
tell
to
me
a
what
star.
step 2 is, since I'm so ignorant.
You're the one saying this is flat Earth
You tell me what
celestial
step 2 is,
navigation.
since I'm so ignorant. Let's just take for granted I'm ignorant.
This is
Tell me what
flat
step 2
Earth
is.
celestial navigation. What's step 2?
Tell me what step 2 is, since I'm so ignorant. I already said
you
this to you
build the
repeatedly, so
circles.
I'll say it again. Since I'm so ignorant, tell me what step 2 is.
You build the circles of equal altitude. So you have to draw those circles around the GP of the stars using the radius
Right, and you
derived
can't do
from
that
the
on
angle
a
you're
sphere surface.
I just did that yesterday twice.
But you didn't.
What do you mean
They're
I
not
can't?
of equal altitude. Every line, every point in the lines of the circle are not of equal altitude. It's patently obvious. It's beyond controversy.
Every point on the circumference of those circles would have the same elevation angle to that same star. That's by definition what the circle of equal elevation is.
No, they're not at the same height, dude. You're just lying.
I
You
didn't
lay
say
some
they're all the same
circles
height.
on a spherical surface. The points along the line of the circle are not at equal altitude.
Being at equal altitude on the context of celestial navigation doesn't mean they have the same height. That's not what it is. I don't think you even know
What is
what
the
you're
phrase you
talking
just
about.
said? Circles of equal altitude? Yes or no?
Yes, that's how they're called.
Right.
Do you know
On a
what that
sphere, they wouldn't
means in
be of
this
equal
context?
altitude then. They wouldn't. Not every point on the line of the circle would be at equal altitude. It's patently obvious. You don't have any justification
No,
to say that they would.
that's not what it
You're
means
just
in the
saying that with
context of
invincible ignorance.
navigation. No, I can read you the definition of a circle of equal altitude, right? Let me Google it. Because it's not about the altitude of the points on the circle. It's about the altitude of a celestial body as seen from the circumference of that circle. Okay, I'll read the first definition I found here. The circle of equal
So
altitude.
even then, they wouldn't be at equal altitude then, because the points are below one another. They're not at equal altitude along the circle of the line. Therefore, the altitude of various stars along various points are not going to be at equal altitudes.
On the globe, if you draw those tangents from all the points on the circumference of the circle of equal altitude and a line of sight to the star, you get the same angle everywhere on the circumference. So that is within the definition of a
Which
circle of
necessarily
equal
implies that
altitude.
they're not along a sphere.
That's simply false. I can put you on Blender right now and show you that if you put
Yeah, you're
one
just being
point above a
invincibly
sphere.
ignorant. Go ahead and read the definition and
No,
defeat yourself with your own words.
I'm mentioning how I can prove you wrong right now. You're just saying I'm being ignorant.
Read
When
the
I'm
definition and
offering
hang
you,
yourself by your own
when
words.
I'm
Go ahead.
offering you a demonstration that
Just
you're
read
wrong.
Just read the definition. Go ahead and hang yourself by your own words.
I'll read the definition. The circle of equal altitude, also called circle of position, is defined as the locus point on Earth on which an observer sees a celestial object, such as the sun or a star, at a given time with the same observed altitude. So it's related to the altitude you observe a celestial body. That's not the altitude of the point on the circle, as I just told you. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, you're just contradicting a premise I didn't actually say to you. So concerning the altitude of the celestial bodies above the line, above the points along the circle lines, the lines of the circle, they would not be at equal altitude along a curved surface. You're just lying.
What? I can literally show you that right now.
Are the points along a sphere at equal altitude? Yes or no?
The points themselves are not equal altitude. That has
Right. So
nothing
the
to
points
do
along
with.
the circle, right? So the points along the line of the circle on the surface of the sphere would not be at equal altitude then, and therefore the heights of the
not the
stars above each point would
points.
not be equal altitude then.
No, the altitude of the point doesn't have anything to do with the altitude of a star. In fact, you can go higher
Just
and
being
the
invincibly
altitude
ignorant.
angle
You
won't
just didn't
change.
follow the syllogism. This is why you get interrupted.
No. The problem is, Bacon, that your definition that you gave still is operating within a lexical field, and they're leaving terms out. So it's not as specific, right?
What?
Oh my goodness, dude. All is it used in your definition was the word altitude. It didn't describe that it's talking about an angle, dude. If the
Observed
definition you
altitude,
gave
that's
has...
okay.
Oh my goodness, dude.
You want a definition for what the observed altitude is?
Dude, I'm telling you that is the problem with the definition that you gave, why he still isn't conceding to your point, dude. So you need to give something else. So yes, you need to give what you just said. You need to give that.
I can get that as well, but I mean, we're talking about slash elevation. I expect at least to know the basics of the terms used here. If you don't know even the basics, and I'll have to read the definition for every word I use, I can do that as well, but I'm at least expecting that the basic things like what's an observed altitude is already known to be an angle, not a height of y, for
Yeah,
example.
what I'm expecting is to not hear two guys literally repeat themselves 17 times when the one guy who claims to be more intelligent could just give us the answer already.
Okay, let me see the first one here. The observed altitude is the altitude that a star is seen to be with a telescope. This is where it appears in the sky. The observer altitude is always greater than the apparent altitude, which is the altitude that a star would be at if there was no atmosphere, sometimes called the true altitude. Well, this does not explicitly say it's an angle, but given what I just read, that's obviously an angular altitude, not a linear altitude. But I can try and find more if you're not satisfied with this one. Okay, let me see the next one.
And the altitude would not be equivalent along the surface of a sphere.
It would.
You have no justification to say that.
No, I can literally show you that.
Then do it already. Like AI
Okay,
is
I'll share my
admonishing you for
screen.
doing already.
I'll share my screen.
Yeah, show us that the points along the sphere that are not of equal altitude are of equal altitude. Go ahead.
Watch this stream.
Yeah, that's gonna take a couple minutes.
You see, the problem is
This is gonna be our star.
what Bacon's talking about is the observed angle, which is referred to as altitude in this field. That's all.
Exactly.
Right? So
But even
when
still,
you go to different locations, like let's say you just go around a telephone pole, right? If you're the same distance from the ground to the pole, and you shoot shots to the top of the pole, it's going to be the same angle all the way around, right? Now, if you call that angle altitude lexically, which means in your field that's what you guys agree, you've already parsed out all these terms and you just shorthand it with altitude, right? Then if somebody else comes along and sees the word altitude and tries to force the meaning height direct from the surface, right? Then you have two people using the same token but with different meanings, right? So you have a communication breakdown. Yeah, you end up with an equivocation. Yeah, exactly.
So AI, let me know when he demonstrates that the points along a sphere are which are not of equal altitude are of equal altitude. Because I might misidentify watching the entire stream. Because I'm so dumb.
Well, they wouldn't be. They wouldn't be equal altitude, but they would be equal altitude.
Right.
Because I just changed the meaning of the word altitude mid sentence. You see how that works? Very easy.
yeah, well, you know what the meaning is in navigation. That's the angular elevation angle. The altitude
Right.
is
And so you're not getting
navigation.
angles up from a sphere.
What do you mean?
What I said.
Yeah, but this is literally a sphere here I'm showing. That's the
So it's not an
marble
instance of
representing the
an angle
star.
up from a sphere. Showing me a
No,
sphere is not the same as showing me an angle up from a sphere.
I didn't get the angle. So
We know. You can't get an angle up from a sphere. Thank you for your concession.
He's going to show you right now.
well, I thought you already understood this is from the tangent, right? So let me make a cylinder for
The tangent, which is a straight line, which isn't the sphere, right?
correct, but it's tangent to the sphere, correct?
Right. So you didn't get an angle up from the sphere. And so you didn't get an angle up from the Earth in this instance. By necessary implication, therefore failed to navigate the Earth.
But the argument that I'm being making so far is that you're taking the angle from a tangent. And you know
Right.
that.
You just repeated the very thing I just refuted again.
You haven't refuted shit,
Okay,
Gregory.
so this is the tangent, and this is the angle to the star. Okay. Now let's rotate this around a circle of equal altitude. Let me first put a circle there so you can see the circle. That is the circle. So
All of
there's
this
a
work to
circle.
illustrate a self-defeating appeal.
There's an angle between a tangent and the star, which is how you get the elevation angle using a sextant. And if we rotate this around the z-axis, then we're going to be moving along the circle of altitude like this. And the angle between the tangent and the star remains the same all along. So for every point here on the circle, that camera gets the exact same angle between the tangent and the star. So the same elevation angle, same altitude angle all along this circle. The thing you're setting is impossible. I'm showing right now. Thank you.
Yeah, you just conceded that you didn't get the angle up from the surface of the sphere. You got it up from
Who
a tangent
cares?
line,
That
which is
was no
straight,
one's
which is not
claim.
the sphere, and therefore did not navigate the Earth. Therefore, you did not navigate the Earth. I repeat, therefore you did not navigate the Earth.
Can you keep rotating it for me, Bacon?
Sure.
I'm just going to make it into a GIF. Perfect, thanks. All right.
So thank you for illustrating in painstaking detail your self-defeating appeal to a straight line.
Well, as I said from the beginning of it, the baseline we are using is a straight line. It's a line that is tangent to the Earth's surface. So
Yeah, you're
pointing
just
out,
repeating
I'm
yourself
using a...
again.
Exactly. I mean, repeating the thing that
Right, you're repeating the
you
thing I
already...
just refuted again.
What do you mean you refuted?
Yeah,
How
I
do
just
you
gave the
refute it?
deductive reduction to absurdity argument. You're just repeating yourself over and over again. You're not actually saying a refutation to the refutation I'm saying to you. You're just repeating the thing I've refuted.
What is your refutation of me using a
Right.
tangent line?
I was asking
You're
the
just saying,
question, what
therefore,
is
I'm
your
not navigating
refutation
the
after I
surface.
said the refutation several times. This is why AI and others in here are annoyed with you.
Okay, let me see if I got your refutation
I have enough
correct.
patience to do this rigmarole with you to demonstrate that you're just stuck on stupid. You're not actually saying a subsequent
Let me try to
rebuttal
steel
to
man you.
critique my argument. You're just repeating the argument I've already refuted.
Let me see if I understand your refutation, right? I'll try to steel man your position, and you see, tell me if I got it right. You're saying that in this case, I am taking an angle from the tangent to a curved surface. However, I'm not navigating this surface. Is that
No.
is that your refutation? Okay,
No,
what is
when
your
you get the
refutation?
elevation angle up from the straight line, tangent line extending away from the Earth's surface, that's not an instance of getting elevation angle up from the Earth's surface. Therefore, you did not navigate the Earth.
So that was your argument, that I'm not navigating the Earth.
That's not what you said.
So you're saying...
Right? You didn't say what I said. You said something different. Then I corrected your false reiteration.
But your last sentence was exactly the thing I said was your refutation. And you
If
said
there were
no,
some
and then you say the same
similarities,
thing.
and I corrected the error.
Okay, what's the error?
See? It doesn't matter how many times I say it to you, so let's try this again. Watch him be utterly incompetent with invisible ignorance again. Once again, you're getting an elevation angle up from the tangent line, which is not the surface of the Earth. Therefore, you didn't actually get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth, and therefore did not complete celestial navigation along the surface of the Earth nor oceans.
Okay, let me write it down. So you said, therefore, I didn't get an elevation up from the surface, right? I think that's the part that I didn't repeat you verbatim, right? So is that what was missing? I didn't get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth? Is that the part that I missed? Because I'm taking to a tangent, right? Just because of that, right?
Right, which is not the surface of the Earth in your own logic sequence.
Yeah, that was. I think that's something I said from the start. The baseline isn't the Earth's surface. So yeah, I'm getting an angle to tangent, not up from the curved surface, whatever you want to phrase that. That's fine. That is what I'm working with. I'm not considering otherwise. So you're just pointing out what I already conceded, right?
Yeah, I'm refuting what you just presented, right?
It sounds like a straw man, Gregory. That's what it sounds like.
It doesn't sound like you're
his
refuting
premises,
anything.
that's not a straw man.
Oh, hold on. There's something way more important going on right now. What the heck are you eating live on air? Making all us who can't eat suffer to listen to your glorious eating?
Who are you talking to?
He knows who he is, Mr. Mouthful.
Is it me?
Yeah,
well, let's see. Were you eating when you got on the bike?
No, I was just
I just had something really big in my mouth. That's it.
The fuck?
Jekyll knows. Jekyll knows.
Wait a minute. Are you guys in the same room right now?
Right, I've done my GIF. 1 sec. So
Okay.
Gregory, do
Well,
you understand it?
to be fair, I was jealous because I thought you were eating meat. So I guess that answers my question.
I am actually. I am.
Okay. Let me see if I can use a different terminology here, to be able to not commit any fallacy, right, Gregory? So you understand that the angle between the horizon and the star is called the height of Sexton, right? Or HS. Okay. So I think that part you agree I can do this on this globe, which is exactly what I'm doing. It's just the angle between the horizon of this globe and the star. So I don't think you have a problem with me having a height of Sexton measurement, right?
The horizon is a part of the Earth, which would not be the straight tangent line that you're getting the elevation angle from, supposedly.
You're saying this point here wouldn't be a horizon on this globe?
The tangent line?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be where my horizon is on this sphere? Because I
Right,
can't see anything further than that. And if I look higher than that, I see the sky. That sounds like that's the definition of the horizon.
So then, that's not a curved surface then. So now you're either going to equivocate the word horizon, or you're going to continue repealing to the same tangent line, which isn't the surface of the Earth, and therefore not get the elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth.
Well, I didn't say anything about an elevation angle yet. I'm trying to just get a height of Sexton measurement, which is the angle between the star and the horizon.
Already got there, right? I just said the two options that you're going to go with. So you're going to continue to equivocate horizon, which is not at all reconcilable with a curved surface.
Well, what is the horizon?
What is the horizon? It's the apparent meeting point between the surface and the sky, and or the horizontal surface. You have a horizon because there is a horizontal line, which is apparent because of the horizontal surface. The surface is horizontal on a curved surface. So therefore you wouldn't have a horizon in the sense of it being the result of a flat horizontal surface apparently meeting the sky.
Well, I'll go with your definition. That is where the sky seems to meet the ground or the earth. Because if an observer is at this point here, and this is a line of sight of this observer, if I aim at this direction, I'm seeing the sky on this globe Earth, and if I aim here, then I'm seeing the ground. So the point where it flips, which is right here, that's where I stop seeing the ground and start seeing the sky, or stop seeing the sky, start seeing the ground. It's exactly where the sky will appear. That's exactly where the
on a curved surface or not?
It is.
Therefore, you did not and cannot get an elevation angle up from a curved surface.
I didn't say anything about elevation angle.
I know you didn't say it. I'm saying the refutation that gets to the conclusion of the matter, rather than you saying the truism that you didn't say it, right?
But
so if you're
I'm not
going
using
to appeal
elevation
to getting
angles
an
here.
elevation angle from the tangent line on a curved surface, either it's from the tangent line or it's from a point on a sphere. Either way, it's not up from the sphere in the latter, and it's not possible to get an elevation angle if you try to get it from a curved surface. Those are your options.
Okay, I'm not using elevation angles, so your refutation is completely irrelevant. I'm working
Okay, so then you're not even trying to do what is part and parcel to celestial navigation, then, and therefore fail to navigate the Earth still.
So far, I haven't used any elevation angle, right? So you save your refutation.
Dude, we've already come to the conclusion. You're pretending like we haven't. This is why you get interrupted. I've literally just said the conclusion. You're either going to appeal to a point on a surface to get the elevation angle, which you cannot do, or you're going to appeal to a point along a horizontal line, which isn't the Earth's surface, and therefore fail to navigate the Earth, or you're just going to deny that you're going to try and get an elevation angle and therefore cannot do celestial navigation because angles of elevation are part and parcel to celestial navigation. You fail in all three outcomes, so pick one.
That's first of all, that's not true. You can do celestial navigation without elevation angles. You can work with zenith angles. You can work with azimuths. You don't need to use elevation angles necessarily. Second of all, I didn't even present the method yet, so you don't know whether this is going to be successfully navigating the Earth or not. Because all I did so far is ask if I can read a angle called the high of sextant, which is simply an angle between the horizon and the star, and you're having a lot of difficulty agreeing with that.
Dude, you're stalling. Go to the conclusion now.
I tried that before. You're going to complain about a bunch of stuff that is irrelevant. So I'm going to go step by step so that doesn't happen. Right? You're kind of forcing me to do that. But I think that would be better, right? Let's not skip steps. Let's not jump into conclusions too early. So do you agree that this line here is where the horizon would be for the observer here on this sphere?
Stop asking me questions. Say your argument. Get to the conclusion.
No, I need to know where you stop agreeing with me.
Stop asking me questions. Go to your conclusion. Say the argument.
Well, the point is I show you that a way you can figure out your distance to this star by using an angle between the horizon and the star. And your refutation so far was complaining about elevation angles not being possible. So I'm trying to show you how you don't need elevation angles to do that. You can use something called the high of sextant, right? Which is the angle between the horizon and the star, which is the angle you measure with the sextant. You don't measure an elevation angle. You actually measure a high of sextant. Are you aware of that?
Did you say the conclusion or not? Yes or no?
Oh, guess you're not listening. Never mind.
Yeah, what a waste of time.
No, it's not a waste of time. He keeps asking me questions, right? Just stop asking me questions. When you ask me questions, it gives off the impression that you haven't reached the conclusion. So have you reached the conclusion, yes or no? You said yes. Do you reaffirm and confirm that you reached the conclusion of your argument?
No, I didn't reach the conclusion. I'm trying to see if I can get there without
Let's try this again, because you're not saying yes or no. It's not very clear. Did you reach the conclusion of your argument, yes or no?
I already said no.
Go to it. Stop asking me questions already said for the fourth time.
I can't jump to the conclusion without
Bacon, how
getting
this
there
works,
logically.
Bacon, how this works is you present your argument in totality, as if you're presenting, rather than questioning. It's very simple.
I tried
He
that
doesn't want to
already.
answer your question, but he doesn't want to answer your question. So rather than submit us all to the pleasure of listening to him tell you that he doesn't want to answer your questions, how about you just skip that part?
Well, I already tried giving the argument as a whole.
Okay,
which
so
is
that's
the
great.
whole
So do you think he's going to start answering your questions? Is that what you think is going to happen?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Okay, do you think he's going to start answering your questions?
Maybe he answered some of them before. Now he doesn't want to.
Right. Why punish everyone else?
I'm not asking him anything right now. Oh, he actually asked me a question. Why I'm not presenting the thing as a whole and asking him questions, and I was answering that.
So we're still waiting for you to complete the presentation of your entire argument. Go ahead, please, and hurry up.
To be fair, Gregory, if you're not going to be asked questions, you have to sit quietly while he finishes.
Well, this was supposed to be a step-by-step thing, so I can get to where we actually disagree here. Because when I present the thing as a whole, it tells me a bunch of things that are irrelevant to the point. So I'm trying to go slower and step by step, so he doesn't give me a generic response that doesn't have anything to do with my argument.
Yeah, what he said is false. His critique is wrong. What I said was not irrelevant. It was directly relevant to what he's talking about. He's just being dishonest.
I know you think that.
But it doesn't matter, Bacon. Do you think you're going to convince Gregory with this argument if he actually follows along and answers your questions?
I don't think I'm going to convince anybody of anything. That's not why we're here. Everyone here knows
what we can do is we can divide by kumquat, carry the pickle, and come up with a solution. Just stop asking him questions, for goodness sakes.
So, okay, can't ask questions anymore.
Flat Earth confirmed.
Bacon, these guys don't have any imagination. They're all just closed off.
Oh, don't say that. It's not about imagination. You can literally look at it. They're kind of straight.
Gregory doesn't want to answer questions, right? So if you direct questions to him, you're just going to restart it.
Why do we
After
have
the
to
past 4 minutes,
imagine
Bacon could have
things?
took the time to just complete the presentation of his argument, but he's stalling, like I said earlier.
He's stalling.
No, I can give you the conclusion that I already gave you. You take a line of sight from the surface of the sphere to the star, get the angle between those, right? You're going to work with that angle to tell you how far you are from the ground position of that star. That gives you a circle, and that circle exists on the surface of the Earth. So if the Earth is a sphere, you're going to use a sphere for the circles. If the Earth is a plane, you're going to use a plane for the circles. Now, you try both, one give you consistent results that match reality, the other doesn't. It's as simple as that.
Oh, Bacon,
but
you stalled.
Okay, so there it is
Yeah,
again.
you stole that whole thing.
Yeah, so there it is again. So now that he's said the entirety of the conclusion, let's stop pretending as though my next reply is not going to be irrelevant to what he just said. So, Bacon, can you please demonstrate that you have enough acumen to keep up? You are appealing to a sphere, trying to get elevation angles up from a sphere.
Oh
you can't do that.
That's unjustified negation rhetoric, Gregory.
I didn't say elevation angles.
He still
Okay,
doesn't
what's the
get
difference
it.
between elevation angles and what you're talking about? What's the difference since I'm so stupid?
An elevation angle is an angle above a horizontal plane. I'm using an angle between the line of sight to the horizon and the star, which is called the high of Sexton, not an elevation angle. That's the one I'm using.
Oh, he hasn't
We're
heard
good.
about.
Okay, so now what?
What do you mean now what? He gave you the whole thing.
Right, so are you navigating upon the surface of the Earth, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so are you trying to get an elevation angle up from the Earth, yes or no?
No, I'm getting a high of Sexton from the Earth.
What does that mean?
It means I'm getting the angle between the horizon and the star. That's the height of Sexton.
Is
That's
the
not an
horizon on the
elevation
Earth,
angle.
yes or no?
Yes.
It sounds like.
So then you are getting an elevation angle up from the Earth. You're getting an
That's not an
elevation angle up
elevation
from the
angle.
horizon. The horizon is on the Earth. You're getting an elevation angle from the Earth.
That's
You're being
not an elevation
inconsistent.
angle. No, you're just putting
I just
words in my
said
mouth. That's
that.
not an elevation
I just
Oh,
use
man.
your premises, dude. Keep up.
It's
I asked you
an
very
awesome
clear,
argument, though.
short, yes or no questions. You said, I asked you, are you getting an elevation angle up from the Earth? You said no. You said you're getting an elevation angle up from the horizon. I asked you, is the horizon on the Earth? You said yes. So you're caught in a
I didn't
dialectical
say.
tension again. If you're
Oh, you
getting an
misquoted
elevation
me.
angle up from the horizon is on the Earth. Therefore, you're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth.
You misquoted me. I didn't say I'm getting an elevation angle from the horizon. I said I'm getting an angle from the horizon. I didn't mention an elevation angle. You're just
What's the
inserting
difference
that
between an
mark.
elevation angle and an angle?
An elevation angle is a particular case of an angle where one of the lines is the horizon. Sorry, is a horizontal line.
And the
My line of sight
contrast
to the
between that
horizon
and
is
an
not a
angle?
horizontal line.
Oh,
An
man.
angle is
That's genius.
an angle can encompass
Bacon, you're a genius.
lines that are not. Yeah, angles in general can include angles that are not elevation angles. Like if I get two pencils and I get an angle
So you're
between them,
getting an
that's
elevation.
not an
So
elevation angle.
you're getting an ambiguous angle.
It's not
Not
an
any particular
ambiguous
type
angle.
of
It's
angle.
just
Just angle.
no. It is a particular type of angle. It's called the height
What
of
particular
Sexton.
type is it? Because it's not just an angle. What type is it?
It's a vertical angle called the height of Sexton.
A vertical angle?
Called the height of Sexton. Yes.
What does that mean?
I thought I explained that already. It's an angle between the horizon and the celestial body.
I feel like
Is the horizon on the Earth, yes or no?
Yes.
So then it's up from the Earth then.
Yeah, not an elevation angle though.
Dude, you're just being inconsistent. Everyone can hear you, dude. Let's try this again. Are you getting
Apparently
an
not.
elevation angle up from the Earth, yes or no?
No.
What are you getting an angle up from?
The angle I'm getting from the horizon, not an
Is
elevation.
the
I'm
horizon
not
on the
getting
Earth, yes or no?
Yes, but you omitted the word elevation now.
Then you're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth because the horizon is on the Earth and you get an elevation
That's
angle
not
up
an
from the
elevation
horizon.
angle. That's not an elevation angle.
So he's just being inconsistent. Just does it again.
No. You changed your word from the first
Didn't
question
change
to the
anything.
second. You did. The first
Let's try
time
this
you
again.
asked.
Let's try this again.
No.
Watch.
I'm going to explode. No.
You're just being
I'm gonna.
inconsistent. You don't want
No,
me. You
I'm
don't want
gonna.
me to do. I know you don't. I know you don't. I know
I'm
you
gonna.
don't. We know.
I'm gonna
Let's try
repeat
this
your
again.
questions.
Are you getting an elevation angle up from the Earth? Yes or no?
You're not getting away from it. I'm gonna repeat your questions the exact way you
No,
asked.
you're not getting away from anything. You're
First,
trying to scrutinize me because I just exposed your incoherency. So let's try this again. Are you getting an elevation angle up from the Earth? Yes or no?
Let's try this again. Your first question, you asked me if I was getting an
You're
elevation
dodging
angle
the
from the
scrutiny
Earth.
because you just contradicted yourself.
No, you changed your question from the
Didn't change
first to the
anything.
second time. You did.
I asked you
Let me
3 questions. Are
expose
you
that.
getting elevation angle up from the Earth? Is the horizon on the Earth? So that's 2 questions.
Yeah.
I asked
The,
you the same
third time
questions
you asked.
repeatedly. Didn't change
Okay.
anything. You're changing
You
your
did.
answer.
Oh, can you stop speaking over me when I'm trying to
You're
expose
changing your
your
answer. You're trying to dominate the conversation with your sophistic obfuscation. We already
I'm
exposed
not
your
the one trying to
incoherency.
dominate the
If you're getting an
conversation. You're
elevation
speaking
angle
over
up
me
from the
all the time.
horizon,
You can't
and the
accuse me
horizon
of
is
doing
on
the
the
same.
Earth, then you're getting an elevation angle up from the Earth. You're not getting an elevation angle up from the Earth.
I am, because that's not an elevation angle.
Just being inconsistent.
No, I never claimed that I'm getting an elevation
So if it's
angle.
not an elevation angle, then what type of angle is it?
A height of sextant. I already told you that.
What does that mean?
I already told that either. It's the angle between the horizon and the celestial body.
The angle between the height?
The horizon and the celestial body.
That's a height, right? That's elevation. The star above the Earth?
That's not a height. That's the angle between the horizon and the celestial
You're just
body.
equivocating. You're trying to get an angle between the point on the Earth and the star, right?
Yes.
Is that
Which
not
is not an elevation angle.
elevation from the ground to the star?
No, that's not an elevation angle.
It's utterly
An
idiotic.
elevation angle. An elevation angle would be an angle from.
He's just being pedantic.
No, an
Yeah,
elevation
this
angle
is
would be
getting
from.
stupid now.
An elevation angle would be from eye
He's
level
just being
to the star.
pedantic. That's all it comes down to.
Let him respond.
An elevation angle. Oh, you can't accuse me of being pedantic. An elevation angle is going from the eye level to the star. That would be an elevation angle, because one of the lines of your angle is horizontal. I'm not doing that. I'm using line of sight to the horizon. That is not on my eye level. So
What's the
that's not an
difference?
elevation.
Say the difference again. Can you be
I mean,
consistent?
what and what?
The difference the contrast you just supposedly articulated.
At the elevation angle, one of the lines is horizontal. For example, if I'm sighting eye level, then that will be an elevation angle. Like if you're using a bubble sextant. If you're sighting to the horizon, that's not at eye level. That's not an elevation angle. That's a larger angle than an elevation angle. That's called the height of sextant.
And
that's a different angle. I'm not talking about an elevation angle. I'm talking an angle between the horizon and the star.
An angle to the horizon?
Between the horizon and the star.
That's the same thing as what I'm talking about. From the Earth to the star, from the horizon to the star. The horizon's on the Earth, so it's up from the Earth, aka the horizon on the Earth to the star. Elevation angle.
It's not an elevation angle.
It's just stupid. It's just stupid pedantry. That's all it is.
If there was an elevation angle, you wouldn't need stuff like dip correction. That's what makes the height of sextant become.
What dip? What dip?
Of the horizon.
What is dipping?
The horizon.
The horizon is dipping?
Yes.
I've never seen the horizon dip. What do you mean the horizon is dipping?
It means it's below eye level.
The horizon is below eye level, even though it's the center of your vision.
It's not the center of your vision.
The meeting point in your field of view.
It's measurably below eye level. That difference is the dip.
The horizon doesn't have a concrete location in space. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the apparent position of the horizon.
The horizon doesn't have a concrete location in space. What are you talking about? It's an
I'm talking
optical
about line of
phenomenon.
sight. Right, it has a direction. And that direction
So it's not
is
a
below eye level.
concrete, right? Your line of sight is not above the horizon, right? Because the horizon doesn't exist in free space. It's an optical phenomenon.
Oh, I thought you said it was a point on Earth, but no,
Don't you have to make
because you're
corrections?
equivocating. Because you're
Don't you have to make-
equivocating the word horizon.
Don't you have to make corrections for that
a line
horizon
of
for
sight.
things like refraction?
A line of sight to the horizon.
No.
A line of sight to the horizon is not a horizontal line of sight. It's below a horizontal line of sight, right?
The
Regardless of what the horizon
is not a concrete entity existing in free space.
I'm not.
It is the apparent meeting point between the surface of the oceans and or Earth and the sky.
Yeah, I'm not assuming it's a concrete
So it's
location.
not a concrete object in free space. So your line of sight, anywhere in your sight, is not above the horizon.
No, I'm saying where you see the horizon in your field of view.
You're just repeating
that
yourself
point in your
again.
field of view. I'm trying to address what you just said.
You're just repeating yourself again. You're not repeating me.
Of course, because that was already addressed, but I can address it again.
Yeah, you're just
Or I
repeating
can't
yourself.
because you don't
You're
want to allow
annoying
it.
the entire audience, repeating the very thing I've just refuted. If you say horizon, you're either saying it in the sense of the meeting point, apparent meeting point in your perspective between the surface of the earth and or oceans and the sky, or the supposed tangent point along the surface of the earth and or oceans. You're trying to make
That's
it
the
seem as
same thing.
though the line of sight, that your line of sight is in free space located above the horizon. It isn't.
No, it starts above the horizon because you are above the horizon.
It isn't, because the horizon is not a concrete entity in free space.
It doesn't have to be because we're talking about
Of
the
course
direction
it
of its
does. In
line
order
of
for something
sight.
to be above, in order for something to be spatially above one another, they have to occupy space at two different points, at two different elevations.
I'm talking about angularly. So you have your eye level. That's horizontal. That's right in front of you. That's your eye level, right? If you have a theodolite, you can align with horizontal, and then that the scope of the theodolite is going to be pointing at your eye level. Exactly.
The line of sight isn't above the horizon either.
Well, but
It's
if
not
you
above
look
the
in the
horizon in
scope,
any sense.
Yeah,
Because in order for it to
pick up
be
a
above
sextant,
the
Gregory.
horizon, it
Pick
would
up
have
a
to be a
sextant.
concrete entity in free space.
Just pick up a sextant, Gregory.
yeah, if you
That doesn't refute
grab a
anything.
theodolite, and you align it horizontally, it won't be aiming at the horizon. You will be aiming a couple arc minutes above the horizon. Those arc minutes, that's the dip angle. It's
So you're
the
aligning the
visual.
sextant within your field of view, not a concrete entity in free space.
I was referring to a
It's an
theodolite,
optical phenomenon. It's not a material entity.
So,
Right.
So
Do
then
you
it's
not understand
erroneous to
what
say
he's
that it's
saying? That
above the
if you had
horizon.
a theodolite, and you're on like a high elevation cliff and you're looking out into the sea, you would have to have the level underneath the zero level to point at the horizon. That's what he's saying.
Great, which is not an instance of it being above a material entity external to your perspective. That's just aligning the device with the apparent meeting point between the ocean and the sky.
exactly.
That's the dip down that he's referring to.
That's
That's
not
the dip down that he's referring to.
Great. So what?
Oh my god, that was
So
painful.
now we understand what he's referring to when he refers
Great.
to
So
dip.
how does that get him
Now
to
he
his
can continue.
conclusion then? As you persevere to condescend to me.
You
How
just
does
said, well, you didn't
aligning the
understand what he
sextant
meant
or the
by the dip,
theodolite
and
in
that's
your
what
field?
he means by the dip.
How does aligning the sextant or theodolite within your perspective with the optical phenomenon of the apparent meeting point between the oceans and the sky get you to the conclusion that you're navigating upon a ball?
That is not
mole on that one.
Wait,
that
what do
is
you
not
mean
part-
mole on it?
Wait. That is not to lead you to that conclusion. I was only answering you that because you were asking me. You started complaining about whether I am reading elevation up from the earth or I'm not reading elevation up from the earth. And I'm saying I'm not because that's not an elevation angle. And then you started asking me what the difference was. So we were so far explaining you the difference between an elevation angle and a high of sextant measurement because you are asking for it, right? So don't complain that this doesn't lead to the earth being a globe because we're only explaining you that to you because you didn't know about it and you were asking for it.
Yeah, so more digression. So, are you going to connect this to your conclusion, yes or no?
It was already connected, buddy.
What's the connection? Say the argument.
Again? Alright. You get the angle between the horizon and the star. You figure out how far you are from the GP of that star using that angle. That gives you a radius of a circle. You figure out where the GP of that celestial body is. And then you find where the circles intersect. If you think latitude and longitude are spherical coordinates, you use a sphere for that. That gives you a certain answer. if you think, for example, they're polar coordinates, like the on the A map, that gives you a different answer. And it not only gives you a different answer, it gives you a different answer every single time you do it. So if you pick different stars or you do it different time, you not only get a different answer than the globe gives you, but you get a different answer for the same map, for the same method. So there's no consistency using a flat Earth to find your intersection. But if you do that on
So
a
you
sphere,
can't get an
you
elevation
get
angle.
consistent
You can't get a
results.
sextant angle. You can't get any type of angle up from a curved surface. Therefore, you cannot get an elevation angle up from a curved surface. And so you can only get an elevation angle up from a horizontal surface.
Oh my god, he just reset.
He can't. It's just going back to step one all over
That's
again.
literally just a massive reset.
All over again.
The imagination of his man.
Oh my god.
Just totally
Yeah, crazy.
Just spaz out. Yeah, you just keep whistling past that fact every time.
I mean, you
Just trying to
go
take for granted
back
that
to
you're getting an
step
elevation
one
angle up from
all
any
over again.
any type of angle up from a curved surface. You can't do it.
Gregory reset, confirm.
That was a massive reset.
Oh my gosh.
Gregory reset.
That was like a reset that would break your computer.
All the way just to get back to say, no, you can't do it.
No, people haven't been doing it for
all that.
thousands of years,
You hear all that?
hundreds of
Everyone, you
years.
hear all that? All that is a bunch of non-argument, right?
Oh, look,
They don't actually address my refutation. They just
you will walk through every.
spaz out and
You'll
holler
walk
and
through.
scream and whine.
You'll walk through
Spazzing
every
out, hollering,
step.
screaming, whining, mockery, condescension.
If you
None of that
guys-
is argumentation.
If you guys all want to keep talking over
Yes,
the top
I
of
agree.
each
None
other,
of that is argumentation. Thank you for saying that. None of
Ken.
what you've just said is argumentation.
Can you hear me or not? Can
Be a
guys
bit
hear
quiet,
me?
Timbo.
Okay. If you guys are going to talk over the top of each other, no one's going to hear anything.
That's just unjustified negation rhetoric.
Yeah, you got the nosebleed section trying to yell things out. No one can hear anything.
Sorry, Timbo.
So, with that being said, all of that to just reiterate the very same thing I've already refuted, right?
Refuted.
Yeah, refuted.
Oh, just saying
No
so,
justification
Gregory.
to believe that you're getting any type of angle up from a curved surface.
Your refutation is that you can't do this. That's your
Exactly.
refutation. You can't do this.
You're trying to do celestial navigation. Celestial navigation involves getting an angle, specifically an elevation angle, or you want to call it a sextant angle or a theodolite angle. Either way, you can only get angles with two straight lines. So you cannot get an elevation angle or any type of angle up from a curved line, curved surface. So if the Earth is a ball, you couldn't get an elevation angle up from the surface of the Earth.
Gregory, he showed you. He literally look at the side chat.
Yeah, he gave me a CGI illustration. I know. I saw it.
Yeah, but you're saying you can't
Are those
do
not
that.
two straight lines off a sphere?
Right, which is not the surface of the Earth, right? Because the surface of the Earth isn't a straight line. Therefore, it's not the surface of the Earth.
What?
Therefore, you didn't get elevation angle up from the Earth.
That was no one's claim. No one's requiring that tangent line to be the Earth's surface.
Right, so what I said is the logically sound refutation.
That's not a refutation, it's just irrelevant. You're arguing
It's
against no one's
directly
claim.
relevant. If you
You're
appeal to
refuting
getting
no
an
one's
elevation
claim.
angle or any type of angle up from the tangent line, then that's not getting an angle of any type from the surface of the Earth, and therefore failed to get the location of the star above the Earth.
You don't need
That only
the surface
implies
of the Earth even to use a lot of sextants. There are bubble ones that don't even use the horizon, so it doesn't even use the surface of the
Which is
Earth.
irrelevant
Yeah, it
to
uses
my
a
critique.
uses a horizontal reference plane. Correct.
which is also not the Earth's surface.
It's a horizontal reference plane based on the horizon. A horizon is a straight line, level.
Well, the bubble sextant
horizontal.
isn't based on the horizon.
Okay, how does a bubble sextant work? Go ahead.
Well,
It gets
it's very
level, doesn't it? Level. Yeah.
Yes.
Based on? Based on what?
Based on the bubble.
Yes. Based on what? What's the reference to?
Just told you. The bubble.
You just said it's not a reference to the Earth, to the surface of the Earth. What's it a reference
It's not a
to then?
To the bubble on the bubble sextant.
A bubble.
So the
a
bubble just
is a
referring to
reference
itself.
to a bubble.
Oh, the bubble
Yeah,
establishes
the self-referential circular logical sequence. Yeah.
the bubble levels the sex.
It's not actually inferring. It's not actually informing you about the surface of the Earth. It's just informing you about itself. Hello, I'm a bubble theodolite.
A bubble references a bubble. Yeah.
It tells you when the section is aligned vertically.
Yeah, based on what?
On the spirit level that is inside of the section.
Bubble is based on the what?
Sorry?
Holy crap. Wow, can you guys be any more disingenuous, for goodness sakes?
No, I don't think so.
Right.
I don't think
he's talking to you.
It's not unfair. Look, it's not unfair to just be honest and say it's orienting itself to the Earth in a particular orientation, correct? That's the whole point.
It's no. He was saying we are referencing the Earth. Bubble section isn't even referencing the Earth.
Horizontal reference plane. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I agree. It's a horizontal reference plane. We're not referencing the Earth as a nautical section. It's nautical section directly aims at the horizon. The bubble section, you're simply using your plumb, because that dictates the direction which the
No,
bubble
you're
is
using
going to
horizontal. You're not using plumb.
Oh, plumb. What? Hey, is plumb? Is plumb an orientation in relationship to the Earth? Yes or no?
they're just waiting for you to say level is horizontal,
Duncan,
and then they can
Duncan,
say like,
that
"Oh,
wasn't-
there you go."
Duncan, that
obfuscating
wasn't
AI's
a
question.
for you, dude.
No, I'm
Well,
just
they're
being
waiting for
serious. It's like, dude, I could care less what you think other people are waiting for, okay? Why do you got a filibuster? Did I not ask a reasonable question?
You do.
Yeah,
the question is, holy shit. The question is, isn't plumb a reference to an orientation compared to the Earth? Yes or no?
Oh, in that sense, sure, but that's not a reference to Earth's
No,
surface.
there's no other. There's no other sense. It's an orientation in relationship to the Earth, right?
There is, because he was saying it's in reference to Earth's surface. So if you're just talking about the Earth as a whole, because the plumb isn't related to the surface, it's related just to where the Earth is, right?
Oh, cool. I'm glad you agree that plumb isn't related to the surface. Wow.
Finally.
So then all these people that come in and say, splayed plumb lines have nothing to do with the curve of the Earth. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind in my back pocket, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, the surface doesn't have to be horizontal or vertical or whatever. You can have various different orientations. That doesn't affect the plumb line. So plumb line isn't in respect to the Earth's surface.
It's so despicable how you people
You
master
guys
this
are you just
sophistic
double
obfuscation.
speak all the time. It's it's so retarded. It's like
I mean, look, he's sort of right. He's sort of right. Like you could be above a slope, right? And then you could have a plumb line, and it wouldn't necessarily be referencing the slope.
Yeah, that's why I said it's referencing the horizontal reference plane of the Earth. Yeah.
But it's not. It's just finding vertical.
I mean,
it's just a straight vertical line. That's all.
Yeah.
Just a string with
You can't have vertical if you don't have fill in the blank.
Earth.
Fill in the blank.
Look, if you claim vertical,
you can't have vertical unless you have an orientation.
Correct. And the orientation of vertical is particularly a link to what now?
The center of the Earth.
Like anything that can have a force on it could give you a vertical line.
Yeah, that's why they're laughing.
Acceleration, magnetism, gravity, take the poison.
You're laughing. We're laughing because you walked right into it.
The word there was reference.
Oh yeah. I walked into exactly what I wanted you to say. Yeah. Good grief, dude.
You guys even said it. It's referencing the Earth, is it not?
The center of mass, yeah.
Well, you're just adding that.
That's how you know something is vertical.
Referencing the Earth, isn't it?
It's okay. It's okay that Scott gets it and the rest of them don't. That's fine. Nothing wrong with that.
So that's how you know what vertical is. You know what something is vertical when it's above the surface of above the center of the Earth.
Pointing to the center of mass?
Yeah, perpendicular to horizontal. Yeah.
No.
Is there an upper extremity of the cosmos?
Okay, I think there's no better way to settle. There's no better way to settle.
Upper extremity of the cosmos, Scott?
It's irrelevant.
Well, how do
There's
you
no.
know something
Hold
is
on.
above anything or below anything if you don't have a finite external reference frame to get up to somewhere nor down to somewhere?
It's irrelevant. I'm not going to play the game.
Scott, we got to
Yeah.
help you out, 'cause I think you made a blunder in your own worldview.
Okay.
So most people describe horizontal as perpendicular to vertical, right? Otherwise, you really couldn't have a horizontal, because if it's not the surface of the Earth that's horizontal, then it must be the equipotential forces, right? So a vertical would establish a horizontal. It'd be the only way you could have one, right?
Yeah.
So if you have a vertical, you necessarily have a horizontal, right?
Yes. Did I mistakenly see otherwise? I might have slipped. Okay. Thanks for catching that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree. And if I said something otherwise, I said it erroneously, and you caught me. And thank you.
All right.
Wow, Scott.
Yeah, I don't think there's any better way to settle this discussion
Are we
than to.
are we referencing the Earth or not?
Can we try that
Are
with
we
like
are we referencing the Earth?
Yes.
Who are you asking?
Thank you.
Yes,
'Cause that was the
exactly. Yeah, the
original
answer is yes.
statement.
Because if you didn't have a reference to the Earth, then your angle, when you put it on an Earth to model it, would be irrelevant.
There's no angle up from the Earth to plot because there is no Earth to plot it on.
Yeah, you need an
Yeah,
Earth to
there's
plot
no
the.
Earth now?
You need.
There's
no Earth to plot it on now?
You need the Earth
ain't
to
real.
plot the
If that's
surface, right?
if that's what you took from that comment, Duncan, then you're even
I know,
dumber than
right?
I thought.
Can we
Duncan,
see that
he's saying
Earth?
there's no sphere.
No, can we see the Earth in which we can plot those circles to find our locations? Because I think that's where the crux of the argument is, right? Because if one side is correct, right, that the Earth is this massive plane, then we should be able to place those circles on a plane to get our location, to get to the end result of slash location. And for the other side, you're using a sphere for that, right? So why we only have one side of the argument providing demonstrations that the circles are intersecting at the right place? Why you only have that on the globe side? Why is the flat Earth circles on the same plane giving you the correct location? Why is that not a single example of that? Like just one. It's been 3 years now.
Oh, it's been way longer than 3 years.
Oh, at least 3 years that the subject of slash navigation has been brought up.
Oh, try to
I'm going to answer him.
Crickets.
Come on, Gregory. Where did you go?
Crickets.
He left.
Gregory's
Oh,
gone.
Gregory already
gonna be a
refuted this
circle.
logically, so he doesn't have to demonstrate anything.
Nah, man, he just left.
Yeah, he's just not here.
Bowed out.
You know what? You know what, dude? Logically, it doesn't matter whether your matrix that you use to interpret any piece of data is actually referencing the thing as it exists. If you use it to do something efficaciously all the time, you then can't be argued that you're not doing it efficaciously, right?
You're just making an assertion that there's no simulation. Good luck trying to
What? What are you talking about, dude?
What did you just say?
My good, never mind, dude. I'll wait for somebody smart to show up, and then I'll talk to them. How about that?
Well, Mao, you still don't have a response to Bacon.
Dude, I didn't make. What claims did I make against Bacon, dummy? Yeah.
No,
Stick
I'm
that up
just
your
not
crack
gonna. I'm
pipe
not
and
gonna
smoke it.
validate that with a response.
Yeah, don't validate it.
Yeah,
Who
'cause you
cares?
can't.
You're so dumb that you didn't realize I was attempting to critique Gregory so that everyone could learn something. But instead, you just want to shit all over it with your open shit mouth. Kind of like South Park, where they shit out their mouths because they eat up their ass. All I was trying to say was it's unfair to tell someone they're not navigating the Earth if they're actually arriving at different locations successfully, right? That's all I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Now, what I meant by that is you can use all kinds of interpretive models to accomplish something. It doesn't necessarily make those models true, but it can't be argued that you're not using them for the effect that you're desiring. You know? Does that make sense?
It could be argued, but what is the argument?
Dude, I could care less at this moment. Right?
Right.
Are you saying when we use a globe map to navigate and successfully get to places that proves the globe map correct?
What? No. Oh my goodness. Wow.
No, he's saying at least I think he's
It's
saying
only for
you
the
could
flat Earth
argue
side, not for our
you
side.
could. I think he's arguing you could actually not be using the exact same process could be interpreted in a different way where you're not actually using a globe. Is that the argument?
Dude, my argument is you could create a matrix of interpretation, right, of something. And even if it's wrong, you could still get a result, right? So even if you do something wrong and it doesn't actually correlate with reality and necessity, you can't tell someone they're not accomplishing the task. Because those are two different things, right? So to critique someone like you were critiqued that you're not navigating the Earth because you modeled it in an interpretive way rather than the actual way, okay, regardless of the material facts, is irrelevant at this point. I'm just saying it's not fair critique to say you're not navigating the Earth.
Yeah, I got that. I thought you made a second argument. Yeah, I got that part.
Let's approach it from a different angle. Do we successfully navigate the Earth?
Dumbest question I've ever heard.
Why is that a dumb question?
Because it answers itself, doesn't it? You get places.
No, it doesn't. Do we successfully navigate the Earth?
Do we?
Of course.
Okay. And how do we do that? Based off of what?
By showing up to places early and then having to do boxing out in the ocean. That's how.
We assume a flat plane, obviously.
Oh, Gregory's back. Maybe he can tell us.
Duncan's argument is you fly from one airport to the other, and then that means the Earth is curved.
No, I said successfully navigate. I didn't mention planes yet.
Oh, so you don't navigate in planes?
No, we do, but I wasn't being that specific.
So what did I say that was wrong?
You said that because of how we navigate in planes, and implying that was the only way we navigate.
I didn't say
Does
that.
the Earth need to be a sphere in order to successfully navigate along its surface?
Depends on what method you're using.
It doesn't. If it was flat, I would love to have a flat Earth map that would help us successfully navigate, though.
Do we not already have that with angles of elevation up to the celestial bodies?
No,
we do not have a flat Earth map. We do not have a flat Earth map. If you would like to provide one, I would love to see it.
Do you have a globe? Do you have a map that's a globe?
Yes, we do.
Globe.
Which one?
All the globes that we've ever seen.
So you got an angle of elevation from a curved surface?
Do you have an actual flat Earth map, Greg? Do you have one?
Did we get an angle of elevation up from a curved surface? Please stop dodging the question.
You're the one dodging the question. Oh my God.
I asked you the question first. How could I possibly be dodging the question that I asked you?
First, and I'm going to start talking like a sheep.
Nice reply, Gregor.
Greg, he's never going
Very
to
mature.
answer a question.
Well, I mean, some people think that if they start stuttering and stammering their vocal folds, that all of a sudden it's going to make their position true.
Very mature.
Yes,
Greg.
when you say something ridiculous, I usually my
Hey.
voice reflects my emotions.
Jesus would be proud of you
A
right
valid
now.
question is ridiculous to you, so I'd hate to hear your opinion about an invalid question.
Do
Jesus
you
would be
have a flat Earth map, Gregory? Do you have one?
So I've already answered that question. You're
Do you have
being
a
dishonest
globe
now.
Earth map?
No, you did not.
Yeah, I did.
His answer was
Then
no.
I must have not heard you. Yes
my
or
answer
no?
was a rhetorical question.
It was no.
Why is it a
My
rhetorical
answer was a
question?
rhetorical question.
His answer is no. There is
My answer
no
was a
map.
rhetorical question.
Yeah, no.
It's
We
a
got
no.
it.
So
We heard you.
your answer.
Yeah, no does not equal
Can you
rhetorical
It
guys-
was a
question.
yes
You're
or no
wrong.
question,
Because-
Gregory. If you
the
can't
answer was
provide
no.
a yes or no, then
Hey,
stop.
hey guys, this is if two people are talking, we don't need Scott and the other guy to jump in as well. You just let two people talk because
Okay.
it gets confusing. Yeah.
What was your rhetorical question to my? What was your rhetorical question? Answer to my question?
Yeah, do we not already have one with latitude and longitude getting angles of elevation up to celestial bodies above the Earth?
Can you please present that one to me?
Present to you latitude and longitude?
Present that map that you're referring to.
Let's try this again. Are you asking me to present to you latitude and longitude?
I'm asking you to present the map that you're referring to.
Why are you not answering the question I'm asking you?
Whatever map you're referring to is the one I want.
That's what he's saying, Duncan. He's saying, how do you get what the latitude lines? Where do they come from?
Oh, he said it all.
He's saying we already have this map.
Just answer. Just where do the latitude lines come from?
Where do the latitude line comes from? They're
Yes.
What do you mean? They're circles on a sphere.
Yeah, but where do they derive from?
From the equator.
Oh my God, you're a surveyor, aren't you?
Yeah.
You don't know where latitude lines come from?
They come. Well, I mean, you start at 0 at the equator, then you go up to 90, and then you get to the North Pole, and that's
It's an
90 degrees north.
elevation.
And then you go 90 degrees south, and you're at the South Pole.
It's an elevation angle to Polaris. Yeah.
No, it's not, because we have
That's not where
latitude
they come
lines
from.
that don't.
Okay.
No, it's not. We have latitude. No, it's not. We have latitude lines south of the equator that do not get it from Polaris.
No shit, man. No shit.
So
Alright.
so
Where do they
then
start
the
from,
lines
right?
of latitude do not
away
come
from
from
the question that
Polaris.
Timbo asked you.
So
That's why
then
you're being
the
disruptive.
Okay.
The
Dude,
lines
stop
of
talking,
latitude
man.
do not come from Polaris.
Okay. Where do they come from then? How do you get them?
From the tilt of the
You take a
celestial
sphere.
Go, Duncan.
Well, first of all, which latitude are we talking about?
You
Talking about geodetic latitude.
Just let Duncan answer.
Ooh, I think Duncan's cooking right now.
Duncan, where do the latitude lines derive from?
He's breaking up.
From the equator?
Yeah. From the equator. Okay. So what's your steps in getting the latitude lines from the equator?
Well, you have the sphere, and then you have these
have a sphere.
concentric circles that go up and down. Yeah.
Oh my God. So how do you get these concentric circles? How do you get them?
Through geometry.
Fucking hell, man.
Let me ask it another way, Duncan. Let's say you magically
Fucking
landed
drink
on
too
this.
much, man.
You talking to me? Huh?
No, not you. Duncan drinks too much.
Duncan, let's say we didn't have any maps at hand, okay, and you were to determine and come up with this new concept called latitude lines. Okay, how would you get them in the first place?
How would you get them in the first place?
Yeah, I'm basically asking what Timbo asked you, but in a different way. with more specificity, i.e. starting from scratch. Because people did this, right? We're just wondering if you know how that was done.
No, I don't know exactly how it was
Well,
done.
it relates back to what Gregory was asking in the first place. Don't we have these from elevation angles to the stars? Yeah. That was his whole point.
So we have a flat Earth map, given that we have elevation angles up from specifically the equator up to Polaris and everything in between, with the north side, or what's the small equator called? I forget the name, but that equator as opposed to from the equator to the south, right? And so
can you
then you
please
can't
present this
have
flat Earth
elevation
map?
angles without you don't have elevation angles without a horizontal baseline orientation. Therefore, the elevation angles that are latitude are along a horizontal surface of the Earth. So there's your flat Earth map.
Please present it.
Are you referring to the A map?
He knows he doesn't have a map.
Is there a map? Is there a map? Just this. Is there a map where I can draw circles of equal altitude that intersect where I am? Is there any map where I can do that? Anyone?
Gregory?
Greg, can you please present this flat Earth map, please? I beg you.
Which you can draw circles of equal altitude on?
You think
What's that noise in the background?
it sounds like someone's driving?
It's Duncan Dart.
I think it's Duncan's
Pretty
a little hot.
irritating. Hey, Duncan, if
Yeah.
you're not talking, can you just mute up?
Because you're clickety-clacking.
2024, use Pusher Talk. What's wrong with you guys?
Why am not hearing any about
You
any
think
map?
a flat Earth would be pretty easy to give a map for? It's, looking down would be 2D.
Did Gregory go? You there?
No, he's still here. He's just not answering.
Oh.
You wouldn't even have to have
Yeah.
distortion on the
No
map.
answers.
It'd be good. Like there'd be no
Yeah,
I
distortion
know,
for a
right?
map. It'd be
Yeah,
so
that was-
easy to produce.
Enemy
2D
that
maps
was-
of the Earth all have distortion. The globe's the only one that can have a good scale with no distortion.
But by the way, that would simplify a lot the process of navigation because you wouldn't need side reduction tables. You could just use simple trig to plot your position on a flat map because then you're using.
Wouldn't you need a height?
Hmm?
You're going to apply simple trigonometry. Wouldn't you need a height?
No.
It's got to
Why a
be
height?
Just working off angles of elevation, not.
Yeah, you need a height of the
Actual-
star.
No, but you don't need a height because you're working
Yeah, you
with
do.
the distance to the GP. Those are over Earth's surface. So on a flat Earth, those would be horizontal. You don't need any height for that.
Well, they're all at the same height.
Nope.
So,
if
yeah,
you
so
have
you
one
don't need
leg
a
of a
height. So-
triangle, if you have one leg of a triangle and two angles of it, you can calculate the rest of the triangle.
Are you saying you can calculate the height, Duncan?
If you have one leg of a triangle and two angles of it, yes, you can.
So you're saying you can calculate the height of a star?
If you have one leg of a triangle and two angles, yes, you can.
Okay, what's the
Demonstrate
height
that,
of
please.
Polaris?
Do you want me to demonstrate basic geometry?
Yep.
So if you have
Give me
one,
the-
so for
Duncan,
example,
I just
Concerning the height
asked
of
you a
Polaris,
question.
as Timbo's asking you.
Give me the height of Polaris.
On a flat Earth? You can't do it.
No, stop. Duncan, give me the height of Polaris, please. You said if you've
I
got
don't
two
have it.
angles, you said if you've got two angles, you can work out the height.
Yes, and that's what I'm saying. On a flat Earth, it would be very easy to calculate the
so
height
you
of
can't-
Polaris.
Okay, so you
If
can't
the Earth was
work out.
flat.
So you can't work out the height of Polaris using those two things, but we're expected to work out a height of a star based on those two things. So you
Okay, the
can't
height
do
of
it.
Polaris. I'll
Mate,
tell you.
shut up,
Tell you.
Bacon. I'm not talking to you.
Oh, I thought you wanted an answer.
So if you
All right.
so if we're on a flat
Duncan, I
Earth,
haven't
if
finished.
we're on a flat
Duncan, I
Earth,
haven't finished. Duncan, I haven't finished. Right? So you can't work out the height of a star. So now you say because you can't work out the height of a star on a flat surface, then your model is correct because you can't work out the height of a star. That's retarded, man. So what you're essentially saying is we can't work that out with celestial bodies. In both ways.
Oh, you have a narrow
Right?
bar.
Bacon, I'm
So
not
the
talking to
lower
you.
bar. Oh, I have the response you're looking for. If you don't want to hear, that's fine.
No, I'm talking to Duncan. So
you
you
server
can't.
mute.
So we can't.
So my
Right?
point was,
So
if we take it like an internal critique of your view of having a flat Earth,
both ways.
and
Your
we
point
have
is
a
both
known
ways.
distance between 2 points, and then you calculate the angle from those 2 points to the star, we should be able to get a height. But when we do this on
Can you
different
get a
locations
height?
of the Earth, if we assume
You're
the Earth is
talking.
flat, we get completely different heights of the star.
Okay, so can you get a height to Polaris off a globe?
Can you address my internal critique of your view?
I'm still waiting for your answer for the first question I asked because I'm going somewhere.
Yeah,
with
well,
it.
I've been waiting for a flat Earth map for fucking ever. So, like, I mean,
Can you
sometimes you
get?
just don't get what you want.
But you came in and said you came in
Well,
and
you know
said
what?
that if you've got
I'll
two
defer to
angles,
Bacon. I'll defer to
you came
Bacon,
in.
and if you want to server take his server mute and give
You
it to
came
me,
in.
this way you guys
So
think it's
you're
fair.
so
I'm fine
okay.
with
So
that.
you're
So
conceding.
server mute me,
So
server
you're
mute me,
conceding.
and have
So
Bacon
you're going to
speak if
talk
you
over.
want.
You're going to just talk over the top of me because you can't do it. All right. You said with two angles you can get the height of something. Now you can't do that on a globe, but you're expecting people to do that on a flat surface as well. Do you see the problem there?
That's called a
Well,
double standard when you prove too much
that's
and
not
defeat your own
what I
position.
said.
You did.
That's not what I
That's
said.
exactly what you
No,
said.
that's
You
not
said
what
if
I
we
said.
have two
No,
angles
it's
and two
not.
straight lines, then you can get the height to something. I asked you what the height of
Nope,
Polaris
that's not
was
what I
because
said.
you don't know.
That's not what I
Fair
said.
enough.
That's not
But
what
you
I
can't
said.
work it out. So what I'm
It's not
saying
what
is
that is not
you
what I
cannot.
said.
Duncan, stop. What I'm saying is you can't work out the heights to things just based on angles and straight lines in the celestial terms. You can't do it on both.
So,
Is that
well, yet
correct
again,
statement or not?
Duncan has defeated his own position by his own pattern of argumentation.
No,
If
I haven't.
calculating the
No, I
height to
haven't.
Polaris is
No,
a
I haven't.
criterion of
Nope.
verification for
Nope.
one geodesy or
No.
another, then he can't find the height of Polaris with his own geodesy, and nor can anyone find the height of Polaris with just two angles and one baseline distance measurement. Therefore, he doesn't know the Earth is a ball either.
Correct.
Why can't you do that on a flat Earth, Greg?
You don't use the Earth. You don't get enough. You don't have. It's there. Your
Good.
baseline is so short. You can't do. You have to go further
Okay,
out.
so
This is why we use parallax measuring to do it. It's
parallax.
still
Okay,
still
can you
two
show me
angles.
Can you show me those measurements of parallax with the stars?
I don't fucking know the actual number for Polaris, but guess what?
No, not for Polaris. For any stars, can you show
For
the
any
parallax measurements for any stars?
Well, the reason why is because
Stop,
on
Duncan. Stop
the globe
interrupting.
in the globe model,
Duncan, you didn't want to talk
model, these stars are so
Duncan,
far away
Duncan,
that the
you
leg
didn't
of
want to
the
talk anymore.
triangle is too.
Duncan, you didn't want to talk
What?
anymore. You said you don't want to talk anymore. So now we're talking to the other guy. All right? Where are you? Oh, he's gone. He ran away. Oh, there he is. Applejack. Keep going. What were
What's
you
up?
stating? Yeah, what were you saying? What was your argument?
We use parallax to measure it. That's
Okay,
what we
can I
do
have
for
that?
for
Can I have
long
that
distances.
measurement? Can I have
Because
that
to try to
measurement
do
of
it on
parallax?
Earth, you can. I don't know what you want me to
Can
do.
I have
You
that
can,
measurement of parallax between stars?
like, do you want two particular stars, or do you want
Any. You can provide any if you want.
Just gonna copy and paste because I don't fucking have it. I'm not the one who's done the measurements for it.
Go ahead, man.
I don't know shit about actually doing this, but because gotta take me a
So
minute
why
here.
are you arguing for it?
Because I'm just because I don't do it every day. You know what I mean? Like,
You know what he was doing, Mick? He wasn't arguing for anything, right? He was just sitting in the background, letting the other guys talk, and him just going, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Pretty much.
Doesn't actually know what he's talking about.
Bacon,
You
put,
ask him,
put it in chat. Just
and then
put it
you
in chat
ask
then.
him something about his claim, and he has no idea about it.
That's why I pushed him on it.
Yeah.
Because I'm not an expert on the issue. You know what I
Don't
mean?
argue. Don't argue if you don't know. Then
Yeah, and I would
simple.
venture to say none. And I was
What's the
going
height
to say,
of the sun? What is the height of
no,
the sun on the flat Earth model?
hold on. Before we
There
go there,
isn't one.
I was just going to say, none of us here are experts. I would venture to guess.
Wow!
So hang on. Before you
He
come your
thinks that's
pants,
the gotcha.
before you come your pants,
We're at the same thing now, aren't we?
before you wet your pants. That's what. Yeah, and you think you got a gotcha. My point is, just because you're not an expert, it doesn't mean you can't talk about it or ask questions or make arguments. Doesn't necessarily mean they'll be right. If you're an expert, chances are you have a little bit more of an accurate argument, but it's not necessarily so. So don't put yourself down like that.
So we have our latitude. We have Google Maps, which merely morphs into a ball at the impractical level, but at the level that we use it at, it remains a flat surface. So there's your flat Earth map.
It's so distorted. Like it's not even like if it's a 2D. You know, looking down at a flat Earth would be 2D. It should not be distorted. Like it
What
is.
are you talking about? Do you have bad quality? Do you have bad picture quality on your phone? Is that why you can't see the map on your phone?
It's Google Maps uses the what is it, the Cater map when you pull out. It's so distorted. Yeah, it does better when you get closer but it's still distorted.
Yeah, at the
They'll give you
impractical
a
level, it
scale,
morphs into a ball.
but
It's not a ball the entire
if
way
it's a
around.
2D,
On the
if
practical
looking
level, the
down,
surface of the
if
Earth
it's
is not
2D,
curving; it's horizontal.
because it's a fucking 2D map of a 3D sphere. You think it's a flat Earth?
That's what you're saying, but
No,
you're
that's
just
not what I'm
presupposing
saying.
that it's a flat Earth illustration of a globe, and it's not a flat Earth illustration of a globe. It's a
It's
flat Earth illustration of a flat Earth.
then it would
You're
have
only
no
saying that
distortion.
because you believe as a
Then it
controlling
would have
premise that the
no
Earth is a ball.
distortion.
You're only
If it was a
saying that
2D
because you have
map
a
of a
controlling
flat
premise.
Earth, it would
You're being
have
disruptive
distortion.
again. We can have a discourse, right?
Would it
You're
not?
only saying that
Why is there
you're still
distortion
being
there?
disruptive for no good reason. You are saying that because you have a controlling premise which you have yet to argue for, that the Earth is a ball. So you're going to interpret the flat Earth map in Google Maps as just merely being a two-dimensional illustration of a three-dimensional sphere, but you don't have a justification to believe that, and it's just a digression from the fact that the map is flat Earth.
Why is there distortion?
Distortion.
Why is there a distortion in the map?
Technical issues with your device.
No, dude, come on, man. It's a flat Earth. If you wanted to make a 2D map, it's the easiest thing in the world to do. Gregor, you gotta admit that.
Oh, okay, so like this dramatic exaggeration in your cadence is not an argument.
Like,
Hang on. At what? If I may interject, at what point does it get distorted? At what altitude in the application does it start to?
It's not. It's not any like.
You say it's distorted, right? So where?
Because it's a 3D image
No,
on a
no,
2D surface.
no. Where is it distorted? At what altitude in your view? Right, you're at the application. There's a little scrolly thing that you can go up and down at, right?
Okay.
Right. So if you use that and go up and down, and you tell us at what altitude it gets distorted at.
Probably pretty much the whole thing. If you go and into
The whole thing.
Here's the thing: you can tell it's
At
distorted.
every height, it's distorted. Hang on, let's just be clear. At every height, it's distorted.
No, he just assumed it was distorted and had no material facts
The whole map is
whatsoever that he
distorted because you go
experienced.
through the latitudes. I believe it's the
Oh.
latitudes. You'll see the scales not being the same when they're at the same heights.
Okay,
So
at what height?
it would literally be all of them. In all
Literally
reality,
all of them. So the whole
So
thing
at
is
every
distorted.
height, is that it?
The reason why I ask is because you can say it's distorted, right? But if you don't give specificity as to what point it becomes distorted, it becomes ambiguous between it's distorted when you're at a very far view looking down, or when you're close, right? Because that, depending on what that is, which case it is, you're either pro or against one or the other, but it's not. We're not sure, right? Because if things become clear when you get closer, that implies that it's distorted when you're zoomed out. You see that? So that causes a problem for one of the models versus the opposite, then it's the other one, right? So we got to be clear on that, right?
No, Mick, all of them. All of them.
well, the scales aren't. And here's the thing: the scales aren't always. There, you go up and down the latitudes, the scales will change at the same elevation.
They will change, yeah.
Yeah.
But at what point
Thanks for
do
the
the
truism.
scales? But at
So
what
that means
point
there's distortion. Like if I'm at the same elevation and I'm going through all the latitudes and they're changing, there's some distortion. It's not a good represent. Your
So how
scales
many
should.
times do we need to repeat the question until you finally answer it?
Your scale shouldn't change like that. It should be.
How many times do we need to repeat the question until you finally answer it?
That's don't make me swear in French.
Like Google Maps is not a good scale. It's not scaled. Like it does not have the same scale throughout the whole thing. It doesn't matter what elevation you are. The scale will change going through all the latitudes.
Okay, so
thanks for the truism. Are you going to answer the question
that
now?
means it's a distorted map.
Right,
If your
and
scale can't be the same.
Good point.
Are you going to answer the question now?
Check this out, right? It's a distorted map, but it's the globe map, right? So are you saying the globe map is distorted?
A 2D version of the globe is distorted, yeah.
A 2D version? I thought you said at all scales, meaning even when you zoom out to a point, it would imply that even to the point when you zoom out to the point where you actually see a supposed sphere, right? At which point, rendering
it's still a 2D print,
right?
is it not?
To,
my phone doesn't turn into a globe when I zoom out.
No, but the model itself is a 3D representation of it,
which has distortion.
A 3D representation is distorted.
No.
What are you saying?
No, it's a 3D object on a 2D being represented on 2D. That will clearly cause distortion.
Okay, well, is that a problem because of your phone and the way your phone renders?
Thank you. That's why I said that.
It's not a problem with that. It's a problem with taking any 3D object and making it into a 2D.
So
exactly. Hey, how about this? How about this? How about you screenshot what you're talking about and post it?
Yeah.
So we're not guessing. How about that?
That's a good point, right? Because at this point, the way you're saying it, there's two options, right? Either there's a distortion in the map, right? Or there's a distortion in the device that's presenting the map, right?
No, it's just anytime you go from a 3D to a 2D, you're gonna have distortion, no matter what. Even surveyor.
This is just one humongous red herring. That's all it is.
Yeah. So you don't seem to see that if you're saying that your 3D model is distorted, even when it's supposedly presented
No, the 3D model isn't distorted. It's the 2D representation of a 3D model.
Again, another red herring.
Oh, Jesus.
Like the cause of the distortion is irrelevant to the accuracy and efficaciousness of the map. You're moving from the premise, it's distorted on my screen, therefore it's not an accurate map. No, it's distorted on your screen because you lack the proper settings for the picture to be of a sufficient definition to see anything distinctly.
And here's the thing, Apple. How would you know if the distortion that you're seeing on your phone is because there was initially a flat 2D plane that was mapped to a 3D plane, or because we actually have a 3D plane mapped to 2D? How would you be able to tell the difference?
If there was a 2D, if there was a flat plane that was made into a map, we wouldn't have the changing scales that we do when you're looking at the 2D map that we do now. That scale will never change. You pick up a globe. The centimeter is a mile scale that you see on maps. That scale changes as you go through because of the distortion of putting a 3D to
Screenshot
a 2D.
it, or do a screen record.
That would be good to see, but at the same time, you're asserting that that's the reason why. But we actually don't have any kind of. I mean, it would seem reasonable, presuming all the premises are correct, but it doesn't seem like we have all those sussed out yet.
That's also self-defeating if you want to maintain the premise that both the Google Maps is a globe Earth map and the scales change at a particular zoom out distance.
Resolution, let's say.
It's the scale. Well, the scale will change when you go through elevation, but no, literally when you go through.
Dude, can you stop echoing yourself?
Well,
like
you misrepresent what I said. You misrepresent what I say. I have to say it over again because you're not.
No, we're not misrepresenting
it. Screenshot already.
Gregory, you lost there.
It's like every time these people talk to me, like, what is it about me that makes people echo themselves?
You're annoying. What else? All right, there you go.
You might want to ask yourself that question. Because it is you.
You're a sharpshooter, man. That's
Here's the thing.
I guess.
Why would there be distortion if the planet is flat, the surface? Why would there be distortion?
You've yet to demonstrate to us. This distortion you've yet to demonstrate to us. This scale change you've yet to demonstrate to us, which would also be a self-defeating appeal if you maintain the premise that Google Maps is a globe Earth map.
Yeah, I got a really bad question here. So are you like taking a ruler to your screen to get the centimeters off your ruler and figure out the scale on the map or something?
I mean, you can do
like
that.
What literal purpose would a centimeter scale be on a phone map if you're not going to put a ruler to it, for frick's sake, man?
Oh, you can do measurements on that, but it's also a holdover from, when we had paper maps.
What? All right, dude, your story's falling apart so fast, bro. Here's how this is going to go. You're full of crap until you provide the screenshots. That's simple.
Apple, I'm presuming when you
screen video recording so that we can see the progression that you're supposedly
describing. Dude, I'm gonna videotape myself when I don't have two phones, so I can't really do it. Using my square, which has demarcations on it, and then pull up Google Maps and see if my T-square can tell me how big the map is.
I mean, presumably, though, that the scale that Apple's referring to is the onboard scale that the map presents to you in the corner or whatever as you're traversing the map. Is that the case?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's wrong with it?
As you go up and down latitudes, it will actually change while staying at the same elevation. So the scale is not the same throughout the map.
Okay, I see what you mean. So you're just traversing up and down, like laterally on the X, right? And the length to represent whatever 100 miles is actually changes.
It will. It does.
Okay? That's interesting. So could you provide that?
All right, want to see that? All right.
This is the point where you show us what you've been describing. Now repeat it again.
Yeah.
So left-hand corner down here, you'll see it. Right-hand corner, my bad. See it to 5 miles, and I'll show a little bit. You guys see it? Yes, no,
I
maybe
see your
so.
screen, but I don't see the scale.
Okay, well, no one answered me, so and I didn't hear anyone pop in. So
No, it's okay. It's okay. I see your screen, but I don't see the scale. Where's
right
the
hand
scale?
side, right hand, all the way right above the
Oh,
top.
down there.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's all the way down there.
Okay.
So we're in Florida here. So let's move down. It will slowly leave this one straight. Oh, 10 miles. Oh, jump 10 miles, no elevation change, and you see the difference. Back up.
Hang on. All you did was zoom down, scroll down, and it just gave a wide. What's the problem? It's just doubling in size and giving you a 10 mile instead of a 5 mile.
It's not really doubling. You can probably do it for
10
other
is
ones.
not the double of 5.
Probably do this one if you zoom in a little bit more, but it does change. It is changing a little bit.
Oh, I saw that little shift there.
So it is. The scale is not the same on the 2D map going through latitudes, which is a really hard thing to do. This is why the old paper maps, you don't use the big map to get around. You use the smaller one because they are more accurate. I'm going to put accurate in quotation marks. It's just easier to do. But if you look at those maps, it's the same piece of size paper. A lot of times it's the same elevation, and they'll have different scales because you're putting a 3D image on a 3D object on a 2D surface. The distortion's there. It makes scaling really hard. The only way to get a scale for the Earth
So the surface is simultaneously 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions.
of a sphere, because oh god, how dare I say it is?
So the surface is
only on
simultaneously
a sphere.
Why do you keep disrupting me every time I ask this question?
I
So
wasn't
this
finished.
entity is simultaneously 2 dimensions and 3 dimensions?
No, it has to be one or
So
the
then
other.
what are you talking about? A 3-dimensional surface being mapped on a 2-dimensional surface being mapped on a
That's gonna have
3-dimensional
distortion.
object?
That's gonna have distortion. I showed it to you.
So then there is an object that supposedly has 2 dimensions only and 3 dimensions simultaneously?
Now, if the Earth is a flat, getting it onto a 2D shouldn't have the scale issue on a 2D map.
So you're attacking a straw man.
Why is there no flat Earth map that doesn't have the scale issue?
But you just conceded that where there are flat Earth maps.
That have an issue with scale, and I showed you why it has an issue with scale. I showed you the issue with the scale,
Which doesn't refute the fact that there are flat Earth maps.
and guess what? They all have the same issues with the scale.
And
Because guess what? It's a 3D image of a sphere. Why would we do that? We don't have
a flat
to
Earth
do
map
that.
is not a 3D image of a 2D image. What are you talking about? You're just hopping back and forth between two different categories.
Do you have a globe that's to scale?
I personally don't.
So how do
You
we
can get them.
this is accurate to begin with?
You can get them.
What do you mean?
His argument is not coherent. He doesn't have a point. He's just hopping back and forth between it's a 2D image on a 3D object. So then this entity is incoherent geometrically, and then hops back and forth.
No, my argument
acknowledging that there
is,
are
why
flat
is there
Earth
no
maps, and then acts as though acknowledging the fact that there are flat Earth maps
No,
is a
there is-
refutation
No,
to
there
the fact
isn't.
that there are flat Earth maps. It's just
Okay,
incoherent.
can you provide me a flat Earth map?
There are
Because this map has no Great Wall, no Great Ice Wall.
Well, we
it
have
has
a.
Antarctica.
I'll try and find it. So there is a military map, in an AE configuration that they used to use for navigation for airplanes and everything like that in the first or the Second World War. So, is that good enough for you?
Yeah, and by the way, if changing scales is what invalidates a map, then if you sustain the premise that the Google Maps is a globe Earth map and the scales change, obviously, then that invalidates the globe Earth map.
How does that? Just because
you're
that doesn't invalidate a map.
Wait, what your argument is you don't have a flat Earth map, and then when we say we do have there are
No, you
many
don't.
flat Earth maps, and you say, well, they're not to scale, and then we ask you if you've got a globe one that's to scale, and you say, well, I don't have one.
I personally don't have one. You can find them online. You can buy them.
Why does that invalidate the flat Earth map then? A flat Earth map.
Because here's the thing: I can send you an Amazon link to get you one. You can't even post a picture of the flat Earth.
So it's flagrantly irrelevant. So he's just not being consistent.
Can you post
Hang
a
on,
globe?
let me.
Can you
Can I throw
post a
something in
globe?
You know what?
If you can
I've
find
asked
them,
I've asked.
dude,
No,
stop,
no, no,
stop,
no, no,
stop
no, no.
talking.
I've asked numbers
Can you
multiple
post me?
times now
Can you
for
post
a
me a
map.
globe Earth map to scale, please?
The globe Earth. There isn't
Yeah.
because you can't put a 3D image on a 2D map without
Hang
some
on.
source of the scale.
Apple, you realize that if we roll back about 20 minutes or so, one question that I asked you was this little phenomena that you demonstrated, right? About the 5 mile and the 10 mile kind of shortening and lengthening depending on your latitude you're traversing, right? You only demonstrated that at a certain altitude, right? I asked you earlier, do we know that that happens at all altitudes? And we didn't actually suss that out because here's the thing, right? If you zoom out to the point where, presumably the Google Maps or Google Earth actually gives you a scale, no matter how high you are, maybe up to a certain point where it becomes ridiculous there, but to a certain point where I would imagine it gives you a scale, even went to a point where you actually see the spherical representation, right? So one test that you can do to just further your point is to demonstrate that this scale, right, this little 1 inch or 2 inch scale does not change no matter how high you go. So if you zoom out a little bit to the point where maybe you see a whole continent and you see supposed curvature or the representation of curvature, can you show us that that scale does not change? You
But you
follow?
want me to like take measurements of known
You can share.
distances and show this?
You can share it, or you can do it yourself because it's your own argument, right? I was just curious is if this phenomena of the little 5, 10, depending, mile or whatever scale changes at high altitudes.
Your 3D scale,
Yeah,
your sphere scale.
because the reason why I ask is because if it's actually changing, even when you're at an altitude that you can see the entire sphere, then the shifting going on is not necessarily because of the flattening out of a supposed 3D real 3D coordinate system to a 2D coordinate system, but rather because of software, something's buggy with the software. That's just my suspicion, right?
No, I think
Yeah, he just doesn't know how to be logically consistent with his own pattern of argumentation.
I
He
think
set
it
up
uses.
at least two criterion of verification and or falsification: the changing scales and or distortion. So he didn't show us distortion on the flat scale, and then he didn't show us the scale change at the sphere scale. So if he wants to maintain that Google Maps is a globe Earth map, then when it's at the flat scale in the supposed globe Earth map, that invalidates the supposed practical level. And then if it does change scale at the, given his pattern of argumentation, at the spherical scale, then the change at the scale of the spherical scale invalidates the spherical scale.
Yeah, you gotta check all corners, man.
And this is one humongous red herring digressing from the fact that there are flat Earth maps.
But they don't have the same scale throughout. It's not a scale.
Which is a red herring. You keep
it's
digressing
not.
to the red
Once
herring.
how is that a red herring? It should be the easiest thing to
Right.
produce.
There's different scales for different flat Earth maps. Therefore, there are no flat Earth maps.
No,
That's
but they're not
non-sequitur
consistent
digression.
throughout the map.
You just keep being disruptive again. I'll try it again because you keep talking to the reply you're asking for. Your pattern of argumentation is the scales change. So what? Therefore, there's still
it changes
flat Earth
within
maps. Not
the
there are
own
no
map.
flat Earth maps. There are flat Earth maps. There are different scales. Therefore, there are flat Earth maps. You're just
it changes
digressing to a
within
red
the
herring.
own map. Like that's not how that should be if it's a 2D map.
You're still digressing to a red herring. So stop
It's
appealing
not
to
a
it as
red
though it
herring.
refutes
It
my
should be
premise.
the easiest thing to produce.
No,
You're being disruptive. It's a red herring. You are saying the logic sequence. There are different flat Earth maps at different scales. Therefore, there are no flat Earth maps. That's self-contradictory and
That's
a red
not
herring.
what I'm saying. That's not what I'm
If I
saying.
may, yeah, with all due respect, Gregory, I think what he's saying is within one single map, there's different scales throughout different parts of that same map.
He might have tried to convey that, but he didn't say that.
Okay, good point. But just to be clear, in case that was unclear.
And there is no 2D map of that. And that should probably be the
maps. There's no two-dimensional objects
I
of
heard
anything,
you say
dude.
that, Apple. I heard you say exactly that.
There's no two-dimensional objects of anything, so it's another red herring.
It still should be the easiest map to produce, and yet
You can't produce something that's logically and metaphysically impossible. There's nothing that is material that is only 2 dimensions. Why are you talking about that?
What?
What?
What do you mean? Hey, don't give me attitude, okay? I just came in here.
So we have spheres that do have a single scale. That's easy. They're there. But we can't have a map of a flat plane because
I'm MILF hunting.
hard or no? Well, no, that should be the easiest thing.
Because Gregory told me so.
Yeah.
So all this cacophony is meaningless from the last thing I just said.
Unjustified negation.
I just want my fucking goddamn flat Earth map
Unjustified
that has a consistent scale within its map.
No.
But it should be easy to produce because looking down at it, it's a 2D image. So the map.
So the scales change in Google Maps, whether it's a flat Earth map or not. Therefore, what?
Google Maps isn't a flat Earth map. It's a 3D.
Okay, so it's a globe Earth map.
Into a 2D image.
All right. Okay, look. I got you. So it's a globe Earth map. The scales change. If the scales change, it's an invalid map. The scales change on the globe Earth map and Google Maps. Therefore, it's not a valid map. So I shot yourself in the foot again.
And Apple, you have yet to demonstrate what I asked earlier.
I've asked for what I wanted, and I still have not received it.
Hold on.
I think it is fair. I think it is fair for me to get it. I'm just saying
that's fine, but this nullifies your point unless you can further substantiate.
No. It nullifies your points. No. I asked nicely the first time, and I got told, "Okay, what about this?"
Hey, asshole! Did you hear what I said? It invalidates your point unless you prove otherwise. We asked you, can you zoom out and prove that the scale doesn't change at an altitude, right, where you can actually see the spherical representation? That's all I asked. I could be wrong. I'm not pressing on this because I know it to be true or not.
You can do that with any map, and guess what you're going to see? You can then do measurements of known places, and there'll be distortion.
Buddy, this is a 3D representation of the map. There should be no distortion at high altitudes if your argument is accurate.
Gotcha. So I'm going to repeat my deductive refutation of his self-defeating
2024, bro.
His obfuscation. So the Google Maps is a globe Earth map. There's distortion. There's scale change. Scale change and distortion invalidates a map. So there's scale change and distortion in the globe Earth map. Therefore, the globe Earth map of Google Maps is invalid.
It's a 2D map. It's going to have distortion. You can't put 3D in a 2D.
So again, the deductive refutation I just said to you.
There's going to be
distortion. You just reiterated one of the premises of my deductive refutation against you.
Yeah, Apple, you clearly didn't listen to anything I just said, right? Because there's no need to flatten out anything 2D, anything 3D onto a 2D plane if you're at an altitude where you can see everything in 3D. You understand?
What they're saying is that you're not able to supply something that from your position that would meet the criteria that you want us to give you for ours.
Oh, I gave them criteria earlier, and I still haven't received anything.
I just mentioned the criteria that you mentioned. I began speaking when you were not. Okay. So you said the criterion already. We heard you. Then I used your criterion to refute your appeal. And you just keep replying with something irrelevant.
Dude, all I asked was for my.
So you did it again. See?
No, because I'm done with it. Because it's done.
Hey, what if we said we don't have?
You're done with your position that it was refuted. Okay.
Well, Out
Yeah.
of
What
how
if
many?
what
Out of how
if
many
we?
centuries? Why do we not have one? That's the
God knows why.
She's just
Okay,
stuck
we
on
just don't have
stupidity.
anything on hand. It doesn't necessarily mean there isn't one. Okay, that right? I don't stand by that there is. I don't have one. I don't know. Right. The point is that what you're presenting, right, is you're presenting something incomplete. So we're scrutinizing that first, right? Because that's something that we actually have. And then we can deal with the other thing at another date or later, or maybe someone in here has one that just hasn't spoken up. I don't know. Who knows, right? The point is you have some material that we're looking at and we're asking questions and you're not actually answering all of them. So there's a problem, right?
Dude, you set up criterion of validation and verification, and you didn't justify them. You just took them for granted, and I used them against your own position. Okay.
And the guy sounds as bad as his image looks.
Into the Berg Scientology.
So Google uses the Mercator map. We know that has distortion throughout, right? You guys know that. Like they
Show us
teach you
this
that
Mercator map you're talking about.
Google does use a slightly different version of it. It's a pseudo one, but it still has distortion because you can't go 3D to 2D without.
Okay, so you're
So
saying
then
that it's
your
using
map
it.
is invalid then.
Yeah, your map is based on a distorted map, and then it distorts it again for other rendering purposes. And then you claim that the reason for the distortion that we see is because of the second operation and not with totally discounting the first operation that happens. And then you blame us and say that obviously we're wrong because why? The bias?
No.
So are you going to repeat the self-defeating premise again, or no?
I mean, he did kind of just dig his own grave, dig his hole a little bit deeper, right? Interesting.
Like, do you think the? I'm trying to. Like, you don't you think a 3D image wouldn't have distortion on a 2D or a 3D object wouldn't have distortion on a 2D map?
No. That's not the point. Indeed, if you had a genuine 3D representation of something, if I take a baseball, right? Natively, it looks like a baseball, right, with all the little red lines and stuff, and you flatten that out. Of course, the lines are going to be off put, right? The outer edges, the distance between the yellow, the red little checkers on the outside are going to be different than on the inside, and the ones on the inside are a little bit more representative of how they were in the original state, right? No one's denying that, right? But if you just further cemented yourself in the grave by saying that the 3D representation that you have comes from another two-dimensional plane, which was distorted to begin with. You follow?
The
Right?
Google isn't
So
a 3D image; it's a 2D.
The 3D representation, ball Earth on Google Maps, like you said, comes from a Mercator map. We all know the Mercator map is distorted.
Are you talking about the ball image on
Applejack,
Google Earth, not
Applejack,
Google Maps?
listen to my voice so that you can get this. I already said the syllogism. I'm going to say it again for your sake.
Go ahead, Greg.
You believe the Google map is a globe Earth map. You said
Map is
distortion and scale change invalidates a map. That's basically what you conveyed. There's distortion and scale change in your Google Globe Earth map. Therefore, your Google Globe Earth map is invalid. So your criterion of verification and validation is defeating your own position.
one. Google Maps isn't a 3D representation; it's 2D. That's number one. It's a 2D, so there will be distortion. Saying it's
Do you
invalid.
know what a red herring is? If you don't know what a red herring is, it is a deliberate, especially deliberate, if not incidental, unintentional, an intentional or unintentional digression from the major premise in dispute. So your reply doesn't address the argument I just said. It digresses to a different issue.
I mean, with all due respect, Greg, he must know. He's thrown like 3 or 4 in here within the last 10 minutes.
with all due respect, yeah. But this is why there's so much conflict and issues in the world, because we do not think and behave with logical soundness. Mick, why are we not friends yet? Friend request.
Good point.
I'm still
That'll make no
questioning.
sense. That's not logically sound.
I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I don't frequent Discord except for here, coming on here. So I just, basically, I guess I just assume that every time I'm in here, y'all are my friends already.
Right. Bam that button. But tap the accept button though. You tap my icon, and then you'll see that I have a friend request sent to you.
Done.
I think Mick lost that debate.
More liars from sophists.
You just love to stir shit, Jekyll?
That's what I'm here for.
Shitty people. Well, TTYL, peace to you.
Mick, I think Manufactotum wants to destroy you in the map debate.
Okay, he's banned. He's a literal politics icon. All right, I have to yield the floor to him.
He's a big name on the server, you know.
It's a big deal.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Been a while. No, I just wanted to clear up what Gregory was saying, but he left, I guess. So
I think Mick was on his side, though, wasn't he? Like saying the same stuff.
Mick was asking if higher altitudes would still have distortion, and from what I can see, they don't, or at least not the same distortions. But my understanding of Applejacks argument isn't that distortion invalidates the map. It simply shows that the map we're using to represent the territory isn't an accurate representation of the territory. I think that's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, better works.
Yeah. So it's not just any distortion invalidates any map. If it's a flat map on a representing a globe territory, let's say, we should expect distortion. So that wouldn't invalidate the globe. That would just invalidate the flat map of the globe as being accurate, so to speak.
And that is well understood. That's why I asked to further substantiate that claim by doing this sort of test at a higher altitude to ensure that the range, the scale is not changing at higher altitudes, right? Thus, further suggesting that the shifting in scale is indeed due to the way that the map is being represented and not solely by any bugs in the software.
Yeah, I think that's totally fair, but that's not what Greg was saying. Greg was offering a straw man of what Applejack said and using that to claim that he debunked himself.
And
I can't speak for him there.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
All right, so you're saying that you actually checked out what I asked on behalf of Applejack, and you say it doesn't actually change scale?
It doesn't seem to.
Okay. Now, with all due respect, it's hard to tell at high scales because it could just be shifting by a small degree, but due to rounding and the way that software can present rounding errors, things can round up after one or two significant digits and not actually change anything visually, right? It's really hard to tell. Like it takes some scrutiny, right? I wouldn't discount what you have to say altogether, right? But this is a difficult problem to solve, right? Unless you traverse the entire space of altitudes and XY and check it, and ain't nobody got time for that, right?
Sure.
And nobody got time.
I guess I would
So-
ask how much we would expect it to be off at which altitude.
So even I did double check this. Even at Google's highest altitude, it still changes from the equation.
Okay.
So it still will have a changing effect.
And and you're talking about at an altitude where you actually see the full 3D rendering?
I don't get that with this is what you get. This is the furthest.
Oh, you're streaming it. Okay.
So
Oh well, no, I'm not talking about that.
I think you're asking about Google Earth.
Oh, that yes, that, and I
Not Google
presume.
Maps. Google Earth.
Okay.
I tried doing it on
Okay.
Google Earth a little bit on my own. The scale is not quick enough. It's so much delay. It's hard to tell.
Okay, I asked this because I presume that at Google Earth and Google Maps rendered in the same fashion, where if you go at a higher altitude, enough altitude, it would spin into a ball.
That's not
right. So that was my presumption.
No, it's
But certainly, yeah. If you're looking at a Mercator map, no shit, it's distorted because it's a Mercator map.
Yeah, Google tries to use a different one. I forget which number. I looked it up. It is slightly looks slightly better than your standard one at school, but it still has that issue. Like any 3D object going onto a 2D.
So let's be clear, right? So had we known this entire time that we were looking at a Mercator map, we could have saved everybody's time and energy over the
I
last
tried bringing up that at the end, and that was called a red herring. I was bringing up a red herring, so
I didn't. That's not what I understood. The red herring part was when he was asking specific questions, and it seemed like you were dodging, right? And then when you brought up the Mercator map, I presumed that you meant the Mercator map was used to create the 3D model that I thought it was going to be at a higher altitude, which was then re-rendered in 2D again when you zoomed in, right? So it was my presumption that there was two operations of map manipulation, right?
No.
So at this point, that was my fault, right?
That's fine.
But
I see where the confusion was.
Yeah. But you do see my point, right? So regardless of that, now we know that it was a Mercator map all along. So therefore, no shit, there's going to be distortion, right? So it was an easy kind of like.
Yeah, no, I mean that's why I've been
okay.
silent. I'm trying to go over the using the Google Earth. It doesn't seem to change on further out altitudes.
Okay, can you identify at which point it does start to? Just more or less.
That's
zoom in to like
give me
1,000 miles per inch. Try it, and then zoom into 500 miles per inch, and then try it.
It's really slow. That's why I gave up on it.
Yeah. Take your time there. We can probably move on to something else, and then you can present that another day as an argument.
Yeah.
If you want. But
that's what like as soon as you're like when you talked about going from one map process to I'm like, what are you on about? It's just from the globe to the map. It's 3D to 2D. Why would they go back to 3D?
No. What I meant was my presumption was it went from 2D to 3D back to 2D at a certain resolution. And that initial 2D was a Mercator map, which actually, if you want to look into it, Mercator came from a supposed 3D, right? So you have 3 steps of potential operations. Right?
Mick, what's the best argument for flat Earth?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
The best argument against the globe Earth?
I don't know. You got to take them bit by bit, one at a time. See what works.
Which one's the one that you favor?
I don't have a favorites, man. I actually like listening. I don't like making arguments.
I see.
Okay.
We're trying to pigeonhole me to try and find something that you can find a chink in my armor, right?
Well, it's not that I'm trying to find a chink in the armor. I'm trying to find where the armor is.
I ask because I know you don't actually really care about me enough to actually ask that, right?
It's not, like you said, it's not about finding the chink in the armor. It's about finding where the armor is.
Mm-hmm.
Who cares?
Yeah.
Who cares
in other words, analogously, trying to find the soft spot, right? Because when you know where the armor is, you know where the armor is not, right? So analogous to a chink.
Well, we can't say that word.
Well, no, because I'm not sure.
Going to get fired on ESPN.
Sure, there is any armor that you're wearing.
Yeah, I'm sure. Then why do you have to ask?
No, Mick is a god actually because he's an ANCAP.
Is he King Flat Earther?
No, man. I'm a peasant.
He's a voluntarist, so he's based.
Oh,
that's true. Well,
do you have like a worse globe Earth argument?
Yeah, what's the worst globe Earth argument? What about that?
Yeah, Scott, can you give the worst globe argument?
Wow.
That was brutal. That was brutal.
Heretic can never stop winning.
What?
Well, I'd go with Coriolis.
Yeah, Heretic.
Yeah, it does suck.
Was that after you did 80 push-ups, Heretic?
I just did 80.
Based. Brad Pitt physique.
Well, Coriolis isn't an argument for the globe, is it?
No, it's usually
that's why it sucks.
It's an attempted one.
Yeah, I find Coriolis arguments boring. When someone starts talking about it, I glaze over a little bit, like, oh no.
I would agree.
I like the Black Sun flat earthers. Those are my favorite.
Black Sun?
Yeah. Like it goes below the North Pole. It's so fucking stupid.
The Black Sun. I don't think you know what the Black Sun is.
Oh yeah, just like it took a minute to register. That's kind of like a dangerous talking point.
I don't even think they know what the Black Sun is because I.
Yeah, hold on. I don't know. Hold up. Wait a minute. The Black Sun flat earthers. I think we should count.
Affirmative sun. The affirmative sun action.
I remember being high in high school.
Action.
I think we're gonna have to change the name on that one.
Yeah, I think time's aged badly on that one.
I can see why. Clicked.
Yeah.
We'll never know who the father is of that one. But
Well, Soundgarden has a song about it. It's called Black Hole Sun.
No, that wasn't what we were thinking about. Black Sun is a It's a reference to the Nazis or white supremacy.
Oh, is it? Jesus.
Well, it's actually yeah, you're kind of right, but it's just the symbol that it's referenced.
This explains a lot. I remember the video having swastikas in it now.
Wait, what?
What?
Yeah. Oh my god, it's bad. It's
It's not to
fucking.
Nazism. You guys aren't listening. It's not to Nazism. It uses that symbol that they used, but it's not about that.
Oh god.
Okay, now I'm learning too. So the Black Sun, the flat Earth Black Sun, uses.
In its diagram, it uses swastikas.
Right. Okay. Nazi.
Yeah, but keep in mind that the swastika was derived from the initial idea of this black sun thing, which happened to have the same, which was the original, as far as I understood, use of that diagram, and they took it for their own political purposes.
Oh my god!
I see.
Yeah, it's more of an ancient.
Well, I know the swastika is ancient, but the Black
yeah.
Sun, I don't know when that came around, but it's commonly associated with Nazis.
I thought that's where it came from. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, that's my favorite diagram. Even though I haven't looked at it in like 15 years, it still makes me laugh thinking about it.
If the Earth is flat, why is my bed flat?
That wouldn't be problematic for a flat Earth, would it?
I was hoping you were going to say convex. I was just going to say
unjustified negation retort.
No, your bed is flat because there's not enough impact to give it a little depression inside, which is why you're depressed. So there is actually depression in your bed, after all.
Well, okay. Why if the Earth's flat?
Really,
why,
he should be discussing the old in and out, because there's
we're on
no up
Discord.
down
None of it.
in his paradigm.
Is that related to In-N-Out Burger or?
Yeah, we're on Discord here on a Friday night. None of us are getting it.
What is he talking about? I'm confused.
The old in and out.
Is that what he was referencing?
Yeah, he's
Dude,
referencing the old in and out.
I'm making money, bro. Every second I'm here, I'm making money, homie.
Are you?
Heck yeah, bro. Freaking cutting, siding, slapping, nailing, cutting, painting.
Jeez, that's a lot of slapping around.
Dang straight, bro. You gotta slap it out there.
I'm scared.
The fact that he's cutting it scares me more.
Yeah.
I just cut 5 cement boards. Now I gotta use my nail gun and shoot them into the wall.
God, I just want to hear Mick's best flat Earth argument so badly.
Coriolis. His argument is actually just saying that the Earth isn't flat.
Yeah. It's just not. Nuh-uh.
Just like,
there's two really bad arguments that actually are
The best
same.
argument is that the Earth is flat.
No, I want to
agree.
hear.
That's an assertion, not an argument.
I want to hear Price of Adam argue with like me.
Oh, you don't want to see that?
I don't think I've ever heard him argue with anybody.
I don't.
He's very smooth brain. He basically says something level, something triangle. Nathan Oakley brainworm is taking.
That was articulated very precisely. Thank you, sir.
Oh, that's Into the Break. You're on the same level as Price of Adam in terms of like brain.
Oh.
Hold on.
You've just been called out.
He posted this picture where he's like, on the surface of the Earth, why is there multiple? He thinks that like there's multiple humps on a globe Earth. There would have to be multiple.
Is that true? Into the Break? You think the Earth is just a series of humps?
Here we go. This is what
he
posted. This is what he posted.
No, that's what Jesse Gordon said, Holmes.
No,
Wow.
he's saying that the reason he thinks that there should be like a series of humps all around you, not like. Into the Break's a very special boy.
Is that the guy who measured the temperature with a thermometer?
Oh, probably.
Bro, you guys know Jesse Gordon?
You are. My simple question was, when you look and you see Chicago across the bay, 45 miles, Are you actually seeing it direct line of sight? That's a simple question. Like, it shouldn't cause you to just delve into spurging and telling me I'm not a very good boy. Just because I'm just bantering with you as well. Like, what is the problem? Why are you guys so mad all the
I'm not mad
time
at you. I'm not mad
about your pathetic existences?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh.
Wow.
But don't you typically just see the refraction of it? Not like
Hey, I'm not the one
typically.
I'm not the one who's trapped
Yeah.
in a dome, dude. I
like
mean, that's you.
I've talking to one or two long distance photographers. They wait for specific weather events to get the most out of refraction to get these shots.
Yeah, I'm not the one living in a bird cage, dude. With a dome around me.
So I mean, some of them use.
You mean like this? I'm going to post it in the side chat now. Like that?
Vanishing point, perspective, water hills.
Yeah.
I don't know, tides, but water finds its level, but tides or something.
Chicago's wild.
Wait, who said
No,
talk?
it's a very funny thing. They
I
like to
did.
pretend like this measurement is dependent of themselves. And it's like, no, we live in a society. We live in a society with very many other people. And so now you're standing you're the third person in a diagram of a Gluber clown thinking there's a hump obscuring your view. And it's like, no, and so then the person back at you is also observing this hump. And so it creates this. It's cancerous. Yeah, it's gamma energy.
Gamma
Very
energy.
gamma energy
Jekyll,
to
look at this image.
imagine
This is
that you
so.
live on the most illogical shape there possibly is. No, because on the flat Earth we understand we understand what we're actually looking at in these diagrams.
Is
You
there
don't.
is there a perspective vanishing point you can calculate at which distance something should vanish on a flat Earth? If you understand.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah, for
duh,
sure.
it's magic.
Precisely. It's just based on what are your conditions of the day.
Yeah,
So
magic.
like things can appear to be hidden
Oh,
by
yeah.
water and then not in the same day, just based off of
Wait.
perspective.
Yes, there is lots of illusions out there presented to you.
Like the Earth looking like a globe.
I
Dude,
don't know when
why would
that
you
would ever
assume?
been
Why would
presented
you
to you.
assume if there was a vanishing point and the Earth was flat that there wouldn't also be atmospheric effects?
I know, but why did the atmospheric effects make it look like a globe the majority of the time?
Magic?
Like, why do boats go over the horizon the majority of the time?
The antithesis of magic. Why do things go far? Like that, you're saying I have a limited angle of view of what I'm trying to look at, and I really wish I could see it. Past 200 miles
So
or less.
can you calculate like that vanishing point of that object?
Yeah, sure, precisely. It's already calculated.
You do it pure geometry, you know?
Yeah, do it.
Can you? It's pure geometry. It literally is pure geometry.
So then, at what point should the oil rigs vanish from my point of view?
So are you telling me that Chicago isn't located where you observe it when you look at it from across the bay? Is that what you're telling me right now?
I just want to know where the bottom.
Is Chicago? I see Chicago in a photograph. It's located right across the bay. Is it where I see it to be located at? Simple question, yes or no?
I would say to a very large degree of accuracy, yes.
Yes. Okay, boom. Well then see we're not even disagreeing.
So what causes the bottom
I
of
see
towers to like?
Wait, now you're talking about I see bottom tower. No, I shouldn't see the top towers for Chicago. I shouldn't see them at all. They should be gone.
Should they?
Now you're telling me now I need to think about what should be hidden from the bottom? No. They're gone.
Yeah,
In
why
your
are they gone?
methodology.
Why are
and
the
your
bottom of the tower?
mythos.
Why are the bottom
and
of the
your
towers not
religion.
visible? Why are the bottom of the towers
He
not
into the break.
Very
The top of the
basic. That's
tower
not
should
a
be gone.
question. I debunked you. You have
How did you debunk me?
a
You just said,
synopsis of
nuh-uh.
what that you worship. You call it a globe, and that's your order out of chaos. There's an actual religion, and it's failed. It's
How is it
failed
failed?
just
I'm
by
just saying
you.
it's
You could
failed.
go to your next door neighbor, and you're already debunking the globe. It's very easy. The more macro you get from the micro, it gets easier to debunk the globe. The globe is never going to succeed in any of its arguments, other
Jesus
than if your
Christ.
argument is that an abject idiot, moron, somebody going to say Jesus Christ to sort of interject with no purpose whatsoever. That's all you're going to get from these clowns.
Does anyone
That's
know
all
what
you
he
get.
just said?
No, this sounds like Gregory.
He, of course, does.
Well, he called it a
That's all he had
religion.
to say.
Yeah. So, are you able to explain why I can't see the bottom of the towers?
Are you able? Are you able to? Are you able to?
No,
That's what I'm
I don't.
asking
I don't know.
you.
I don't
That's
know.
my
I just
question to
wanted to.
you, because you're saying that there's something obscuring them.
No, I just don't know.
I'm saying that I actually just see Chicago. I see it right there.
Do
There's
you see the
I
bottom of the
I
towers
don't
though?
have any other questions about it.
Do you see the
Now
bottom?
you're asking about some precise measurements.
No, I'm not.
There's a
I'm asking why
there's a
I
fact
can't
about
see.
Chicago that you should know also.
What, that it sucks? Yeah.
Well, no, it's actually built like street level is actually below lake level.
Is that a
I
new
forget
thing? Street level?
I forget much, but and then on top of that they have like berms up along like Lakeshore Drive along the lake there as well. So you're no matter what, the bottom portion is going to be cut off.
All
Even
right.
if
Okay.
you're
Well,
Wait, so
lunatic. Look at the side chat. I mean,
is street
so
level a new flat Earth measurement? Is street level a new flat
we're
Earth
not
measurement?
we're not even at the street
No.
level, right? If you look at the side chat, lunatic, you're way
Lake
above street
level, lake
level.
level. Are we
But
gonna
then
let the
we got into
new
the
side
break. You
chat?
said
No.
we said into
Calm
the
down.
we
We're
got
not
into
talking about lake level. We're not talking about
Is
any
street level a new
all right.
flat Earth
imaginary
measurement?
thing. We're
Into
talking about the same thing we've always been talking about.
yeah, into
That
the break. You
hey,
look at the
we are
distance.
actually taking these measurements from flat. Absolutely.
All right.
Measured.
So
Measurably
oh my
so.
god, we're not doing this
And
again.
so you are conceding, by thus continuing in the conversation, you are conceding that we are now talking in geometric terms that we both understand, and those are very flat,
Are
straight and
squares
narrow
squares,
terms.
right? Like if you're going to find a perpendicular line to a horizontal line, does it need to be vertical?
Oh my god.
The answer is yes. Yeah, and if you're going to find a vertical line in relation to a perpendicular or to a horizontal line, it needs to be perpendicular.
We're doing
Correct?
this. What's this? I mean, look, I know you're doing Bev right now, but like we were just on to the break. You were talking about something else
Not even
entirely.
close. Not
No,
even
no,
close.
no, no. This
No,
is literally the point.
it's like it's just questioning where you even come up with the like that you're going to
So we
come tell
understand
us
what
some
squares are,
measurement.
right?
So
Like
I
if I'm going to
reject
find a
your authority.
vertical line, if I'm going to find a vertical line in relation to a horizontal line, I got to find a 90-degree angle, correct?
You will
But
have
if
a
I'm going to
90
find a
degree angle.
if I'm going to find a horizontal line in relation to a vertical line, I got to find a perpendicular or a 90-degree angle, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so which comes first, the vertical line or the horizontal line? You're saying the horizontal one.
Yeah,
How do we know
I
where the
don't do
horizontal one
Bevisms.
is?
I don't do Bevisms. That's not my game.
Well, it doesn't really matter.
What kind
The
of
point
he's
is
not
that when we're talking about
that's a
vertical and
weak cop
horizontal
out to
lines,
say he's bringing up somebody else that isn't here. That's weak.
Well, no, it's not. Well, it's the idea because what he's trying to say is that you can only have horizontal in reference to perpendicular only in reference to horizontal, and then that for them that horizontal's the plane of the earth,
Well,
right?
so that's
And what's the
despite
point
okay,
of
but
that.
where
engaging with
is the
them?
horizontal? So as a flat earther, if you're are you a flat earther?
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
Okay, so where is the horizontal line? How do we know where the horizontal line is?
You gotta love
Of
their conception.
whatever, of sea level, of zero, of whatever it is. How do we know that? Where do we find that?
Are you a globe earther or a Bevite?
What's that?
Are you a globe earther or a Bevite?
I'm a
Why are you
globe
so
earther, but
concerned
I like
about this
geometry.
other person named
But
Beth?
Wait,
I'm
It's
willing
weird,
to.
dude.
Wait, just into the break. Wait, what did you say?
I'm a globe earther.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, he is actually. That's what's funny. You just dissolve within yourself.
What do you mean?
Maybe
We're
I
talking about
You
entered.
have no epistemology. You have nothing
Wait,
as a
okay. So say
foundation.
what you were going to
You're a
say again.
foundation based on sand. It's written about.
Okay.
Well, usually, whenever I hear people say
Historically,
that
it's written about.
you can only reference vertical in reference to horizontal, I usually hear that from Bevites. So maybe you're going somewhere else with it.
Sure. Okay. So here's a little bit of history about me. I'm a contractor, right? And so if I'm trying to find like a square, and I'm trying to figure out perpendicular lines, right? And that's reasonable for a lot of reasons in construction, right? I would use either a horizontal or a vertical, and then I would try to find a 90-degree angle from that, right? Okay. So it doesn't really matter which one I use. It just matters what my reference point is.
Hey,
right?
you get a plumb bob, like a plumb bob done there. You get a vertical.
Plumb blobs actually work because of gravity, but we can talk about that a little bit.
Gravity? What's that?
What?
I don't know. What's gravity?
It's what you describe when you throw a ball and then it falls back down on the ground, or when you jump and you fall back down on the ground. That's what gravity is.
Oh, you're doing gravity with the lowercase g. What's gravity in the capital G? What's the
Jekyll,
cause of gravity?
You're such a dick.
What's the cause of gravity? I don't know the cause of gravity. I don't think anyone knows the causes of gravity. Nobody knows that. That's not. There's no unified theory of gravity. There's no unified theory of capital G.
The bending and warping of space-time. You don't think it's that?
I do think it's that, but there's a lot of reasons behind that. But
what's the
we don't have
independent
to argue.
variable for the bending and warping of space-time?
If we were going to experiment on it, which we haven't, right? So this is all theoretical. Then the independent variable would be the non-warping of space and time, but we don't really have that observation, so that's kind of a moot point, right? So you being there.
Sorry, you said what? I missed a lot of that there. What did you say?
When you say the warping of space and time, right? We don't have any experiments that show that. There's no.
Oh, okay.
So
it's pseudoscience.
Well, it's a theory. It's a
pseudoscience.
That it seems to explain what's going on. Yeah. You can call it whatever you want. Yeah. Okay.
When you say it's a theory, you mean in the colloquial sense, right? Because if it was scientific, it would be backed up by experimentation.
It's a religious belief, you know?
No. I mean, the theory of relativity, it tends to work out mathematically when we do it in physics.
So it's a mathematical.
What works out? Give me like an example. What's working out?
General and special relativity.
What works out is as you can measure that your wall is
out,
plumb, and then you can actually build it, and your wall is actually plumb if you know how to build.
Well, and we can like, if I threw a ball to my dog, I could predict the arc it's going to make based on the theory of relativity and gravity. But that doesn't mean that I know the cause of that. It just means that I can predict it mathematically based on that theory. That's what I mean.
He could be a very terrible builder. It wouldn't detract from the fact that you do prove that the Earth is flat by simply building.
But I don't even know that I'm proving the Earth is round. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't think I'm doing that. I think that what I'm doing is saying that, like, if we're going to use geometric concepts like horizontal and vertical, then we have to use a reference point, which is kind of what the theory of relativity explains. So I don't know why.
See, the first part of what you said was correct, and the second part you said was like, now we have to use an imaginary thing to dictate like what we actually do in reality is, and see that's
in reality we're using imaginary things, and the question that I would have for any flat earther.
Oh, really?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, the question that I would have for any flat earther is, where is the horizontal? You say water finds its level. I agree with you.
Where's the horizontal? The horizontal is a straight line. It's in nature. Are you?
Yeah, but like, where is zero? Where is zero elevation?
Straight line in nature.
You don't believe like pyrite
Where is
crystals exist?
no, hold on, listen. Where is sea level? How do we figure that out? Where is it?
Well, that's what you were just kind of dancing around. That's really the biggest point that's in contention and has been for years, is whether or not level is a straight line or it has a subtle curve to it. And
Sure. But like we don't even know where it is.
all practical
No,
purposes,
you
being
don't
in
even
building,
know.
I'm also in building and construction. Like
Yeah.
you always consider it to be flat. Like it's everybody's most basic understanding of it. It's not until you start trying to wrap your head around relativity and shit like that, or the globe, that you have to start considering this idea that maybe it's actually a curved line.
Okay, so imagine that I'm building a room. I'm sitting in my garage right now, right? So imagine that I'm building a
Why
room
are you
that's
doing this? Why is it some imagined stuff? No, like, hey, like, we walk to the top of the mountain. Like, why don't you start there?
Yeah, he's an imaginary
Well,
earther.
I'm not an imaginary earther. I mean, you could listen. If I was trying to build this garage,
no,
right?
I
I'm
don't
trying to
want to
build it.
listen to a fairy tale about you walking into the dream you had last night.
Sure. Okay.
What about your
Then I'll ask
dream
you a
made itself
specific pointed question.
manifest as
Where is sea level?
objectively
Is it at the
true
top of the
in
wave? Is it at the
reality?
bottom of the
That
wave,
is
or
my
is it in the
question.
middle?
It's a
In
very simple.
reality, how do we determine? No, there's one question that's gonna make you think for a second. If you just
It's
listen
an
to me for a second.
average. You could do it in either way. You could take the crests of the wave. You could take the valleys. But what they do is they average the two for a mean sea level.
They don't average it; they find the middle of the two, right? Because
That's
waves
what an
are
average is.
negative just as much as they are positive. Correct?
There's three
If
different
we know
ways to
anything
get
about sine
averages:
waves,
mean, median, and mode. Mean, they're all averages. Mean sea level is an average sea level.
yes, yep. And when that raises, does that raise what zero is to humans and how we determine elevation?
Usually it's going to 3,000 meters sea level.
Yeah, in Bolivia.
Yeah. In Bolivia, it's going to 5,000 meters elevation sea level.
Yeah.
Well, no. We pick. So if you're on a construction project, you pick an elevation. You pick one that's like probably the lowest point in your project, and then everything is positive, right after that. But the point, it doesn't really matter. I mean, you pick the lowest possible point. But if you're at
what if you pick the smallest elevation in the middle of continent? Let's say town who is
well, then you have
100
negative
meters.
elevations and positive
No,
elevations
I'm
on your
saying
plan.
I'm saying 100 meter above the sea level.
Sure, you can do that. You can pick whatever you want as long as
In
everyone's
the
on the
middle,
same page. You can pick whatever elevation you want to pick.
Yeah, but the question is this: the sea level, it's 1,000 miles from you.
From me?
From
from
that
Bolivia?
center.
Yeah. No, then you just pick what you want as long as everyone's on the same page that
You
this
pick
is
what you
this
want.
is level 100 or this is level 500. As long as everyone's on the same page, we can build buildings. It's not a big problem. Doesn't matter where we are, as long as we're all communicating on the same plane. It doesn't matter. We could.
No, the one who said, "Are you trying to say if the nearest sea is 1,000 miles, his sea level is going to be different?"
No, I'm saying there is a drop there.
Ironic that the
obviously a
guy
drop.
that's
Yeah,
trying to argue for the globe
from
says that in
100 to
order
sea
to build.
level, yeah, there's a 100-foot drop. Yeah, exactly.
Ironic that the guy who's trying to argue for the globe says that in order to build, that we have to be on the same plane.
Yeah, we obviously do. Of course we do. That's what I was trying to say earlier when I was like, if I'm trying to build a garage, I got to be level with whatever point I'm level with. Normally we pick the high point when we're building because we want to be level with the high point because making things lower into the ground is a lot harder than it is to raise them up a little bit. But I mean, it doesn't really matter what you pick as long as everyone's on the same page. Then yeah, the plane is the plane, whether it's 0 or 100 or 1,500. I used to build in like Denver, Colorado.
Why plane doesn't curve?
Flat planes don't curve, of course. Yeah, I mean they do They do if you invoke like Euclidean geometry over a massive amount of distance. If we believe that it's curved, but if we don't believe it's curved, then yeah, flat planes don't curve. Yeah,
Should we believe
absolutely.
or should we know?
What the hell did
Should
you
we
just say,
what?
homie?
Can we know or should we believe? If flat surface is flat, we should believe or we can know that flat surface is flat.
We know that flat planes are flat locally. Yes, absolutely, and we should
Locally,
both know that and believe
What
it.
does that mean, dude? That's like double speak right there.
How much locally
What do you mean?
flat surface? How much locally it's flat surface?
Like when we're building something? I mean, what do you mean? How much locally? After a certain point, flat
Okay,
doesn't mean the same thing. Our perspective
okay.
changes. Things kind of fall away from us. When we're at sea level and we're looking out at the sea,
Did you hear
then the
for that
ship disappears
American?
behind the horizon at the bottom first. And if you're in a ship, then the horizon shows up at the top first. We know that. You just look at it.
Geometrically speaking, the definition of a plane is infinitely flat, not locally, infinitely.
And if I may
No,
add,
that's true. And whatever plane I build my building on is infinitely flat out into space. The question is whether or not the distance from that plane to the Earth increases over 200 miles or 50 miles or 75 miles or not, right? And if the Earth was flat, then the answer would be it does not increase, but the vertical distance, the actual perpendicular vertical distance, would not increase if the Earth is flat over 200 miles, where if the Earth is round over 200 miles, the vertical distance from that infinite plane, which is infinite, and I agree with you, would increase.
And this would be from a tangent point if it was on a globe, yeah.
Well, at
Yes,
what
yeah, it would
point
be tangent.
did they prove that flat plane that we use locally curves? At what point did they prove that in history?
No, nobody did. That's my point. Is that literally nothing about globe earthers or flat earthers is in disagreement here about flat planes being infinite. Flat planes are infinite. They are.
I mean,
geometrically speaking, anyway.
Geometrically, yeah, of course, yeah. Like it doesn't matter. The question is whether the vertical distance to the surface of the Earth changes the farther you go out. That's the question.
Geometrically speaking, can sphere have the flat surface?
Locally.
Yeah, locally.
Locally.
It can have the flat surface. You're telling me?
Yeah, it can appear locally flat. Local linearity.
It can appear maybe, but it cannot be flat.
Yeah. I never said is flat. I said appear locally.
Right. Well, I mean, I think what we're arguing is like
you said
infinitely
it can have the flat surface.
The flat surface for all intents and purposes. Yeah.
It can appear. It cannot be.
Geometrically, there's nothing wrong with flat Earth geometrically.
Would you consider a 2x4, like a surface on a 2x4? Would you consider that flat?
Oh, this stupid argument again.
Yeah.
Because I bet it has more.
The answer is yes. I mean, hold on, I'm a round earther,
no,
and the answer is yes. I'm just saying that like
what do you even think a 2x4 is? Because actually, if you go digress, your measurements are all wrong.
Yeah, most
we
of them
call
are
it a 2x4 just by shorthand.
1.5 by 3.5. Okay, we all know what studs are, man. The point of the matter is that a geometric explanation of the world, if you look at a plane as it goes infinitely in one direction, if it goes, I understand, but we do have a we do. Yes, people do.
No,
I'm a round earther.
What are you talking about?
I'm a round earther. Geometrically, we have infinite planes. Yes.
Between elevations on a daily basis.
I'm looking at elevation. Yes, I agree.
There's
But that
no
doesn't mean that
surprise.
geometrically we don't have flat planes that go on for infinity. That is geometrically what is occurring.
We don't have that in reality. That's only a mathematical
at the end of the rainbow.
No, I said mathematically and geometrically. Yeah, of course. The flat Earth has no issues with geometry or mathematics. There's nothing that any flat earther will ever say that is going to have issues with mathematics or geometry. There's just not.
Except when we see that the Earth is flat continuously, always negating such beliefs that there would be such absurd
You
thing as you
don't
live on the
see
side of
that.
a spinning water ball in a thermodynamics violation. Yeah, I'll
Okay,
He
accept
well,
for
said he
that. I
said that
agree.
you
he
don't
Accept for
said
see
that
that.
that.
flat
You think
won't have
that,
issues
but
with
you don't see
geometry.
it.
Yeah.
I'm streaming right now. If one of you flirts,
The geometry is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with the geometry.
You live in a
There's nothing wrong
clown
with the
world of
mathematics.
your own design.
Hey,
You,
CW.
What do you
whatever you
mean?
did in your life that you're so upset about that you need to have this to justify it, good for you.
CW,
Yeah,
let me ask you a question. Can I ask a
Go
question?
ahead.
CW, is if I put water in a bathtub, I fill the bathtub, right?
Yeah.
Is the surface of that bathtub flat?
No.
No.
Is the bathtub flat? I have no idea.
The surface of the water in the bathtub. Excuse me.
Oh, the surface of the water? Calm surface of the water? Yeah, water finds level. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it seems like you have a bit of a problem with that within your own paradigm, because according to Scott Mackey here, for correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, but according to Scott, there's a 4 nanometer.
45.
What? Which one?
45.
45 nanometer hump of water in the middle of that bathtub. Would you agree to that?
Well, I wouldn't. I would ask him to do the math again. That's not true.
That's pretty flat. Thank you
You can
for
do the
doing
math
that
yourself. It's
hump.
true.
That measurement
No.
from horizontal, that elevation above the horizontal,
Yeah, you guys take the elevation of
154th of
horizontal
it.
plus
Good
6
job.
feet as the observer, and then you act like it's the measurement of horizontal
Yeah,
from any
exactly.
point in the earth, but it's
Exactly. He
not.
proved that the Earth
You're
is
adding 6
flat
feet. You're
because
adding
he
6 feet to the
measured.
trigonometry, and it makes it way less curvature than you guys say it is.
Where we get
No,
that from, TV? Where
precisely
we
by
get
measurement. It is all linear by measurement. Yeah, precisely.
that from,
This
CV?
deviation is just something that he's imagined in his mind. But by accuracy and by all accurate accounts of reality, you just actually do and say as you're told.
Yep. So can somebody watch my stream? Flurf, can they watch my stream?
Okay, you have okay, I'm looking at it right now. He's got a pretend ball. He's pretending like we don't understand geometry. And
If you
he's
don't
trying to say that
understand
he
geometry, then
sees
look at my stream.
horizontal as he's
He's not
standing
even
on the
watching your
side of a
stream.
thermodynamic violation ball
Not really
spinning
speaking directly
backwards.
to what anybody's
He's a
talking about
clown.
right now, man.
Right. So
Yeah,
Earth distance
if you
calculator.
want to
If I look
watch
at like
his
1
clown
foot
world,
from a 0.5 foot eyesight level, the distance to the horizon is 0.0866 miles. Hold on, let's just do feet. We're gonna do 0 feet. The answer is 0. Part of the object is skirt. So I mean, we got to get to some absurd level of calculation before your curvature of your bathtub is going to start affecting the way that you see your bathtub. It's just not going to happen. It's very small.
Yeah, that's why we go to outside on the beach.
Yeah, we can go to outside on the beach, and then we have ships sailing over the horizon where the bottom disappears first, and then you could be on a boat and sail towards the horizon.
Why they are disappearing bottom up?
Why is it disappearing bottom up? Because the Earth is curved after a while.
In which distance that's happening when ship is going from the beach to the horizon?
Bolivian, can you explain to me why? Does
No,
this
I'm
look like?
asking. He said, "Can we continue with this conversation?" He said that
It's useless.
the ships disappearing bottom up because of curvature. I asked him on which distance is that happening.
Well, yeah, I got a flat earther watching my stream, so I want to ask him if this is a 90-degree angle from this line to this line.
Man, are you showing some diagram on the stream somewhere in computer?
I am showing something on my stream.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you show something in reality without drawings in computer,
Oh
please?
my god.
Oh my gosh, man, you are showing something.
I mean, like,
I can
why,
show you.
were you
I can
asking
draw
me
you.
a question?
For example, if I draw you a line on computer, straight line down, I can say, look at this straight line, and I will say, okay, Earth is flat. Did you see how I draw the straight line?
That's fine. You could say that, and just the same way I can do this. Watch very closely, Bolivian.
I'm not Bolivian. I'm Croatian. Then.
Bolivian.
Look at this. This is crazy, man.
Do you understand?
It's a
Do you understand?
90-degree angle
Hey,
on a
man, do you
freaking
understand?
sphere, dude.
Do you understand?
What
I'm
the
not
hell?
Bolivian. I'm not Bolivian. I'm Croatian.
All right, so
Hai capito?
Bolivian.
No, io non sono un boliviano, io sono un croato. Hai capito quello?
Yeah, you're Bolivian.
It's 4.4
no,
kilometers away is where the horizon is, and you can just calculate
Can you tell me
that.
something? Who wrote that about 6 foot? You see 3.5 miles. Who wrote that?
No capito a Boliviano.
Yeah, who wrote all? Who wrote?
I don't know. I don't know who
just
you're
try to have
referring to. Wait, hold on. I mean, I'm just. I mean, you're.
Could you try to
No.
have one conversation at a time? Is that possible?
Can you shut him up? That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like, he's actually giving you a benefit of the doubt, giving you a lot of information, and you could listen to him, but you're choosing not to because you have something else. But it's like, if you want to know about what is the
Okay, well, we had the ship's
naval.
curvature thing. He wanted proof for the curvature part that he said ships go over the horizon, all that. Then we got, hey, look, this curve looks like it's basically flat if you zoom right in on it. Like, I mean, how many different tangents are we going to be on? Like, let's just stick to one at a time, get to the end of it, then the next one.
Tangents is a good word.
I was gonna say that's a good
good word.
Pun intended, I guess.
No capito tangito.
Well,
They precisely they don't know what a tangent is.
Maybe because the level in English means something else, or elevation is something, or proof or evidence is different in the English language. Maybe because of that.
No, elevation is the same between.
Is
our
it proven
languages.
evidence different? Maybe in English language. Is that correct?
Are you just going to argue semantics about the word level?
No, if you
I don't know. Maybe I need to learn English to find out.
Level. Okay, level with a plane is always going to be geometrically. Hold on. Level with a plane is always going to be geometrically level with a plane. It's always going to be that.
Maybe it's English important for geometry. I don't know.
Geometry isn't the problem between flat earthers and round earthers.
Oh, it is a problem because
you is the problem.
Because you're saying
there is. You have to acknowledge it.
You're saying
geometry is not the problem.
How do you not think that geometry is not the problem of geometry? A problem that only geometry can resolve.
How do all of you lose the plot this quickly? He wanted to challenge him on his curve claim, and now we're here.
I don't even know what we're talking about anymore. I was trying to answer questions.
Let's just start again. Start again.
Start again. Week and having nothing. So then now we're on another.
Yeah. Start again. What did Bolivian? What was Bolivian's question? What was Bolivian's question? Let's start again.
Yeah, Jackal. If you cross the La Manche, maybe we'll see the Europe. But stay in Britain. Stay in Britain, British boy, because it's so nice to stay there. You can see the world. Can I finish with this? Only
what was
a
your
little bit,
independent variable, Bolivian?
So what was the actual question? Like, what were you trying to ask?
Independent variable is this: there is the geometry, there is a sphere, there is the size of the sphere. If you have all that variables, then you can measure the size of the sphere. If you have a basketball, 2 foot, you can measure the radius. You cut the maybe the basketball. You cannot cut the basketball.
Was it you who asked about the boats going over the horizon? Was it you, or was it?
I thought that was what we were talking about. Now we're talking about basketball. Yeah.
All right, let's just Who was asking about boats going over the horizon? Who did that?
Talk about boats going over the horizon. You just said
I was asking
it right now.
which distance is that happening? I was asking.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, it's like 4.5 kilometers.
Are there disappearing?
Why are you pretending like it didn't even happen?
Are there disappearing 20 miles, 30 miles, 100 miles, when they are disappearing.
4.5 kilometers is when we start to see things disappear over the horizon.
Oh, really? Why would they have observation with 1 foot observer height? It's nothing disappearing 18 kilometers.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry because
why we have observation with 1 foot? Why we have observation with 1 foot observer height and nothing is obscured for 18 kilometers?
We don't have that.
We have that.
What do you mean we have that? Okay, then yeah, prove that. Go ahead and prove it. That's not real.
That's not real.
Someone who's 1 foot. Someone who's 1 foot is not going to see something 200 miles away.
I'm telling you, there is observation. I'm not saying
there are
about
people, light refraction, about like the tops of buildings and stuff.
I'm not telling you there are people who are 1 foot height. I'm telling you that the video camera was on 1 foot height.
Well, no, if you just have a Bolivian.
And what did the video camera see at 1 foot height?
And a video camera showed the water, in this case surface, behind some objects in distance.
Okay, so behind. So you're talking about light refraction?
No, I'm not talking about refraction. I'm talking about surface, about water. It's on the 10 miles, and you see that water.
Okay.
So you have this like 1 foot.
You don't see water at 10 miles, do you?
You see the water on 10 miles. Yeah.
Okay.
Have you not been presented the Black Swan before? That's what he's referring to.
I'm not. I haven't been presented the Black Swan. The Black Swan is like a fallacy thing. I have no idea what you're saying.
No, it's not a fallacy. Well, it is a fallacy.
Black Swan fallacy is definitely a fallacy.
Black Swan fallacy.
I'm just saying that's like my interaction with that. I don't know what you're referring to.
Look in the chat. Flatsy Klein posted it. Okay, so these are two oil rigs that are off the coast of Santa Barbara.
Yeah, one looks a little bit more obscured than the other. Wouldn't that prove curvature?
What?
Where's the horizon? Where's the horizon in that picture?
At the blue part, the refraction is a little bit of gray.
Not talking about refraction. Where's the horizon?
At the blue part, the gray part you see is refraction.
Well, yeah, they won't show you the unedited version of the Black
Are you
Swan.
saying that is refraction? It's not the water.
Well, this isn't an edited.
No, it's not actually the water, but it is.
Are you saying that behind the second oil rig is not the real water? You're saying?
It's not real water. Yeah, no, it's.
That made literally no sense, dude. How can it not be real water if it's water, bro?
Well, it's definitely real water. It's just what you're seeing versus what is real.
And what you see. If you see
what do you mean? What is real?
You see how the further away oil rig is sticking out less from the water than the closer one.
When it comes to refraction, it is.
Is the oil rig just shorter off the? Wait, hold on. Has anyone looked this up? Has Platform Hill House and Platform Habitat is Platform Habitat a few feet shorter than Platform Hill House?
Actually, the closer one is taller in real life, but not by much. I looked them up. I could actually find that.
Okay, but like how much? Is it a few feet? Because that's what
I think one of them's like 95 feet tall, and the other one's like 105 feet tall, or something like that.
Okay, so you got 10 feet, and you're looking at something that's 3 miles away, and it looks like it's obscured by the horizon, or what you can see, right? The horizon. You guys believe the horizon. You guys believe the horizon is where I think the sky starts, but what I believe the horizon is what you can see. Seems like Platform Habitat is.
Can you define horizon, please? Can you define horizon, please?
Visible horizon or actual horizon?
There's only one horizon.
There's only one horizon.
Oh, is there? Okay. Yeah. Good claim.
You forgot the Hail Mary horizon, though.
No. I mean, just go ahead and prove that.
Can you
Are
tell
they
me?
the same? Is visible
I want to
horizon
know this. I want to know
and
only
actual
one.
horizon the same thing? And how do you know?
Can you tell me this thing? Is it horizon something what is made by surface and the sky, or something like a phenomena in the sky?
Oh my goodness, listen, dude. Okay, let's be clear.
Yeah, I mean,
Hold on, no,
I don't really know how to
you're
answer
not,
that
no,
question,
no,
but
no, no.
the question I have is, how do you know that apparent horizon and physical horizon are the same thing? How do
Okay,
you know
okay, listen up, Holmes. That is
that?
not anybody's claim, bro, except Globers. Globers are the only people claiming a physical curved edge horizon and an optical horizon in a different location from the physical. Why would a
Sure.
flat Earth
Yeah.
have to prove that's different? You have to prove that that's the same.
I'm saying it's not the same. Why would I have to prove that it is the same? That makes You're asking me to prove counter to my claim? That doesn't make any sense with burden of proof or
No,
anything.
you have to prove that they both exist, dude.
Well, I mean, you can see it in this picture. What do you mean I
No,
have to
no, no,
prove?
no, 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 dude, no. Not seeing the
There's only one
bottom of
horizon that you
something,
can ever see.
yeah, not seeing the bottom of something isn't the same as seeing a geometric Earth curve edge.
Well, just not understanding light refraction doesn't mean that you don't see light refraction.
Okay, so one more time. Rather than prove to me that it's a geometric Earth curve edge, you just talked about light refraction. Good dodge.
Prove to you that it's, I mean, platform habitat in this picture, we're looking at the same picture, right? Platform habitat has less sticking up out of the water than platform hill house. However, if you measure from the mean water level to platform habitat's platform, you would understand that they're the same. They actually are the same, and so it looks shorter, and that would to me imply that platform habitat is farther away and curving away from us because it seems lower from the picture.
Well, as I've said, in reality, the one that's farther is a little bit shorter, but not by it wouldn't be significant. It's about maybe 10, 20 feet shorter than
From
the
6 to
closest.
9 miles, what would that say? What would that say based on the whatever fucking curvature you guys use? What would that mean? It would mean that like half of the platform is fucking obscured based on the curvature. That's what that would mean. If you're talking about 6 to 9 miles, a little bit over 3 miles.
6
Platform
miles would
habitat
be
should be completely obscured based on the curvature that you
None of
guys
it
are
is
saying.
none of it is obscured by any. The horizon is clearly behind the second rig. Okay, like
I don't
that's
care.
where
I
the
don't care what the
horizon.
horizon is. Look at the miles, and then tell me the curvature, and then tell me what height the platforms are above the mean sea level, and then
It's
tell
your
me that
fatal
that's an
error.
accurate
Not
picture.
caring where the horizon is was your fatal error there. You should revisit all that.
Okay, thank you for that. Go ahead and explain to me how within 3.2 miles, platform habitat seems to have shrunk at least 20 or 30 feet.
It's not our problem because if you want to attribute it to Earth curve, that would have started at 1.2 and it would have started in front of the rigs in any case if it's actually blocking either of them. But that's the horizon, which is behind them. So
It doesn't start in
can't be
front of the
that.
rigs because you don't understand trigonometry, which is
dude.
where you look at stuff has to do with where your observer eye is. And then
That's what he just
triangles
told you, dude.
actually only start measuring curvature once they hit the fucking horizon. And you know that.
Right. He
If
told
you
you the
understand triangles.
horizon. Okay, listen up, friend. He told you the horizon is at 1.2 miles from that observer
No,
height.
he's telling me the horizon is infinite and the Earth is
No.
flat.
Oh my god, dude. He told you, based on your model of the globe Earth circumference and
Yeah.
radius, that from that observer height, the horizon would be at 1.2 miles.
Right.
Geometrically speaking, what you said is not the problem between globe and flat Earth. This is
So
we're
between the
highlighting exactly where
6.21 and the 9.41 miles, and you see that the 9.41 miles is observably shorter or lower than the 6.21 miles, and you're saying there's no curvature because if I'm an observer and the horizon is infinite because it's a flat Earth, that wouldn't be the case. Wait, what? I'm having
Nobody
trouble.
said those words but you. Nobody here
Okay,
from the
well,
flat side said the horizon would be infinite or any of that stuff. We said that the
why
horizon
wouldn't the
would be
horizon be infinite on a flat Earth?
okay, but
Explain to
that's
me
not
that.
the claim, dude. We're
No,
telling
no.
you.
Well, explain what you mean. In your
I already
model,
did.
wouldn't the horizon be infinite?
I'm not positing a model. We're dealing with yours, where the horizon would be at 1.2.
No, I don't want to deal with mine. I want to deal with yours. Wouldn't your horizon be infinite?
Christ,
You posted a picture. Wait, you posted a picture that proves your model wrong, and you don't want to deal with your model now?
Never
all
claimed
of
a
a sudden?
model, so that's not even possible. So the horizon on a globe Earth would be at 1.2, and curvature would manifest as the horizon, which would be the thing actually blocking the rigs. But since it's behind the rigs, curvature cannot be blocking them or cutting them off from the bottom up.
I totally agree with you. Now, give me an alternate
So with that
hypothesis.
said,
Yeah, no, you're right. You're 100%
the
right.
bottoms
Yeah,
of the
no,
rigs or
so
any
the
of that
Earth is
stuff
flat.
is not
Now,
is
where's
not
the
our
horizon
is
at?
not
Is it
our
infinite?
problem, dude. It's not our problem.
Well, wait, you're a flat earther, so you have a model, don't you? I agree with
Yeah,
you.
bro,
Now,
bro,
can you
bro, bro,
explain your
bro.
model to me?
Why are you so disingenuous, dude? You not 2
No, I
seconds
agree.
ago, you
I'm
basically
not being
said
disingenuous.
the
I'm
umbrella
asking him
term
for
for all of
his.
these geometry. Hey, shut up, dude. Okay, thanks.
Wait, are you just
So,
trying to tell us globe earthers that we're wrong and you don't have any defense?
all right, dude. You got to stop talking to let other people talk, Holmes. Okay, it's okay to interrupt a little bit, but then you got to yield. For goodness sakes, you can't be talking straight through each other. All I'm saying is not like 30 seconds ago. Your idea for why the geometry isn't representing itself the way it's representing itself is optical effects. And then when you're shown that the geometry wouldn't even satisfy the conditions, then you're like, well, what's an alternative explanation for why I can't see something? Well, maybe it never struck you that the reason you can't see things is because of optical effects, maybe? When you just used them like three sentences before? I mean, good grief, dude. Do you have any self-awareness? All right, hold on. Let me unmute since you got to be able to talk to respond.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. It could be optical illusions. That's fine. In a flat Earth, no, it's fine.
No,
Let me just say that I'm fucking completely wrong about this picture. I don't believe this, but let me just say that, and let me move forward in the conversation. Now we can sit here and mentally masturbate about who thinks who's right and what do we think about light refraction and blah blah blah. That doesn't really move the conversation forward. So let's move it forward, right? So my question now, because I'm wrong, globe is wrong. It's definitely a flat Earth. What is the model of flat Earth that explains that picture? Can you explain that to me?
Oh my goodness, dude. So what's your claim that if you can't see the bottom of something, it must be a globe and only a globe, and if you can see something, you shouldn't see it
claim.
geometrically?
No.
I could care less. Could care less.
I need you to listen carefully. It's not my claim. I've already accepted the flat Earth.
We don't have a model.
For the sake of this conversation, I've accepted it.
Dude, we know. We understand.
Of flat Earth? Do you have a model of flat Earth that explains
this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Listen,
it's very simple.
Yeah, we could.
It's called optical effects. That'd be good grief, dude.
And if you really want to know,
optical effects can explain maybe the horizon being seen past the one, but like the fact that one is shorter than the other. Do we have any explanation for that?
So optical effects can displace the horizon, but they can't make something appear shorter than something else. Good grief, dude.
Like I said, falsification is independent of replacement. We have disproven the ball Earth by the predicted horizon not being where it's supposed to be. It's way further, by orders of magnitude, further away than the predicted.
Sure, and I'll go ahead and just, instead of arguing with that point, I won't argue with that point. I'll just accept it, and then I'll go, hey, you posted a picture about two oil rigs. right? And there seems to be some, to me, to what I call light refraction. There seems to be horizon beyond that oil rig, but the oil rig seems shorter than the other oil rig. That they're approximately the same height, but
Right.
one is further away.
You want that point addressed right away because you keep bringing it up. So perspective alone like causes things to appear smaller in angular size as they are farther from you, correct?
No, obviously
Okay,
not. Yeah.
there's part of your problem.
Well, I mean, we have an argument about geometry all of a sudden again, but I thought we got past the geometry argument.
What?
So things that are farther away from you don't get smaller in size, in angular size?
Yeah. From your perspective, sure.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Holy
You
crap!
said no.
No, Lou. What you said to him that he heard you say is objects as they get farther away from you actually shrink.
Yeah.
No. Not in perspective elevation though. Elevation and size are different, right? We agree with that.
Angular
Are you kidding me,
planes and our perspective size of something don't change.
Holy crap, dude! Hold on a second, dude. Hold on. I'm literally on a street right now.
Okay.
Every single one of these street lights is shorter to the ground. Apparently, the further it goes away from me, dude. What crack you smoking?
But
homie?
if we took a snapshot of it, it would all be in one line, one perspective line. Right?
Holy dude.
Well, like the one
Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself for a second. The rig appears shorter, and it's further away. Guess what? That telephone pole appears shorter, and guess what? It's further away. How could that
It
possibly
appears
happen?
shorter at the top. No, wait, hold on. It appears shorter at the top, and I agree with you, but it also appears shorter at the bottom, which is kind of the point that I'm making. It's not the top. It's not like, oh wow, that's a little bit smaller because it's farther away. I mean,
so you
we all
can't
understand that.
All right, so let me ask you this question. So you can't fathom.
Do you think the bottom? Do you
how
think
it's
the horizon
possible?
changes?
Yeah, dude, you can't fathom how it's possible that you couldn't see the bottom of something. Is that your problem?
No, I'm saying if the bottom gets shorter, then it's farther away is a more difficult problem than the top gets shorter and it's farther away. Yeah, I agree. If I'm looking at a human and I'm looking at a human 5 feet away from me and I'm looking at another human 100 feet away from me, yeah, the top gets shorter, but I still see their feet, right?
Take a real close look at that picture. You can see where the rig touches the water. You see all of the rig. But it does appear squished a little bit, right? Sunken, stooped. What it's like
no.
There may be a little bit of a
You
refraction.
can't see where the rig touches the water. That's my point.
Yes,
you can't see that. No, you can't. You can get up closer to it and see that. There are pictures of the rig closer that show that there's a lot more distance between the platform and the ocean than what is shown in that picture.
There's an unedited image. There's an unedited image that shows. Hold on, I'll send it in the side chat. This is the Black Swan that they always post is an edited image that they just fall for all the time.
Yeah.
It's color contrast adjusted to point out the horizon.
No, it's color contrasted to make the horizon.
No.
Well, we're talking about light refraction, and light refraction just isn't going to get through to these.
Yeah, here we go. Here's the original image. Look.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
They had they basically had to Photoshop in the horizon in a way. They basically
I know.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter what the horizon is. It matters that the thing further away from us looks shorter from the bottom, not the top. It doesn't look shorter just because the top is shrunk.
You can see it's obscured more, the one that's further away.
Pretty sure that picture you posted was from a different
obscured more.
Wait,
hold on. If you look at someone 10 feet away and you look at someone 100 feet away, would you be like, wow, that person 100 feet away is obscured more? Yeah, of course.
But no, you can actually like
that horizon was not photoshopped, guys. Absolutely not photoshopped in there. That's
How do you know
lie.
that? Why?
That's
this is
a
that's
lie.
You can watch the original video.
Yeah,
Dude,
I got this from the original video.
Yeah,
You
so
haven't
did
even
I.
seen the original video.
So did I, and all I did was increase. Yes, I have. Everybody here has. So
All
we
you
just
did was
the
increase
contrast
the
of it.
saturation and make it seem like there's a horizon beyond it. It doesn't even matter
No.
because it
It's just
doesn't
highlighting the
even
horizon
matter.
that's beyond it
Even
by
if you were
increasing the
right,
contrast.
if you were right, and the horizon is where it is, and the platforms are as big as they are, and
It's not in front of them, is it? It's not anywhere else. So where is the horizon in that? It's just not
No,
there.
it doesn't even fucking matter. No, even if you were right and you measured that, does it meet flat Earth criteria? The answer is no, it doesn't.
Sure.
Flat
why
Earth
not?
says that the Earth is flat. It does not meet that. It still says the Earth
Where's
is
the
curved.
indication
It
of
just says
curve?
it's less curved than you want it to be. But
No, there's no.
that's the only thing that it could possibly.
Okay, I'm tired of listening to you babble, dude. Where's the specific indication of curve from that picture? What? How did you get that?
Is it a straw man? Is that purposely supposed to be a straw man, or is that?
That's what he said. He said it's still curved. It's just less curved than it was supposed to be. Who said that? How did he get that?
Thing is
The whole
more
point of that
absurd
image
than the
is always
closer thing, even
to falsify your globe.
You guys are so funny.
We're not detecting a curve. That's the entire point. The curve would have placed the horizon at 1.2. Obviously, it's well beyond that, so there's no indication of curve. I don't know why he's saying, oh, there still is one. It's just a smaller one.
there definitely is one. It's just a smaller one. I mean, how would you take that picture and say that there's no curve? How
would
doing
you take
that?
it and say that there is what I'm asking you.
Because there's obviously a curve in the picture.
How is that obvious?
Because the farther thing is shorter and more obscured by the apparent horizon than the closer one.
The horizon is
It's
behind
obscured.
it.
It's obscured by a horizon that's behind it. How does something behind something obscure it?
Are you saying that things being farther away, being shorter, means that they are exactly the same height as they are, or do you think that
At
it might
all.
appear shorter?
Not even close. Not even close. I'm asking you how something appearing behind the rig obscures it as if it were in front of it.
It's not actually the horizon is the answer, but the point is that even if it was the horizon, that to me at least proves a really curvy Earth that goes up and down. Because you got something in the midground that's like a little bit down, and then you got
it's just fucking psychobabble. It's not even worth responding to.
Maybe we're like on a hemisphere Earth, but it's like still kind of flat at the bottom.
It's curvy. It goes up and down. I mean, I don't even want to ask what he means.
It's a really curvy. That's what that
is. It's extra curvy. It goes one way and then it goes the other way really
Dude,
hard.
it's literally what I asked you. It's literally what I asked you earlier. I asked you, are you not capable of fathoming any explanation whatsoever, except for a big Earth curve of why you can't see the bottom of something?
Right, like
no. I mean, I'm literally being the most charitable person that's probably joined the chat in
not at all.
I don't know how long.
Have you not met me?
I've met you.
Who cares, dude? I could care less how charitable you are. How about you just answer the question, dude?
I'm doing that. How am I not doing that?
Dude, it's very simple. So when I say you can't think of any way something could be unseen except for the fact of an Earth curve, your answer is either going to be yes or no. I mean, it's really not that complicated.
No, I can think of other things that could be an example of what is going on other than curvature of the Earth.
Oh, okay. So then what would that category fall under? If it's not geometry necessarily, then what would it fall under? What other category could there be when it comes to looking at things?
It would fall under things that I observe that I decide do not meet the criteria of geometry, which are very few things.
Like what?
Like what?
Yeah, like what?
Like what meets geometry but doesn't meet gravity? I don't have an example.
Holy crap, dude. Okay, listen, dude, if you see something
You said you could think of things that would explain it that wouldn't fit under your geometry. So what could you think of?
Oh my goodness. It's like pulling
What
teeth,
can I
huh?
think of that doesn't fit geometry?
That would explain
Nothing.
this image.
No, nothing.
You said.
Absolutely nothing. That doesn't mean that there's nothing that exists. It just means that I can't think of anything
You said that you
No,
could.
dude,
that
it's
doesn't
just,
meet the geometry.
no, it's just you have a myopic worldview, dude. So, for example,
What do you
you
mean
think
myopic
what
worldview? What is wrong with you?
you believe that wonkily donkily light is the rescuing device for the failure of geometry to present itself as accurately and always be superseded by
Cool.
observations, right?
Thanks for telling me what I
However,
believe. Yeah.
yeah, you do. You literally said it multiple times.
Okay.
So unless you were
Yeah,
lying to
that's
us, I
one.
just took you at your word. The point is that you believe in wonky donkily light can save everything in your worldview, but if something doesn't appear where you think it should in somebody else's worldview, all of a sudden they can't use that same device? I mean, get real.
You believe that wonkily donkily God can explain everything in your worldview, but as soon as
Oh, here
someone
it
says
comes.
that it can't, then you don't agree.
What?
Red herring.
Are you
Welcome,
retarded, dude? Think
welcome to
about this. Think about how
atheism.
dumb. Think about no, dude. Think about how dumb what you said is. I said
No, it wasn't dumb at
that
all.
you believe in something, but you won't let us
Yeah.
have it in our worldview. You say you believe in God, but I won't let you have it in your worldview. Yes, I will.
I didn't
Are
say I
you
wouldn't
dumb?
let you have it, and no one said that
Oh
anyone
my
wouldn't let
goodness,
anyone
dude.
else have it. Wait, did you just come up with
Okay,
a
okay,
random non sequitur?
dude. Dude, you're the
Wonkily
one. You're the
donkily
one who
God
said,
comes up with wonkily donkily non sequiturs that
yeah, dude. That's what
have
you
nothing
said.
to do with what was said at all.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
God has
okay,
nothing to
cool.
do with this topic at the moment, dude.
This dude's not ready to have this conversation. If he's really interested, he'd be able to listen, but he can't hear anything that he's been told. He's
I can
asking questions and he's
no.
unable to see the answers.
Yeah, the alcohol, but the alcohol bubbles are too much in his inner ear bones.
You guys are cute. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, dude. The worst problem is tomorrow you'll think you actually had a good conversation and gave it a good college try, and pat yourself on the back for participating.
Not really. Not entirely. I don't really care about my conversation with you. I don't even know who you are.
No, dude, I didn't show up to where you are. You showed up here.
That
Somehow
was
you're not
another bad argument.
Wow, okay. So you didn't show up where I am? It sounds like you
Yeah.
did. But okay.
Somehow you are
No, what
here.
I'm saying is you showed up to this room to talk about flat Earth, right? Or did you
Yeah,
just stumble in
we were
accidentally?
doing just fine until you
They
decided to be a fucking asshole. But yeah,
they
we were
they,
doing good.
for, they forced him. Yeah.
Oh my
They,
goodness, dude.
they
Dude,
forced him to come
all,
here.
all, yeah, but look, all we said to you is you use optical effects as your rescuing device for anything that doesn't fit the geometry in an observation. And then when you talk to flat earthers, you tell flat earthers, okay, you took this from me, now you can't have it either. So it's like, what is it? Can we neither have it or can we both have it? Which one? You're like, maybe there's an optical phenomenon, right, that makes it so you can't see something in your field of view. Is that possible, at least categorically? You believe that. You believe that refraction can decide what you see and can't see, right? I'm just wondering why it's okay for you to appeal to optical effects, but not other people. You literally mocked us because we don't understand refraction, quote unquote. But I do understand refraction. Refraction is your salvation.
In
That's what
fact,
it is.
I'd put money on it that just about every flat earther in here knows refraction better than he does.
How something could be salvation what we was claiming in the first place?
I don't care, man. Dude, you literally show somebody something from 10,000 miles away, and you know what they'll say? I can't see the very bottom. Must be a curve in the way there.
Yeah. Because that 10,000 miles is locally flat.
Yeah. The local horizon blocks the 10,000 mile away mountain from being able to see the bottom, even though I can see the other 95%.
Not that it matters, not that he's listening, but I've been wanting to throw in there too about that Black Swan image. So in the video, for the record, there's two islands in the background behind, like further on beyond both rigs, that are approximately 30 miles away. That's a more accurate representation of where we're seeing the horizon. Not 1.2 miles, not 10 miles, more like 30 miles.
Interesting. So if the Earth was a quote-unquote globe and the horizon was at 1.2 miles, how could you see those islands 30 miles away, man?
Great question. And it's especially interesting because you can see those islands before he even zooms the camera in. So, like, it doesn't even take any zooming effect to get to seeing them. And they're not very tall either. When you go on, it appears that you're seeing all of those islands. Like, you might be missing a few feet at the bottom, and that's about it.
Oh, one more question. Before he zooms in, can you see the oil rigs?
No, they're not there. Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting. So his camera must be a globe.
Because he can see the larger object before the smaller one?
No, because
No,
he
you
can't see the smaller
everything
one.
all at
No, dude. It's because listen, the whole idea of this quote unquote proof that this guy is saying about a globe is I can't see something. So what I'm saying is when you're zoomed out, you can't see the boats. When you're zoomed in, you can. So when you can't see them, it must be a globe. That's the only reason you can't see things. Think about it, dude. This homeboy says, I see curvature. Other homeboy asks him, hey, where's the curvature of the picture? His answer is, I don't see the bottom of that thing.
So
that's not the same as seeing curvature.
So, if you think it's curved, when you zoom in, you don't expect to see the oil rigs at all, right?
What?
I believe you would expect to see some of them, but not.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, most of it would be cut off. Yeah.
Yeah, about 10 feet for the first one. I think about 30 feet for the second. You'd still see the rest of it.
No, 60 feet.
9 point.
For the
Yeah.
second one.
Yeah, it's like 60 feet out of like a 100-foot tall thing.
Oh. No. What is that? 9 miles away, 1 meter high?
No, 1 foot high.
Is it 1 foot? Oh, 1 foot. Okay.
Yeah, 1 foot.
Okay.
Now we know it's 1 foot because he literally puts the camera down to the lapping water.
And it is being obscured more than the other one.
No, it's not obscure. That's the problem.
The
water is behind, man. It's not obscured.
He's only a foot high. It could be a mirage effect doing that.
Mirage, it has to do with the objects, not with the horizon itself.
Yeah, you can literally see where the entire rig, where the water and the rig meet. There's buoys and another little like boat in the water there near it too. Like just a tiny little boat, like not like some kind of ship or anything like that. That should be well hidden. But you can see these guys out there. You can see this little buoy out there. You're seeing absolutely all of that rig. It does appear that it's got a little bit of a sinking refraction going on to it further off in the distance, which is not, it doesn't change the argument whatsoever. or that effect where it looks a little bit squished. That's what I think you guys are often mistaking, or if it's a mistake, uh, for what you're calling it being obscured. When you say that it's smaller or that it looks shorter, that's a refractive effect that makes things appear to get squished a little bit.
But Lou, only the oil rig.
Yeah, so
Right,
what
so I
sort of
see.
atmospheric effect makes it so that depending on your belief of how the world is, that it changes refraction?
What?
Like what atmospheric effect makes it so that like it changes how it looks based on what you believe the world to be? If you believe it's flat, it looks different. If you believe it's a globe, it looks different.
Dude, that's your point, bro. What are you talking about?
So I'm confused.
If you're referring to what I was saying about sinking refraction, like there's different refractive effects. There's like sinking, stooping, looming, like all different types that do take different atmospheric effects to get. But this sinking one is extremely common, especially over water and great distances.
Oh, Bolivian. I have something I want to show you. It might make you happy.
And why you want to show me something? Do you think that I will change mind or something or whatever?
No. It's just a plane and it has the Bolivian flag on it in the game I'm playing. I think it'll make you happy.
Man, why you wanted to do that with Bolivia? What's your point about Bolivia?
I don't know. I just was thinking.
No, because you now interrupted all conversation about this Black
No, the
Swan.
conversation ended.
Yeah, and what is your point now with Bolivia and me?
Oh, I was just thinking of you. I was just trying to be nice.
Yeah, the conversation ended with refraction only works to save the globe from supersedery observations. It doesn't work in the opposite direction.
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, exactly how it's like. It's ex post hoc. No matter what's shown, you just claim it's going to curve. You draw it on a piece of paper and say, look, I drew curved lines on a paper that went from point A to point B. Therefore, there's the refraction.
I agree with this statement, yeah.
I know you do.
Stupid globe cards, am I right?
I know, right? Hey, I got a clip, bro. I got a clip. No, don't get me wrong. Just because I got a clip of some retard doesn't mean that it represents all Globers. But I got a clip. One very much dogs are gods in the debate over on 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, verbatim saying that refraction is such that any observation can always fit a globe. Any observation. Any observation.
I guess if you turn up the slider enough, but like you get to a point where it's absurd and will never occur in reality.
And whoever's asking about Sasha, if you don't understand what he's saying that he's not Bolivian, he is Croatian.
I
No. He's
no,
Bolivian.
I do disagree. I think he's Bolivian.
No, now Flatsy, he wants to troll, and that's all right.
I would never troll.
Let's play. Okay, why want to? If she told you now what I am and where I'm from, why you continuously saying that I'm Bolivian? That means that you want to troll.
I stopped actually. Flatsy brought it up, so I.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why Flatsy brought it up.
My question will be this: with this joke, whatever it is, when your ego will be fulfilled, can I help you with this? Or your ego is totally satisfied, and then you say, okay, I bullied this guy totally. Now I'm Now it's enough. I don't know. Do you want victory? Do you want points? What do you want? Do you, how I can satisfy your ego? Can you and I will do that for you.
Flat Earth model.
Yeah, that would be.
Yeah.
Flat
No.
Earth model. Flat Earth model. What do you want? I will give you that also.
Okay.
Okay. Every flat surface in reality. That means every sea, every ocean, every lake, every valley. You know, valley. That what you know. Every land, what is flat surface. That is my flat model.
No. I want like a model I could put on my desk, like my globe.
Okay. I will tell you:
I want.
Atlantic Ocean, Pacific Ocean, Indian Ocean, all Holland, all Florida, yes, Bolivia, of course, and all surfaces and all flat surfaces in every country what you visit. You know, if you can see that in reality they are curving, I'm glad to be, you know, again global, or you can be global. Or for example, do never ever check that geometry in reality or that curved surface. Always think that flat surfaces are curved, and you are okay, man. But for example, you are here. You are not in cinema. You are not in park. You are not with a girl. You are protecting something what is protected more. You know, it's protected. Don't worry. There is a mainstream science. You know, there is a government protecting this. It's okay. You know, you are living on the globe. Why want to come here to tell other people? You know, don't believe in that, or why you wasting your time even here? You know, I want to
I've never
help you.
once said.
Why wasting time with these idiots, for example?
It's
I know
entertaining.
that I know that I'm with idiots and that I'm idiot. Why? But why you clever guy wasting time with us idiots? I don't understand that thing.
I never said you were an idiot.
Yeah, I never should I say that either.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know how to bully people. You know how to say.
Oh
Look,
no, I'm an idiot.
you are
I don't know how to
Bolivian.
pull shit.
Now, does room laughing? That did you say some joke that everybody's laughing? I couldn't understand. Look, fuck, Sasha. He made a joke about you. Great, fucking whole room is laughing, but nothing, man. Nothing happened. You know, it's so pathetic that it's incredibly pathetic.
I would never. I never bully anyone in here.
There is. Do you know what is the thing when you speak with some person? Okay, my English is not good. You know, I'm trying. You know,
Well,
because
your English is
stuff.
better than my Bolivian. Okay.
Yeah, it's all right. You know, I can speak Italian and Croatian. Doesn't matter. You know, and maybe German. You know, you can speak your English is perfect, but this is only geometry and stuff. What I realize in my life, and this is my logic. You know, other people say geometry, man. Listen, this. This is my logic. There is no measurable curvature in reality. You know. And that's all, you know. If somebody show me that it's correct, that there is a measurable curvature in reality, I will change my mind in 1 second. But that 1 second is now, I think, 6 or 7 years. And it's only not that. Not only that. I look for myself. You know. I Do you understand? I know for myself. I don't care what other people think. I don't care about the names. I don't care about Nathan Oakley. I don't care about any name. You know.
Have you tried looking harder?
Yeah, I try to look harder, very hard. Every example, even with the globe example, you know, the best beautiful video was this one. How horizon work, for example. There is a guy who made a video. There is I don't know how much, half million of views. You know how the globe work, how horizon work. You go to the water, you jump in the water on the beach, and if your eyes are 8 inch above the sea level, above the water, you can see only 1 mile, and that's it. And you know how he made that even video. He said how that it's cool, how that it's beautiful, you know, with the birds, you know, with everything is like. And he showed also diagram how that's working, like you know, drawings on the screen, you know. Great. Let's do that example. That simple one. How he is learning. Let's put myself in Croatia. I'm on holiday. There are many islands around me because Croatia have fucking 900 or 1,000 islands. Doesn't matter, you know, maybe you will know or not. And let's try this example of seeing 1 mile something and not seeing more than that 1 mile with 8 inch above the sea level. I look at the devil, there is an island more than 3 miles. I see that island. And
Well,
what now?
do you know how they came up with the curvature of the Earth? You know, like how they got the
Uh,
40,000 kilometers as a measurement?
Okay. Yeah.
Take some
Can you tell me?
shadows.
Yeah, they
Can you tell
measured
me?
something other than the Earth. Yeah.
So, well, they did some, they did some trigonometry to get it, to figure the math out. The summer solstice is coming. That's the day he did it. I think we should all try to do that experiment, and then see what we get.
Yeah, let's just all measure the wrong thing again and see what we get.
It's not an experiment for one.
Well, it's an observation and with some math.
We didn't get 40,000 kilometers with that guy. We didn't get the radius with that guy. No.
That's not the radius.
The radius,
that's the circumference.
Yeah,
no, we get the radius.
Derive a radius from a circumference.
And he got the radius from that.
He never knew that there was a circumference to get in the first place. That's the whole problem with it.
Right, there's too many assumptions that he had to make. He first off started off assuming that the Earth was a globe, and assuming that the sun's light was an infinite distance away, so that the light rays would come in parallel. Using those assumptions, he measured the shadows from the sticks and came up with the conclusion of the 3959 radius, right? But it works just fine on a flat surface if you have a much closer sun with divergent rays.
How close would that sun have to be?
In the time when Eratosthenes was, I think the distance to the sun was something like 3 million miles away. Now we have a distance to the sun 93 million miles away.
So,
in the time of, I'm not so sure about 3 but it was less than 10 for sure.
So the sun has changed over the centuries, is what you're saying?
It really doesn't matter what they thought. It doesn't matter what they thought the distance actually was at the time for the sun, because
measuring that would be
Eratosthenes assumed infinite distance to get the parallel rays.
Yeah.
Well, because measuring 2 points on the Earth out to a celestial body it's not easy.
Luke, question: did in that story it's written that we get the radius value with his, let's say, measurement?
Yeah, it would have been in different. It would have been in different units because they measured things out with stadia and whatever else, but the conversion is supposedly gets him really close to that 3959 that they use today.
We missed it, bros. We missed it. Homeboy said, Blue said, he assumed an infinite distance. Other homeboy said, well, that's because measuring the actual distance is hard.
Yeah, it is. Because the two bases.
So
the two bases.
Yeah, so
you have to use a different measuring technique to do it.
Who cares, dude? Why would you even think about measuring the distance when you're just putting it as infinite anyway?
Because as we got better techniques, we still want to know the answer.
Okay, that could be fair.
What does that have to do with this? Like, he thinks it's infinite.
The question didn't have the question that what he was trying to answer had nothing to do with finding the distance to the sun.
Yeah.
He used this assumption of an infinite sun and the assumption of a spherical Earth to try to derive what its radius would be.
But if he got that near radius value, that means that we will have that geometrical horizon on 1.22 miles.
Like it'd be hard still. No, it'd still be hard to measure the sun even on a flat Earth because of the same reason. The two base angles are way too, I believe, tight. Your measuring tools, your tolerance is way further than the measuring tools and all that. But then those suns wouldn't fit a flat Earth model that we have, that a lot of people will show. Like how they interact with the surface, the moon, and everything. It doesn't. You can't have it like, hey, it's really hard to measure. It's really far. If it was really far, it would just be constantly raining down on it.
If the sun is much smaller and much closer,
then
it works
should be
out
able
just
to.
fine over a flat Earth.
Didn't he just say that we don't have the measuring tools to measure its proper height anyway?
He did.
Yeah, so who cares if the results don't fit a model? They're wrong anyway, according to you.
Well,
oh my god, dude.
That's what he said, isn't it?
It's to a certain distance, though. That's
Baby
the thing.
Glober. Baby Glober.
Well, he's completely missing the point. He keeps on talking about finding the distance to the sun. It doesn't matter. He just assumed infinite. Only for the sake of needing parallel rays for his so-called experiment to be able to yield him any kind of result.
As long as it's big enough and far enough away to cause parallel rays, essentially parallel.
It's like we can't get the right answers, but those answers won't work with a flat model, so the flat model's wrong. I love it. That's it? We're going quiet after that?
I think so, yeah. Jeez, man, these baby Globers are getting worse every day.
I thought he could have a laugh about it with us. Damn it.
Oh,
Need to rework my approach.
Aircheck's too scary or something, I don't know.
I thought we would have had confirmation by some other means by now anyway, but apparently that's where they get stuck at. Eratosthenes, it's like, what? Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, flat Earth's archaic.
Yeah, it's pretty great that some guy who may or may not have even existed 2,000 years ago was the guy to figure it out, and that's all they got. Because what? Because it's the first Google search result? That's why they don't know anything about the process or anything like that, and why they go quiet when you freaking know more about it than they do.
Yeah, and based on the word of some other Greek philosopher.
Is this like a new flat Earth thing where you just like deny that Eratosthenes was potentially a person? You're just like, well,
It's not a new thing. Like there was no writings about him up until fucking, I don't know, like 100 years ago or something like that.
Is that true? Because I don't think that that's true. Because I've read a book on history of Greek mathematics, and they talked about Eratosthenes.
But listen, this in story.
He probably did. I'll give you this. He probably did exist as a man, but it appears like he may have used a pseudonym.
His name was Eric.
There may have been a guy who did this, but his name wasn't actually Eratosthenes.
Does that really matter then at that point?
Don't a lot of Greek mathematicians and philosophers go by monikers anyway?
How they did that?
It wasn't that. That's like, but the thing is like it makes it a little bit like hearsay. You know, if we can't know who did this, when, and like if it was just a tale that was told, or if it was you know what I
Exactly.
mean?
You know what else happened way back in the days? A kid fell out of Zeus's leg. Like, man, it had like some shit going back on then. Like, fuck.
See, that's the point of redoing the experiment. And it's like, hey, you can do it. You can do the observation.
But let's do it in the same way, like
Pinpointing on Zeus's leg is the point of redoing the experiment. What is going on here?
fucking getting the radius of Earth. What was it? I forget the Greek mathematician.
Eratosthenes.
It's just doing that experiment. Like that's the thing. It's like, oh,
like
who knows about if he actually did that? Then do it yourself. In
the same way.
I'm just willing to take for granted that he did do it. Whatever. That part doesn't really matter. It's just the method that I contend with.
Method like 2,000 years ago, 500 miles away straight. In Egypt, or where? 2,000 years ago, with what equipment?
Doesn't matter. It didn't prove the
Six protractor.
No.
The sun.
just
Some
measure.
500
surveyor
miles,
walking.
500 miles straight with the camels and mountains and desert. 1 month later.
Yeah, he had a total station, dude. What are you talking about?
Yeah, with the smoke with the smoke signals. Yeah.
No, he had a total station. What are you talking about? Stop lying. You don't know. You don't know how they. You don't know how they got the distance. All right, so you have a.
Can you tell me how they did it 2,000 years ago?
Yeah, hold on, hold on. So what you have is you have a cart full of.
Is it documented? It's documented. Totally documented. Okay.
Yeah.
There is a video, maybe. Also video.
Yeah, from 2,000 years ago. Yeah, you just have to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have a.
900.
Yeah, you have.
Dude, you don't believe in videos that happen today.
Hold on. Let me explain, please.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. You have a cart full of pebbles, and you have a wheel. And as the wheel turns, it pushes pebbles down into another container. Each turn of the wheel is a given amount of distance. And you can count how many pebbles fall into the container below and to figure out your distance.
Yeah, that's how they did it then.
Yeah.
That means they had a curved distances. They don't need it the shadows because distance is curved. They need it only to measure from point A to point B how much is distance, and then curve will be only measurement calculation. That's it. They need
the problem.
Does someone have to go back and count the rocks, or do they count what rocks are left in the cart?
They count.
They did it they did it because for an early form of hire taxi to measure the distance, so the person using it was not being overcharged.
Yeah,
that's how they measured the distance.
So the pebbles drop into a lower container. The pebbles always stay.
So who counts? Who counts them? Do they get to the destination and count what rocks are left over?
Yeah.
No, how many rocks have gone in?
How many rocks?
How many rocks are you gonna fucking need in your cart, man?
That's why you use a lot of.
That's how they calculated the fare.
Luckily, they didn't have to travel all that far most of the time.
No, obviously not. They didn't travel all that far, but also the theory has it when they did measure and theorize the Earth was round.
By the way, I just made this shit up.
The theory was
this shit up.
The theory was that they found.
Okay, that's. So this guy who says that's how they did it, and he's like verifying, like
he was alive back then, obviously.
Gentlemen,
No, dude,
clear the floor. We have
respect
Sir
the
David
elders.
Attenborough speaking here, please.
He was alive back then. He knew. He knows, man.
Oh, we got ramps here. Perfect.
Yeah, because that's not what a stadio was. It's not my understanding. Like, the stadia had to do.
I just made this shit up. That's why I was laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So David Attenborough, why are you agreeing with him?
Well, I'm trying to finish what I wanted to say, but people kept over talking me.
He counted the stones.
No, not the stones. This is something else. Theoretically, they tried to measure the curvature of the Earth. What they did was they got a flat section of, or they got a length of a canal. I don't know what measurement they used, but whatever measurements they used in those days, and they built 3 flat boards with a vertical stick on each one of a certain height, and measured them out an equal distance between the center one. And when they looked at the top of the outer one to the furthest one, they found that the one in the middle stuck up further than the other 2. So
I don't know. I can't take you seriously on any of this. You might be making.
Well, that's up to you. That's up to you. As I said, this is a theory. Now, theories.
There's a hump in the middle, right? When you level out, when you level your eyesight, all right, or level some sort of other instrument, right, to look through.
Is that a flat Earth?
There's a hump in the middle. There's a hump in the middle.
Yes.
The hump or a drop?
It's a hump.
It wasn't
It's a hump,
It was,
right?
it was the top of a stick.
Yeah.
So
you're measuring a hump, a hill in between you and the other end.
Well, it wasn't a hill. It was the end of the top of a stick, which is not a
Right.
hill. You can't see through a hill. which you can see past the stick.
David
You're saying that's caused by a hump in the middle.
Yeah, a small hump, which you can see round.
I thought when you leveled off something, and you determined, drop over distance from level, right? That would show a drop, not a hump, not something rising up in front of you and then rising back down. Just a continual drop from your point.
Yeah, he really agreed with me with the pebble machine thing too. That was great.
Yeah, well, it's in. If you look in the archives or Google it, you'll find it's true. That's the way they did measure the
He's
taxi
gonna
driver
double down.
distance.
You just made it up, and he's gonna say, if you look in the archives.
Yeah, well, Google
I
it.
gotta give it to you though. That's a pretty ingenious idea. I mean, well thought out.
I know.
Well,
bravo for that.
go into your search box and Google it.
Pebble counting machine made up by Trigonometry Man in the year of our Lord 2024 at 10:20 p.m.
This guy's going to be bigger than Eratosthenes.
Pebble counting machine for distance. Greeks. Let's see what comes up.
And camels. Plus.
If this pops up,
without camels, you cannot
the
do that.
Google AI is getting fast.
I know nautical they would throw a rope with stones, but I don't think that's the same thing.
No way they were using horses, man. They were die there.
All right, no, it is a thing. It's called a hodometer.
Oh, it is a thing.
Yeah.
You're making that up.
I'm not.
These damn pillars always dumb.
In my language, hodati mean walking.
I'm actually a genius. I made this up, and it's actually real.
You made it up 2,000 years ago.
Oh my
I thought
God.
a hodometer was used to measure how many. I thought a hodometer was used to measure how many women have turned trigonometry man down.
You mean men?
So a big flat zero?
No, he said hodometer, not hydrometer.
There you go. Let's look at an image. I made this up 2,000 years ago. This has just been my.
Damn. I think you're the guy who made that reincarnated.
I made this up on the fly. HODOMETER.
Is that what they actually used for what you're saying, or did the guy just count his foot like I did?
No, I don't know if they actually use this for the Eratosthenes.
Yeah, they just said some surveyor who counted. I don't know how.
Yeah. I mean, the story with Eratosthenes, like he hired people to walk it off, counting their steps.
Yeah. But this is the same thing. It's like a distant wheel thing. You're still doing the same. You're still walking it.
I mean, I took it from I mashed the the surveyor wheels, and then I just decided to throw pebbles in there because it makes more sense to count it that way. I don't know.
But it does make sense to use a tool as well. I mean, telling a kid they use a tool and the kid's going to be like, "What does that do?" Don't worry about it.
I don't know. I think I should get a Globe Earth Award for this, for coming up with this 2,000 years ago.
But you did it. It was your reincarnated self. You're not the avatar, but you're not.
Okay, we'll give him Glober of the Day. I'll put it in the chat. There you go. Congratulations.
Oh, yes.
They lost that.
I won the game.
All right, let's find out if David Attenborough was right. Did they really use this for figuring out how much to taxi people?
He's the one who sold it to Eratosthenes as reincarnated. He's a used fucking whatever it is salesman. Just slapped it and be like, "This baby can count."
Henry the Brit sounds a bit like David Attenborough.
He does.
Yeah. That's why I call him that.
No, it's a neutral accent which I deliberately use.
No.
So that
all I can picture is you narrating some freaking.
It's so that whichever room I go into, I can be understood.
Flat Earthers are a majestic creature.
Yeah, there you go.
Very true. And a rarity.
Who did that? Was that Chekhov?
I should therefore be preserved for antiquity.
This is.
Yeah, no, I can confirm. He definitely sounds like David Attenborough. Jekyll, I don't know what you're listening to, bro.
Put it on your fridge.
I am.
He
I am.
bullshit his way into, yes, this is actually how they
Bullshitting.
measured shit sometimes. This is surveying tool used back in the day.
Yeah. Oh.
How long did it take them to walk? Fucking
I don't
800
know.
kilometers. Oh,
I mean,
that
that's
must have
not
sucked.
that. It's not that crazy. I mean, I walk about
Well,
7 miles a day.
I mean, the crazier part is to get a good read on like I mean, I don't know what the train was like, but like you didn't have to walk around anything or over anything. Like you could just take a straight flat path that far and count your steps consistently.
I won't be surprised if it was a team of surveyors, so they probably tried to do something about that. But
Well, in theory, the pebble counting machine should be pretty accurate for the time. It's
If you
basically.
can go in a straight line.
Well, it's not like it's not like it's crab walking at all. Like it can only the gears can only turn. The worm gears and the gears in line or in gear with it can only move if they're going straight forward.
Well, no. What happens when the wheel goes round the bend? The wheel goes round the bend with it.
Yeah, but it's still counting the distance of that bend.
Oh
right?
yeah, it's still counting the distance.
Is it
Right, but the more bends you have, the longer distance you're gonna get. It won't be the same distance as as the crow flies.
All right,
it's in the center of the axle. It's in the center of the
How many
axle.
bends are in the middle of the fucking desert between Cyan and Alexandria?
Enough. Also, 31 days would have been the
31
shortest
days
amount
of
of.
counting
Would have been like the
steps.
shortest amount of time.
Yeah, well, if you look at the Roman roads in England, they were built dead straight, and if there was a hill, they
That's 'cause they had
marched
total
straight over it
stations.
or cut a line through it.
That's because they had total stations. I told you, but you didn't believe me. They had total stations back in ancient Rome. That's how they made the roads so straight.
Aliens.
Yeah.
Or aliens.
Yeah.
And the secret to building a good road is having a proper foundation.
I mean, they necessarily aren't even good roads. They're just like meant for light
Is a
travel.
good foundation flat or curved?
It depends
how
how much water you've got to drain from them.
It depends on how drunk you are, is my response.
And
to that.
also whether you've got a porous surface, if it's just stones put together, or else you've got a sealed
they're
surface like
using-
on tarmac Adam.
If they're
But they
using
didn't.
total-
They used stones. They used square blocks, so the rain could drain below. Because on a
Using
lot of
total
it, you can still see. If you look at some of the roads in Pompey, if ever you've been, you can see the ruts made by the wheels of the carts that go down there, because they would go down in the middle. They'd gradually wear a groove in the road.
The refraction fallacy?
That's not refraction. That's what's
No.
a warm groove.
No, I'm just looking in the chat right now.
Hey, don't fucking do that.
Oh
Does
yeah, the
It's them not
refraction
knowing-
fallacy.
there is just them not knowing about refraction.
Does Jenna ever talk in VC?
No.
I don't know. I think she has.
Not
Baby flat earther.
Not the times I'm in here.
Yeah.
I haven't heard her.
Yeah, if
But
you ever get to Italy, visit Pompey and go around it. But wear proper shoes, not sandals, because you'll get the volcanic grit in your sandals and in your socks and toes. And it hurts, believe me. So you want proper walking boots or shoes going around there.
You must wear the proper foot equipment to enter this natural habitat.
Yes, indeed, sir. And don't forget to take plenty of water with you, because if you bite in there, it's going to cost you an arm and a leg.
I don't think a total
It's also a
station
nice reminder that
has that
it's
much of a
also a nice
range to
reminder
care
of
about. Yeah.
You can see actual effigies of where people have died when the Vesuvius exploded and covered a place in ash, preserved bodies that were mummified in there. There's one of a soldier in his position because he wasn't told to leave. and he stayed and died there. They've got loads of things in their museum, but they don't bloody display them.
They planted those bodies there. It was to cover up.
No, they're all true. They're all true. I've been there.
What's the flat Earth position on tectonic plates? Do you guys think they aren't a thing, or what's the deal with it?
They're plates. They're flat. See, flat Earth confirmed. Flat plates.
Yeah.
Plates.
Yeah, a lot of times you'll get most flat earthers will start fighting about that stuff, like denying it. But I don't understand the purpose of that. I don't see how. I don't see how tectonic plates or like upheaval of land creating mountains and shit like that somehow refutes a flat Earth. It's kind of like a non sequitur thing, you know.
I mean, it's not that it would refute a flat Earth; it would just be one more thing a flat Earther couldn't explain, right?
Yeah.
But there again,
it also goes into flat earthers don't really believe in the core, like the actual model, the interior model of the Earth as well. So kind of
that's why it would be inexplicable, because it wouldn't have an interior model.
But there again, in America, you can see in your own tectonic plate, you've got the San Andreas Fault. Think of what would happen when that does move. As it will.
The actual plate, or is that the effect of the plate? I never understood too much about them.
The San Andreas Fault line, you can see it. You can physically see it. It's two plates together, and once they move, you imagine the chaos that's going to cause over there.
Most of the United States is actually keeping their fingers crossed, hoping that California literally falls off into the ocean.
It's not actually science though, because there's no independent variable. Are you gonna vary the earthquakes? That's what I thought. Checkmate, globe earthers. No independent variable, no science.
Yeah, can't independently vary the core of the Earth.
Just like I asked Scott yesterday. I asked him, how do I prove lions or how do I know lions are carnivores? And his response was, first you build the lion. And that's as far as he got.
Well, when it comes to the tectonic plates thing and stuff, I mean, you could still have, shifting continents and plates and stuff. It's the rest of that story where you guys are claiming that it has to do with a molten core and shit like that. You have no way of proving that.
I actually don't think that tectonic activity really has much to do with molten core.
What do you mean it does? Well, not the core, but the mantle. It has everything to do with the mantle.
Yeah, I mean the mantle and the core are very separated, right?
Well, no, I mean that's the whole story where they talk about like the Ring of Fire and the lava, and all of that shit.
The Ring of Fire is just the observed pattern of volcanic activity correlating across fault lines, right?
I think it doesn't. I mean, it's not obviously a problem for a flat Earth. It's one obvious inexplicable thing. But I also, in my head, struggle to see in a flat plane where the tectonic plates are moving
weird.
to.
Yeah, this is really weird. What's going on in this image? What the hell?
The plate is flat.
Nope, those plates are flat.
Yeah.
Yep. Plate equals flat, man. I mean, are all geologists flat earthers? Because I feel like they would want to know the most about the Earth, right?
They get up close and personal with it.
Well, they think there's a core, right? That's what part geology is. Geology is the interior of the Earth,
Oh, is that the name of it?
I don't know. Geology just seems like a stupid field to go into anyway.
I'm going to try to bring that up.
Yeah, for people who like to lick rocks, I think. So.
Yeah. I don't know. I just want to know, is there a theory for continental drift on the flat Earth?
Yeah, it's whatever yours is.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, even a flat earther would have to admit that, which was the first hunch, right, of continental drift, is that some of the continents look like they can fit together, right? And I think that was the first hunch, right, that there was some sort of continental drift.
They only appear that way on your stupid Mercator map.
Even on AE maps, it looks like they fit together.
Listen. Even in modern science during that time, who was the guy who
who published the idea of continental drift. He was mocked and like he died miserable only for his theories to get validated by modern technology and modern geology and such. So like this is an example of how like in science ideas come out and then get tested, and even arrogance of humans and such get in the way of such.
To be fair, in a flat earther's defense, right? If you think the Earth's quite young, right? Like say a few thousand years old, then
there wouldn't be any continental drift.
Not all
in their minds, there could not be any continental drift because you'd observe that happening quite extremely over the course of just a century, right?
I just
Not all
posted a
flat earthers
video
are young
of
creationists.
Professor Dave like going off on like this this flat earther book that was like 200 reasons Earth is flat or some shit. And I thought it was like incredibly funny, so I posted it for everyone.
I'm just wondering because like when David Attenborough mentioned Mount Vesuvius, I thought volcanic activity, tectonic plates.
Hold on. There's another big one. Like this is always a huge one. Can any flat earther explain lunar eclipses or solar eclipses? Specifically lunar eclipses.
We don't have to. It's not our claim.
It's not our problem.
See, you guys are always just you think you've got a gotcha when you just say, "Well, I have a story for this unrelated topic." What's your answer for that? Like, what's your story, flat earther?
Oh wait, he wants a story. He wants a story.
We're talking about a
I
phenomenon
that
exists, though. That
I can come up with that.
To be explained.
Yeah. Ghost planets eclipse the luminaries. There you go. I explained it.
Occam's razor. You need now. This idea has to be validated and needs to be experimentally tested.
I only made one presupposition, which is the existence of ghost planets. What's so wrong with that?
I agree with his presupposition. I think Heretic's right.
That's all I made. I didn't presuppose the Earth being a ball, the Earth wandering around and moving, or being a wandering star itself, or any of that crap. I only presupposed the one thing: the existence of ghost planets.
Also, Occam's razor doesn't establish. Occam's razor doesn't even establish the truth of a matter, right? It just establishes.
No, that's true. No, it does not. Yeah, it just it just presents what is it like a phenomena that tends to be like the simplest explanation is tends to be the best one.
And that's not fully it. It's the simplest solution that it's got to be. It can't just be just any explanation. The simplest explanation. I mean, it's got to actually like solve
with the least
problem.
amount of assumptions. Least amount of assumptions.
Oh my god, guys!
If you have two different, not just explanations, but like let's say it mathematically, like you could solve. You have a very complicated formula, and you have a much simpler formula, and both of them get you the desired result. The simpler one is always the better one. Like essentially, that's.
Remember when Jedi used to use
maybe
probably Occam's razor as like his ultimate weapon. This is back years ago.
I used to do the Occam's razor when I first came to this channel, but then I thought like it's just a waste of time.
No, it's just stupid anyway. It's a stupid thing.
I mean,
he's not even aiming for absolute truth. He just told you, no, I won't even establish that. So I don't even know what the goal is at this point.
But yeah, what was your thing about the moons? You were trying to make a point about the moons.
Yeah, I mean, like you
got ghost planets now. What do we do now?
Yeah, we need. Oh crap, we have ghost planets. Okay, what do they only show up in periods of lunar?
Yeah, the answer with the fewest presuppositions.
Hold on.
Okay,
wait. No worries. What was I trying to say? Okay, we're saying ghost planets now, sure. So then 40 other questions pop up, like, do we see them all the time, or do they only appear in existence during these events, solar eclipses, lunar eclipses? And then it's like, I can produce the other questions
see them
for it.
ever. You only see the effects of them.
You only see the effects of them.
Yeah. Sound familiar?
So what do they consist of?
This is
Oh, brother, this sounds
I mean,
awfully. Globe
This is a
friends.
begging the question
It would have to
kind
be
of
some
statement.
exotic
Yeah, it
material.
obviously is.
Yeah,
He's
Yeah.
right. You invoked
jeez.
Occam's razor, which would be
Yeah.
the answer or the conclusion with the fewest presuppositions required to arrive at it. So I went
Glo-
with one that I knew had less than your globe
Yeah.
story about the
Globe friends.
eclipses.
Globe
More
friends.
less ghost planets would have less presuppositions than
It would.
a globe.
Let me
All I had to
explain
do
why.
was presuppose their existence. That's it.
Yeah, let me explain why. Because
Sure.
Globe friends.
Yeah, I concede I presuppose
Yeah,
them. I'm not.
you're
Yeah.
definitely you're falling into this trap. I mean, it's not a trap. It's logical. It's logical in the way that we presuppose the same thing. If you follow the cosmological models, dark matter is literally a thing that we just made up to explain shit that we
Sure.
see.
No. I acknowledge that. I mean, but that's like a current fight. Like, of course, like scientists acknowledge that they're always they're angry about it. They're fighting about it. There's so many different ways to try to there's so
They're
many
pretty
different
settled
theories that
on
come
that
up
now.
all the time
Pretty settled on
trying to
that now.
figure a different way to explain it. There's MOND, modified gravity. There's really it's a problem with cosmology in terms of like we have data and then the phenomena that exist we have to try to make sense of and explain in a way that makes sense and a way that is predictable. And the only thing we have this strange like does not interact with anything else but it has its own gravity, dark matter. Yeah. We still don't know what it is.
That sounds an
So-
awful lot like Ghost Planets, so I wouldn't
Yeah, it
completely
is.
discredit his idea. So
Yeah, dark
like
matter.
Yeah, you go. There's
like
a
dark energy.
phenomenon.
Planets.
Sure.
You're like, there's a
Okay.
phenomenon we can't directly observe or test the cause, and then we have to invoke or infer some sort of ghost planet for it. I mean, it's basically the
Sure.
same thing.
yeah, it is basically the same thing. So
But like for the thing is with like a globe model, the model that society works off, everyone uses and such, like
Everyone?
it just yes, beautifully explains like how the celestial bodies rotate, how solar eclipses happen, how lunar eclipses happen. This model already explains it. One question I would still have is like, a flat Earth. We need to suggest something like ghost planets before like
That's what the Babylonians did, basically.
heliocentric model is what there's a heliocentric model and then there's I forget the other one.
Geocentric.
Which one is ours? I can't remember.
We're the geocentric ones. Don't worry about it.
You're the
I'm gonna look it
geocentric
up.
globers.
Just tell everyone you're a geocentrist.
Yeah, just go ahead with that. Occam's razor, bro.
No, that's wrong.
We're the heliocentrists.
Almost had him, guys.
We're the
Almost had him.
heliocentrists.
Heliocentric. There we go. Yeah, I switched off of physics like 4 years ago. I'm now like chemical engineering, molecular.
Right, okay,
biology.
just get to your point. You don't need your CV. Your
So
resume.
I forgot.
It's
I
okay.
have forgotten
It's
so
religion
much.
anyway.
yeah,
You're
chemistry
right.
is religion.
I make drugs now. That's more important.
Guys,
More
Ghost
money.
Planet.
That
Worship
rocks.
it.
Yeah, so why do you think our dark planets aren't as robust as your, quote, beautifully explained globe cosmology?
Well, we don't. For example, we don't need ghost planets to explain lunar eclipses.
Just
the
need dark matter
structure
to
of the heliocentric
just need
model
dark
already
matter
explains
instead.
it.
Got to invoke other ghosts for it, bro. Like the motion
Yeah.
of the thing that you're on and the globe itself.
What do you mean? Like, I don't think
We
none of
need
those things
confirmation
are
of
like
these things in the first
non-explainable.
instance, or
Black
else
holes.
you lose the Occam's
That's
razor
not
race.
part of the heliocentric model. That is like astronomy, and that's from general relativity. Those are the extremes of general relativity.
Oh, you're
and
just
then we
talking
later
about
on discovered
in our local backyard. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes, yeah. I
explain
mean,
in our
yeah. Who
backyard.
who cares about dark matter or black holes right now? They're nowhere near us right now. And I mean, who knows about dark energy? But like, pretty much,
Better not be.
probably sure that they're not near us. That it's not like
Scared.
Who is
there's
they?
no dark.
Yes,
Maybe.
they is- who is the
Excuse
they in
me.
question?
Excuse me. Excuse me. I've misspoke. Forgive me.
No, you have to wait for my apology. I haven't forgiven you yet. You don't get to. You've been forgiven. Okay, there you go.
Well, apologies. Anyways, like what? Like dark energy would. I don't know. There's the Oort cloud. So, where's most of the effects
Say
of
that one
dark
more
energy
time.
in our solar system?
What did you say? Sorry, the what cloud?
Oort cloud.
Oh, I
Like
thought you said orc. I was like, I was gonna laugh at you. The
no.
orc
The Oort.
cloud.
No.
Well, there is a door.
I'm just thinking in my head now where dark energy, like, is there a cloud of dark energy that affects our solar system, for example? There's a huge amount of dark energy that surrounds our galaxy, and that is very, very hard to explain. Why, like the
Oh.
rotation of the
Wait a
Milky
minute.
Way and a
You're
lot
ta-
of celestial bodies, like galaxies and such, seem
So
to
you're telling
rotate
me there are
consistently.
a litany of
And yeah,
unexplained
that's
details of your
where dark
cosmological
energy
model.
has to be used to explain that phenomenon. Yeah, there are
Oh.
current problems in the standard model. I
So
mean,
ghost
we're humans,
planets
of
work
course.
for you, but it's not okay for me to do it.
I mean,
I think that's what he was saying. Is that it was kind of a good analogy when you brought up the ghost planets.
I mean, I can like it comes from like if we have another way to explain it that doesn't need something like that, then we can just use the other way. Like we don't need ghost planets if we have a model that explains the phenomenon without the need of that.
Oh,
And
dude, you're
I
spending so
acknowledge
much
you.
time. Just ask the question: how is it falsifiable?
How is it falsifiable?
Ghost
Yeah,
planets?
ask ghost planets how they're falsifiable. What can we use to?
It's totally not.
Well, is it falsifiable? That's my question.
Nope. That's his question that he gave to you.
Neither is dark energy either, or dark matter. Is dark matter falsifiable?
We can observe it. That's it. It's explained as a model.
The reason they call it dark is because it cannot be observed.
No, we can observe its effects, but we can't directly observe whatever it is.
Just like how we can observe the ghost planets.
Oh, that's so retarded. Listen, with dark matter and dark energy, just say something along the lines of it's just inferred, right? It's not something you can imagine how you're going to falsify it, right? Because you don't know.
Well, yeah, no, we don't know. For example, with dark energy, but like honestly, guys, it's irrelevant. But it is a phenomenon in current science that is one of those like, yeah, the data shows something, and screw it, you just throw out this concept to like explain it for right now. But like that is an example of science being weak. I acknowledge that dark energy is a problem in cosmology. That's why there's like a crisis in cosmology.
No.
Don't admit the crisis. Don't do it.
They have a model. They had
Why is that a big deal if you admit a crisis? Fucking.
They were saying that the movements of the stars would be explained by their model.
Everything's fine.
When they found problems with like the orbital trajectories of things and stuff like that, they said, "Well, that's inexplicable. That can't be explained by our model." And then they came up with dark matter to explain like the missing gravity, like and shit like that they needed.
Sure, I mean like that's science for you.
All they did is slap a Band-Aid on it by coming up with that. It doesn't mean it exists.
Let's be realistic here. That's how mathematics works too. It's called axiomatizing concepts. When you create an axiom, you declare a priori that it exists, and then you test it, and when contradictions happen, you can either throw it away, update it, or explain it by adding another axiom. And over thousands of years of mathematics developing and such, we come to this now robust system of mathematics that seems to unreasonably explain the natural world. And it's probably just because of this selection bias that we have. We throw away stuff that's nonsense or that doesn't just work, or rather, it produces contradictions and paradoxes. Like
even though they have
you're doing the same thing.
Or any way to test the dark matter, it would have been unthinkable to throw away the entire model, so they just slapped a Band-Aid on it.
Why would you have to throw away the entire model?
because it was completely wrong without sticking this freaking 95% of the universe being dark matter that you can't fucking
dude.
prove.
What
like
about
5,000
dark
years ago?
matter? What about dark matter requires you to throw away our idea of the solar system?
Nuts.
It's a bit retarded,
No,
right?
like, the amount of dark matter that probably affects our solar system is very little.
Right now, we need the dark matter to explain filaments, galactic filaments, voids, and the rotations, the conservation of momentum for the rotations of galaxies from what we observe. We need dark matter to explain those things. We also need dark energy to explain how the universe is expanding because of the Hubble constant, which is a very real thing we can observe. We know we can observe that there is a Hubble constant. Even Albert Einstein was ashamed of himself, not like throwing away his own Hubble tension when he put it into like the equations of general relativity, and somebody else discovered it, and he like always kicked himself over the head like for his own beliefs, not letting him like.
What's your actual point, Event Horizon?
The universe is expanding.
What's your point, Event Horizon?
I mean, we're flawed. Science is science is flawed.
What's your independent variable for dark matter existing?
Independent variable for dark matter existing. I am not a cosmologist. I am not an astronomer.
Neither am I.
Yes.
Yeah, that wasn't the question. I'm asking you what you are.
I base my knowledge off of what the literature says, and the literature states like we have good examples of what dark energy and dark matter is based off observation.
What's the independent variable for it, though?
The independent variable?
Yeah, like what experiment would you use to know that dark matter is real?
Throw something at it and see what happens when it hits it.
What's a good one for dark matter? A good one for dark energy is like the distance of galaxies, like getting farther and farther away the further you look.
So what's the dependent and independent variable?
Time and distance. Light years.
Time? What's that?
Observation.
You're just observing. I'm not sure. I'm not really read on this for a long time. I can research for you.
Yeah. What's time?
Time is the fourth dimension, or described as entropy, or it's just the movement of things.
Time is what happens when you look at your watch to see how long it takes you in whatever you measure it by, seconds for parsecs, from getting from one place to another.
Yes,
that's why you have a watch.
Or from one instance of time to another,
from when
the displacement between those instances.
Or when the sun goes overhead, disappears from view and comes up from the east and sets in the west. Which, if you look at it, that's how, to a flat earther, that is how you get eclipses of the moon, because the moon comes out at night, the sun goes down in the west, it goes underneath the earth, comes up at the east and comes up.
I think flat earthers think the sun goes.
And it's the shadow of the flat earth between the sun and the moon causing the shadow on the moon. That's why you get eclipses.
I really don't understand the flat earthers model's description for.
Well, don't take it from David either.
Another big problem is why
if you have a flat earth, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. So if it sets in the west, how does it get to the east to come up in the east? It must go underneath the earth.
Or it could go in a circle.
It could go in a circle, but if you saw in a circle,
you would go in a circle. How does the sun rays illuminate?
Exactly. So it doesn't go in a circle. It must go underneath. Because if you went in a circle, you would see it.
Wait. No. That doesn't work. No. That doesn't work either. Because if it were to go underneath, then all of the surface of this flat Earth would not be illuminated.
Thanks, genius.
And that's definitely not
what
what
it goes
we
in a
observed
circle.
in the heliocentric model.
Yeah, it goes in a
either.
circle.
Henry, we don't think we're a disk floating in outer space. Okay, like the
We're just
Earth
a
is
disk.
the floor, and the sun is always above it. It's just, yeah, it's got to be making some kind of circular path, a circuit around the Earth. That's the only. I mean, at
If
least
it
that's the
is,
only way that I can conceive of it. Because, yeah, we don't believe in your outer space at all. Like, which is what would be required for you to have the sun going underneath of it.
okay, so it's
Well,
all
where does it go?
filament.
Planes. So if the sun went
Firmament.
underneath of it, it would be a half of a day where nowhere on Earth has sun.
Even though in the South Pole the days don't make yours is completely different. Like you have like 24-hour days or 23-hour days, whatever happens there.
The sun
And
just
then
peeks out.
sometimes and then like summer solstice.
Yeah, no, there are
What is
some
it? Like then
questions
there's
about
just like
how it would work.
extreme night times that just happen where the sun is just never rising for months.
No, so like in the north, 24-hour sun, observable and totally understandable in any flat Earth like cosmology, right? If you were to go with the AE map, which isn't our model, but if you were to go with that, I mean there is speculation, which again we can't go and test due to Antarctic treaties and shit like that, and there's very little video about the 24-hour sun down there.
Aren't there like jobs that you can apply for like right now?
Some of
Can't
the
you apply
speculation
for like
about
a job in Antarctica?
some of the speculation about it is that it's not that that you can actually see the physical like sun itself for 24 hours, but that there's a day glow, for 24 hours. So like some people say like perhaps it has something to do with light kind of hitting the firmament or something like that. But yeah, there could be some other explanation that like I don't know. I don't like to speculate too much on it, but without us actually going there and seeing for getting a good like recording of a 24-hour sun where the sun itself is in view for 24 hours, until then, I'm not really sure. There could be some other explanation.
But wouldn't someone just be like, "Hey, that was a fake sun just for that day"? What would stop any flat earther from doing that? Like,
is this that mean if we have 24-hour sun, the surface cannot be flat?
Yeah, that doesn't really change that either, right?
Wait, how doesn't it?
How does it?
That mean that if we have 24-hour sun in Antarctica, that mean that that lake is curving.
No, yeah, that means there's something. Okay, wait a minute. What? Now we're describing. Now we have to. Now we're changing the description of how light
it just means
rays
that your
work.
conception of what reality is wrong. If the Earth itself doesn't show any curvature, then it's flat, regardless of what you see the sun do, no matter where you are.
If the Earth doesn't show any curvature, like in perspective to me right now,
If you can't if you can't measure curvature, if you can't prove curvature at the 8 inches per mile squared that's required for your 3959 radius and all of that stuff. If
why can't
everywhere
I
we
just do what
test
Aristotle
displays
did and
itself,
just?
everywhere we test displays itself as flat, then it doesn't matter what you see in the sky from any celestial body. It take away the physical measurements of the Earth demonstrating itself to be flat.
Isn't there people who just tied a GoPro to like a balloon and just let it fly up and it float way high up into the air and it just always ends up showing the curvature of the Earth?
We have a whole ISS that is even higher that does it.
Yeah, and also you can find the ISS with a telescope.
Even the Globers are laughing, bro.
That means that it's on the ground also. If it's thing from the
Also, isn't there like the stick test? What is it? Like you just like shine a laser through like 3 holes in like planks in various distances that shows the slight curve of the Earth.
Just follow the simple Netflix method.
Yes. Like I'm pretty sure there was a flat earther who like did that as well, and his own experiment kind of proved the Earth was round.
Saw it right here on TV.
Flat earther proved the curvature, not some scientist.
He was a
I
flat
mean,
earther.
there's a lot of experiments that you can do yourself.
Just ask Don Pettit. Just ask Don Pettit, man.
I did it myself. Did you do it yourself? Did you go
I have
to
a
the
telescope.
beach? Did you go to the beach and check for drop over distance in reality?
I would love to do that. That's a great idea. Yeah, that's like one of the easiest things to do. You just watch a ship.
Yeah.
I watched the sun go over the horizon.
No, apparently that's not true. Wait a minute. Yeah, how does the sun going over the horizon?
He just took it on immediately. At first, it wasn't a
wait a
proof,
minute.
and then he went, "Wait,
Wait, that's not the argument. Oh wait, that is actually a really good one.
That is like the best one. How can you can't explain that away?
How did I miss
because
this
quite
until
frankly,
now?"
here's another big issue.
Man,
All the constellations should be visible. I should be able to see the Southern Cross right now, and I can't. I fucking can't.
Local domes. That's their answer. Sometimes.
Yeah.
So makes sense.
Just gallop a whole lot. Anyhow,
no.
can you pick your strongest point out of the litany of points you just threw at us? Can you
I
just
like
pick
the,
the one that you
I like
think
the sun
is the
going over the
strongest? and just
sunset.
follow it?
I think the sun going over. It's probably a good one.
Over
the
what?
Sunsets.
Horizon.
What's it
sun
go over?
setting.
What's the
The
horizon?
sun setting. It goes over horizon. Yeah.
What's the horizon?
The horizon's a thing.
What?
My eyes.
What thing? So okay, basically what you've told me is the sun goes over a thing.
Yes,
Therefore,
a
Earth
thing.
globe.
Actually,
Globe,
no, the
yeah,
sun
it's a
doesn't
thing.
go over. We rotate it.
Well,
To
he
us, it looks
defined
like
it
it
as
goes
a
over the
thing.
horizon.
So the sun goes
Yeah,
over
no,
a
yeah,
thing.
it goes over a thing. It goes over a thing from my perspective, but that's like perspective because the Earth is rotating.
Okay, I didn't get all of that from a thing and the sun going over it. I think the argument's a bit inconclusive at this time. You might need to work on it a bit longer.
Does somebody have a really good argument for to
Your
explain?
belief? No, nobody does.
No, to explain, like, okay, the sun goes over the horizon because the Earth rotates.
Well,
Is it an illusion? Are you saying it's an illusion?
That's a claim.
What's the explanation?
So does all the air above the Earth?
Are you asking me what the
rotate
explanation
with
is
the
for your explanation of a phenomenon that we all observe?
It's a phenomenon we all observe, which
You
is
conflated
explained
it with your
by
explanation, though, and then you asked for an explanation for your explanation. What the fuck is going on?
because I want to understand if the phenomenon of the Earth setting can match a flat Earth, because it makes perfect sense on a spherical Earth that is rotating.
Well, we broke the
We
phenomenon
rotate
down.
away
And it was just
from
the
the
sun goes
sun.
over a thing. So what?
Goes over a thing in my perspective. The sun looks like it's moving from my perspective, but I'm moving. I'm rotating. The Earth is rotating.
Welcome
Where'd you
to
get
the
that extra
flat
bit of
Earth. I
information
think the
from?
sun's moving in the sky.
From Aristotle, who fucking looked at eclipses and realized the Earth is round because this shadow on the eclipse is fucking round.
Wait, okay, so you see a phenomenon in the sky, the moon appears to get
It's called
eclipsed,
mathematics.
and
There's also
therefore you
parallax. There's
know
so many
that when you
things.
see the sun moving through the sky, it's not it moving, it's you.
Yes, it's called perspective.
Okay, that's another non-conclusive argument, non sequitur. I think you need to work on that one a bit longer too.
Forgive me, I have not put much thought or explanation or analysis
Obviously.
into
I was giving
something
you
like this.
constructive criticism, bro.
That's
That's
okay.
all. I'm just
That's
trying
fine.
to throw you some feedback.
I've never needed to. I've never felt like I've needed to.
That's the thing. That's what this room is for, because this is a belief that everybody holds and they all feel like they never needed to defend it. So let's give it a try. Let's see if we actually can. Right? That's what this is about.
I mean, in middle school, like I did experiments proving gravity and tried to disprove gravity, and wow,
You
gravity
did
makes
that
sense.
in middle school?
Stop the cap.
Yeah.
Einstein couldn't even do it, and you did it in middle school?
No, it's basic experiments, the ones that we all learn in freaking middle school.
Okay, I'm gonna let somebody
Or
like
stick with
Old
mass
Hoss or Lunatic or
acceleration.
something ask you questions about that because I have to do
Understanding what
something real quick. But
potential
that sounds
energy
really
is. How
interesting.
do
So
we
I'll be
do those
listening.
measurements?
Go
And then
ahead.
we do the kinematic equations. Like what? It's very simple.
So, what is the flat earthers' idea of the sun going over the horizon?
No.
No,
That.
that is an important
Hold
question.
on a second. We just had that conversation for like
No,
minutes.
I heard you ask him what his
Be
viewpoint
quiet.
was.
Yeah, he said
Yeah,
something.
and my viewpoint is not. I'm not one who's very who cares
I'm
to have
just
less than
trying to set up the
explanation.
direction of the PC for my listening pleasure right now. I can't even have
Sure.
this conversation at the moment, but you said that you did the experiment for gravity in middle school. I just
Yeah.
want to hear about that.
Oh, shit! I barely remember. I can look it up to figure out what it was. Something about the kinematic equations. It's
Still
the stuff
hold on to
everyone
that third
learns.
grade syllabus.
It's the stuff everyone learns, whatever it is. I can't fucking remember. Because again, like, dude, it's mainstream.
Good thing you
Like,
brought it up.
it's what you learn in school. Like, and that is what you were also saying. Like, yeah, I agree. The model of the Earth, like current the scientific method, it's all just mainstream knowledge that we all learn in school. I've never needed to question these stuff because it makes sense.
These stuff. It makes sense.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I could
No,
not
I
do
think
any
you're
of
pretty
my
nice.
experiments in fluid mechanics if gravity didn't make any sense.
You know, if you refuse to
Space-time?
question any of that stuff,
There's a lot of
then yeah,
phenomena.
you're just going to accept it. It's not that it makes sense, but without any scrutiny.
Now, of course, I could spend as much time as possible rigorously checking all of my belief systems, and I could do that to identify the
Are you okay, dude?
validity.
Are you okay?
I am okay.
Like, how
I
the hell
am.
did you end up in here? Because I've never heard anything like this, and I've heard a lot of odd stuff in here.
Oh, you have to have heard something like this.
Well,
I'm
something
sorry.
like it, but
I've heard this
this
about
is
100
a weird one.
I
love
don't
Old
understand.
Hoss.
What?
It's my favorite flat earther, Old Hoss Radborn.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's my favorite too. He's hilarious.
He's your favorite?
I'm at least top 10,000. But
Top
yeah,
10,000?
Event Horizon, you're like top 10 wackadoodle.
Is that a
Okay.
unit of measurement?
You guys are
It's
in love with
scale.
each other. I don't know why are you even bringing that up about him being your favorite to start up the
Man, I'm just
duel?
enjoying. I'm
Yeah,
enjoying
he just wants me to.
right now.
Yeah, he just wants me to talk about the things that make him laugh, moon golf and such. But yeah, Event Horizon, you're off the chain, bro.
Damn! Wow. Sorry about that.
No need to
I'll find a way to get back on that
we were
chain
all
for you.
in this outer space ideology, just like you are.
Huh?
But you're
Say that again. I didn't hear
you're
you.
sort of like Sandra Bullock in Gravity. You're just wow.
What?
Oh, Old Hoss, you're such a funny cat.
I just got Sandra Bullock from Gravity.
When she's spinning, I mean, what is this guy on, Yui?
Yeah, I know, right?
What's going on?
Well, I am on the Steely Reserve right now. I got home. I'm home right now. I'm chilling.
Inside
I'm
the
relaxing.
bottle. Got it.
Oh, the
Got
good
it.
stuff.
So your defense event horizon is this that you never questioned it, and now you're just sitting here. Now what? You're gonna start questioning it?
Sure. Why not?
Right. What's your biggest doubt about the globe then?
Sounds like he has none.
I don't have any.
He has none.
Yeah, I don't have any problems with
He's
either.
completely all over the place, but no problems with the 3959 water ball.
Do you have any problems with the cosmology, at least, like maybe dark matter or anything like that?
Yeah,
or
sure. No, I do have current problems with cosmology.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, like I have major problems in like the measurement problem, for example, or like the current problem with unification, string theory. I have a lot of problems in cosmology. That's why I left the field.
Left the field? I thought you just said you studied it.
I left the field. I'm a chemical engineer now.
What were you before?
I
Are
was
you the one who was
studying
just talking about
cosmology and
doing
astronomy.
You did
And
what,
then
sorry?
experiments?
Third grade.
I was studying cosmology
Yeah,
and
that's not being in the
astronomy
field.
in undergrad.
That's not
and
being in the
then
field,
I-
is it?
In university.
Yeah, it's not the field.
Okay, good point. Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, I'm not that old. Not. Yeah, I'm merely a grad student now.
We can
getting
tell.
Getting a degree in chemical engineering.
So you're not even in that field?
Not yet.
You ain't even got your
I mean,
degree.
okay. First of all, as a grad student, I'm doing experiments. I'm literally designing DNA circuits for
What
UDAR reactions.
phenomenon
I
are
would
you
say that
observing?
I am definitely in the field.
What observations are you making?
Well,
What phenomenon are you observing to?
Right now I am parameterizing my isothermal reaction to assess whether or not the nickase and polymerase can handle enzymatic reactions at certain temperature scales from 57.7 degrees Celsius to 53 degrees Celsius. That is my specific research right now.
So you're doing like pseudo theory.
Now that's okay. That's okay. It's a little bit
Theoretical
boring
science.
right now.
All right, okay.
Theoretical
he's
science
doing
is not, like, real.
All right, he's doing experiments. Okay, good. Right. What's an independent variable, event horizon?
Temperature.
An independent variable in my experiment.
It'd have to be the temperatures, right?
Yes.
Okay. Have we already done the Black Swan with you already? Did that already happen? I don't know when you started talking. Did they do the Black Swan with you?
The what? The Black Swan? What
Yeah,
are
the
we talking
Black Swan.
about?
You know, that you can see further than what you're supposed to.
That I can see further than I'm supposed to?
Yeah.
Explain.
Well, okay. When you look at, for instance, the two oil rigs, you're not supposed to see past 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So 1 for observer, and you're seeing, I think it's about 8 miles. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. At the furthest oil rig, which you're not supposed to see. It should be behind.
The first one's like
9.41 to the rig, and the horizon is well behind it.
Yeah. So how do you have that on your globe Earth?
Well, let's see. All right. Let's first confirm that those numbers are true to begin with. Let's confirm that the regions are true. Let's confirm everything.
This guy is just wow.
You're a little late to the party, pal.
Yeah, you've been deep in your studies. In the meantime, the globe that's been presented to the masses on TV, this ragtag bunch has debunked it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm glad you're deep in your studies.
So if it's the case, event horizon, that you can see further than the geometric horizon, would that create problems for you in the globe?
I'm trying to remember the phenomena. What is it?
Yeah, dude. Never a straight answer.
What is the phenomenon?
Retardation.
It's on the tip of my tongue.
Reification.
Yeah.
Are you doing the Bill Hicks really good drugs?
Come on, Event Horizon.
Refraction.
There you go.
Yeah, he knows
There
it's
you
he
go.
knows it's so absurd to say that he didn't want to say it.
Beyond the physical horizon because their lights get refracted downward.
So, right, you've got refraction, all right?
So what is
now,
the phenomenon, though? Is it just refraction?
How do you know? How do you know that refraction is causing that effect?
How do I know that refraction is causing this effect?
Yeah.
Well, because you have, for example, when light goes through from a vacuum and passes into the atmosphere, it goes through multiple layers of differently concentrations of particles of air, and then those concentrations change, so the light refracts, just like as light as it passes through
I think
a
you
medium.
misunderstood my question. I didn't ask you what your explanation is. I asked you how do you know that it's refraction causing this effect?
Is Jekyll a flat earther now?
We'd have to.
No, he's flat smacking people. That's for sure.
Yeah, he's
We'd
doing
have
good
to
tonight.
find a way to confirm how that effect. We'd have to find a way.
How would you
to
verify
limit
that?
the effect. Well, it's hard because the entire atmosphere is like different. is differently, like each layer of the atmosphere has different amounts of like molecules of air. So
you can't verify it. You just believe it's refraction. It's belief.
Well, no, we know refraction is
faith,
occurring
religion.
because we know the phenomenon is there. We just have to do a small experiment to find a way to like see what it is, removing the effects of refraction.
But how do you verify it?
What do you mean you
We
know?
know it's
Everyone
there.
had to remind you. We spent 2 whole minutes trying to. What do you mean we know?
I'm not a machine of. I'm not a dictionary who just
So who
knows
is
every
we?
phenomenon.
When you said we
Wait,
know,
are you a machine or a dictionary? Which one?
I am neither. I'm a person.
All right, okay.
I have to confirm things. I have to do research.
Just checking. So
I
you
can't-
said that you
I'm not
can't
a person of
verify it.
anything.
You said you can't know. It's a
I'm
belief.
not an expert.
If you don't know that it's happening and you believe it's happening, then it's a religion. You just have faith in it. You have faith it's refraction.
I mean, I trust what the experiments say. I can read their reports. I can read their papers, and if their papers sound like nonsense, or if it states something that their papers clearly does not prove, or there's other researchers who can debunk what they're saying.
how many times do you have to chant refraction without knowing what you're talking about to realize that it's nonsense?
Because it's an ancient phenomenon that, like, it's been observed for like forever now. When was refraction
Ancient Chinese
discovered? Let me look
secret.
up.
Okay, yeah.
Ancient Chinese secret.
Nonsense.
Refraction.
It's ancient
Light.
Chinese secret.
Refraction discovered. 1621. William, how do you pronounce this fucker's name?
Hold on, that's ancient?
Ancient refraction.
Is it almost as old as Old Hoss, or
Willibrord?
I don't think nothing in this world is as old as Hosrad.
1580 to 1626. Dutch mathematician and astronomer discovered the law of refraction using trigonometric methods. Yeah, he discovered it.
Using math? How did he do that?
But fuck, I don't know. I can look up how he did it.
Oh, but someone told you he did it, yeah?
I mean, I read books that talked about it.
Or you just Googled it 2 minutes ago. Which one's more accurate, do you reckon?
It. Did you know that, like, if you place a gradient of mediums between the refraction patterns, a brachistochrome appears?
How many mediums are there in the atmosphere?
How many fucking layers of the atmosphere are there? I don't know.
Are the layers horizontal or are they vertical?
Excuse me?
Are those layers horizontal or are they vertical?
It's a sphere. It's on a sphere. It's like whatever like an empty spheroid, and then it's like ringed spheroids on top.
Now we're begging the question, right? Because we haven't established that yet.
I mean, have we established that air gets thinner the higher we go up in elevation?
Remember where we started and how we got here.
Remember where we started and got
No,
where we got
hold on.
where we
At
are now.
at this point, I need to start asking questions of whether or not we've established that this phenomena or this phenomena or this phenomena is trustable. Can I trust anything? Do I have to confirm every single notation that I'm looking at? Every single thing.
Yeah, kind of.
So
Yeah.
okay,
Don't know
then
the
let's
whole
go
point of
all
it.
the way back to first principles. Why don't we?
Let's go
All right,
back to the Big Bang.
Yeah,
Let's
okay.
the Big
No,
Bang.
Big
and figure out
Bang?
how
No,
you
no,
got
no, no,
chaos
no.
from
First
nothing.
principles returns all the way back to the suppositions of the statements.
Are you complaining because you have to verify things?
No, what I'm saying is this is ridiculous. How
Oh.
far do we have to go? How many things are we not going to trust right now? How much global
Only
skepticism?
what we
How
can
much global
verify.
growth?
Only what we can
Look,
verify.
What is verification? What does it mean? Because now I can place doubt on even the concept of verification.
Things you
How
can
do I know?
confirm.
Okay, first of all, what is science?
Oh, what science? So science is the scientific method, and everything not
What
in
is the
accordance with it,
what
and
is the
everything not in
scientific
accordance with it
No. What is
is
the scientific method?
pseudoscience.
What is the scientific method? Let's explain it. Come on.
The scientific method. Oh, the scientific method is a method towards verifying a hypothesis. So it starts with a hypothesis. You have an independent and dependent
No,
variable.
that's not where it starts.
Independent variable.
Oh, it starts with an observation of a natural
Starts with an
phenomena,
observation,
and
yes.
then
Yeah, no.
and
Maybe,
then
maybe
you have
that's
a
not true.
hypothesis.
Maybe that's not true. How do you know that?
Oh, so you're a 99%er now.
No, because we can keep going.
Do you know you're on Google? Wait, Google. Do you know you're on Discord?
Now you sound
No, how
like a
about
real
this? How
conspiracy theorist.
how do I know? Fuck.
How do you know you're on Discord? Oh, you're a 99%er.
Dude, we could go all the way back to solipsism, bro. I can go René Descartes if I really wanted to.
Yeah, if you want to, yeah. You don't know anything, all right.
We are moving away from like verification towards philosophy and just running with whatever philosophy that we want to play with. Because, like, I mean, before there was science, everyone just was a natural philosopher.
You're complaining because you feel like you can't verify anything. I see.
No. I'm not even. I'm really just trying to understand how many things you guys are going to question.
Anything you can't verify.
Your PFP is questionable.
Anything we can't verify.
Yeah.
Can we trust trigonometry?
Can we trust it, or trigonometry is just maths?
Yeah,
No.
is it verified?
Wait, are you saying you
Is it
can't trust
verified?
me, Jekyll? I thought we had a connection, Jekyll.
Well, no, Trig, remember.
Have we verified? Have we verified
It's,
principles of trigonometry, for example, or
how do you
algebra?
verify them? It's just maths. It's abstract.
Well, okay, wait. Math has to be verified. You can't just. You have to make statements. We have to know what those statements are. Just like, for example, calculus. The fundamental theorem of calculus had to be established first, correct?
This guy talks for England. All right, okay, listen. Mathematical principles can be proven internally, right? But they might not always. They might not always be. They might always. They might not always be. They might not always be applicable to reality.
Oh, why not? Why not? Aren't they supposed to be?
Okay, well, do you think all mathematical principles can be reflected in reality?
Can they? Can they? Yes or no? I don't.
It's weird to ask me the question I just asked you.
I don't think so. So no. But
so okay, we're in agreement then.
I don't think so.
Brilliant.
But
Brilliant.
can they?
Brilliant. No, of course they can't. Not all of them.
Why not?
We just agreed that they can't.
Just because we agree doesn't mean we've established truth. Because somebody else could just show up and be like, no, that's not true. And then they will come up with their own statements that we have to position ourselves against.
Well, okay. Take, for instance, we'll take, for instance, measuring the height to a star, right, on our flat Earth. You'll always find inconsistent results because you can't know how high that star is, if it's moving, what the star is, and etc. Right? So, given all of those factors, trigonometry alone isn't going to help us understand our reality any clearer. Even though, in principle, it could, but it doesn't.
Oh wait, hold on. I need to understand this. In the flat Earth, your model. Do constellations move? Do they change, or do they not change?
Constellations move?
Yeah, do they change?
They have the dome of perspective, yeah, it rotates.
Well, so constellations rotate.
Yes, the sky is moving, we're stationary.
The sky's moving, we're stationary. Okay.
Constellations are constant though. Throughout a year, they reset every single time. They don't seem to be moving. They follow a cyclical pattern annually.
From from standing on the shoulders of giants in mathematics, for example, we can use parallax to measure the distance of stars.
I think you're being kind of pedantic. Okay, how do you measure the parallax of stars?
You draw a fucking, a right triangle, just from like a position, say the sun, and then the earth, then the point of said star, and then you do trigonometry, and that's how you measure the distance.
Just
but again,
do
of course,
trigonometry?
The distance itself, now, that comes into question, but through parallax, you can get what that distance is. I mean, kind of. You can get an approximation. I'm not sure if, who was the guy who, was doing parallax measurements? It was pretty close. 1 parsec is 3.3 light years.
You're so confusing, bro.
No, but
let's rewind a little bit, right? Because I think we've gone into a bit of a done a bit of a rabbit hole. Anything you can't verify, I'm going to be skeptical of, right? Refraction, right? I asked you, how do you know that it's refraction causing that effect?
I would have to set up an experiment because I am not someone
What kind of experiment?
I can't just read. I can't just read somebody's paper who did the experiment, right? I have to be the one who does it.
What's your experiment?
The basic experiment for refraction. For example, you have a setup of a laser. You have the medium of air, and then you have water. You just shine the light. You take a picture of the phenomenon. You should see the laser as it goes through the medium of air and then enters the medium of water change in angle, and that's refraction.
Yeah. Okay.
Perfect. That's excellent.
That's
where do you see
and
that?
by the way, you can place multiple gradients of different thicknesses of the medium. You're using now honey, you're using glycerol, you're using dimethylchlorate, you're using so many other
all in
things.
the air.
Yeah, totally. Use anything that isn't
air is the starting one. No. You could also you could do a box of a vacuum. You could do a box that's a vacuum first and then air. But if you do that, you can observe a brachistochrome that forms. And then you now understand, oh, what the fuck? This weird shape occurs. That's an experiment. That's real. It's real. I'll show you the paper.
I think somebody going to a laser light show at the planetarium's an experiment.
In the words of Horsrad, what's that got to do with the price of rice?
The brachistochrmes. It's a thing that pops up when you place a gradient of mediums. It's a weird phenomenon that shows up in refraction. The explanation is from refraction.
And that's why you see things beyond the geometric limitations of the 3959 water ball?
This is what science.
No, I'm asking you.
From an experiment, something happens, and then we see stuff out of the phenomena that we observe, and then from the experiment itself, we can tentatively accept.
Tentatively accept. You said it.
Yes, because you can't accept it. Because nothing is proven in science. It's either you reject the hypothesis or it's tentatively rejected.
Go boil some water.
Accepted.
So you actually did a good job of explaining refraction. There's an angle change in that beam of light when it reaches another medium or a density layer, right? So when let's take this to the real world.
Light just bounces.
let's take this to the real world and
Mhm.
observe across the surface towards the horizon. How many density layers are you looking through?
I am not a meteorologist or astronomer. I would
You
have
don't
to
have
look at
to
their
be.
results and find out what they tell me how many like fucking layers the well no
Okay,
it
so
shouldn't be
you
a
don't
gradient.
know if your
It
honey
should be a
bucket has
gradient.
anything to do with that then.
Religion.
No, it should be
Wow.
a gradient. It should be a gradient
What
as
you
we
tentatively
ascend
accepted, you have
upwards
no idea
from
if it
the earth.
applies.
Just believes
As
it, you
we
know.
as we ascend upwards from the earth, like the atmosphere should get thicker and thinner and thinner and thinner.
Yeah, but we're not
So I
looking
mean,
up, we're looking
What, are you
across.
planning to climb Mount Everest? What's going on?
we are looking at the phenomena like that results because the light that hits our eyes has traveled through all of those layers of the
Oh,
atmosphere.
brother.
There's only one layer that you're looking through when you look towards the horizon.
How many layers would we describe there the atmosphere? Are we saying there's only one?
If you're looking across the surface, you're not looking through different density layers. It's one medium of fairly consistent makeup. Like it's all the same shit that's in the air.
Are you
It's
saying that, like, if I am looking at the sunset and I'm just God is grabbing me and I'm now like 500 feet up in the air, wouldn't where I am now looking at that same sunset, wouldn't the air be thinner?
that's not the question that was asked. Why are you just raising yourself up by the hand of God for no reason?
Oh, okay, hold on. Maybe I
He's
misunderstood the
asking you
question.
if it's a
Say the question
gradient.
again.
Oh.
Because I'm okay. Maybe I was confused. I thought you were saying that like
No, stand on the
there's
beach,
only
look out towards
one
that sun.
layer of the atmosphere. Maybe I'm
There's-
misunderstanding, and I apologize for that. That could be just on
You
me.
look at you're claiming a density gradient in the atmosphere, right? Where it gets thinner
Yes.
as it goes up.
Uh,
And you're using that
yes.
as your explanation for why the light changes its angle when it goes from one density layer to another. But when you look
Oh
across the
yeah. Okay.
surface,
Okay.
when you look
Yeah.
across the surface, you're looking through just the one layer, the lowest layer.
No. If I was underwater looking at the light ray that just went
Instead
through,
of raising yourself
I
up by
can't
the hand
I
of God
can't.
or throw yourself underwater, please
No. But
address
like,
what I just talked about.
okay. Same thing. Same thing. Like, same thing. Like, I'm just in a really, really thick fog, and I'm looking at the sunset. I'm pretty confident that, like, the light ray, the angle of refraction must be much more. What is it? Like steep. Because like
If
I'm
you're
in a
in
very
water,
foggy area. Like
if
the
you're
light
in
must
water,
be getting refracted a lot more.
if you're in water and you're looking through the water, you still see in straight lines. Anything that refracts is going to happen when it reaches another medium or when it like at the surface of the water going out into the air or vice versa. Just like when you put like say you're spear fishing, right? Like your spear is going to miss where you think it's going to go because
Of the
there's a
refraction, yeah.
refraction that happens there at the surface, right?
Yes, but that light you're also seeing as you're spearfishing is in
While
itself
you're in
also
the water,
refracted.
though, while you're in the water looking or in the air looking, it doesn't just bend on its own. You don't have curvy lines of sight. It requires another medium in order for that angle of angle to change.
But aren't we in a medium? We're in air, which is already, I
Yes,
mean, not really much of a refraction, but it
we're
is
in
doing
a
some
medium.
refraction.
One medium. It requires two mediums.
A medium that's changing from the higher you go in the atmosphere, like
Oh,
the
my goodness.
amount of particles become thinner and thinner and thinner. Like there's less
God hasn't
particles.
picked you up and put you 500 feet. You're on the beach,
Yeah, I'm on the beach.
looking out across the water.
Yes, seeing the sun rays that have
Yeah,
crossed
no
all of
honey
those
bucket with
layers down
butane.
into where I am.
No Snell's law. no parlor trick or whatever setup you want to tentatively accept or whatever the hell you were doing.
Why wouldn't it not be Snell's law?
You're making a lot of
Air,
excuses, dude. Because that's
air
we
is a
see
medium.
the distance
Air
clearly.
is a
When you
medium
see
that can
something in
refract
through
light.
Snell's law, it's not that.
I am not in a beach where everything around me is a vacuum. I can tentatively accept that
You
the
get
light
lifted
that
up
I am
500
seeing,
feet by God.
its angle is
In the
not
course of
it's
looking at
not the
something.
true angle. It's been refracted because I am in air.
Well, speaking of angles, don't forget that that refraction only causes angular and linear changes, not curved.
You're forgetting the third dimension in this case. Like for Snell's law, that's typically depicted in the Cartesian graph. You'd have to see it also in the what is it, the phi axis? So that would be like
Wait, so you
the
can
axis.
prove curving light? We would all like to see that.
Light? No, light not curving, light being refracted.
No, yeah.
Bouncing.
When refraction happens, it's angular and linear changes of direction. So if you're trying to say that it's refracting and curving light up over a curved surface, we would like to see a demonstration of curved light from you. Because you're going to need that in order for that claim.
I mean, there's images of galaxies like where the light is being curved around a huge gravitational body, and suddenly you can see a galaxy that's behind
Are
another
there huge
galaxy.
gravitational bodies between you and the platforms if you were taking that picture?
No, but in perspective, I'm on a huge
So we're
gravitational
not in
body,
Narnia
the
land.
Earth.
We're back in reality where this
Yes.
picture was taken.
Yes.
There's no curved changes of light.
Yes.
Because light doesn't curved in this reality. So now
Or
we're
it's not.
stripped
Yeah.
from all these.
Yeah.
We're stripped
Okay.
down from all these holes to run into. Now, what would
To,
be the
to the best of my knowledge.
what would be the explanation for this then?
Explanation of this then. Like
So when you
the
say to
explanation
the
as
best,
to why we're seeing the sunset, or the phenomena of the sunset that we observe.
yeah, that you were telling us an hour ago was occurring because the Earth's spinning.
I mean,
When
I
you
was
said
describing
to
refraction.
your
I
knowledge,
was just
to the best of your knowledge, so are you accepting the fact that this might all these things you're spastically reciting might all be hogwash?
No, I mean, there's two things. The Earth is rotating, which means eventually,
Okay,
like, the
that's a
sun is
claim.
going to
That's what
set
they would
from
call a
that
claim.
perspective. And two,
That would be called a claim,
that
sir.
when the sun sets, it's probably
because you
going to
think the
set
Earth is spinning.
earlier than I thought because of refraction.
Oh, brother.
So, like, from my perspective,
Dude.
so, like, those are the two things, okay?
Those are two things that are both in contention in this forum. I mean,
You hadn't even remembered.
Hold on. I don't.
fact, those are you have
No,
to
that's
prove or
okay.
definitely.
Maybe I'm not seeing this. Maybe I'm not seeing that. I don't understand how those two things can be in contention with each other. The Earth is rotating and refraction is
Not with
happening.
each other. They're both in contention as being demonstratable in reality.
Demonstratable in reality. I am observing the phenomenon every time I see a sunset. Because of refraction, the sun has set sooner than what I'm seeing because of refraction.
You don't know that that's the case. How can you prove that that's what's happening?
Are you saying that maybe I don't know which angle the refraction is occurring? So maybe the sunset is occurring earlier or later, and I don't know which one it is because I don't know which angle the refraction is occurring at?
Is that what you think he said?
How can you prove that what you just claimed is what's happening without just
How can I
asserting
prove?
it again?
I would have to trust that the atmosphere is a medium. That would be the one thing I'd have to trust because I am not the one measuring how many particles are there in the atmosphere that would participate in refraction. I would have to then go read a study of some other scientist who did that to determine what the refraction degree is for air. And then based on that information, now I can deduce, okay, the light that I am seeing has gone through refraction by this degree.
No. See, all you'd be doing there is looking for some kind of mathematical model that can explain how it could be possible. How do you verify that that's actually what's happening?
How do I verify that's actually happening? This seems very semantic, because like, where is my like threshold?
It would require an actual experiment in the physical world, would it not?
How would I make models of that? These are like, how do I make a model experiment that can simulate
even answer the
the
dude's
instance
question.
of a
An
sun
experiment
setting
for it,
and make
yes
it
or
so
no,
that
and then
it
you
would
come
be-
back with, how would I make a model of that? Like, what kind of answer is that, dude?
Because like, how am I supposed to create a sunset in an experiment? Like, can I make like I'd have to create models to like make this experiment work. Like I have to create
No,
like a
because then
model. I don't know.
you'd only be proving it to work in a model. I want it.
Yeah.
I want
How
it
am
to
I
be
supposed to validate it? It's
You'd
You
have
can't.
to
It's not
do
science.
an actual
It's not science, dude.
experiment.
but so because there is no way I can is there any way I can create an experiment that you would be confident in saying, okay, that can validate this phenomenon? You can make these two connections. Or is it not possible because of the scale of what we're dealing with? A sun setting, an earth tilting, refraction. That one's easy. Refraction's easy, but like I'm talking a gigantic body.
Look, I understand
Two
your
gigantic bodies. The Earth and the fucking
but I
sun.
also understand that it's not our problem that you have that predicament.
Oh, okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. Based off of our model, this is a problem we have. Hmm.
Is it sinking in?
But can't we do this to any model? I can make claims upon the validity on any model. I would just use statistics and just say, oh, that's enough sig figs. Now it's statistically significant. You're trying to say, well, the p-value is not small enough. And I'm just saying, how small does it have to be before it's significant? Before you can declare its significance? If you want it as small as physically possible, to the point that it's like, okay, and any perturbance makes it so that like, all right, now, oh shit, I can't really
So
prove
we
it
just have
anymore.
to take your
I can do
word.
the same thing to your model.
Hold on, dude. So we just have to take your word that you've taken someone else's word that the Earth is spinning, therefore sunset.
It's not just my word. It can be
No, I
your
know.
word.
It's the
Just
word
look
that
up the
someone else
paper
gave you.
yourself.
I realize that. I know it's not your word.
Isaac Newton's word: force equals mass times acceleration.
Good God, sir. We're talking about sunsets and the Earth spinning.
Sure, yes.
You brought it up.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Like, but
so
the
you're just
game
left
you're
in the
playing
lurch
with
with
me.
this claim then.
Yeah, but the game you're playing with me is
it's not
like,
a game, dude. You're stacking claims. If that's the game we're playing.
You are playing global skepticism, constantly.
No, I'm not skeptical of it. I realize that it's a myth.
But no, you're coming from the you're
that would be, could I be skeptical of Santa Claus's existence? No, I understand it's a tradition.
You're
no
equating
man at the North Pole
you're
with an
equating
Elven
the two
workshop.
concepts.
I'm not skeptical of it.
Yeah, okay, that you're still equating these two concepts, and it's like the negative of my perspective. I'm from like a positive angle where I have all this experiments.
Are you
You're
just
coming
sharing
from a
your
negative
worldview with
perspective
us?
where
Is
you
that
can
all
just.
you're doing? That's fine. Is that what you're doing? You're just sharing your perspective, your worldview with us?
To the best, I mean, I'm to
His
the best of
religious
my
beliefs.
knowledge.
He's telling us his
Is this
religious
the
beliefs.
best? No, so that's it. The end then. This is
To
the
the
way.
best of my ability, I'm not. I mean, even dude, all experts
But
also
the best
like they
of
can't.
your
They're not
ability
perfect.
has
No
left
one
it
is perfect.
the best of your ability has left it hanging though.
But that doesn't. Like, I can easily
But
go
it
ask if
doesn't what?
somebody else in the audience is
Yeah,
more
go for it. Yeah,
educated
phone a
on this
friend.
matter. That's
Phone a
fine.
friend.
Well, the flat
That's
earthers are
fine.
apparently.
That's fine. I
You
mean,
can
in
ask the
science,
flat earthers. They seem to be more educated than you on the subject.
sure. I mean,
Yeah.
but granted, there's a bias on your end. Now, okay, sure, there would be a
Well,
bias
baby
on our
reindeer,
end
have you
too.
realized that he's
So it would be
claiming
better to have
Earth is
both.
spinning with nothing to back it up?
If you're talking to him directly, he's one of the staunch globe earthers that we argue with on a day-to-day basis. He's been actually role playing as a flat earther against you for some reason, which maybe because he thinks it's entertaining. Because you're
Sure.
an easy target.
Now that's fine, but I mean, his argument is still positionally just. I think it's not accurate enough, and you
Please
keep
be
moving
patient.
the
I'm a baby
goalposts
glober
over
in
and over and
training.
over again,
He's
which
talking
is
about
fine.
Horsrad the globe around the flat earth.
Yeah, please be patient. I'm a baby glober in training. Should be.
But we have.
So,
Look,
anyways, that was a nice pause in the festivities. But, anyways, Event Horizon, is that what you've done? You've just come here to the best of your abilities to tell us what you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, just having fun.
Okay, well, it sounds really fun. So you do realize then that you haven't substantiated any of your claims.
I can understand how
No,
that's
I'm asking
occurring.
you, do you understand that?
I am not convinced that it's not fully substantiated because it feels like on your end you're just
At what point did you
positioning
substantiate
what
any of your
constitutes
claims?
substantiation.
Dude, you started talking about we have pictures from space where we see light stars bent around black holes. That's absurd.
You know, I
It's a
actually do kind of
grandiose
want to point
claim.
out.
No. Yeah. Okay.
I
Yeah.
want to point out here
Yes. No.
too.
We okay. I mean, I could go find a picture. Okay. Now, of course, you could always just say the picture's not. This is
Just
photoshopped or
pause,
something
dude.
like
Just
that.
pause. Go to. Just pause.
Gravitational lensing. It's a thing.
It's a thing.
Are we saying it's not real? Now,
Thanks for
sure, you
stacking
can
another
do
claim.
that, and then we
Stacking
go down another rabbit hole of trying to prove gravitational lensing.
Because you know you can't. That's why you said that.
Yes, but because I'm trying to point out here that I'm not sure where your line is, because it seems like you are.
Where's your line?
No, they've told you
I'm just
multiple
asking you,
times.
do you realize you've made a lot of claims without substantiating any of them?
I'm coming from the perspective of standing on the shoulders of giants, not coming from like I need to
thank you for
explain
sharing
each
your religion,
I could
sir.
actually. I'd like to point out about him though is even though as bad as this is now, he's actually made pretty good progress over the last hour compared to the way he was acting when he first started this conversation. He's actually like listening and not like hyperventilating the way that he was.
Yeah, if you're here actually to figure out what it is we're talking about, that'd be great, Event Horizon. But if you've been pretty much throwing the whole bucket of spaghetti at the wall and seeing what sticks, and then when I say, "Hey, do you realize that you've made a lot of claims, haven't substantiated any of them?" You say, "Do you understand?" So that's where we're at right now. But yeah, great first hour.
I mean, okay. I'm trying to see how, like, in each instance that I'm trying to substantiate my claims, that when are you claiming that I'm not versus
you're using circular reasoning over and over and over.
Well, you just keep on as Haas mentioned, like you keep on stacking claims. You don't actually go and substantiate them. You just say they're a thing. and I'd have to look up a study by another expert and a model and a this and a that. My question to you is, how do you substantiate any of that in reality through experimentation? And all of this stuff is either very difficult or impossible to falsify.
I don't have the equipment to perform a lot of these experiments. Like,
No, it would not, yeah, and okay, and a lot of times people say you yourself, you have to do it. That's not what I'm saying. Show us, show us.
Yeah, guess what, Event Horizon? They
Find
didn't use.
the experiment that was done. Get us the paper on it. Like,
Here's the good thing for you.
all right. Is that what we mean by substantiation? Is go find the papers?
Oh my god!
Yeah, we want a citation of it. We want to see the source. We want,
that's easy. Yes, I could do that.
You realize the way you're presenting all these things, they're pretty much unfalsifiable.
Well, the good thing for you is that you don't need any equipment, right? Because the people that invented this shit, they did it with their thought. It was all in their head. It was on paper.
That's
no
a great
equipment required, other than
almost
imagination.
all the stuff that you're talking about are literally just mental exercises. That's it.
Yeah, find the study that tells you that sunset's created by Earth spinning. I'd like to see the scientist who's working on that.
I don't know if that's like what it is. Let's see. Okay, there's this one. Now let's find, instead of a .org, I want a paper.
Make sure you know what you're presenting too. Like, don't just Google something up and then expect it to back you up, because.
Well, yeah, of course you have to like make sure it's correct.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be cautious before you post. Like, actually skim through them at the very least. Like, make sure that it actually supports your argument.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Totally.
Ooh, what is this problem of sunsets?
Was that your stomach that just made that noise?
Sounded like Mario going down a tunnel.
I mean, you're kind of proving Flat Earth for us, Event Horizon, in a way. You're kind of proving Flat Earth for us,
All I'm doing is presenting, if anything, like the lack of my knowledge or like the difficulty of finding this kind of information. That doesn't necessarily prove any claim.
Oh yeah, you're proving Flat Earth, that's for sure.
That's the god of the gaps.
You are highlighting the required, just wild, all over the place acceptance of all these stories.
It's erratic, isn't it? It's erratic.
It's something. I mean, he sounds exactly like you from about 3 hours ago.
I'm never erratic. I just get mad sometimes.
You throw everything against the wall and see what sticks.
Everything sticks.
I don't know if it's really just throwing everything against a wall. More or less, it's just that in order to explain something as complicated as, like, say, sunsets, like, so many phenomenons are occurring.
Complicating them, homeboy. Yeah, I said you're the one complicating them. Yeah, I don't think you even have it's even entered into your brain yet that this whole spinning outer space Earth could all be just a myth.
Why can't it also just be that this is just
Like
what
I said, I don't think you can even entertain the you're it's so embedded in the psyche.
9,000 I don't know.
You're desperately
However long
Googling as
astronomy
you
has ever
go, which is
existed,
fine,
thousands
but
and
it's already
thousands of
embedded in the
years of
psyche.
scholars and scientists,
Oh, yeah.
all their ideas coming
It's
together.
appeal to consensus, and yeah. Yeah, the majority are usually in the dark.
It's kind of fanciful trying to like disprove all of these concepts. I mean, you can. I don't think it's ever been done.
Well, just prove that sunsets are created by the Earth spinning. How about that?
Hey, maybe I'll learn that there's like a more clear scientific phenomenon as to how it's occurring.
You
But
don't need
maybe the sun's moving away.
what do you expect me? Do you expect me to come across through research? The
No, I
Earth is
don't expect
flat, and that's
anything from
how it's
you.
happening.
I get where you are. You're lost.
We'll give you
It's
some
fine.
Can't hear you, Maggie.
specific about the
You're on
sun.
about, Maggie, you're on about 2. Nobody can hear you, man.
Yeah, AV, you sound really, really low. Event, we'll give you some wiggle room. You don't even have to be that specific about the sunset with the Earth spinning. Just prove the Earth is spinning. Just do that.
Yeah, show us some toilets.
Corey,
People
toilets?
don't believe that shit.
The
Actually,
Coriolis?
even more importantly than
Don't
Earth
do
spinning,
that. He'll take that bait. Yeah, that. Come on, this guy is just. Yeah,
than the Earth
stick to
spinning.
one
Just
thing at a
prove that
time.
it's
Give
curving.
us some. Come on, the Earth. You told us the Earth was spinning.
Yes, the Earth is spinning.
That's a claim.
Yes.
How do you know that's? Do you know that to be a fact, or that's just what you believe?
That's what I have learned over the years from
Okay,
like
so
other
if you
people's
over the
experiments.
years,
So yeah,
let's
a
see
belief.
all this Earth spinning information.
I have to find a source that's like nice. I'm
We
looking for one right now.
appreciate your honesty of admitting that it's just. That's a good start.
At least he accepts Earth's flat.
Mic check 1 2.
Can hear you now.
A lot better.
Much better.
Well,
Not great, though, but better.
yeah, I wanted to ask him a question about gravitational lensing. How does he know that that's actually the case?
You'd have to like understand general relativity, and then there's evidence of it existing through pictures and observations of like what the consensus of like scientists have all observed and be like, oh my god, yeah, that's gravitational lensing right there. And it's a phenomenon that was explained in like general relativity, and then we found it. Just like, for example, black holes exist are the extremes of general relativity, and then we find black holes everywhere. But originally, people thought black holes weren't a thing.
How
Even
convenient.
Einstein was like thinking maybe like black holes are not really real because they're just kind of like
how
the
do you find black holes in the black
extremes
hole space?
of general relativity. You know what I mean? What did you say? Did you say something?
Only 20 years ago, they were still just theoretical black holes, and they wanted them to be true, and then all of a sudden they're everywhere. It's kind of crazy how that worked.
They wanted them to be true? That's a claim. What do you mean they wanted them to be true?
Because Einstein's relativity and all of that stuff predicted that they could exist, and so they started searching and searching and searching for them, and then all of a sudden now we've got pictures of something that could never emit light.
Wasn't it originally like laughed at? Like it's just the extremes of a theory half the time that like when singularities show up in like a mathematical model that shows that the math is wrong or something's wrong with the theory.
I mean, it's just a little bit uncanny how science keeps doing this, like where they basically prophesize something, like they
But that's what good science
they
is.
theorize that
What makes
something will be there, and then poof, there it is.
But the scientific method is supposed to be like that. You have
No, you're talking of the work of charlatans, Event Horizon, assigning it scientific method.
If I have a structure that predicts the way it behaves with certain molecules, and then I do an experiment, and then it does this thing, it's like, wow, look at that. That was predicted off of what I understand of the molecular structure. That's from my field.
I thought you were talking about black holes.
So you
No,
design
but what I mean is like
something to
science.
create a certain
Science is a
result, and then
philosophy.
it gives you a certain result, and then you make you're surprised by that.
You make a thing, and like it has to be falsifiable. It has to be reproducible, so that other people can prove that you're not making shit up, and then they can repeat your experiment. And then ultimately, it has to also be predictable. It has to produce predictions. If it cannot, it's not science. It's not good science. That's why religion can't be like good science. That's why.
Well, that's why you told us you couldn't set up a sunset.
Well, yeah, because I mean, I don't know that. I am not researched on this matter. I don't know any of this stuff. Like somebody else.
How did you end up in here tonight? What was your frame of mind when you entered into when did you learn of this whole flat Earth conundrum?
Oh no, it was just something I was like watching some videos on. It sounded like fun, so I just wanted to like jump into a group.
Video, may I ask?
Professor Dave.
Professor Dave.
I knew it. It's just like, whoa,
Professor Dave.
Bro. Yeah,
Dave provides
Unprofessor
us so
Dave
much
has
entertainment,
sent you on a wild goose chase, sir.
I mean,
no, you're pretty nice.
No, sure. Like what necessary
Professor
like
Dave, you gotta love it.
I mean,
you couldn't write this shit.
What I mean, what's wrong with that? Like,
nothing. It's where you are, Phil. It is just who you are. You're a disciple of Professor Dave. Nothing wrong with it.
I've met Professor Dave. He was a nice guy.
You is what you is.
That's kind of harsh. I mean,
we can go down a lot of like the specific claims. Like we were like I was just randomly entertained by
we've been doing desperately over the last hour.
You need to upgrade to McToon.
You were okay. Like for the last hour, we've been shifting, trying to explain a phenomenon, which, quite frankly, like I'm not something that I'm not fully involved in.
Done. Got it.
Well, when he first came in,
just because I am not fully vested in like these subjects.
I was just asking. So you're new to the topic. You're new to the topic.
It's not something I focus
and it is
on
fun.
Because from my perspective,
just chill out, dude. I'm sorry we laughed at your professor. But, so you're new to the topic.
Sure.
And all you have is like a damage control list to work from.
A damage control list.
Correct.
That's a very funny way of describing basic understanding of science.
You said it was funny, didn't you?
Because what's funny is like the ridiculousness of the model that you guys prescribe towards.
What model?
The flat Earth model. It's insane.
The model that Dave presented to
us.
The model that is basic.
There's no
model. No. You have to understand. You have to understand that.
You have to understand. There's no model.
How many different phenomena of science and physics and philosophy that you have to constitute?
You've been tripped up by a charlatan.
What is it?
So just
constitute towards like skepticism towards without explaining anything on your end. You're just saying what are the validations towards it? What are the problems with it? and I have to go find
we
them.
were
Sure.
waiting for you to. We were waiting for you to come up with your sunset explanation of Earth spinning patiently.
And your explanation is your model, which doesn't.
You don't have a model.
How does it like? Okay, wait a minute. It's all based off of the burden of proof. Even on that end, you're saying
the original claim is the Earth is spinning. That's where the burden lies.
And
You
I have
first
to go
spoke
prove it.
up. You first spoke up in a panic when I explained how it doesn't matter
In a
what
panic.
you see.
That is the way you're phrasing this.
Hold on,
Instead of just
that's the way you
me
came in.
having
You've
fun.
calmed down a lot, even though you still don't sound calm. You calmed down a lot since then. But you came in,
Of course.
basically, as soon as you heard me say that what you see in the sky in the celestial bodies or in Antarctica doesn't negate the flat Earth if the Earth is not curving. Okay, and that's where you jumped in and this conversation started.
Yes.
That didn't change. What you see in the sky, what the sun does, none of that actually matters. It doesn't prove the globe or flat. What does is physical measurements of the surface.
To the best of the claims as of now. Because there could be other ways to measure things that we're not understanding here.
All of your other ways of trying to measure, if you're going to try to use celestial bodies or anything like that, require presuppositions.
Or
Basically,
equipment.
begging the question fallacy, because you're going to assume a globe and then search out looking for one.
Okay, how did what's their names who fucking randomly came across the Earth model when there wasn't even any prescribed science towards it? It's just a phenomena they encountered. For example, the what is it, a spherical shadow on an eclipse.
First of all, the shadow is never spherical.
Yeah, shadow's two-dimensional, Dave.
Curved. It's not a straight line.
What eclipses are you talking about? Lunar?
Eclipse. Let me look up an eclipse.
And in fact,
Okay, dude,
if you actually, this is something that you could model. Okay, like take two balls and and have one cast a shadow and a light, right? And have one cast a shadow on another, and see if you can get that shadow to be perfectly spherical, or if it comes across as it eclipses, bring it from one side to another. See if it becomes elongated, because it does. It should. It doesn't come across as a perfectly circular shadow against another spherical object. It would actually require the backdrop object in order to get that phenomenon that we do see. It would require the more distant ball that you're casting the shadow on. It would have to be a disc, not a ball, in order to get a perfectly round shape like that.
I guess I'd have to do the same thing that everyone is doing with me, is I'd have to see what your experiment that shows that.
No, I'm telling you, this is something you could be actually do. Like,
they don't do experiments.
For the one test, you could just use a wall and one light and one ball, right? Your ball is what you use to block the light to create the shadow, and yeah, you'll get a circular shadow on a flat wall. But if you have a large curved surface there that you try to cast a shadow on, that shadow will not be a perfect sphere. It'll become ovaled. It'll become elongated.
Yeah, Lunatic's right on this. The one thing that makes it still appear circular is that we're always looking at it from the perspective of Earth, which is about the same as the perspective of the light source. The light source is directly behind us, so it still appears circular.
And that's coming from Matthew Lawrence, who's a glober, not a flat earther.
Yeah, I'm saying it still appears circular even if it's on a circular object.
Only if you were to flash it directly center onto that other circular object. If you try to drag it across from one side to another, it would only be circular when it's at its centermost point.
Right. It would be distorted and oval off to the sides, but I'm saying that from our perspective, where the light is directly behind us, still that distorted oval shadow appears circular.
I'm still not really seeing it in my head.
So what did Professor Dave teach you, Event Horizon? What did Professor Dave teach you?
That the Earth is a ball.
That a lunar eclipse on a flat Earth would look like a line through the middle of the frickin' moon.
Well, how do you explain lunar eclipses on a
That's
flat
why
Earth model?
you came in asking about that. Oh, it all makes sense now.
Yeah, he was fed a complete straw man by the unprofessor, and he didn't even know it. Hook, line, and sinker.
I've met Professor Dave in person. He seems like a nice enough guy, but he does have kind of like this angry tone when he talks about creation.
Or both phenomena.
Yeah,
It's like this is still could just be easily the audience in this conversation is all like biased towards their perspective, and I am not an individual who's very informed on how to talk about these subjects because I come from a perspective where I don't care to.
Everyone came from your perspective first. We all had your perspective.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like it's not like we were born with this innate biased perspective. We used to have the same perspective as you. And then we took the time to look and try to verify these things and realize.
Well, it's not even that. It's just that he just said to all of us, "You're all biased, but I am stupid."
You guys are like, okay, you're the extreme minority.
That's a really good
The large consensus
What's that got to
is
do with the price of
obvious
rice?
that the Earth is fucking round.
Guys,
Yeah,
I
the
just changed my
majority
mind. This guy just
left
let me
in the
know that
complete
I'm in
dark.
the minority. I've got to drop everything that I've been saying. No, that's it. It's over. Let's close the VC. It's done. I mean, we're in the
Not true. I mean that's argument by ad populum, so who cares? Whatever. Both is happening on my perspective. I'm representing at this point I believe the Earth is fucking a sphere. I believe in cosmology. I believe in astronomy. And I'm surrounded by people who have this alternative idea and perspective.
I believe in those
goes
things
both
too.
ways.
Dude,
It goes both
a
ways.
good portion of the people you've been talking to tonight are globe earthers, actually. That's what's like. Matthew Learns just chimed in. He's a globe earther, and Jekyll is a
How am I
freaking
supposed to
globe
know?
earther.
I don't know.
Yeah, but you're still framing it in an interesting way because that would be like saying, I still believe in Santa Claus. I leave the cookies out. I get my gifts. And I'm surrounded by people who are, contradictory to this. But no, we know that Santa Claus isn't a thing. It's not that we're surrounding you with a differing opinion. We know the cosmology, the globe, all the things you listed you believe. We just realize that that's where it's left at a belief. It's a belief system. It's a religion without you knowing it.
Let Flatsy
I
get in
mean,
there. She was trying. Hold on, Flatsy.
I mean, that's where we end up falling into with a lot of like some of the bases in science, like we were talking about with dark matter, for example.
Yeah, we get it.
And
Flatsy's going to ask you something.
hmm?
I was going to ask you a question, if that's all right.
Sure.
As long as you've been in the VC, how long do you think that's been?
Hmm?
How long have you been in this VC?
In this call?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Like maybe an hour?
Okay, can I ask
you
another
might
question?
be going on 2 by now, but like hour and a half, 2 hours, I would say by now.
Okay, can I ask another question?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any bit of the position of a flat earther, or anything that we actually like our position? Because let me tell you this: all the flat earthers in here know your position, and we know
Sure.
our position. So we could steel man yours. Can you steel man ours?
No, I don't fully know your position.
Okay. Well, I would say that if you want to have this conversation, maybe you try to find out our actual position so that we can have a good conversation and maybe toy with the ideas back and forth that way. Might be a little more edifying.
Well, that's kind of silly because
You know, I'm okay with that actually. I'm okay with learning
it's
a little
not.
bit.
That's not going to help because every different group of flat earthers have a different view, right? So the people you
Well,
speak to here have their own sort of
that's
idea.
the problem.
Yeah, I've been trying to ask them what they believe for 4 years now, and I still haven't gotten anywhere. So,
Well, that's a major problem.
Damn it, you've been
Why?
talking to
Hold on.
individuals with varying views and opinions for 4 years? Man, that's fucked.
That's
There
just a
should
bunch
be
of
some
Glovers
kind of
chimed in.
consensus,
Scott,
at least.
yeah, there is. And Scott, when Scott's faced with the nature of water, he tells us what he would expect to see in his bathtub, not actually what's there.
Old
So
Scooter
if you're
complaining that
old Hosrad
able
born.
to accept the nature of water without rationalizing it and wrapping it around a ball in your head before letting it sinking in, it's pretty simple.
yeah, that's the best I've got so far.
They
Water's
want to
flat.
poison the well and say everyone thinks different things.
Yeah, water's
Wrapping it
flat seems
around
to
a
be the
ball.
start and end of what they believe. That's all I
Yeah,
ever got. Water's flat.
you guys are doing your best to poison the well to say, hey, these guys don't know what they're believing, but all you have to do is go acknowledge reality.
Well, there's
Yeah, but
3
reality
points,
is
right? There's 3 points to a flat Earth position. One, the Earth is flat, and usually that's just how it appears to flat Earthers. So they'll say that. The second one is it's stationary, and the third one is that you must have gas pressure. You must have a container for gas pressure. Anything else that extends beyond that and the flat Earth is effectively something, guys.
Yeah, so
can't
sorry. The biggest mythos in civilization's history has been cracked. So sorry that we don't have all the answers just yet, Yui.
Yeah, but that's the point. Like that's the 3 main points. If Mr. Event Horizon asks anything outside of that,
Yeah,
mean,
Mr. Event Horizon. Yeah,
he's not going to get any answers, really, is he?
Well, no, he can go out and acknowledge the nature of water for himself and see if the whole story he's been told about a 70% covered water ball, if he can connect the dots to those two things.
I'm confused by your position. Are you a flat earther or are you a globe earther? I don't actually know
He's
what
a
you
globe
are.
earther. He's a globe earther.
Then what are you
me?
trying? Are you playing devil's advocate? What are you doing?
No, I'm not playing devil's advocate. Who? No. Oh, Yui. Yeah, Yui's
No, not me. Not me. I was talking to you.
Yeah, Yui's doing something strange. I don't know. He realizes all the points that so-called flat earthers make are valid and legit.
He's talking to you, Hosrat, not
that's
me.
why they roll off his tongue so well, because they just are what they are.
No, okay, let me be clear. I'm Event Horizon. I was joking. He is a flat earther.
Yeah, me. Of course, I'm a flurf. But yeah,
Okay,
do you
now
understand Event Horizon about water?
Now I'm even
why
more confused.
why Yui's like trying to keep, I don't know what he's doing, drowning over there. But just, do you understand about water though?
It's basically a little magnet.
What?
It's a little magnet.
It's
Yeah,
basically a little
it is.
magnet.
It is a solvent. It can attract things. Cool, but like
Yeah.
bodies of it, large bodies of it, the surface, the
Yeah,
relative,
you'll get little
stay on topic.
meniscuses in your glasses, sure.
Mm-hmm.
But
Yeah.
what does water do?
What does water do?
Yeah.
Maybe I
Like
don't
if water,
understand the framing of this question.
if a dewdrop was on a blade of grass in a mountain next to a river stream, where does that water go when it reaches the stream?
When it reaches a stream?
Yeah, what does water do? The water that falls from you've seen a puddle, right?
Yes.
Have you? Okay. So they tell us we're on a ball with a certain dimensions and it's covered 70% plus.
Mm-hmm,
They can't really give us an exact number, 72, 74. It's always over 70. If it gets to 69, we'll know something's up. But all water in reality, no matter how you want to imagine it in its entirety, I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but you know what it does. You've seen a puddle.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all. That if you can grasp that simple, that the claim is that water. The claim is that water is bending around a ball, yet in reality, water's not doing that.
Maybe I should be skeptical about a lot of these phenomenon because I, for example, am not really well. I don't question a lot of these
So
phenomena.
the water ball they present at the movies and on TV and the textbooks, yes, you should be skeptical of that.
I should be skeptical of the Earth, sure. Okay.
Yeah. So that's all. Because
keep going.
If you're able to present me water that's curving,
because of gravity.
No, okay, I don't care because of why. I don't care if it's because of magnet. But when you fill the bathtub up, what does the water do?
It conforms to the shape that it conforms
it conforms to the bathtub, correct? And at the surface,
because water
and at the surface,
liquids are not really. Non-compressibility you assume in a solid state device.
Okay, you're overcomplicating things. So if you're not
This is
able yet to just accept the nature of water, this subject must be too much for you.
No, I'm coming from
if you're having to instacope about what the bathtub is when I'm asking about the surface of the water, then that's a sign that you're not ready for it.
That's okay. I don't know how you can make such a claim, but sure, keep going.
Well, so where in your
phenomenon that I can observe? Water, if anything, attracts to itself its adhesion. That's why a droplet becomes spherical.
So on every observable scale that you can look at water, from a cup on a table to a puddle to a swimming pool to a fucking lake, right?
Yes.
The largest scale that you can get, all the surfaces are always measurably flat and level, and they give a perfect reflection of what's above them.
Measurably flat and measurable. Yes.
Right.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay.
So where do you think there's the break in that pattern for it to start?
What about microscopic magnetic beads where water will conform around the object? Like for example, in DNA circuit design, like the stuff that I work in.
Okay, so that's what's happening on the 3959 water ball with all the currents and waves and all the
No.
breaks in between. It's not analogous.
I meant no. Who knows?
So not analogous.
No, I am presenting an example of how water behaves differently at different scales.
Yeah, microscopic. So we're talking
What
about
about
bodies of water.
macroscopic scales?
Yes.
It seems
A
like
puddle.
it does not
From your
conform at a certain
microscopic bead of
scale.
water, the puddle would be macroscopic.
Oh, okay. Now we're talking about macroscopic scale, and
Yeah,
suddenly it has a different
the
behavior.
puddle. So what's going on with the puddle?
What's going on with the puddle? It conforms to the shape that it is, just like in, for example,
It
the ideal
conforms to
gas
the
law. A
pothole.
gas
Yes,
is compressible.
it conforms to the pothole, and at the top,
it conforms
at the
to
surface.
the pothole. At the surface,
and at the surface,
it's flat.
There you go.
Oh,
wasn't
wow,
that
it's flat.
hard? It wasn't that hard
yeah.
to say, was it?
What? It's no.
Now let
there's
that
nothing
sink
wrong with
in.
that.
Deep breath. Deep breath.
Yes.
Deep breath. You said it.
So water.
It's flat. It's
finds
flat
its
in
level?
Antarctica. It's flat in Australia. It's flat in the Middle
Deep
East.
breath.
It's flat in America because of gravity
Oh
is
Lord!
directly
But
occurring.
I don't care. I don't care whatever reason you want to give it. But
at
it's
the
flat.
core. At the core of the Earth.
The core,
Oh
you went
Lord!
down there and verified
So
that?
relative
Presupposing
to
the
the core of
existence
the
of
Earth.
the core of the Earth now.
Use seismology.
Spiraling, dude.
No, you use experimentation seismology to confirm the existence of the core.
Got to deny reality to glyph.
That's actually easy to go find.
You're short circuiting, dude. After you said flat, you flat out short circuited.
Wait. How? Like I kind of.
Wildly.
Now I'm gonna be honest.
Osborne, everyone.
You were going to go with ad hoc attacks on personality now?
He is molten iron core man. Dun, 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 dun,
Yeah, not begging the question.
I mean, everyone else doesn't find that idea absurd.
Are you sure?
Well, we're talking about
how did I
the
short
flat
circuit?
water,
Then proceeded
dude.
to just short circuit for like the next 5 seconds.
No, because we were talking
Oh,
about
wow.
because you were asking like, okay,
It
yes,
happened.
water
It
likes to
freaking
conform.
happened. You short circuited.
No, water conforms to the shape of whatever medium that it's in, like
the
a
pothole
tub or a
and at the
pothole,
surface of
and
the
the
pothole.
surface is flat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to flat Earth. They say we're on a water ball.
Yes, because at these ridiculously huge sizes,
It's
like
over,
the
dude.
Earth.
It's over, bro.
No, the Earth. Yeah, it curved because why would like the water level continue to go flat off of like
Wait, what do you
the
mean
model
level?
of the shape?
How do you have level on a curved surface?
Exactly.
How would you have level on a curved surface?
Yeah.
Why not? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
You tell me.
Everything.
No, how is it wrong? You're claiming it's wrong. I'm saying there's nothing wrong with it.
They're two opposites.
How?
Yeah, circle is curved and horizontal is a straight line. So
are we saying that level means straight line?
When
level
you
means
measure
horizontal.
something level, what do you use?
Horizontal in perspective to what?
Everything. It's everywhere.
For example, in space, there is no perspective of up and down.
Talking about the Earth, dude.
You want to go back to Narnia
flat
instead of
Earth debate.
reality.
The Earth is in space.
No,
there
you
is
can't
no
prove
perspective of up and down.
You can't
The
prove
space,
that.
Earth.
I can't prove it. Oh my god!
The super low pressure environment in our our high pressure gas environment that's inside of it. And there's
Are
no
we talking
containment
about?
between them.
Hold on. Are we now saying that like okay, gravity is not real, but density is what explains it?
You tell me.
No, you tell me.
Let go of the helium balloon. What happens?
No, you're the one
Is
who's
that
claiming that.
density?
Okay,
Is that
gravity
density
is a
at work?
ridiculous concept.
Is that
And
density at
also
work or
that
is that
like the
gravity
core
at
of
work?
the Earth
Here's a
is a
question you should
ridiculous
ask
concept,
yourself.
which comes from gravity.
Here's the question you should ask
Maybe you can
yourself.
get
In
him to
your
explain how you
blueprint,
have gravity
you think
without
that
mass.
gravity is the strongest at the
Gravity
center of
without
the universe.
mass? What?
That's what they believe.
Hey,
Yeah.
listen.
I mean,
You can
density without
explain
mass.
gravity without mass.
Yeah,
Here's
they
the thing
think
you
you
need
can
to
have
ask
density without
yourself
mass.
about that.
Okay, no.
Teaching them
Now
basically
we're
that.
going off to like other like more complicated stuff in like fucking astronomy and cosmology and physics. Like what? Like we're talking about how like the speed of light constant works or something? Because like how like a massless particle can
No.
do
They just
whatever.
they,
What are we
no, no,
at?
no,
What are we
no.
talking
It's much
about?
more simple than that. They don't think mass exists.
Mass. They don't think.
Ask them.
Who is they?
All the flat earthers.
The
Ask them.
flat earthers
Calm
don't
down.
think
You're talking to
mass
another Glober.
exists?
Friendly fire. You're talking to a
No,
Glober.
they would
Your
ask you
energy's
what it
going
is.
crazy. The Adderall's flowing. You need to just take a sip of
Yeah,
water.
what's mass?
I'm gonna sip more of my alcohol. Hold on, busy.
Okay.
Forgive me. This is my second Steely, so I'm like a little bit buzzed.
All right, Event
Maybe
Horizon.
more than just buzzed.
What's mass?
What is mass? Mass is the perturbance of the the Higgs boson field from our current understanding of the Standard Model. So any interaction with elementary particles that contain intrinsic mass that interact with the Higgs field creates mass. Any particle that does not interact with the Higgs field does not have mass. For example, light, which is a boson carrier for the electromagnetic field, as our current understanding of the Standard Model. Laugh all you want, whatever. This is the best of my knowledge. I am merely a student of science. I'm young. I'm a fucking kid. Whatever.
How old are you?
Smarter people.
But you don't know what science is, bro. You've proven you don't know what science is. So
I'm 27 years old. I'm a young dude.
Drop
Whatever.
out of Professor Dave's school.
No, I
Yeah.
am in grad school for chemical engineering.
Okay, well then you don't need unprofessor Dave.
I don't need,
Easy
dude.
bullshit.
All I need to do
Welcome to
personally
the topic.
is make.
It's rare if you're here sincerely. It's rare. So welcome to.
Listen. I personally don't have an issue with any of you guys, and personally, I'm just curious. I just want to know. I just want to learn, and I just want to be.
Well,
and I'm fascinated, and I'm a
Thank
little
God,
bit
because I've been taking
surprised.
all this
No,
very personally
Event
up until
Horizon,
now.
we get that. Just so
But
you
I'm
know that
trying. Look.
your
I
entire
am not
religion is
trying.
based off of
Now,
very
Grant,
basic measurements. These are a calibration that we do of establishing a flat horizontal plane of reference. Then we look at our horizon and we base all of our angle measurements off of. Okay? So it's very simple. Nothing more, nothing less than what I just said. Can you repeat back to me what I just told you?
please repeat what you said. I missed a lot of what you were saying.
We precisely utilize a horizontal frame of reference that is flat. Can you
Okay.
repeat that back to me?
You precisely use a horizontal frame of reference, which is flat.
Very good.
Okay.
Very good. You're learning. Was that the first time you ever heard that before?
You don't need to be like what is it? Rude? Not even rude. It's like
Not what?
you're being what's the word?
No.
You're
condescending.
No, I thought we were good. We
Yeah,
were
thank
having
you,
a good
thank you,
time.
thank you. You're being condescending. You
My
really
bad.
don't have
Well,
to be.
I apologize.
Keep doing it.
So you prove that the Earth is a delusional Muppet world by proving that it's flat.
But now ask them how they use this horizontal frame of reference.
I prove that the Earth is a Muppet world by proving it's flat. What?
Yeah, Scott, when is it not going to be horizontal? When is it not going to be level?
Oh, so I was actually going to state when I first got into this call, like at some point, Yeah,
Pretty
like
simple.
the concept of the Earth being flat was a very useful model for like ancient antiquity. Yeah, until
I
modern
wonder
measurements,
why. Why do you think it isn't?
because we looked into astronomy. Because the Arabs showed up.
Stuttering.
You really don't have to like.
The Arabs showed up and then they gave us like, here is God, and then followed this theistic calendar. What
No,
is
they
your
just
argument?
no. They advanced fucking like
What
the
is your
Greeks
argument?
and then the Arabs. They advanced in
You kind of just like yada
astronomy,
yada
and then it
through the
caused
whole
problems in
premise of
terms of the geocentric model of
your
the
sort of
Earth, and then
argument there,
also the
buddy.
flat Earth, and blah 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 blah. The point is that it was a very
You did it
useful
again. You
model
just yada yada
until
right through the most
we
friendly
got
part. What
to the
about the
point
flat
of
Earth was so
describing
wrong?
the heavens. It was the model
You
was
haven't
effective
yeah
until
up
it got
the
to the.
point up the. Or are you talking about a different type of heaven? I mean, you're gonna concede fourth dimension.
I'm
no
just
matter
gonna
what.
wait until you stop being condescending, bro. Are you gonna listen to what I'm trying to say here?
No, I feel like that you feel like you're being attacked, and I don't want to portray that I'm attacking you. It's just
You
like
are
be a little bit like more
okay. Out of
closer to
everyone
chest. You know what I
else,
mean? Like be a little
you
stronger.
are definitely portraying that the most.
Okay.
All right, tone policing over, Event Horizon.
Tone policing went over the Event Horizon.
The point of no return.
Starring Dustin Hoffman. Where's that Outbreak at?
Look, the claim I'm making is that the flat Earth model was a very effective model to explain the natural phenomenon until we got to points of like astronomy where suddenly the model couldn't explain certain things, and then showed up these.
Okay, what are those certain things? That's what I'm saying. What specifically do you think is a certain thing that the flat Earth model that you conceived of in your own mind couldn't explain? Then you have to say there's a globe Earth model that then explains it. Can you please detail that? Like, sort of very specific thing that you said
From my
would
most basic knowledge of the matter, it would be gravity. The discovery of gravity caused problems with the Earth being flat. Then
What kind of
the fact that like
detail the discovery of gravity and
the
how that
fact
was a
that like
problem for
the wanderers out
The
in the constellation,
Wanderers?
which are planets, are
Okay.
circular. They're circular, not why are they circular
The
and not
wandering stars and why they
circular,
don't
not
go
really
spherical.
made
Yeah,
up to a circle.
spherical.
Wandering
Spherical.
stars.
The wandering stars, yes. They are spherical. Our later knowledge that we're learning about like fluid dynamics and mass transfer systems, or
Now later
fucking-
knowledge, fluid dynamics and mass transfer.
I just don't know about this anymore, guys. I mean, I didn't
all
know
of
until
these
now that they
things
discovered gravity.
started
So
leading
I think we need to close down the
how
channel.
we understand like how like mass conglomerates with itself. So
That
gravity
was
again.
incoherent. Can you just take us from the beginning? Okay. Just
Look,
go back
he
to
told you
start
they
at
discovered
the
gravity.
one.
It's over.
And just before you said gravity.
It's gravity.
You have
It
no
started
evidence of
with
We
gravity,
can't go
do you?
back. We can't go back. He said it.
Pseudoscience.
He said it. He said it. There's no going back. We
Gravity.
know what position you're in. You believe in something that doesn't exist. And that's a you problem.
Gravity.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, that's a you problem.
Okay, so
What's the scientific evidence of gravity? You don't have any.
So this all
Okay,
begins
show